In the heart of endless darkness, within a translucent barrier formed from silver-white hexagons, a naked young man sat curled up with his knees in his arms, his eyes empty and wooden. He did not know how long he had been here. Perhaps a second, perhaps a year, perhaps 10 years, perhaps his entire life up to this moment. Who am I? Why am I here? The instant this question surfaced in his mind, it felt as though something shattered. A crimson petal emerged from the center of his forehead, drifting upward in a wavering path, floating outward until it finally brushed against that silver-white barrier. Like vermilion ink dripping into clear water, scarlet spread in blooms of color, and in an instant the silver-white screen turned the color of blood. This room feels so strange, at once shabby and high-end. That was the first thought that leapt into Yan Muyun's mind when from his perspective, he was lying inside a transparent glass cover. Several slender, clear tubes extended from an unknown white device connected to his limbs and waist, delivering liquids of various colors. Aside from that, the room contained nothing else, its emptiness evoking a sense of loneliness. Pale blue curtains were tied back on either side of the window, and sunlight slanted in from outside, casting diamond-shaped patches of light upon the off-white walls. Yan Muyun yawned, feeling a little tempted to go back to sleep. The bed was so comfortable that he could not even be bothered to think about where he was or why he was here. Just then the faint sound of wheels rolling reached him, as if a door had been opened. Who could it be? Mom, Dad, or that brat? This place feels a bit like a hospital, or it might also be a nurse or a doctor. Yan Muyun raised an eyebrow as a thought crossed his mind, then deliberately closed his eyes again. The approaching footsteps were steady, unhurried, neither fast nor slow. They did not sound like a woman's. As a child, he had often stayed up late in secret and had become extremely familiar with his father's footfalls. This person was definitely not him. Yan Muyun secretly cracked his eyes open and saw a tall, straight figure in a white short-sleeved shirt standing by his bed, bending slightly, wholly absorbed in examining the device at his side. He caught sight of the man's profile. It was indeed his younger brother, Yan Yiming. After a crisp electronic chime, although Yan Muyun's eyes remained tightly shut, he could still feel the glass cover over him slowly opening. Should I shout really loudly in a moment? I don't know how good the soundproofing in this hospital is. If I'm too loud, I might disturb, but if I shout too softly, it won't be any fun, and I probably won't scare that brat at all. Just as Yan Muyun was letting his thoughts run wild, he felt a pair of big hands grab the waistband of his pants. Is this kid going to change my clothes? Have I really been in a coma for several days to the point that they're changing my clothes now? And something like changing my clothes should really be Mom or Dad's job. Since when did this brat become so good at taking? Yan Muyun did not bother thinking about it any further, because if he hesitated even a second longer, his pants were going to be complete. He planted his hands on the bed and sat up in one motion, forcing out a loud shout from deep within his chest. Hey! This little prank succeeded far beyond his expectations. Off. Yan Yiming's body convulsed as if electrocuted, and he let out a near scream. His arms flailed wildly as he staggered back several steps before landing hard on the floor with a thump. Yan Muyun had not expected his brother to be frightened to this extent. He did not even have time to laugh before asking with concern, "Are you okay?" Yet the other seemed petrified with fear, sitting on the floor with his body leaning back, eyes bulging and mouth agape, showing not the slightest response to his question. Yan Yiming. Yan Muyun waved a hand and called softly. At this point he himself had grown nervous, afraid he might have scared his brother into some kind of breakdown. Just then Yan Muyun came to his senses, clicked his tongue, and said with a half-laughing curse, "Stop putting on an act. I know you're doing it on purpose. You just want to turn around and scare me instead." Yet even after being exposed, the youth still maintained his original posture, the shock on his face undiminished. This faintly eerie scene finally made Yan Muyun realize that something was truly wrong. "You?" His words were abruptly cut off by a gentle mechanical female voice. "Full body examination complete. Patient has fully awakened. No hidden dangers detected. Would you like to deactivate the life support system?" Life support system? Does that mean this big glass cover and all these tubes on me? Yan Muyun blinked and answered tentatively, "Then turn it off." A few seconds after his words fell, the ceiling suddenly slid apart to both sides, revealing two dark slits. From them, two pure white mechanical arms with a distinctly technological feel descended. What the hell is that? The shock hit Yan Muyun so hard that he almost blurted out the words by reflex. One robotic arm reached toward the white machine and tapped several points on it. The valves at the ends of the transparent tubes closed, and the various colored fluids ceased to flow. The other mechanical arm dropped down in front of Yan Muyun, and a smaller auxiliary hand unfolded from its side. The main hand skillfully removed the tubes from his body one by one, while the auxiliary hand applied a yellow semi-transparent gel-like substance to each spot. It felt cool and refreshing, actually quite pleasant. The whole process took less than 10 seconds, and when the robotic arms retracted back into the ceiling, Yan Muyun even began to wonder whether he was still dreaming. Scenes like that were things he had only ever seen in Hollywood science fiction movies. This hospital must be extremely was there really such a high-end hospital in Minxia? How had he never heard of it before? He secretly pinched his own thigh, but misjudged the force, gasping in pain as cold air hissed between his teeth. Hiss. Hiss. Following the sound, Yan Muyun looked over to see the other youth still sitting on the floor, one hand pinching his own. Amused, he said, "This can't be your first time seeing those robotic arms, right? How are you still this shocked?" The other did not respond, only stood up in silence. Seeing his younger counterpart looking somewhat disheveled, Yan Muyun found it rather entertaining and teased. "Yan Yiming, you're supposed to be an adult now. Could you maybe grow a backbone?" The young man's brows were knitted tightly, his thoughts unreadable, Only after a long moment did he sigh. I'm not Yan Yiming. You're not Yan Yiming. Yan Muyun's eyes widened as he tilted his head slightly. Only after carefully scrutinizing the other did he realize that although this young man resembled his brother 7 or 8 parts out of 10, his posture was more erect, his face a bit sharper, and his features more deeply chiseled. If you're not Yan Yiming, then who are you, and why do you look so much like him? The instant he asked this, countless possibilities were already racing through Yan Muyun's mind. Is he some distant relative I've never met? Or my dad's second younger brother's illegitimate son? Or my dad's third younger brother's illegitimate son? Could it be my dad's? I'm Yan Yiming's son, Yan Long. The young man straightened his clothes and looked over with a complicated expression. It's our first time meeting, Bo. The room plunged into a deathly silence. No one knew how long it lasted before Yan Muyun finally swallowed with difficulty and asked, how old are you this year? Yan Long pressed his lips together. 17. Yan Muyun slapped his thigh and burst into loud laughter. What a coincidence. I'm 4 years older than your dad, and I just happen to be 4 years older than you too. Night of June 28, 2022. The city lights outside the window slowly drew nearer, and with a tremor running through the seat beneath him, the airplane touched down smoothly. Yan Muyun rubbed his slightly numb ears, rose to his feet, and took the suitcase down from the overhead compartment. Accompanied by the flight attendant's sweet announcement, he was swept along by the crowd toward the cabin door. He was 21 this year, just returned from studying in England. For now, he had only obtained his bachelor's degree. He still needed to go back next year to pursue his master's, so he did not carry the same crushing graduation anxiety that weighed on many other university students. Following the indication on his boarding pass, Yan Muyun made his way with practiced ease to baggage carousel No. 5, and as the belt slowly turned, lifted his 2 suitcases off, one in each hand. When he walked into the arrivals hall, he rose on tiptoe and caught sight of his family waiting to welcome him. His father spotted him almost at the same time. The nearly 50-year-old man practically bounced on his feet. The usually stern square face was now alight with smiles as he waved vigorously in his direction. Then his mother and younger brother saw him as well and hurried over with soft, delighted cheers. Chuckling, Yan Muyun rolled his 2 suitcases toward them. Bro. His younger brother was the first to reach him and casually took one of the suitcases from his hand. The two of them were 4 years apart in age. Before Yan Muyun left for university, the kid had still been half a head shorter than him. Now, he had faintly overtaken him in height. Although they were blood brothers, their looks and personalities were markedly different. Yan Muyun was mild-tempered and generous. He had been working out since high school, and thanks to his naturally broad frame, even his haphazard on-and-off training had given him a rather solid build. He was the sort of driver who, if he accidentally rear-ended someone on the road, would leave the other party hesitant to even bring up compensation. His younger brother Yan Yiming was now 17 and about to start university this year. In contrast, Yan Yiming was the type who could be wildly outgoing with friends he knew well, often at the center of his social circle, yet would turn very stiff and reserved in front of strangers or elders. Compared to his older brother, his figure was tall and slender, making him look like a shy boy next door. Bro, did you put on weight again? Yan Yiming chuckled as he spoke. Yan Muyun pursed his lips with a helpless look. Can't be helped. I was pulling all-nighters for my thesis, so I haven't been to the gym much lately. He was the kind who could gain weight with ridiculous ease and found losing it nearly impossible. As long as he ate 3 regular meals a day, he could put on 5 or 6 jeans in just 2 weeks. No need for any gym. The seaside near our home is perfect for running. If you go every day, you'll slim down in no time, Li Hui chattered, reaching out to take the other suitcase from her elder son. This plain middle-aged woman was neither tall, nor short, neither fat, nor thin. Her face was bare of makeup, her naturally wavy hair tied back in a simple ponytail, and her whole manner radiated approachability. Yan Muyun sidestepped slightly and smiled. Mom, I can carry this myself. His father came up behind him and tugged at the strap of the backpack on his shoulder. Give this to me. Yan Muyun did not refuse his father's kindness again and let him take the backpack off. The family of 4 bustled out of the terminal and into the parking lot outside. Li Hui pressed the car key, and the front and rear lights of the sedan to their left flashed twice as the faint click of the locks disengaging sounded from within. That pale gold Beijing Hyundai had been with them for 5 or 6 years, bearing a license plate starting with Xiang, as it had originally been purchased in Hunan. Over these years, his father Yan Guoqiang had changed jobs twice, from a divisional principal at one international high school to vice principal at another, and finally, to principal of a 3rd international high school. The car had thus followed the family from Hunan to Shanghai, and ultimately to Minxia. In this city where min plates filled the streets, the sedan with its Xiang plate seemed a little lonely. As a principal, Yan Guoqiang had been perpetually busy with work and had never found the chance to learn to drive. Yan Yiming had only just come of age and had not yet done so either, so the only drivers in the family were Yan Muyun and Li Hui. Pitying her son for the fatigue of travel, Li Hui naturally would not let him drive, and Yan Muyun, without the slightest guilt, settled comfortably into the back seat. On the way home, the family chatted about many things, most of them circling around Yan Muyun, whether he had found a girlfriend or whether he had run into any amusing incidents abroad. Those were the matters that most concerned Yan Guoqiang and Li Hui, but for the 2 brothers, their thoughts these days lay elsewhere. You've heard about it too, right? Yan Muyun withdrew his gaze from the car window and turned to look at his younger brother beside him. Yan Yiming raised an eyebrow. Bro, you mean that virus that's been spreading overseas lately? Li Hui, who was driving, sounded puzzled. What now? This virus isn't like the ones before. Yan Yiming began to explain, but was cut off by their father. Whatever kind of virus it is, if it endangers human life, it ought to be eradicated, Yan Guocheng said firmly. Yan Muyun smiled faintly and continued, for his brother, this virus does have a certain mortality rate, but I heard that anyone who survives ends up gaining some sort of superpower. Superpower? Yan Guocheng turned his head to look at his elder son. Yan Muyun swiped across his phone and deftly opened a foreign website, then handed it to his father. Our country's controls are strict, so there's hardly any coverage of this sort of thing here. But some overseas sites have been circulating this for 2 or 3 days now. According to current statistics, there are already over 1,200 special patients worldwide. As the principal of an international high school, Yan Guocheng usually kept up with plenty of foreign news, yet he had barely heard anything. He took the phone and glanced through it, only to find it was an obscure little site. On the homepage were several videos with high click counts, their thumbnails strikingly eye-catching. One showed a blond young man with flames blooming from his fingertips, setting a massive pile of hay ablaze. Another showed half of an Indian man's head turned into silvery liquid, while the other half remained normal. Most outrageous of all was a girl whose mouth gaped to half the size of her body, as if she were about to swallow the red sedan in front of her in a single bite. And so on and so forth with many similar clips. While his father browsed the page, Yan Muyun explained, according to the information, here the virus has been dubbed SUP-001 by foreign youths. Infected people develop a severe fever, their body temperature often rising above 40 degrees Celsius. And if patients can hold out, they apparently gain superpowers. Over 40 degrees. How could a normal person possibly endure? Li Hui could not help exclaiming. By now Yan Guocheng had finished skimming the site with a frown. He curled his lip, handed the phone back to his son, and said, who knows where this kind of small site popped up from? It has no authority at all. For all we know, those videos were made by attention seekers. Yan Muyun shrugged and did not argue. You're not wrong. I don't really believe it either. It's just that these videos look so real, practically no trace of editing, that they've exploded in popularity overseas. He considered himself a staunch materialist and rarely paid attention to tales of the uncanny or supernatural. He only knew about this SUP-001 virus because a university classmate had shared a link in their WeChat group 2 days earlier, leading him to this newly created niche website. Thinking of this, Yan Muyun suddenly remembered something and turned to his younger brother. How did you even hear about this? Given the strict controls on the domestic internet, an ordinary high schooler shouldn't have been able to stumble across such fringe information so easily. I'm going abroad to study in September too, remember. I wanted to get a head start on foreign news, and I just happened to come across it while searching around, Yan Yiming replied with a wide grin.
For ordinary people, in the face of a combat technique, they either dodge or use a combat technique to counter. However, Su Jingming...
As he got out of the car, Yan Muyun had only just straightened up when a wave of dizziness washed over him. His body suddenly lost balance, and he instinctively grabbed the car door to keep from collapsing back into the seat. What's wrong, Dabobeo? Yan Guocheng noticed the change in his son and asked anxiously. Yan Muyun pressed the back of his hand to his forehead, feeling a faint feverish heat. A wry smile tugged at his lips. I think I might be about to get a superpower. Supported by his father and younger brother, Yan Muyun slowly lay down on the bed. At this moment his face was slightly flushed, his forehead burning, and his breathing had become a bit hurried. Yan Guocheng found a thermometer from under the TV cabinet in the living room, aimed it at his eldest son's forehead, and the screen displayed 38.3 degrees. It seemed he indeed had a fever, but fortunately it was not serious at the moment. Li Hui hurriedly walked in from outside, placing a damp towel on her son's forehead, her expression filled with worry. You were fine, just after getting off the plane. How did you catch a cold so suddenly? Yan Muyun coughed a couple of times, his voice a bit hoarse. It might be because the air conditioning on the plane was too strong. Yan Guocheng patted his younger son's shoulder. Aren't you going to hurry down to the pharmacy to get some fever-reducing medicine for your brother? Don't we need to go to the hospital? Li Hui asked, somewhat unconvinced. Yan Muyun, lying on the bed, waved his hand, weakly smiling. No need, your son has a very good constitution. He hardly gets sick in the past 2 years. Now he just has a fever. After a good sleep, he'll be fine tomorrow. Li Hui sighed, not insisting further. Alright, I'll go make some ginger jujube tea for you. After you drink it, cover yourself tightly with the quilt and sweat it out. Then I'll go buy the medicine now. Yan Yiming, worried about his brother's condition, hurriedly called out and quickly went to change his shoes. The Yan family lived on the 31st floor, and the stairs were almost ornamental for them. Yan Yiming stood in front of the elevator, taking the opportunity to pull out his phone and check the recent news. After skimming through the page, he helplessly shook his head. Just as he had expected, there was still no information related to Su. Although his father and brother thought it was just nonsense, Yan Yiming was very clear in his heart that this matter was real. As he was lost in thought, with a soft ding, the elevator door in front of him opened. A figure dressed in a black hoodie walked out. Yan Yiming instinctively stepped aside, brushing past the person as the elevator door slowly closed. Yan Yiming suddenly felt something strange, pressing his phone screen to check the time. It was already 9 in the evening. He remembered the young man in the hoodie he had just seen, who appeared to be around 20 with a somewhat gloomy demeanor. Yan Yiming had no impression of this person. He should not be a resident on this floor. Was it common to visit friends so? As the elevator doors slowly closed, the numbers on the indicator began to decrease, signaling the descent of the elevator. The man in the black hoodie turned around, reaching up to remove his hood, revealing a young and ordinary face, his dull eyes staring blankly at the silvery elevator doors for a long while. After about 10 seconds, he withdrew his gaze and stepped towards the door around the corner of the hallway. Inside the room, Yan Guocheng sat on the sofa with a worried brow. His eldest son had just returned home and fallen ill with a fever, turning his originally joyful mood somewhat gloomy. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Li Hui, who had just settled her son, stepped out somewhat puzzled and asked, did Xiao Bao forget his keys when he went out? Maybe Yin Guocheng thought about other things at the moment, waving his hand casually, signaling his wife to open the door. They lived in a high-end community where every entrance had security guards and entry required a key card. It was not the first time Yan Yiming forgot his keys and returned to knock after going out. Li Hui picked up the keys from the table, opened the door, and muttered, "You always so careless." "Who are you?" Hearing his wife's cry, Yin Guocheng immediately stood up, striding towards the door. Li Hui reacted quickly upon realizing it was not Yan Yiming. She immediately tried to close the door, but the intruder was too strong, forcing his way inside. The unexpected guest, dressed in a black hoodie, had a pale complexion, looking very young, and his features gave Yin Guocheng a sense of familiarity. However, at this moment he had no time to ponder the source of that familiarity. Pointing at the intruder and shouting loudly, "Breaking into a private residence is against the law, get out." Li Hui had already run into the kitchen, drawing a kitchen knife from the rack, trembling as she pointed the blade at the intruder, screaming, "Get out! Leave now!" In the face of their shouts, the young man's pale face showed no expression, his dull gray eyes fixed on Yin Guocheng, and the corner of his mouth curled into a mocking smile. "Principal Yin, as expected of a school leader, you really have presence." "You are." Yin Guocheng's eyes widened slightly, finally recalling the source of that familiarity. "Zhang Yu. It's truly an honor that you still remember me." Zhang Yu gave a slight bow. Although he was once his husband's student, Li Hui still dared not let her guard down, continuing to point the knife at him. If it were a normal student visiting a teacher, why not contact in advance? Showing up suddenly at night like this was simply not. The other party was a strong young man, while she and her husband were nearing 50. Her younger son had just gone out, and her eldest son was bedridden with a fever. If he truly had malicious intentions, the couple might not be able to handle it. The more Li Hui thought about it, the more uneasy she became, shouting, "No matter if you are Principal Yan's student or not, it's too late now. Our family does not welcome you." As she was about to finish her sentence, she suddenly heard a short, muffled explosion sound in her ears, followed by what seemed like many glass items shattering behind her, the sounds of various objects falling to the ground incessantly. "Li Hui!" her husband exclaimed from a distance, his eyes filled with terror as he looked at her. Li Hui gently shook her head, dispelling the dizziness in her mind, and then turned to look back. She saw that the area behind her had become a complete mess. The cabinet seemed to have been struck violently with a baseball bat. The glass cabinet doors shattered and the condiments and cups scattered across the tiled floor, many of which were smashed to pieces. Li Hui turned her head to look at the young man in front of her, her eyes filled with a look as if she were gazing at a demon, her lips trembling as she uttered a syllable, "You." "You." The words that followed could not come out, for she discovered that the kitchen knife in her hand was now reduced to a mere half. A shattering of glass echoed from the living room, followed by father's muffled shouts of rage and mother's piercing scream. Yan Muyun, drowsy and disoriented, struggled to prop himself halfway upright, attempting to call out. Yet his throat burned with dry agony, rendering him utterly voiceless. The exhaustion of travel, the disorientation of jet lag, and the overwhelming vertigo brought on by fever hammered at his skull, leaving him throbbing with pain and utterly drained of strength. Bracing his palms against the edge of the bed, Yan Muyun forced himself upright, only to sway unsteadily and collapse back down as his legs buckled beneath him. He drew a deep, ragged breath, seized the forehead thermometer from the nightstand, and pressed it to his brow. 39.5 C. In barely 5 minutes his temperature had surged violently, nearing 40 C. "Damn it!" Yan Muyun gasped, a final near-lifeless exhale, before consciousness dissolved into blackness. In the living room, Yin Guocheng sat solemnly on the sofa, while Li Hui clung tightly to his side, her gaze flickering between wariness and terror as she stared at the unfamiliar young man seated across from them. She could not comprehend why he had suddenly barged into their home, why the cabinet behind her had inexplicably collapsed, or why the kitchen knife in her hand had snapped cleanly in two without warning. This simple, earnest woman had even begun to suspect he might be a foreign operative armed with some cutting-edge technology. Yet her husband was merely an ordinary school principal, devoting his entire life to diligent, unremarkable service. How then could he possibly be entangled in a scenario ripped straight from the silver screen? Zhang Yu slowly crossed his legs, reclining with unnerving ease on the sofa, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon the man before him. "Principal Yan, you know why I'm here, don't you?" Though fear coiled coldly in Yan Guocheng's chest, not a trace of it surfaced on his face. He simply shook his head faintly. "Let me give you a hint. Search your phone for recent major criminal cases in Changsha." As Zhang Yu spoke, he planted both hands on the armrests and rose smoothly to his feet, stepping deliberately toward Yan Guocheng and Li Hui. "I'll watch you, so you don't call the police." He loomed over them, voice detached, expression unreadable. Yan Guocheng slowly withdrew his phone, opened the browser, and entered the 3 keywords Zhang Yu had just named. The top search result appeared instantly, a stark, blue and white official police notice, at approximately 2:00 m. On May 21, 2022, a major homicide occurred in the XX district of XX City, Hux Province. The suspect unlawfully entered a private residence and brutally murdered the husband Zheng Moji, male 47, the wife Sun Moli, female 44, and their daughter Zheng Moyu, female 21, a family of 3. The suspect is believed to be a young male in his early 20s, approximately 178 centimeters tall and slender in build. Immediately following the crime, local authorities activated their major case investigation protocol and commenced forensic examination of the scene. Yan Guocheng did not read further. He lifted his head slightly. His usually resolute features finally cracked, eyes wide, and locked onto the young man before him. Was it Zheng Moyu? Did you kill? Did you slaughter Zheng Moyu's entire family? By now Li Hui was utterly paralyzed with terror, utterly bewildered by the unfolding horror. She clutched her husband's sleeve with trembling fingers, biting her lip hard to stifle any sound, her whole body quivering. Zhang Yu snatched the phone from Yan Guocheng's hand and flung it into the far corner of the living room, then returned to his seat and said coldly, "Who else could it possibly be?" At that instant Zhang Yu's eyes flared wide, his face contorting into something grotesque and feral. She and her wretched parents ruined my life. They destroyed my family. Wasn't it only justice that I slaughtered them all? Yan Guocheng's thoughts recoiled to a certain afternoon in 2017. Even now he remembered vividly the shock and utter disbelief that had gripped him upon hearing the news. Principal Yan, something terrible has happened. That first-year student Zhang Yu. He assaulted a classmate during PE. For years earlier, Yan Guocheng had been preparing to conduct his usual classroom rounds when he was abruptly intercepted at the office door by the balding, deeply anxious academic director, who urgently dragged him back inside. What? Yan Guocheng's voice instinctively rose. Then catching himself, he lowered it sharply. Tell me exactly. I recall Zhang Yu. He seems like the sort of boy who'd never do such a thing. You can't judge a person by their face alone. I too always believed he was a model student. How could anyone have foreseen this? The academic director slammed his palm against his thigh, his expression anguished. Focus. What actually happened? Yan Guocheng's brow furrowed deeply. The academic director hurriedly whispered, from what I've gathered, the class had PE this afternoon. Zhang Yu claimed he'd injured his foot playing basketball yesterday, so he stayed behind to study in the classroom. A girl named Zheng Moyu had her period that day, so she too remained in the classroom to rest. Then just minutes ago, students and teachers from the adjacent classroom heard Zheng Moyu's screams and the violent crashing of objects. Rushing over, they found her huddled, trembling in a corner, while Zhang Yu stood motionless a short distance away. Yan Guocheng could bear no more. He could not fathom such a vile incident occurring within the walls of his own school. It was an international high school, its tuition exorbitant beyond the reach of ordinary families. Thus, nearly all its students' parents were elite professionals holding positions of influence in society. If such a scandal erupted publicly, the resulting media storm would be catastrophic. Yet Yan Guocheng did not lose his composure. Decades of experience and education had forged in him a steely, unshakable calm, even now. He placed a firm hand on the academic director's shoulder and said gravely, "This must be investigated thoroughly. Both families deserve the full truth." The next noon, a middle-aged man in a formal suit knelt in the principal's office, eyes bloodshot. "Principal Yan, my son Xiaoyu would never commit such a crime. Please, grant us more time. Investigate further." Yan Guocheng frowned, stepping forward to help him rise. Yet the man evaded his hands again and again, repeating, "Only please, give him one more chance. Don't expel Xiaoyu just yet." Yan Guocheng pressed his lips into a tight line, gripping the man's shoulders firmly, determined to lift him, but uttered not a single word. In the corner of the office stood Zhang Yu, a slender youth, silent and with drawn head, bowed low, his tousled hair veiling his eyes, his fragile frame radiating profound solitude and chill. "My father came from a rural background, starting as a low-level employee in a company. After over 20 years, he gradually brought my mother and me to the big city." Zhang Yu sat on the sofa, leaning slightly forward, his pale and thin face showing little emotion. "My dream is to travel around the world. For my 13th birthday, I wished to travel abroad just once. But until I was 16, my father never fulfilled that dream for me." He raised his head, his gaze sweeping over the middle-aged couple sitting in front of him. "But he gave me a better opportunity, sending me abroad for studies. My parents' combined annual income is about 2,500, but studying abroad conservatively costs at least over 2,000 a year. In other words, my studying abroad for 1 year equals my parents working for a whole year without pay. Yet I still chose this opportunity not out of selfishness, but because I believed I could solve this problem." Zhang Yu leaned back slightly, his hands resting on his chest, his fingertips rhythmically tapping against each other. "Scholarships are not a difficult matter for me. Once I arrive, I can find a part-time job. My parents only need to give me 4,000 to 5,000 a year, which is enough for me to live well abroad. I calculated this when my father said he would send me abroad for studies, staying up late to research the information." Zhang Yu smirked slightly and tilted his head. "Principal Yan, you are an expert in this area. Am I correct in my calculations?" Principal Yan Guocheng was unsure of what the other party was really getting at. First, there was a forced entry and a threat of violence against him and his wife, and now he was starting to recount his family's past. But regardless, it was better to cooperate in this situation. "Pretty much," Yan Guocheng nodded. "Do you think my desire to obtain a scholarship abroad is blind confidence?" "You indeed have that capability." Yan Guocheng said, his lips pressed tightly together. In fact, when Zhang Yu first enrolled, he received a full scholarship from the school's affiliated group due to his outstanding results in the high school entrance examination. In this international high school, the average student's annual expenses were around 1,000. I could realize my dreams without putting too much pressure on my parents. Everything went so smoothly and beautifully. That period was the happiest time of my life. Positive memories should bring smiles, yet at this moment the warmth on Zhang Yu's face had dropped to freezing point. "Zheng Mingyu, He slowly uttered this name, a trace of mockery appearing on his face. Zhang Ye's overall demeanor suddenly shifted from gloomy to frenzied, his eyes wide, with rage, his voice booming with the fervor of a theatrical performance. That wretched girl, just because I pointed out her mistake in class, felt humiliated and started targeting me. Damn that self-important princess in this big city behind my back. She called me a rural pig, saying my parents were lowly people who cared too much about face. When I learned about it, I confronted her directly, and I ended up making her cry. And guess what happened next? Zhang Yu raised his head, his bloodshot eyes fixated on Yan Guocheng, and Li Hui filled with absurdity. The next day during PE class, I didn't attend and stayed in the classroom to do exercises. She also remained in the classroom. I initially felt a bit guilty and wanted to apologize, but suddenly she started shouting that I was going to assault her. Zhang Ye's voice suddenly became passionate and furious, even a few droplets of saliva spraying out. Damn it, even if that filthy trash lay naked before me, I wouldn't spare her a glance. She said I wanted to assault her. And what I can't understand the most is that you all chose to believe her, to believe that filthy girl, and the next day, without hesitation, expelled me. Not only that, but my parents' company somehow found out about this matter, and they were both fired. We had no choice but to return to our hometown. On the way, we got into a car accident. My father died, and my mother was left paralyzed. From then on, I couldn't even attend school, only able to go out and work. Zhang Ye's eyes were red with a few crystal tears streaming down his cheeks. At that moment, he seemed less like a violent intruder and more like a confused and helpless youth. Yan Guocheng's expression was complex. He hadn't expected Zhang Ye's family to have experienced so much afterward. Unable to help himself, he began to explain, actually about that incident. Shut up, Zhang Yu shouted angrily, and the LCD screen on the wall shattered with a loud bang, glass shards and various parts scattering, like rain, to every corner of the living room. Li Hui instinctively let out a scream, while Yan Guocheng quickly hugged his wife, using his shoulder to shield her from the flying shards. People are always like this, saying how regretful they are after the retribution comes, how they were powerless. Isn't that hypocritical? Zhang Yu gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with intense disdain. Yan Guocheng stood protectively behind his wife, his face slightly trembling. It was evident that this man was very afraid, yet his voice remained calm. You should say what you want. What do you want? Zhang Yu stood up, his smile a bit twisted. Take a guess. In 2017, on that fateful afternoon, Yan Guocheng patted the headmaster's shoulder and said solemnly, this matter needs to be investigated thoroughly. Both families deserve an explanation. He felt genuine sympathy for the girl's ordeal, but at the same time, he found it hard to believe that the well-behaved and high-achieving student Zhang Yu would actually do such a thing. Yan Guocheng wanted to clarify the sequence of events. If this was true, the perpetrator would be severely punished. If there was a misunderstanding, he would do everything possible to resolve it. However, this was ultimately just his wishful thinking. Reality did not afford him much time. Later that afternoon, the group's head called him, informing him that Zheng Mingyu's mother was the editor-in-chief of a newspaper and her father was the president of a large local company. To minimize the impact of the incident, he had to expel Zhang Yu immediately to show the school's stance. Mr. Zheng and Ms. Sun said that as long as we expel Zhang Yu directly, they would consider not escalating the situation further, even not suing Zhang Yu. Old Yan, can you be a bit flexible? Do you know how much manpower and resources the group spent to achieve this outcome? Yan Guocheng, I want to remind you that you are the principal of this department. If accountability is pursued, you will undoubtedly share in the blame. If I remember correctly, your eldest son will also be going to college in a couple of years. Yan Guocheng was merely the principal of the international department. However, the entire school belonged to the group, and ultimately, he was just a slightly elevated employee. Under pressure from above as well as from Zheng Mingyu's parents, Yan Guocheng drafted the expulsion notice for Zhang Yu the next. You see, a few years ago, the well-respected host Zhu Jun was accused of harassment and infringement of subordinates because of a poorly written online essay, ruining his promising career, losing his job, and being publicly scrutinized. Even until his eventual exoneration, proving all accusations were fabricated by the female party, countless people still yelled, no evidence means you can't prove he's guilty. The once famous online novelist ZHDYY also found himself embroiled in lawsuits due to a nearly fabricated essay, leaving him overwhelmed. Even when he was eventually proven innocent, the initial defamers merely deleted their accounts and vanished without any punishment. In addition, at the prestigious Tsinghua University, a freshman accidentally brushed his backpack against a senior girl's backside while queuing in the cafeteria. That senior disregarded any explanation and without evidence took a photo of the freshman, threatening to ruin his. If it weren't for the surveillance footage proving his innocence, that diligent and high-achieving freshman who had worked hard for years to enter a top university would have faced unimaginable consequences. In all the similar incidents mentioned above, the defamers and perpetrators faced no punishment, while only the victims suffered. Yan Guocheng understood this too well. He knew that in situations where neither side had direct evidence, if it escalated to the end, Zhang Yu would likely forever bear the label of a sex offender. A middle-aged man in a suit knelt before Yan Guocheng, pleading for more time, insisting that his son would never do such a thing. Yan Guocheng battled internally for a long time, but ultimately reason triumphed over emotion. He handed the expulsion notice to the man. It was best to conclude this matter after all, to protect his own job. He had a family of his own, and now the burden of the entire household rested on his shoulders alone. If he fell, regardless of the reason, his two sons' wife and parents would inevitably suffer. Yan Guocheng did not know the truth, but he was willing to believe in the possibility that Zhang Yu was innocent. However, if Zhang Mingyu's parents reported to the police or filed a lawsuit in the absence of eyewitnesses and surveillance footage, if this incident was recorded by the police, Zhang Ye's life would almost certainly be ruined. Currently, the other party's parents were only asking for an expulsion and were not pursuing further accountability. They could simply transfer to another school and avoid further entanglement. What exactly do you want? Zhang Yu smiled. Take a guess. Yan Guoqing's face darkened, his fists clenched tightly, and he remained silent. Zhang Yu did not rush him. Instead, a strange smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he continued to narrate. I once thought I would spend my life in that small county, living a mundane existence. However, the heavens were merciful, granting me powers far beyond those of ordinary mortals. He raised his right hand, gazing at his palm with an almost obsessive look. Do you know how the Zhang family perished? Yan Guoqing and Li Hui were silent. They could tell that the young man before them had a twisted mindset, to a certain extent fearing that any wrong word might provoke him. Zhang Yu was not truly waiting for their response. He slightly tilted his head, pointing at the uneven black debris on the floor, remnants of the television that had just exploded for no reason. They were like this television with a loud bang. The splattered blood and flesh repainted the entire house. That scene was truly. He squinted his eyes, inhaled deeply, then slowly exhaled, so exhilarating. The couple was deeply shaken by the scene. He described their faces going blank with fear, feeling their bodies tremble. At that moment, a sound of twisting hands came from behind Zhang Yu, followed by the slow opening of the door. Who? He suddenly turned around, and upon seeing the face of the newcomer, his previously twisted and abnormal expression became somewhat complex. Yan Muyun. The young man leaned against the door frame, his face flushed red, damp curls plastered to his forehead with sweat. You are Zhang Yu. Yan Muyun's voice was somewhat hoarse, like a broken tape playing. The explosion sound from the living room had jolted him awake. Straining to listen to Zhang Ye's outpouring narrative, he used nearly all his strength to barely open the door. Due to his high fever, Yan Muyun's head felt heavy. Though he managed to grasp what was happening, he had no idea what to do. Driven purely by concern for his parents, he wanted to come out and take a look. Muyun. Li Hui suddenly stood up, wanting to walk. However, Zhang Yu abruptly waved his hand, his voice cold. Try taking another step forward. Yan Guoqing quickly pulled his wife back down onto the sofa. Though they were both worried about their eldest son's state, the situation was special. Zhang Ye's danger was no less than that of an armed criminal, perhaps even more terrifying. What exactly happened? Yan Muyun asked weakly. Didn't expect you still remember me. Zhang Yu chuckled lightly, answering with a non sequitur. Yan Muyun did not continue speaking. Instead, he gently mimicked a basketball dribbling motion with his hands. They had a good relationship back then, always playing basketball together. Because Yan Muyun was the principal's son, Zhang Yu even nicknamed him Prince, so that later almost everyone in their class got used to calling him that. However, they had only known each other for less than half a year, so to say their feelings were deep would be impossible. Yan Muyun forced himself to survey the living room, feeling as if the entire world was distorting. The brown sofa appeared increasingly gray in his vision, the pink flowers on the table gradually turned a deep crimson like blood, and the white walls seemed to emit a dazzling glare. He swayed slightly, about to fall to the side, but was timely supported by someone. Have you also been infected? Zhang Yu frowned and glanced at him, murmuring to himself. Yet he did not dwell on it, casually pushing Yan Muyun onto the sofa. Looking at his hazy former friend, Zhang Ye's gaze flickered slightly, but soon regained its determination. You are the same. You once insisted on believing in me, yet you still failed to persuade your father, leading to my expulsion. After leaving school, Zhang Yu directly blocked all contact with his high school classmates. What he did not know was that this incident had once caused a rift between Yan Guoqing and his son. Yan Muyun pleaded with Yan Guoqing to change his mind. Even in a moment of fervor, he pounded the door with his fist, causing a slight fracture in his pinky finger. Only with the passage of time and Yan Muyun's gradually maturing way of thinking did the impact of this event on their father-son relationship begin to fade and even disappear. Zhang Yu did not know these things before, and naturally he couldn't know them now. Even if he did, he would probably remain indifferent. He turned to Yan Guoqing, his voice turning cold again. If you don't want to drag your wife and children into this, come with me. Yan Guoqing's fists tightened slightly as he asked in a low voice, will you guarantee their safety? I guarantee I won't harm them. After all, this matter has nothing to do with them. Zhang Yu nodded expressionlessly. All right, I'll go out with you. Yan Guoqing attempted to stand, but his arm was forcibly pulled back by his wife. Li Hui perhaps had already guessed the fate awaiting him, tears shimmering in her eyes as she shook her head repeatedly. Just then a loud shout suddenly echoed in the living room. Dad. Yan Guoqing looked up to see his eldest son, who had originally been lying on the sofa, suddenly jump up, tightly wrapping his arms around Zhang Yu from behind. Yan Muyun was in terrible condition, although the movement was not large, it plunged his consciousness into momentary chaos. Yet even so, he still exerted himself, desperately hoping to briefly control the opponent. Let go, Muyun. The source of the voice seemed very distant, wavering, and indistinct, making it hard for Yan Muyun. He barely opened his eyes, only to see his father standing in place with a complicated expression, not lunging forward as he had imagined to subdue Zhang Yu together. Let go, Muyun. Yan Guoqing spoke again, this time his voice was much louder. Having witnessed Zhang Ye's powers far beyond those of ordinary mortals, the rational old principal knew very well that his family alone could not pose any threat to him. Rather than angering him and facing even more terrifying consequences, he would rather sacrifice himself. Your judgment is correct. Zhang Yu smiled slightly, then effortlessly broke free from the already weakened arms. Once I leave with him, call the police immediately. Yan Guocheng whispered to his wife, then shook off the grip and stepped forward with a heavy expression. Li Hui wanted to grab his sleeve, but grasped at empty air, her hands weakly waving in the air before slowly dropping. If it weren't for her seriously ill eldest son still being nearby, she would never allow her husband to just go out with that terrifying demon. Let's go. Zhang Yu glanced at the reed, Li Hui, his expression showing no sign of emotion. He turned and walked toward the door, while Yan Guocheng silently followed behind him. At that moment, Yan Muyun quietly stood up again, reaching for a vase on the coffee table, staggering a few steps forward. He steadied himself by gripping his father's shoulder with one hand, while suddenly swinging the other hand, smashing the vase heavily against the back of Zhang Ye's head. Bang! The vase shattered, sharp porcelain shards embedding themselves into Yan Muyun's palm, causing blood to spatter as his body wobbled and fell onto the coffee table. Zhang Yu stumbled backward, his body pitching forward as he collapsed onto the floor. He had only been cautious of Yan Guocheng, and after confirming he made no sudden moves, he had relaxed his vigilance. However, he never anticipated that the feverish individual barely able to stand would move with such swiftness, catching him completely off guard. Damn it! Zhang Yu felt a sharp pain at the back of his head, followed by a wave of dizziness. Blood dripped down his neck, blooming like plum blossoms on the pristine white tiles. Zhang Yu suddenly turned his head only to see Yan Guocheng raising a solid wooden chair, preparing to smash it down with a vicious intent. I gave you all a chance. Zhang Yu roared, raising his right palm as an invisible ripple spread outwards. In that instant, Yan Guocheng felt his breath stifle, an indescribable fear gripping his heart. Almost instinctively, he raised the chair in front of him for protection. After a crisp sound would splintered, and the chair shattered into pieces. The middle-aged man's somewhat plump body flew backward, crashing heavily against the wall before collapsing onto the sofa. The father of the child. This sudden turn of events was too unexpected. Li Hui only reacted at this moment, screaming as she rushed toward her. Zhang Yu, one hand pressing against the back of his head, bloodshot eyes glaring fiercely at Yan Muyun sprawled on the coffee table, gritting his teeth, said, I originally didn't want to kill him in front of you. In the midst of intense emotional turmoil, Yan Muyun's mind briefly cleared. He staggered to his feet, grabbing the fruit plate beside him. The neatly arranged apples, bananas, and oranges rolled onto the floor as he clutched the porcelain plate with both hands, his expression twisted, questioning. It was Zheng Mingyu's family that harmed you. What does my father have to do with it? How can it not be related to your father? If he had given me a bit more time initially and investigated this matter a little more, perhaps he could have proven my innocence. Then I wouldn't have been expelled, my parents wouldn't have been fired, my father wouldn't have died, and my mother wouldn't be paralyzed. Zhang Yu, screw your logic. Why don't you say that if you hadn't provoked Zheng Mingyu back then, none of this would have happened? Yan Muyun fiercely hurled the porcelain plate away. The plate did not hit its target, but shattered midair into dust. Get lost. Zhang Yu swung his hand violently, and the invisible ripple spread out, sending Yan Muyun's 160-pound weight flying like a rag doll. This time his force was evidently lighter. Yan Muyun was only thrown 2 or 3 meters away, landing right in front of Li Hui and Yan Guocheng. Zhang Yu licked his lips, a cruel smile appearing on his face. Not only do you show no guilt, but you also make excuses for him. I see right through you. Am I making excuses for you? Damn you. Yan Muyun was overwhelmed with emotions like anger, despair, and powerlessness, unable to control his madness. Zhang Yu wiped his face, the bright red blood instantly covering his pale countenance, making him appear even more cruel. I want to kill your father in front of you and your mother, making you live the rest of your life in this painful memory. Damn you. Yan Muyun's eyes bulged, using his last bit of strength to scream. Zhang Yu slowly extended his right hand, his tone chilling. Farewell, Principal Yan. The invisible ripple spread out, a force so fierce it could shred steel began to surge forth. Li Hui screamed hysterically, almost instinctively diving onto her husband's body. No, get away from me. Having just collided with the wall, Yan Guocheng, feeling as if his body was falling apart, understood the terror of the opponent and pushed his wife away forcefully, hoping to shield her from that invisible, terrifying force. 1 second passed, 2 seconds passed, 3 seconds passed. When the couple regained their senses, they heard Zhang Ye's incredulous question, how is this possible? They looked up in confusion, only to see their son, half sitting on the ground not far in front of him, a white, translucent wall flickering into view. It was a barrier that blurred the line between illusion and reality, composed of palm-sized regular hexagons shimmering with a silvery glow under the indoor lights, exuding a strong sense of technology. You have indeed been infected, but your fever hasn't subsided. Why are you able to use your abilities now, eh? Zhang Ye's voice hinted at a sense of breakdown. Yan Muyun did not respond, for he did not know the answer, and at this moment, he was at his limit, struggling to maintain consciousness. The dizziness and pain brought on by the high fever relentlessly tormented his nerves, and his face was already as red. After a brief moment of panic, Zhang Yu had regained his composure. It's just a newly appeared ability. How can it compare to the extraordinary powers I have mastered? This time he waved both hands simultaneously, 2 larger waves of invisible ripples swiftly spreading forward. The sofa was torn apart, cotton fluff and bits of leather flying everywhere. The coffee table exploded with a loud bang, glass shards, porcelain pieces, and wood splinters shooting towards every corner of the living room. The white-tiled floor cracked and peeled up, revealing the gray cement underneath. In the blink of an eye, the entire living room was unrecognizable. Yet the white phantom barrier seemed unaffected, shimmering with a faint silver light, the 3 behind it completely unharmed. Call the police, hurry, and call the police. Yin Guocheng reacted urging. No phone, Li Hui cried nearly in. Her husband's phone had been on the coffee table and was now shattered beyond recognition. Her own phone was on the dining room table, and it was clearly impossible for her to retrieve it now. Just then the sound of a police siren approached from the balcony direction. It's Sister Wang, and they must have called the police. Li Hui's tone soared. The commotion they caused was significant, and surely the neighbors on the same floor had noticed something was amiss and hurried to report it. Damn it. Zhang Yu felt a bit flustered. He had only gained his abilities in the past few days and had never considered confronting the police directly. At that moment, a sudden sound of keys turning in the door lock echoed from outside. Yan Muyun, Yan Guocheng, and Li Hui, who had just begun to relax, felt their hearts leap. Yan Yiming had returned with the medicine. Xiao Bao, run. Don't come in. Li Hui screamed, almost hysterically. But it was too late. The door had already been pushed open a crack. Stand there, and don't move. If you dare to run, I will turn you into mincemeat, Zhang Yu sneered. Little brother. Yan Muyun coughed violently, and the white barrier in front of him trembled, becoming somewhat more transparent. Come in, Zhang Yu said indifferently to the person outside. However, in the next second, he suddenly felt the world in front of him turn upside down. In shock, the three behind the silvery barrier watched as Zhang Yu's body suddenly flew up, as if grasped by an unseen hand, crashing heavily against the ceiling before plummeting back down to the ground. Yet this was far from over. Zhang Yu seemed to transform into a bouncing ball, rapidly bouncing between the ceiling and the floor, blood splattering everywhere, bones breaking and tendons snapping. Finally, after about 40 bounces, Zhang Yu's jumping came to a halt, and he lay on the floor like a dead dog, completely losing consciousness. The door was fully pushed open, and Yan Yiming, pale-faced and with lips devoid of color, walked in holding a white plastic bag containing several boxes of medicine. Yiming, when did you? Yan Muyun's words were left unfinished as his eyes rolled back, unable to hold on any longer, and he fainted. As he lost consciousness, the silvery barrier also dissipated into the air. As time passed, the sunlight outside became increasingly radiant, filling the room with warmth. Yan Muyun rolled out of bed and walked to the window with his hands behind his back. Before him lay a lush green lawn with a few willow trees a short distance away, and behind them was a lake as clear as a mirror. After a moment of silence, he turned around wanting to say something, but could not see the figure of the young man, who called himself Yan Long. I'm going out to make a call, I'll be back soon. In the empty room, only the hurried greeting from the other party remained, followed by the sound of the door closing. Taking advantage of this moment, Yan Muyun began to wander around the room, aimlessly glancing this way and that, and did not find it boring. 5 minutes later, Yan Long returned, his expression somewhat complex, appearing both joyful and worried. My dad is in a meeting, so he can't come over right away. When he said this, his tone carried a hint of apology. However, to his surprise, Yan Muyun burst out laughing and even started to clap. All right, stop acting. This is some kind of reality show, isn't it? Yan Long frowned, slightly unsure of how to respond to this. I just walked around and didn't find any cameras or anything. You hid them quite well. Yan Muyun raised an eyebrow and walked over to pat him on the shoulder. This is not a reality show, of course. There are no cameras. Yan Long sighed. Yan Yiming, don't think that just because you put on some makeup and changed your appearance a bit, I won't recognize you. Yan Muyun's expression became slightly serious, the authority of an older brother unconsciously emanating from him. All right, the joke ends here. Where are Dad and Mom? They should be fine, right? Yan Long lowered his head, his voice somewhat heavy. As for Grandpa and Grandma, they are no longer here. Yan Yiming, that's too much. Yan Muyun's voice suddenly rose sharply, filled with barely restrained anger. He could hardly believe this kid would dare to joke about their parents' lives. Yan Long did not look at him, but slowly turned around, his right palm gently stroking the back of his left hand. Connect to AI in room A045, activate environmental simulation function. Seeing the other person's inexplicable actions, Yan Muyun clenched his fists and said in a low voice, Yan Yiming, I've had enough. He was genuinely angry. Everything has its limits, and going too far with jokes only breeds resentment. However, as Yan Long softly uttered 2 words, he felt as though someone had grabbed him by the throat, and his words came to a lakeside. This was a very ordinary word, yet in the next moment its effect completely overturned Yan Muyun. In the originally empty room, light and shadows suddenly transformed, blue-green ripples spreading and intertwining across the beige walls and ceiling, creating spots of light and shadow. Yan Muyun felt a momentary dizziness, and when he came to his senses, he realized he was already standing on a patch of grass with slightly damp soil beneath his feet and clear blue skies above. A breeze with a hint of fishiness brushed against his cheek, sending ripples across the nearby lake. This is... Yan Muyun's mouth fell open, momentarily at a loss for words. He looked around and saw that the hospital bed, originally covered with a glass dome and connected to various instruments, had transformed into a small wooden bed with soft bedding that made one want to lie down and immerse themselves in the beautiful surroundings. Yan Long stepped forward and stood beside him. This is the best holographic simulation room in the sanatorium, capable of simulating hundreds of different scenarios. Yan Muyun crouched down and reached out to touch the green grass blades, feeling a cool and slippery texture at his fingertips. He tried to pull up a blade of grass, but his fingers passed through it, grasping nothing. This room can only simulate scenes and sensations. The objects themselves do not exist. Yan Long took a couple of steps forward and placed his foot in the lake, causing ripples to spread from his movement. The water is cool. Yan Long withdrew his foot, yet his sneakers were completely dry. You could even lie at the bottom of the lake, but since this scene is simulated you can't swim, but you can breathe underwater. Stop, don't say anymore, and turn off these things first. Yan Muyun waved his hand, interrupting him, and then walked to the small wooden bed and sat down slowly. The holographic projection ended, and the blue sky, white clouds, and green grass disappeared, returning to the previously empty and eerie room. Yanlong walked to the bed, remaining silent, just standing quietly. After a moment, Yan Muyun lifted his head and screamed. This 18-year-old youth was dressed in a simple white t-shirt and black shorts, exuding a maturity that did not belong to his age, looking serious and earnest. He was now almost certain that this young man before him was really not his younger brother, Yan Ming, for he could not find even a trace of familiarity in him. How long have I been asleep? Yan Muyun asked. If I'm not mistaken, it should be around 30 years, Yanlong replied, pursing his lips. Yan Muyun then realized that the reason his previous prank had such an extraordinary effect was not because this young man before him was particularly timid. Someone who had slept for 30 years suddenly sat up in bed would probably scare anyone, including himself. Rather, Yanlong's temperament had proven to be resilient enough to recover in such a short time, and his words and actions remained rational and calm. I still think this is impossible. Yan Muyun chuckled bitterly and rubbed his hair. If I really lay in bed for 30 years, why am I now lively and bouncing around? Shouldn't my muscles and bones have deteriorated? That should be the case, Yanlong nodded. But with the advancements in medical technology over a decade ago, life support devices now do more than just sustain life. They can even help maintain bodily functions. Is there a mirror? Yan Muyun suddenly thought of something. Yanlong understood his meaning. You look very young, only a few years older than me. I want to see for myself. All right. Yanlong pressed a button on the handrail by the bed, and an oval white-framed mirror slid out from the wall. So it's now 2052, and I'm 52. Yan Muyun examined himself in the mirror, finding that aside from looking notably pale and slightly thinner, he did not appear much different than before. It is now 2052. Theoretically, you should be 52 years old, Yanlong nodded. Theoretically. Theoretically, because medical instruments indicate that your bodily functions are still at the level of a 22-year-old. That's not scientific. Yan Muyun said seriously. Since the emergence of various supernatural abilities 30 years ago, and later the arrival of that deity, the fundamental scientific principles governing this world have already been shattered. Yanlong said lightly. Deity. Yes, the only real deity that exists. Stop, please don't say those bewildering things to me anymore. I have a bit of a headache now. Yan Muyun raised a hand, his face showing a bitter smile. After witnessing so much technology that was beyond his understanding, he still could not fully believe that he had truly slept for 30 years, let alone that so-called bewildering deity. But in reality, it was less about disbelief and more about unwillingness to accept. Yan Muyun took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. If you are not lying to me, then my parents are really. They are also my grandparents. Yanlong pursed his lips. His meaning was clear. He would not joke about the lives of his. Yan Muyun did not continue to ask what had happened to his grandparents, as the answer was already quite evident. He simply sat there, his previously straight back slightly curved. Seeing the young uncle with a dazed expression, Yanlong felt a bit of regret in his heart. He seemed to have said too much. He was still too young. Faced with someone who had just awakened after 30 years of slumber, he should have guided the conversation more gradually, allowing the other to slowly accept this reality. However, due to Yan Muyun's earlier unintentional prank, he could not help but feel a mix of shock and slight embarrassment. Thus, there was inevitably a rebellious element in his subsequent behavior. Yanlong's actions could be considered another extreme. After Yan Muyun expressed doubt, he immediately listed out evidence using technology not from that era to convince him. It was akin to two children arguing. If you say I am wrong, then I must prove to you that I am right. With this thought, he had thought that compared to his peers he was already mature enough, but it seemed he had not escaped that youthful impetuosity. Is there another possibility? Yan Muyun suddenly looked up, a strained smile appearing on his face. I actually traveled to another world of advanced civilization, just like in the web novels. His words seemed more like a joke, yet Yanlong nodded thoughtfully and softly replied, it is not without this possibility. Moi. Yan Muyun was somewhat surprised. From the moment I can remember, you have been lying in bed, so I am not clear about what exactly happened before. Yanlong shrugged, his expression appearing quite serious. Did your father never mention my matters to you? He mentioned many things, especially regarding the incident that caused your coma, recounting it time and again. He said you became like this because you were protecting our grandparents. Yan Muyun chuckled lightly, scratching his head. That sounds rather cool, being seriously injured to protect family. It has a bit of the flavor of a protagonist from a film or drama. When I was young I admired you, but later I somewhat disliked you, Yanlong said candidly. Yan Muyun was taken aback. Yanlong walked over and sat on the other side of the bed. Because at that time I thought if you hadn't had an accident, my father might have devoted more energy to the family. Instead of working every day, spending the rare days off in the nursing home, checking on your situation. Other children could play games with their fathers, go to holographic simulation parks, travel together. But most of the time I spent with my father was in this nursing home. Yan Muyun slightly opened his mouth, seemingly in shock, but then could only smile apologetically. I truly added trouble for you all, I'm sorry. Yanlong shook his head casually, saying, it's nothing, I don't mind such things at all now. The most important thing is fortunately you didn't disappoint him and finally woke up. Yan Ming. What does your father do? Why is he so busy? Yan Muyun asked curiously. At the same time, a strange feeling surged in his heart. If all of this is true, then Yan Ming is his younger brother. But now as he mentioned the name in front of Yan Long, he felt a sense of offense. It was like you wouldn't directly call your classmate's parents' name, as such behavior is quite impolite. Yan Long didn't seem to mind, still appearing calm. He is currently the Deputy Director of the Special Affairs Bureau in Minxia City. Special Affairs Bureau. Formerly known as the Bureau of Special Affairs, handling a department established by the state 30 years ago. You can think of it as an agency specifically addressing awakened criminals and handling supernatural events. Yan Long's tone was calm, as if he were stating something completely natural. Since the inexplicable plague 30 years ago, over 10 of humanity has gained various supernatural abilities. In order to maintain social order, the state naturally established relevant departments for management at the first opportunity. Hearing this, Yan Muyun couldn't help but swallow. At this moment, he finally realized that the world now seemed to be not only more advanced in technology, but also included elements beyond his understanding. Seeing his expression, Yan Long appeared somewhat puzzled, slightly furrowing his brows. My father once said that you also have extraordinary abilities and your coma was due to an awakened criminal. Yan Muyun forced a bitter smile, scratching his head. He didn't want to discuss this matter, so he proactively changed the topic. The deputy director must be quite impressive, right? Yan Long nodded, his expression remaining unchanged. In summary, in the realm of extraordinary events, he is the second in command in Minxia City. Yan Muyun's lips revealed a faint smile. He has become so impressive now. In his memories, his younger brother was still a tall, skinny boy with a shy smile. Hearing that this guy had become quite a notable figure, he felt somewhat dreamy and unreal. How's the treatment? I remember when I asked him what he wanted to do in the future, he could never give a clear answer. Yan Muyun said with a smile, his only requirement was that the job must earn money. Later, Dad said that an actuary could earn $1 million a year, so he chose to apply for the mathematics program at Oxford in the UK. But in the end, he did not go abroad. Yan Long suddenly stood up and walked to the window, putting his hands behind his back. With somewhat stiff movements, he chose to stay, was specially recruited into the People's Public Security University, and eventually joined the Special Affairs Bureau. Why? Yan Muyun was taken aback. He remembered that his brother had longed to study abroad. What he never expected was that his brother would choose to become a police officer, as he had never expressed such intentions in his memories. Yan Long was silent for a moment, turning around, his dark eyes quietly gazing over. Because of you, and also because of our grandparents. He said our grandparents only had him left as their son, and he couldn't bear to leave them. Moreover, the most important thing is that he wanted to rely on his abilities to capture the ability user who harmed you. Yan Muyun felt a slight warmth in his eyes, his emotions stirred. After a moment of silence, he quietly asked, so was that criminal finally caught? Yan Long turned back, his eyes gazing out at the lawn. On the night you fell into a coma, Zhang Yu was initially apprehended by the police, but he ultimately managed to escape. Was it because of his extraordinary ability? Yes, that night, there was a series of chain collisions. Fortunately, no one died, and most suffered only minor injuries. Did he come back to cause trouble afterwards? Yan Muyun frowned slightly. Yan Long pondered for a moment before replying, since that incident, my grandparents have moved my father away. But later a letter was sent to my grandfather's school, an apology letter signed by Zhang Yu. Yan Muyun sighed. In that case, it's not too bad. You are quite magnanimous. Yan Long turned his head, slightly raising an eyebrow. He caused you to be in a coma for 30 years. To me, it was just like taking a nap. Yan Muyun said with a bitter smile. Yan Long crossed his arms in front of his chest. But my grandparents and my father have not forgiven him. By then you had already been in a coma for 2 years, and in their hearts, it was almost impossible for you to wake up. Yan Muyun pressed his lips together and sighed. I'm sorry, I've been a bit selfish. To him, he had merely taken a nap. However, for his parents and Yan Ming, they had almost completely lost their son, lost their brother. The atmosphere in the room became somewhat oppressive, and the bright sunlight outside could not dispel this heavy feeling. Come on, you should be discharged now. Yan Long suddenly stood up straight. After a simple wash, Yan Muyun changed into a black short-sleeve shirt and cream-colored shorts. When he opened the door to the room, he found that his cheap nephew was already waiting not far away. Is the discharge procedure done? He waved at the other party. Not much procedure, just a signature from a family member will do, Yan Long replied calmly. Let's go. Yan Long took 2 steps, but suddenly stopped, half turning to look back. Do you really believe this? That you slept for 30 years. You are really interesting, Yan Muyun chuckled. When I didn't believe it, you tried every means to make me believe it. Now that I finally believe it, you don't believe that I really do. I thought you would at least let me see pictures of my grandparents or my dad. Yan Muyun said nothing, just smiled faintly. Yan Long suddenly understood that the other party had not forgotten to look at the photos, but was unwilling to or afraid to see them. Because when one truly sees certain things, some cruel truths will be confirmed, leaving no room for retreat. Why look at the photos? Your face alone is enough. It's clear you're a member of the Yan family. Yan Muyun laughed heartily, reaching out to pat his shoulder. Yan Long did not expose him and walked ahead expressionlessly. The two arrived at the entrance of the sanatorium, and the staff they encountered along the way were few, but almost everyone glanced at Yan Muyun a couple of times. Sleeping for 30 years, I guess I'm a rare animal now, Yan Muyun said with self-deprecation. I'll go get something. Yan Long waved him off, then walked to the storage cabinet in the corner and took out a black briefcase. Yan Muyun looked at it curiously and asked, what is this? Work supplies. You're already working at 18. It's more like an internship. Ooh, I'll be going to college after the summer break. The two chatted casually as they walked along the white stone path laid on the lawn circling around to the parking lot behind the sanatorium. I thought transportation would be more advanced like spaceships or anti-gravity cars. Looking at the black motorcycle in front of him, Yan Muyun smacked his lips. He had to admit that this motorcycle was quite cool, with its matte black finish and golden red patterns outlining it looking quite imposing, yet it lacked the technological feel he had been looking forward to. What you mentioned does exist, but it's very expensive. Yan Long took the helmet off the handlebars and handed it over, then said lightly, I didn't expect you to wake up today, so there's only one helmet you wear at first. This sanatorium is located in the suburbs. I'll buy another one after we reach the city. Oh. Yan Muyun took the helmet and asked with some confusion, does the deputy director of the department not have enough money? My dad does have a state-issued amphibious car, but he doesn't let me drive it fearing it would reflect badly, Yan Long said as he straddled the motorcycle looking back at him. And do you think this sanatorium is cheap? Yan Muyun remained silent. He quietly straddled the motorcycle seat and then reached out to grip the other person. Are you ready? Wait a moment. My. Yan Long tilted his head slightly. Will I make it to the news? Yan Muyun pointed to his own nose through the motorcycle helmet and said in a deep voice, sleeping for 30 years and suddenly waking up, that should certainly be big news, right? It shouldn't be. After all, everyone here is government staff, and there's a certain level of confidentiality, so the media shouldn't easily obtain your information. Oh, Yan Muyun nodded. No other questions? It seems you haven't put the key in yet. This doesn't require a key. The handlebars have a biometric recognition feature, so I just need to grip it to unlock and any other questions? No. The black motorcycle emitted a low rumble as it drove out of the sanatorium. Yan Long. What? Why isn't there any wind? At this moment the motorcycle was moving fast, and Yan Muyun stretched out a hand, but felt nothing. Windproof feature. The front of the motorcycle has jet openings that can counteract headwinds while driving, creating a windshield. Wow, what a high-tech feeling. That technology is over a decade old. During the subsequent journey, Yan Muyun did not speak again. About 10 minutes later, a magnificent steel jungle appeared in the view of the two. Yan Muyun quietly observed the distant scene, his heartbeat slightly quickening. He had seen this scene, but only in certain sci-fi films and works. Only when such overwhelmingly oppressive buildings truly appeared in real life could humanity feel the purest and most genuine sense of awe, as well as a faint hint of fear. As they approached the city, the number of vehicles on the road increased, many of which had designs Yan Muyun had never seen before. Some were exquisite and full of a sense of technology, while others were ugly. Occasionally a shadow would dart across the sky, but due to its incredible speed, he had never been able to see what it looked like. From high above, countless tiny black dots moved slowly along the highway, advancing, ultimately disappearing into the endless gray-white steel maw. It's not quite what I imagined. Back then I assumed the city sky in this era would be saturated with holographic advertisements. Yan Muyun tilted his head upward, his voice muffled by the motorcycle helmet, sounded low and subdued. Towering skyscrapers loomed like colossal pillars, claiming most of the sky and leaving only a narrow, oppressive slit of daylight overhead. Even if he refused to accept it, reluctant, unwilling, afraid to believe, it was undeniable deep within his heart, he had to confront the irrevocable truth. He truly stood in a world 30 years into the future. That was indeed the case for a time, until the government banned them outright, citing severe disruption to urban aesthetics, civilian life, and public transportation systems. As he spoke, Yan Long pulled the motorcycle to the roadside. Yan Muyun removed his helmet and gazed around curiously. I'd assumed fashion in this era would be far more distinctive and expressive. Along the street, office workers strode briskly in sleek black suits, briefcases in hand. Urban women wore meticulously applied makeup, form-fitting dresses, and delicate high heels. Some young people dressed more boldly, vibrant colors seemingly haphazard, yet imbued with an uncanny, arresting beauty. Though their styles were unfamiliar, they remained comfortably within the bounds of Yan Muyun's comprehension. Ugliness remains ugly, beauty endures unchanged. While time may shape taste, it does not warp it. Yan Long finished securing the motorcycle, crossed his arms, and spoke with quiet composure. Indeed. Precisely, Yan Muyun nodded emphatically. Back in 2022, the year I fell into a coma, many online hailed the Hong Kong fashion of the 1980s and 90s as timeless. Yan Long gave a non-committal nod, then strode toward a stark, white, rectangular pillar standing beside the road. What? Yan Muyun stepped closer. Buying a helmet. A helmet. He felt like a rustic newcomer, dazzled by every novelty, bewildered, intrigued, utterly out of his depth. Yan Long extended a hand and lightly tapped the surface of the white pillar. Instantly, light shimmered and shifted. Vivid kaleidoscopic interfaces flooded its central display screen. You've ordered things online before, haven't you? Yan Long raised a finger and gestured gently. The interface obediently scrolled to the next page. I slipped into a coma in 2022, not 2002. Yan Muyun muttered, a faint twitch tugging at the corner of his mouth. Yan Long selected a matte black motorcycle helmet on screen and confirmed the order. How will it arrive? A teleporting delivery rider or drone airdropped? The moment the words left his lips, the base of the white pillar split open sideways, and a mechanical arm emerged, cradling the helmet. After Yan Long took the helmet, the arm retracted, the vibrant interface dissolved, and the pillar reverted to its unassuming plain white appearance. 3D printing. Simple items can be fabricated on site, Yan Long said succinctly, pulling the helmet onto his head. Yan Muyun swallowed hard. The melancholy stirred by strangeness and uncertainty, once so potent, had now been eclipsed, overwhelmed by wonders beyond imagination. Noting his elder cousin's keen interest, barely older than himself, Yanlong added a few more details. This vending kiosk also features holographic simulation. For instance, when purchasing clothing, you can project a virtual avatar to try on garments, checking fit, style, and proportions in real time. That name feels dated, lacks the aura of cutting-edge tech, Yan Muyun remarked, pursing his lips. Yanlong arched a brow. Then what would you call it? Yan Muyun paused, then scratched the back of his head with an easy, sheepish grin. Honestly, I can't think of anything suitably grand or sophisticated. Just then he noticed Yanlong's posture stiffen, his movements unnaturally rigid. Yan Muyun instinctively stepped forward. What's wrong? Shoo. A finger rose before his eyes. Yanlong lifted off the newly donned helmet, his expression grave. Following his gaze, Yan Muyun looked past the vending kiosk, but behind that unremarkable white pillar lay only empty space, nothing worth noting. Wait, did I imagine it? Was that shadow, moving? Slanting afternoon sunlight cast a narrow strip of shade where the kiosk met the building wall. An ordinary scene, utterly mundane, unworthy of attention. Yet as Yan Muyun focused intently, the shadow's edge seemed to tremble faintly, like ripples spreading across water after a stone's impact. Dark veil. Yanlong's pupils contracted sharply, as if confirming a dreadful certainty. Without hesitation, he raised his left hand to his ear and spoke urgently. 12. Initiate emergency evacuation for this sector and transmit my current coordinates to the Shaminsong District Special Affairs Bureau. Dark pasture. Shadow priest. Yan Muyun froze, utterly bewildered. His nephew had always struck him as calm and grounded, so why in broad daylight did he suddenly sound like a character from a shonen anime? In the next instant, a piercing alarm shrieked across the city. Pedestrians along both sidewalks abruptly quickened their pace, many bolting outright, faces contorted with panic. On the roadway, traffic ground to a halt, as if severed midstream, leaving a wide, eerie stretch of emptiness. What on earth was happening? Clutching the helmet to his chest, Yan Muyun instinctively turned to flee with the crowd, then glanced back at his cousin nearby, and found his feet rooted to the spot. Why are you still standing there? Yanlong spun around, rushed over, and shoved his shoulder hard. Run, get at least 500 meters away, then stop. Seeing the raw urgency in the young man's face, Yan Muyun grasped the gravity of the moment. Aside from their first meeting, he'd never seen Yanlong lose composure like this. Unfamiliar with this world 30 years hence, he resolved to follow instructions precisely. No improvisation, no interference. Ah yes. Yan Muyun nodded vigorously and sprinted down the street, only to skid to a halt after a few strides and shout back. Hey cousin, what about you? Don't worry about me, just run. Yanlong shouted back, already striding toward the parked motorcycle. It's my duty. Duty? You're just an intern. Yan Muyun cupped his hands around his mouth and bellowed. He was genuinely alarmed now. From Yanlong's cryptic actions, and the sudden terror gripping pedestrians and drivers alike, he sensed danger imminent, inevitable. Do as your uncle says, run. Yan Muyun bounced on his heels, half tempted to dash back and haul him away bodily. You're only 4 years older than me. Nonsense. I'm 34 years older. Yanlong replied coolly, deftly unclipping a black briefcase embedded in the motorcycle's rear seat. Holy! Yan Muyun's final expletive exploded in a thunderous roar. Before his eyes, the shadow behind the vending kiosk swelled violently, crimson fire erupting outward in all directions like stars shattering into incandescent fragments. A tremendous impact instantly swept through the entire block, shattering the vending machine into pieces. The heavy black motorcycle in front was flipped over while Yanlong was thrown into the air by the shockwave. Be careful. Seeing the figure flying toward him, Yan Muyun instinctively stepped forward, spreading his arms wide. With a dull thud, he was knocked to the ground, his forehead striking the pavement hard as a violent pain and dizziness washed. Thanks to him acting as a buffer, Yanlong was mostly unharmed. Tightly clutching a black briefcase, he staggered to his feet, casting a complex glance at his uncle, then positioned himself. At that moment, the spot where the vending machine had been was a complete wreck, with the walls and ground marred by charred scars, gray smoke billowing upwards before dissipating into the air. A massive shadow nearly 3 meters tall stood there, turning its head to survey this world that was somewhat unfamiliar. It was a creature entirely covered in crimson, with 2 enormous curved goat horns atop its head, jet black rocky armor covering its shoulders, neck, and chest, and its short, thick legs exuding a sense of terrifying strength like a demon crawled out from hell. For arms grew from its sides. The upper pair was extremely thick, covered in dark rocky armor, each one twice as thick as an adult's thigh. The lower pair was relatively slender, with crimson skin and flickering flames visible in their palms. Melt demon, but fortunately still in its growth stage, Yanlong murmured. What's wrong, mama? Yan Muyun, holding his bleeding forehead, staggered to his feet, his expression puzzled. When he finally saw the roan mama not far away, he couldn't help but gasp in shock. Yanlong stopped speaking and quickly opened the black briefcase in his hands, tossing it into the air. In Yan Muyun's dazed gaze, the black briefcase suddenly transformed in midair, unfolding into an oval black hemisphere that descended and enveloped Yanlong's upper body. Amidst the busy, low mechanical sounds, the black hemisphere abruptly collapsed inward, tightly adhering to Yanlong's body, while extending downward to wrap around his legs as well. A mask. Kamen Rider. Yan Muyun's mouth fell open as he felt a rush of heat in his blood, a brief, buzzing sound echoing in his brain. Before him, the young man who had been wearing a white t-shirt had vanished. In his place stood a sleek, entirely black humanoid. Its overall lines were smooth and powerful, with glowing blue light emanating from the joint, seems exuding an overwhelming sense of technology and mechanics. On the black metallic surface of the mech's back, there were two large white characters, sure. At this moment, the colossal creature resembling a small mountain seemed to have realized something, slightly tilting its head, its four eyes glowing with a dark red light as they turned toward this side. Run, get inside the building. Yanlong's voice was slightly distorted from mechanical processing, but the urgency in it was still clear. At this moment, Yan Muyun also realized that his nephew was indeed not an ordinary person, and he felt he had no need to. He glanced around and noticed that a door of a nearby shop suddenly opened and a hand reached out, waving vigorously at him. Without thinking much, Yan Muyun scrambled over, tumbling into the doorway. Getting quickly, ordinary people are no match. The owner of the hand was a mid-aged balding man in an apron who promptly shut the door tightly as soon as Yan Muyun entered. Uncle, why didn't you run with the others? Yan Muyun swallowed hard, glancing nervously out the window. What could I do? In the past, when the alarm sounded, we generally had 10 minutes to half an hour to evacuate. Who knew it would happen so quickly today, said the balding man with a frown. Are you from Hunan? How did you know? On both sides of the road, the crimson creature and the black power armor faced each other from a distance, neither side making a move initially. The Hunan man patted Yan Muyun's shoulder, speaking in a tone of a seasoned veteran. But you don't have to worry too much, because although the monsters in the dark appear quickly today, the brothers from the Special Treatment Bureau also arrive quickly. As long as he is here, that creature will be dealt with soon enough. MMHM. Yan Muyun nodded, briefly acknowledging the man, then focused all his attention outside. Yanlong's body slightly bent, taking a combat stance. With the help of the helmet, his vision now showed the grotesque creature across the street, outlined with faint blue lines with various values of its body parts materialized and displayed. Analyzing the body values indicated that it was indeed still in its growth stage, roughly at the level monster standard. At the same time, he could see the paths of thermal energy surging within the thick black rock armor. When the crimson color gathered from the melt demon's abdomen to its head or down to its lower arms, it indicated that it was about to unleash a torrent of scorching flames. This growth stage melt demon appeared quite vigilant, making no movements as it was likely its first descent. 3 minutes, I just need to hold on for about 3 minutes and the seniors from the Special Treatment Bureau will arrive. Or, in these 3 minutes I could take it down directly. Yanlong fixed his gaze on the grotesque towering beast before him, flipping his wrist to reveal 3 black and gold patterned coins squeezed between his fingers. His armor had undergone slight special modifications, with the tips of his right hand exposed, lacking any fiber or metal covering, allowing him to activate his abilities easily. Go! Yanlong called out softly as the black and gold coins flew from his palm, transforming into 3 black streaks that shot toward the head of the towering creature clad in heavy armor. Does this armor not come with weapons? Yan Muyun, hiding in the restaurant, gaped, feeling somewhat bewildered by the situation. The melt demon clearly did not take the 3 coins seriously, casually swinging its muscular right arm in an attempt to swing. Bang! 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 To everyone's surprise, a tremendous thundering sound erupted, and the melt demon's right side was actually knocked back violently, its short, thick legs stumbling backward, leaving behind a trail of sparks on the road. Black fragments of rock fell to the ground with a solid sound as the 3 coins had actually shattered the seemingly impenetrable rocky armor. Yanlong did not relax at all, immediately leaping forward. With the aid of his mech, he easily soared several meters into the air, then brushed his right fingertip across a part of the left arm of his mech, where a launch device had a hole exposing a small portion of a coin. Triggering his ability, he extended his arm, aimed, and fired. In the next moment, a short, muffled sonic boom erupted, and an invisible wave of air rippled out between Yanlong and the melt demon. Crunch! The curved giant horn atop the melt demon's head snapped off. Yanlong's ability, mass control. Within 5 seconds of contact with an object, he can exponentially increase or decrease the target's mass. The greater the object's initial mass, the lower the maximum factor by which it can be increased or decreased. A coin made from a special alloy was launched at a speed several times that of sound within a distance of less than 10 meters, its mass suddenly increasing nearly 1,000-fold along the way. Its power was comparable to that of an armor-piercing round. After severing the molten demon's horn with this strike, Yanlong did not relax for a moment. Instead, his heart raced. He aimed for the creature's head, yet this monster was not as dull as it appeared on the surface. At the critical moment, it slightly turned its head, evading this nearly fatal blow. Now it was enraged. Roar! The molten demon elongated its neck and let out a furious roar, stabilizing itself as its 4 crimson eyes fixated on the black power armor not far in front of it. Through the tactical visor of his helmet, Yanlong could clearly see the path of thermal energy surging within the creature. At that moment, the bright red mass was rapidly converging towards its 2 arms under its armpits. Tisk! Yanlong pressed his lips together, suddenly exerting force with his legs and leaping to the side. Almost simultaneously, 2 fireballs the size of human heads flew towards him. One struck a building behind him, causing the wall to explode and sending shards of stone flying, while the glass doors and windows in the vicinity shattered completely from the shockwave. The other hit the ground beside Yan Long, and the intense blast of air forced him to contort midair, causing him to lose his balance upon landing and roll across the ground. Although he was uninjured thanks to the protection of the power armor, he still appeared somewhat disheveled. Was that a prediction, eh? Yan Long murmured. Through the tactical visor, he was able to precisely seize the moment the opponent initiated an attack and respond accordingly. However, this molten demon was shrewder than it looked. One fireball was thrown toward his original position, while another paused slightly before being hurled toward his evasion path. If it weren't for the power armor enhancing his speed, he would have been hit squarely just now. Isn't this guy not a first-time arrival? As Yan Long pondered in his mind, he reached into the side of his power armor's thigh and pulled out several black gold coins, pinching them between his fingers. His combat experience was still too limited. He had graduated high school 3 months ago and had only recently completed training with the Special Operations Bureau, receiving his specially designed power armor. By regulations, Yan Long did not qualify to undertake urgent missions alone. He was required to have at least 2 official Special Operations Bureau members accompany him. However, this situation was different. The discovery of the Dark Veil had come far too late, and Yan Long, as both the first discoverer and a member of the Special Operations Bureau, had a duty to stand in front of the civilians. This was, after all, his first real combat. Roar! Dozens of meters away, the molten demon, resembling a small mountain, let out a loud roar, flames gathering once more in the palms of its 2 arms under its armpits as it strode toward him. Strike first, Yan Long thought to himself as he swung his right arm like a whip. With the power boost from the armor, the black gold coins shot out like bullets. However, this time the molten demon had learned from experience. It halted, raising its 2 arms covered in black rock layers in front of itself, appearing as a fortress from the front. Bang! 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 Like boulders crashing against thick city walls, several dull thuds resounded, causing the molten demon to stagger back several steps, with spiderweb-like cracks appearing on its rocky armor. Almost simultaneously, its 2 other arms under its armpits swung out, sending 2 roaring fireballs directly toward him. Yan Long instinctively tried to dodge to the side, but the next moment, he realized something was amiss. This time the opponent's attack did not seem aimed at him. He suddenly turned his head only to see 2 fireballs trailing long tails of flame in the air, heading toward a nearby restaurant along the street. Inside the restaurant, 2 people squatted side by side, peeking out from the window, with just half of their heads visible. As the 2 fireballs flew toward them, a balding uncle in an apron let out a terrified scream, grabbing Yan Muyun. Perhaps he originally intended to pull the other to escape quickly, but Yan Muyun lost his balance and fell to the ground. In such a life-and-death situation, the balding uncle had no time to worry about this stranger, his mind solely focused on. He crawled toward the store using both hands and feet in a manner that was extremely awkward, but very fast. Yan Muyun sat in a daze on the ground, wide-eyed, as he watched the 2 crimson fireballs rapidly grow larger in his sight. He felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end, his body instinctively shivering violently. I've just woken up after 30 years of sleep, and now I'm about to fall into eternal slumber. Damn it, why am I even getting involved in this? Boom. Boom. 2 massive explosions rang out, smoke and dust mixed with shards of glass spiraling into the air. The moisture in the air was instantly evaporated, and a scorching wave hot enough to char the innards of an average person swept through the entire street. No. Yan Long's voice choked as he reached out a hand, standing dumbfounded in place. In that moment his mind went, why? Why was it me who saw him awaken? He was the son that Grandpa and Grandma had waited a lifetime for, the brother that father had longed to see for 30 years. They wanted to see his awakening far more than I did. Only I, who had no feelings for him since childhood, could even say that I once harbored resentment, resenting why he didn't just disappear back then, but lay silently in that hospital bed, becoming a source of worry for the whole family. But when he truly woke up, Yan Long was actually happy, very happy. He seemed to have already seen it after seeing Yan Muyun, the serious face of his father, which always bore a hint of fatigue, breaking into a genuine smile. Yet now this scene had turned into a fleeting illusion. Watch out! Yan Long was momentarily stunned as he vaguely heard a familiar voice. Danger distance! Danger distance! A piercing alarm sounded in his helmet, pulling his thoughts back to reality. Taking advantage of his brief moment of distraction, the molten demon had already lunged forward, its thick right arm raised high, delivering a punch the size of 3 human heads. Damn it! Yan Long crossed his arms in front of him, while suddenly leaping backward. The molten demon's fist struck him, and his body was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into a jewelry store on the edge of the street. Dual arm mech damage 87, no longer operational. Chest mech damage 34, energy. Yan Long lay amidst the shards of glass, unable to pay attention to the mechanical damage report in his helmet. In his line of sight, 2 crimson fireballs were soaring toward him like meteors. With the protection of the police power suit, even if I take these 2 hits I shouldn't die, but I might end up like that person lying in bed. Yan Long instinctively curled up, trying to shield himself from the flames with the relatively intact parts of his mech. However, the sound of crunching glass echoed as a figure sprang out from the side, arms wide open to shield him. Yan Long recognized the person, his eyes widening. His voice was swallowed by the enormous explosion as the 2 fireballs detonated. The crimson flames surged like a wave, crashing against a sturdy dam spreading out along a curved surface, yet could not advance an inch further. As the flames subsided, only a few embers remained on the ground and walls. Yan Muyun stood and scathed atop a pile of gold and silver jewelry, turning back with a slightly shy smile. I almost forgot, ooh, I have abilities too. In front of him about 2 meters away, a hexagonal silver barrier stood suspended in the air, glimmering brightly in the sun. Quick'll take the front row, you throw coins to kill it. What? Haven't you played games? In the tank, and you're the archer, I take the damage while you deal the output. At this moment he appeared calm and composed, but in reality, he was merely holding himself together. After all, no normal person could so quickly shift their mindset upon seeing a monstrous creature beyond their comprehension. Only by viewing this real battle as a game could Yan Muyun muster the courage to stand in front of the monster. However, Yan Long had no time to heed him, pointing at the opposite side and shouting, "It wants to escape." What? Yan Muyun turned around to see the small, mountain-like monster making a hasty retreat down the street. Is this monster so intelligent that it runs away when it feels it's losing? Before he finished speaking, a dark red shadow flashed before him, followed by a loud crash as a heavy object landed. Both of them focused their gaze and saw that lying on the ground nearby was the molten demon that had just fled. At this moment, it not only had a broken horn, but its thick right arm was twisted at an unnatural angle, and the black rock covering its front was shattered, causing its chest cavity to cave in nearly half a meter, clearly on the brink of death. "Ha ha, well done, kid." A hearty laugh echoed from afar as a robust man in a gray tracksuit descended from the sky, crashing heavily onto the already half-dead molten demon. The powerful impact sent dust flying, obscuring the vision of the two. When the dust settled, they saw the robust man with hands on his hips, 1 foot crushing the molten demon's massive head, his white sneakers splattered with gray-green residue. "Wei Gu." Yan Long's eyes brightened. "Wow, did this monster just die like that?" "This is Wei Jun, the captain of the first team of the Haizong District Special Bureau, where I intern. Among the Class Gene warriors, I know he has the greatest strength." Yan Long clearly admired the man before him, providing a detailed introduction. "Ha ha ha, no, you're exaggerating." Wei Jun laughed heartily as he approached, waving his hand. The man's tall and strong physique with broad shoulders and a narrow waist was framed by a faint blue stubble around his mouth. The gray tracksuit tightly wrapped around his bulging muscles, exuding a sense of pressure. As he approached, Yan Muyun secretly compared and found that he was a head taller than himself. Knowing that he was 182 centimeters tall, this robust man must be at least 2 meters. "Are you injured?" Wei Jun asked, hands in his pockets, tilting his chin. "No, it's just that this power armor needs to trouble Uncle Jean." Yan Long forced a smile, raising his hands as the shattered armor dangled in the air, with exposed circuit boards occasionally sparking. "By the way, what are you doing here? Shouldn't the second team's personnel be on duty today? My gym is not far from here, so I rushed over when I heard the alarm. If we had waited for the second team, this block would have been thoroughly cleaned up by now." Wei Jun chuckled, then looked with interest at Yan Muyun, saying, "Aren't you going to introduce this little brother? He performed quite well, just now, a good seedling." Yan Long turned his head to glance, his expression becoming complicated. "Hello, my name is Yan Muyun, his uncle, 52 years old. Yan Muyun smiled, innocently extending a hand. "Wei Jun." He almost instinctively reached out his hand and shook it with the other. Only after putting his hand back in his pocket did Wei Jun seem to finally react, his expression becoming somewhat serious, saying, 52 years old. His uncle. Brother, do you know who he is? Such jokes cannot be made lightly." Yan Muyun grinned, putting both hands in his pockets. Wei Jun tilted his head slightly, casting an inquiring gaze at Yan Long, but only saw the usually aloof young man frowning, not speaking. "Damn, really?" He couldn't help but curse. Yan Long sighed, lowering his voice slightly. "I have a comatose brother who has been lying in the hospital for 30 years. This is not a secret, you all should know it." I knew there was something like this." Wei Jun felt a bit of a headache. After sleeping for 30 years, waking up just like that, and looking like a young person too. "Oh." At this moment, Yan Muyun seemed to discover something strange, pointing ahead and saying, "That monster seems to..." In the middle of the street, the molten demon's broken body transformed into specks of golden light, slowly dissipating into the air. "Now I believe it. He really just woke up after sleeping for 30 years. Wei Jun sighed. Yan Long stepped forward a few paces, explaining, "For reasons unknown, these monsters disappear quickly on their own once they are completely dead. The Special Bureau has tried various methods over the years, but none can preserve even a bit of their physical remains." "So amazing." Yan Muyun blinked, then remarked with some emotion, "Speaking of which, these monsters also appeared without any warning. They just popped up with a boom. Call the city's maintenance department and have this block restored to its original state within an hour," the lean man said, half leaning against the hovercar as he directed the young man in black combat gear behind him. Wei Jun moved up beside Yan Muyun, thick brows knitting in doubt. "You really slept for 30 years? He asked. Yan Muyun countered, "What year is it now?" 2052. I was born in 2000 anyway." "Huh. That really is... Thanks for your trouble, Captain Sun." Yan Long handed the battered black briefcase into the lean-faced man's hands. Captain Sun tossed the case into the car, and eyeing the dust-streaked, bedraggled youth before him, clicked his tongue with approval. "Not bad, kid. You broke off a horn of a grade Roma by yourself. I was careless in the end." Yan Long shook his head. If Yan Muyun had not intervened at the last moment, he suspected he would be lying in an ambulance now. "Is your friend interested in the Techu Bureau?" Captain Sun tilted his chin toward two men talking not far away and asked with interest. "You were recruited into Team 1. It would be easy to get your friend into Team 2. Maybe later. His situation is a bit special." Yan Long looked over with a complicated expression and saw Yan Muyun already walking toward them. "Shall we go?" Yan Muyun waved. All he wanted now was to see his younger brother. In his mind, the only blood relative left in the world, Yan Yiming. He wanted to learn what had happened to his family during the years he had been asleep. Okay, Yan Long nodded. Wait. The burly Wei Jun hurried over and asked this young man he hasn't registered yet, right? Register? Register for what? My ID is expired. Yan Muyun said. Yan Long pursed his lips. No. Well, your ID may be expired, but the registration we mean is at the Ening Management. By law, any citizen who awakens an ability must immediately proceed to the nearest Techu Bureau to register. Those who conceal it may face 7 to 15 days detention, depending on severity, Wei Jun added, and could even be prosecuted. That was my oversight. They'll take him to register now, Yan Long said. At that moment, the previously silent Captain Sun, he patted the hovercar's hood and offered, "I'll drive you there. You don't look fit to ride a motorcycle right now." "I finished my workout. Anyway, I'll ride your motorcycle to the Tetra Bureau and leave it there," Wei Jun said, raising his chin. Yan Long's arms throbbed faintly. He did not refuse their kindness and nodded his agreement. Before boarding, he glanced back at the small restaurant where he had hidden. The balding Hunan uncle stood amid the shattered doorway wearing a doleful expression and muttering to himself. Yan Muyun, Yan Long, and Captain Sun boarded the hovercar, while 2 other Tetra Bureau officers remained to handle the aftermath and restore order to the block. Destination, Ening Management Bureau. Captain Sun input the navigation command. The black hovercar rose until it was level with roughly the 6th floor of the surrounding buildings, then glided swiftly toward the heart of the city. Autonomous driving technology had become exceedingly mature, and the bustling metropolis traffic was vastly heavier than 30 years before, yet the rate of accidents had fallen year after year. It was Yan Muyun's first time in a flying car, and he felt a quiet wonder. He leaned slightly to look down at the streets below, taking in the city's every detail with keen interest. "I heard it was a grade Roma." Captain Sun broke the silence with a question. "Yes," Yan Long nodded. "If I'm not mistaken, in your entry assessment your ability rank was B. Once you gain more field experience, creatures of that grade should not be difficult for you. What rank is your ability?" Yan Muyun withdrew his gaze and asked Captain Sun with curiosity. More than the scenery outside, such slightly melodramatic talk piqued his interest. After all, which man has never nursed a... To his surprise, Captain Sun shook his head and said calmly, "I have no ability." "No ability?" Yan Muyun was startled, then remembered a term Yan Long had mentioned earlier. "Are you a Jin Zhansher, a Jin warrior?" "Yes. Like Wei Jun, I am a crank Jin Zhansher," Captain Sun nodded. Yan Muyun rummaged through memories of online novels and game lore, and ventured to guess you aren't wearing powered armor, so I suppose you don't. Could it be that after awakening an ability mutates one's genes, so one cannot become a Jin warrior, and thus must rely on powered armor to compensate? Captain Sun's lean features registered a flicker of puzzlement. He did not understand why the young man would suddenly raise such basic questions, and moreover, "You were wrong." Yan Long, who knew the truth, tilted his head and looked at him. "How did you come up with that?" Yan Muyun laughed softly. "I used to write web fiction in college. Ooh, I have a vivid imagination." "Indeed, your imagination is rich, but you missed one point." Yan Long averted his gaze and explained, "I do use a mech in combat, because I am not yet a Jin warrior, but that does not mean I cannot become one. The Jin serums can only be administered once, and to raise the ceiling they grant, most people train their bodies to peak condition before injection. For example, Captain Sun and Wei Jun are currently crank, but their ceilings are brank. If I were injected now, my ceiling would be at best drank. Moreover, research suggests the optimal injection age for the Jin serums is around 20. I'm only 18, so there's no..." Yan Long propped his chin in his hand and stared out the window. "Also, I'm only an intern at the Tetra Bureau. I don't yet qualify for the Jin serum." By now, Captain Sun had sensed that something was off and could not help asking Xiao Long, "Who exactly is this man?" "You should know. My father has an elder brother in a vegetative state who lay in a sanatorium sleeping for 30 years. Yan Long explained. After hearing Yan Long's words, Captain Sun's reaction mirrored Wei Jun's earlier disbelief. His mouth fell open. Slept for 30 years and suddenly woke. For me, it felt like sleeping a single night. A bitter smile crossed Yan Muyun's face as he scratched the back of his head and sighed. A 30-year dream. Things have changed beyond recognition. Perhaps it would have been better not to wake. At that, Yan Long cast an unreadable look in his direction, and Yan Muyun shivered for no good reason. He had every reason to believe that his eldest nephew would not hesitate to pull his oxygen tube after his father died. Could you tell me more about these monsters?" "I'm quite interested," Yan Muyun laughed, nervously steering the conversation elsewhere. "That information is all online. They'll find some professional educational videos for you. The explanations there are more expert and detailed." Yan Long noticed the hint of disappointment in his companion's eyes and sighed. "We have about 3 or 4 minutes left. They'll give you a brief explanation now. These creatures are collectively referred to as abominations, with records indicating that they first appeared 29 years ago, just a year after the emergence of human evolvers on a large scale. According to global data statistics, there are currently 10 types of abominations, each categorized into 5 main classes: larval, growth stage, mature, elite, and royal. The molten demon today is in the growth stage, classified as a level danger, while a fully matured molten demon typically reaches the peak of clevel or even level. Yan Long glanced at his arm, feeling a lingering ache. "I originally thought I could handle things on my own, but it seems I still have a... If I remember correctly, you haven't been on a mission yet, have you?" Team Leader Sun, seated in the front row, turned his head. Yan Long slightly pursed his lips. "No, I've only been observing in the past. The overall strength of the molten demon is formidable, making it a very tricky opponent at any stage. You did quite well facing an abomination alone for the first time. Team leader Sun offered him some reassurance. Yan Muyun nodded in agreement, placing a hand on his nephew's shoulder. He could have performed better, it's just that the molten demon unexpectedly threw 2 fireballs at my hiding spot. He thought I was in trouble, and in that moment of distraction he faltered. Yan Long looked at Yan Muyun with a complex expression. For some reason, although this guy was only a few years older than him, he sensed a kind of concern and encouragement for a junior in his words and demeanor. Feeling a strange discomfort in his heart, Yan Long brushed off the hand on his shoulder and continued. The signs of these abominations have already been mentioned, which are the writhing shadows, the dark veil. We refer to this phenomenon as arrival. The arrival can be classified into initial arrival, subsequent arrival. At this moment, team leader Sun also leaned in, interrupting him with a smile. That term is too academic. We generally just call it the first, second, and third arrival in everyday conversation. Yan Long nodded and continued. The first arrival or initial arrival occurs when the abominations are cautious, but also the easiest to deal with as they are completely unfamiliar with human abilities and technology. The first arrival lasts for approximately 5 hours. If we fail to eradicate them within this time frame, they will slip back into the dark veil. After the second arrival, their strength becomes greater, more cunning, and they gain a better understanding of human methods, making this stage last about a day, and once the time is up, they will return to the dark veil once again. By the time of the final third arrival, they will not return, but will remain permanently in our world on Earth. According to AI data analysis, even if the abomination's first arrival is merely in the larval stage, if they complete the final arrival, it is estimated that there is a 60 chance they will evolve into a mature abomination, a 35 chance they will become an elite abomination, and a 5 chance they will directly evolve into a royal abomination. At this moment, Yan Muyun noticed a point of confusion and couldn't help but ask, is there a difference in the phenomena produced by the initial arrival, subsequent arrival, and final arrival? For example, would the dark veil produced by the initial arrival be smaller, while that of the final arrival be larger? No. Yan Long shook his head. Although the size of the dark veil is related to the strength of the abominations, we cannot determine the type of abomination or which arrival it is based on that. So how do you determine which arrival it is? Yan Long raised one finger, explaining, there is only one way, which is to observe the wounds on the abomination. Team leader Sun, feeling a bit bored from waiting too long, took over the conversation. According to the regulations of our Special Operations Bureau, even if we cannot kill the abomination during the initial arrival, we must at least leave a wound for identification. The same applies to the second arrival. When an abomination arrives next time, its size and appearance may change due to strength progression, but the location of the wounds will. Yan Long added, ugh. It just feels a bit unreliable. What if there are 2 abominations both covered in wounds and looking quite similar? How can we easily distinguish between them? Some Asians find it hard to tell certain Europeans apart, while certain Europeans struggle with distinguishing some Asians. I think I would have trouble recognizing all Africans. As members of the same race living on the same planet for so long, it's already difficult to ensure we can recognize each other, let alone those strange abnormal creatures. Yan Long shook his head, dismissing the other person's concern. It won't be a problem. During combat, the image data of the abominations will be uploaded to the network. With AI analysis and identification, the misjudgment rate will not exceed 0.01. At this point, he seemed to remember something, frowning slightly, thinking the molten demon today shouldn't be an initial arrival, as its performance was quite unexpected. Does it have no wounds? Yan Muyun asked cautiously. Yan Long sighed. Exactly, so the system couldn't identify which arrival it was. I was also misled by its initial reaction and mistakenly assumed it was an initial arrival. As the 3 of them conversed, the hovercar reached its destination and began to descend slowly. After getting out of the car, Yan Muyun stretched his arms wide, looking up at the sky through the gaps in the steel jungle, feeling a bit emotional. This future world is far more exciting than I imagined. Yan Long also got out of the car, watching his back, suddenly feeling a strange emotion swell within him. For him, this was now. For Yan Muyun, this was the future. He would probably never have the chance to experience the complex and subtle emotions that the other felt at this moment. The front window of the hovercar opened and team leader Sun poked his head out, waving to the 2 young men who were not far apart in age, but were a generation apart in rank. He'll head back first. After you finish registering, just take a taxi home. Yan Muyun watched the hovercar slowly ascend and clicked his tongue. Wei Jun, team leader Wei, and this team leader Sun, they should all count as your superiors, yet they really don't act like seniors at all, surprisingly easygoing. That's because I'm an intern. Yan Long turned around and stepped towards the opposite side of the road. Also, in the son of the deputy director of the Special Operations Bureau. Across the street stood a deep blue semicircular building, not tall, but spacious, making it stand out remarkably in this city, filled with towering skyscrapers. Within the hall, which was also predominantly blue, 2 young men entered from outside. The one in front, although appearing slightly younger, had a stern face and a composed demeanor. In contrast, the young man following behind looked like a rural lad entering a high-end club, constantly glancing around, with a face full of curiosity and confusion. These 2 young men, who had distinctly different expressions, yet bore subtle similarities in appearance, were naturally Yan Long and Yan Muyun. Booking service ability registration. Yan Long stood before a white machine, expressionless as he inputted voice commands. He then turned his head, gesturing for Yan Muyun to stand in front of the machine's camera to register his facial information. Booking complete. Please arrive at test room 5 within 10 minutes. A neutral mechanical voice emanated from the device, and an electronic screen displayed an aerial view of the building. A red indicated their current location, while a blue line extended towards a room on the second floor. Do we not need to complete any formalities first? Like personal information, home address, and the like? Yan Muyun asked curiously. Yan Long walked ahead without turning back. It's already been registered. So just scanning my face is enough. Yes, you were merely unconscious, not dead, so the relevant household information has always been stored on the official server. All it takes is a facial scan and your personal information will be automatically recorded. The two of them took the escalator to the second floor and eventually arrived in front of a silver double door where they found chairs to sit down. After about 6 or 7 minutes, the door silently opened to both sides and a soft yet emotionless female voice came from the embedded speaker. Mr. Yan Muyun, please prepare for the test. Go ahead. Yan Long nodded his chin. Yan Muyun was taken aback. Aren't you coming with me? I don't understand anything. Just follow what the staff says. The process isn't complicated. All right. Yan Muyun nodded and then walked into the room. It was a vast gray-white room with a ceiling that appeared to be about 10 meters high, very spacious, and almost devoid of furnishings save for a metal desk placed against one side near the door. Behind the desk sat a young girl in a blue uniform with a rosy face appearing somewhat cute. She was currently focused on the computer screen in front of her, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, looking particularly serious. Upon noticing someone had entered, the girl turned around and then furrowed her brows even deeper. Mr. Yan Muyun, she asked tentatively. Yan Muyun smiled broadly. Yes, it's me. The girl seemed somewhat skeptical, glancing back at the information on the screen with great suspicion. 52 years old this year. Yes, you maintain yourself quite well. The girl smiled somewhat awkwardly. In her mind, this uncle clearly had undergone plastic surgery or used medication. In this era, hospitals capable of such treatments were not rare, but invariably required a significant amount of money. Please take a seat. The girl pointed to a chair opposite the desk. All right. Yan Muyun sat down. On the desk stood an upright electronic screen displaying the girl's photo and name Yang Mingming. When did you awaken your ability? June 2022. Yan Muyun's voice was a bit soft. Yang Mingming raised her head, looking at him in confusion. Around 2 o'clock this afternoon. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Yan Muyun ultimately chose to tell a small lie. Even if someone were to investigate, it would be difficult to uncover anything considering he had spent the first 30 years of his life in a hospital bed. All right, awakening time June 2nd, 2052, 1400. After recording the data, Yang Mingming raised her head again, her bright eyes seriously looking at him. What type of ability do you have? Physical, mental, elemental energy, or other? It should be energy, I guess, he said, recalling the silver-white hexagonal barrier with a hint of hesitation. Is it destructive, defensive, or transformative? Defensive. Okay. Yang Mingming nodded, then pressed a blue button on the desk, slightly leaning down to the microphone. Test subject 0042. Please come to test room 5. About 2 minutes later, the hall door opened again, and a young woman entered wearing a white uniform appearing to be around 20. She had a tall, slender figure and short black hair that reached her ears, chewing gum and looking rather flippant. The woman walked up behind Yang Mingming and placed her hand on her shoulder. Am I that useful? Whenever I'm on duty, you little girl, always take the chance to call me. Yan Muyun's mouth twitched slightly as he expressionlessly glanced at the floor. Facing the woman's, teasing, Yang Mingming clearly had grown accustomed to it, her expression unchanging as she simply looked at the screen in front of her. Russell, this is your job. As she spoke, she pressed a button on the side of the screen and 3 cameras descended from the ceiling, all aimed at the interior of the. This is necessary for video recording, Yang Mingming explained. Yan Muyun nodded, understood. At this moment, the test subject named Russell straightened up, casting a meaningful smile. Little brother, are you ready? He's 51 years old, Yang Mingming said expressionlessly. Russell's smile visibly froze, even forgetting to chew her gum, and after a moment, she managed to utter, what a joke. Yang Mingming directly lifted the tablet, shoving it in front of her face. After confirming the test subject's age information personally, Russell scratched her head and laughed awkwardly. So uncle, how do you maintain yourself? Get plenty of sleep, Yan Muyun said with utmost sincerity. All right, let's quickly start the test. Yang Mingming impatiently slapped the table. In the spacious center of the room, Yan Muyun stood somewhat nervously, while Russell stood about 10 meters away facing him. At that moment, he noticed that on the outer side of Russell's thigh there was a deep brown gun holster. The holster was now open, and a silver-gray handgun was spinning at her fingertips. Are you ready? Russell asked, chewing gum and raising an eyebrow at him. Yan Muyun swallowed a mouthful of saliva, a bitter smile appearing on his face. Are those live rounds in there? Russell removed the magazine from the handgun, pulled out the first bullet, and held it in her palm. Under the illumination of the room's lights, the bullet's tip reflected a brass-colored gleam. Russell grinned and reloaded the bullet back into the magazine. Rest assured, these are all live rounds. No, I meant to say I'm not very skilled with this ability yet, and I don't know if I can successfully use it. What are you doing? Yan Muyun's last 3 words suddenly rose in pitch. During his speech, Russell had already reassembled the handgun and disengaged the safety. At that moment, the dark barrel of the gun was aimed at his forehead. Bang! The gun fired. Wow, it's quite beautiful, Russell exclaimed in a small voice. Yan Muyun slowly opened his tightly shut eyes and saw the familiar silver-white barrier standing not far in front of him. The entire barrier was a circular shape with a radius of 2.5 meters composed of silver-white hexagonal segments. The edges of the barrier were slightly blurred as if merging with the air. Are you all this irresponsible when doing your job? What if I had been unable to use my abilities just now? Yan Muyun was genuinely angry, This was a matter of life and death. How could one just shoot without concern for human life? Relax, relax. Russell waved her hand dismissively, then pointed at the ground in front of him, saying, look. Yan Muyun looked down and saw a piece of green leaf quietly lying on the floor. My ability is to transform the bullets I fire into different objects. Russell explained while aiming her gun at him again. With a loud bang, another leaf seemed to be blown by a strong wind, gently slapping against the silver-white barrier. Yan Muyun's expression eased slightly, but he still frowned and remained silent. We've seen some testers in the past who were unable to use their abilities no matter how hard they tried during the test, wasting a lot. Later test results proved that one's true potential can only be truly stimulated under extreme conditions. Russell shrugged and twirled the handgun in her hand. My ability can create extreme environments and ensure that test personnel are not harmed, so I am now considered a golden tester here. Seeing her sincere explanation, Yan Muyun felt it was inappropriate to continue showing a sour face and sighed helplessly, saying, all right, I understand. So is the test done now? The test hasn't even started yet. Russell smiled, raised her handgun again, and said, remember your current feeling and hold. Next we'll really be using live ammunition, okay? No problem. Yan Muyun nodded. The silver-white barrier could easily block the fireballs of the molten demon, a mere handgun was nothing to worry about. His previous concern was only whether he could use this ability. He had never doubted the reliability of this ability. Bang, bang, bang. Russell fired several shots in quick succession, the alloy bullets striking the silver-white barrier without sparking a single flame. The deformed bullet heads fell to the ground clattering. How does it feel? She asked as she put the gun away. Yan Muyun shrugged and tilted his head slightly, not much feeling. All right, I will gradually increase the intensity of the test. If you can't handle it, just let me know, Russell said. Yan Muyun scratched his head and tentatively said, how about I give you a rough idea of what I can withstand? Russell raised an eyebrow, displaying an intrigued expression. Go ahead. My barrier can easily withstand the fireballs of a class molten demon. Yan Muyun's words were not exaggerated or boastful. When he previously blocked 2 fireballs from the molten demon Hedon, he truly felt nothing at all. It was as if the explosion and flames just half a meter away from him were merely special effects of a holographic projector. After hearing this description, Russell did not respond, silently stepping back until she stopped about 50 meters away. When she raised the gun again, an ominous premonition suddenly surged in Yan Muyun's heart. Boom! The violent explosion sounded, and in an instant the blaze nearly filled Yan Muyun's entire field of vision. This shot was a fragmentation high-explosive grenade. The silver-white barrier in front of him seemed to filter out even the harmful sound waves. Yan Muyun stood there, and the fierce explosion just half a meter in front of him only transmitted a low, muffled sound to his ears. As the faint smoke dissipated, Russell waved her hand from afar and called out, how is it? Yan Muyun formed a horn shape with one hand and responded loudly, it doesn't seem to be working. You can't handle it. No, the power of the grenade isn't strong enough. Russell's mouth twitched as she turned to look at the recording station not far away. Yang Mingming's brows furrowed slightly as she realized what the other party wanted to do. Sure enough, the next words confirmed her suspicions. Increase the testing level in the room to the highest. Yang Mingming sighed and started operating on the screen in front of her. A few seconds later, the lights in the room dimmed slightly, as if an invisible force field had descended. This force field would absorb some of the energy produced by the explosion to prevent excessive damage. At the same time, a gap suddenly opened in the ceiling and floor, and a 30-centimeter thick silver-gray alloy wall extended from it, isolating Yang Mingming and Russell on one side, while Yan Muyun remained on the other. In the center of the alloy wall, there was a half-meter square hole. Hiss! Yan Muyun felt a bit of toothache at this moment, hesitating whether to call for a stop. After all, he truly had no confidence that his silver-white barrier could compare with the alloy wall opposite him. I'm going to Russell's voice called from afar. Yan Muyun swallowed hard and instinctively nodded. The gunfire rang out, and the next moment an explosion even more violent than before suddenly erupted before his eyes. Flames surged like massive waves, crashing and roaring, a relentless assault against the silver-white barrier. 60 meters away, the square hole in the center of the alloy wall closed the moment the gunfire sounded. Metal fragments exploded like a torrential rain, creating a chaotic symphony upon impact. In the footage recorded by the camera, the young man standing in the center of the explosion seemed as steadfast as an ancient reef, unmoving like a mountain. As the echoes of the explosion finally dissipated, Yan Muyun exhaled deeply, turned his neck, and slightly moved. To be honest, he had genuinely been a bit frightened just now. He could clearly sense that this explosion was much stronger than the previous high-explosive grenade and the 2 fireballs from the class molten demon. However, it seemed that this still had not reached the limit of the silver-white barrier. At that moment, Yang Mingming's voice echoed from the ceilings. Speaker test concluded, Mr. Yan Muyun, please come over. Yan Muyun, still feeling apprehensive, sighed with relief and looked around only to see that large areas of the floor and ceiling had been charred black. Only the large fan-shaped area behind him still retained its original appearance. The silver-gray metal barrier was being retracted, and Russell stood there twirling her handgun, looking displeased while chewing gum. Yan Muyun ignored her and directly sat at the desk, his eyes filled with anticipation. May I ask what my ability rating is? C. Yang Mingming answered succinctly. Yan Muyun's expression changed to one of disappointment upon hearing this. He had originally thought that his ability, which could be considered absolute defense, would at least be rated as level or even 11. Russell smacked her lips, holstered her handgun back onto her thigh, then sat down at the table looking down at this 52-year-old uncle. We are an organization aimed at the general public, and the highest level we can assess and authorize is C. Being rated C actually means your ability is above level. Oh. Yan Muyun raised his head, and his previously dim eyes instantly regained their brightness. Is this guy really 52 years old, not 12? Russell silently complained in her heart, then explained, the cost of testing abilities above grade B is too high, and ordinary professions don't need supernatural powers in daily life, so there's no need to test every awakener's limits. The main function of the Supernatural Ability Registration Office is registration, not rating. In other words, we only need to record and classify the supernatural ability information of all awakeners. Yan Muyun nodded thoughtfully, and then asked, so how can I obtain a higher rating? Uncle, did you come from another world? Russell retorted. In a sense, she was right. Yan Muyun blinked. To obtain a rating, you need to engage in a profession related to supernatural powers, such as joining the Supernatural Ability Registration Office or the Special Affairs Bureau. After all, only by joining these places can your supernatural powers truly be put to effective use. In addition, some private security companies also provide entry ratings, but these tests are usually not recognized officially. Russell was more patient than she looked, and when faced with questions that could be easily answered online, she managed to explain them in detail word by word. Sister Russell, what level are you? Yan Muyun asked instinctively. Russell was slightly taken aback. Her chewing gum action paused, and after a moment she came to her senses and waved her hands repeatedly. No, please don't call me sister. I'm only 27 this year. Yan Muyun pondered for a moment, and then cautiously said, how about little sister? Russell. Forget it, I won't. She pouted and blew a puff of air, causing her red hair to float up. My overall rating is only grade C. You are only grade C. Yan Muyun was somewhat surprised. He had thought she would at least be grade B. What do you mean by only? Grade C is already I've already ranked among the top evaluators in the Supernatural Ability Registration Office. Russell raised her eyebrows, feeling somewhat offended. She jumped down from the table, hands behind her back, and sighed in a rather mature manner. Back in the day, when I registered, I was also rated as C level. Later, after joining the Supernatural Ability Registration Office and undergoing a more comprehensive evaluation, my rating was actually lowered to grade C. Why is that? Yan Muyun cooperatively asked. Russell smiled self-deprecatingly, reaching down to touch the holster on her thigh. Professional evaluations and registrations are not the same. They try to explore the limits of your supernatural power in various aspects. For example, duration, range, intensity, activation conditions, and so on. I just launched a shrapnel grenade. In terms of range and destructive power, it could actually be considered grade B. However, if I have to activate such an attack 3 times, I would become extremely fatigued mentally and could faint at any moment. Therefore, taking everything into account, I am only grade C. As she spoke, Russell sighed again, seemingly a bit envious. A real grade B can perform such attacks effortlessly without placing too much burden on themselves. Yan Muyun saw her forlorn expression and wanted to comfort her, but didn't know what to say. Oh, by the way, I just remembered. Russell's demeanor suddenly returned to normal as she raised a finger. She turned to face. Yan Muyun snapped her fingers. Every C-level awakener is a target that the Supernatural Ability Registration Office, the Special Affairs Bureau, and private security companies want to recruit. Uncle, if you are dissatisfied with your current job, you might have a chance to switch to something more exciting in a few days. Yan Muyun rubbed his chin. I want to go to the Special Affairs Bureau. I was just saying that I don't take it seriously. Russell found it somewhat amusing and said, and why would you want to go to the Special Affairs? Let me make it clear that I greatly respect the officers of the Special Affairs Bureau, but they have to fight against otherworldly beings every day, which is too dangerous. Coming to our Supernatural Ability Registration Office, there's no danger, and the pay is high. Isn't that better? Yan Muyun looked at her thoughtfully. As the saying goes, with great power comes great responsibility. Puffed. Russell covered her mouth with the back of her hand, but still laughed. I didn't expect you to have a sense of social responsibility. I'm feeling a bit tempted. Yan Muyun shrank his neck. We're not the right age for each other. I'm just a young lad in my early 20s. In a few years, you'll be nearing 30. However, Russell interpreted it in a different way. Although you look young, you're old enough to be my father. As the two chatted, all the information for this test had been recorded, and now only the last blank remained on the screen. Yang Mingming raised her head, looking directly into Yan Muyun's eyes, and asked, Excuse me, what do you plan to name your supernatural power? The door of the testing hall opened, and Yan Muyun stepped out, patting Yanlong's shoulder as he sat in the chair. Shall we go? Let's go. The two left the Supernatural Ability Registration Office and arrived at the roadside outside. By the way, I've always been curious about how you made the phone call and notified the people in that neighborhood to evacuate. Yan Muyun crossed his arms, his expression quite curious. Yanlong raised his left hand to show him beneath the skin on the back of his hand was an almost imperceptible triangular bulge. This is an implanted chip along with a hidden earpiece and smart eye which can basically meet all the functions of an old-fashioned. Yan Muyun then noticed that there was a small flesh-colored earpiece in the other party's right ear, which was almost undetectable unless looked at closely. Wow! He exclaimed in surprise, then asked, What is smart eye? Yanlong tilted his head slightly and thought for a moment. It looks like colored contact lenses, but completely transparent. It acts as a display screen. Yan Muyun leaned in a bit, looking closely from the side, and noticed that the surface of Yan Long's eyes was covered with a thin layer of transparent crystalline film. Impressive. He sincerely marveled. I'll get a taxi first. Yan Long gently patted the back of his left hand and softly said, 12, call me a card, destination Ninghai Community. How much did this set of equipment cost? It must be very expensive. Yan Muyun asked with great interest. It's quite expensive, around 100,000. This is the latest model of smart devices on the market. It was a Kamingafage gift from my dad. Yan Muyun blinked. Based on your expression, you seem unsatisfied. Yan Long didn't answer, his gaze calmly fixed on the vehicles coming and going on the road. Sensing that the atmosphere was somewhat off, Yan Muyun skillfully changed the subject. Why don't you guess my supernatural ability rating? See, right. You're right. Yan Muyun chuckled and continued to make conversation. Guess what my supernatural ability? How am I supposed to guess that? Hint, guess based on the color and external form. Yan Long fell silent for a moment and said, white wall. Just like your dad, you really have no artistic sense. Yan Muyun sighed. So what is it called? Silver Guardian. Sounds good. A black sedan stopped in front of the two, and the car door opened automatically. As Yan Muyun bent down to get in, he heard a faint sigh from behind. Why do some parents always think that money can compensate for companionship? Remember, everything I told you about my father, especially my views and opinions on him, must not be spoken to anyone. Yan Long looked at Yan Muyun with an extremely serious expression. The two stood beside a fountain carved from white stone, with towering skyscrapers looming ahead. Little Long, some things require more communication. Especially regarding the relationship between children and parents, many times it is due to a lack of mutual understanding and the unwillingness to sit down and discuss matters properly, which leads to an ever-widening rift. Listen to your uncle, he majored in education. If you say one more word, I will make your blanket weigh 200 times more tonight. Yan Muyun shivered and obediently closed his mouth. The two entered the building, walking straight into the elevator, with Yan Long pressing the button for the 112th floor on the inner electronic screen. Wow, it's really tall. Yan Muyun exclaimed as he reached out to swipe the screen, revealing that the building had a staggering total of 150 floors. The elevator ascended rapidly, and outside the window was a complex web of overpasses resembling an intricate spider's web weaving through the towering steel jungle connecting high-rise buildings, and a plaza, suspended in midair. With a soft ding, the elevator arrived at the 112th floor, and the doors slowly opened. This floor seemed to have 3 households. After exiting the elevator, Yan Long walked towards the deep brown heavy wooden door on the right side of the corridor. Tomorrow I will take you to the property management to register your biological information, otherwise you won't even be able to use the elevator, Yan Long said as he grasped the doorknob. After waiting for about half a second, a soft click sounded from inside, and the lock opened. Yan Long pushed the door open, and as he stepped into the room, the lights gradually brightened, transitioning from a dim yellow to a bright glow, allowing the eyes to adjust. Wow, it's really big, Yan Muyun remarked. The entryway was spacious, and the living room was conservatively estimated to be about 100 square meters, featuring light brown hardwood floors and a massive floor-to-ceiling window at the far end revealing the cityscape at dusk. On the left wall was a gigantic embedded black display screen occupying 2/3 of the wall's surface. The right side mainly held sofas and seating with heavy curtains partially drawn, hinting at another floor-to-ceiling window behind them. What do you want to eat? Yan Long changed into his slippers and casually tossed a pair onto the floor nearby. However, at that moment, Yan Muyun suddenly sensed something was off. He recalled the things Yan Long had said since he awoke, ultimately confirming that the other had never mentioned a person who should exist, a person who was supposedly very important and indispensable. Yan Muyun turned to his elder nephew, weighed his tone, and slowly asked, "So may I ask, is my sister-in-law not at home?" Yan Long's body stiffened slightly, but he continued placing his shoes into the shoe cabinet on the left side of the entryway, then straightened up, saying, "I do not have a mother." Off. Yan Muyun was slightly taken aback. Could it be that she had passed away? No, if she had died, Yan Long wouldn't say he did not have a mother. Perhaps this woman had done something that deeply hurt the family, which is why he would not acknowledge his mother's existence. Seeing the complex expression on his face, Yan Long furrowed his brows slightly, not knowing what bizarre thoughts were brewing in his mind. Don't misunderstand, I mean it literally. Explain this to me, what exactly is going on? Yan Muyun had also changed into his slippers and followed. Yan Long paused his steps for a moment, his head slightly bowed as he stood still. Of course it's fine if you don't want to talk about it, Yan Muyun quickly rephrased. Sit down first. Yan Long pointed to the sofa not far away, then walked straight into the kitchen and took out 2 bottles of juice from the fridge. Yan Muyun grinned sheepishly behind him, then sat down obediently like a schoolboy who had done something wrong. Yan Long tossed a bottle of juice at him and sat down on the sofa diagonally opposite. That was probably around 2030 due to gender opposition, the survival pressure on young people, and so on. The birth rate and marriage rate had been declining year after year. Later, the artificial breeding policy was opened up regardless of gender. As long as sperm or eggs were provided, they could be paired and bred in the hospital's gene bank. I don't know the specific details, but actually it's not a big deal. This sort of thing was not uncommon in my father's generation. Yan Long pursed his lips. Yan Muyun opened his mouth, but ultimately fell silent. Yan Long tilted his head back to take a sip of juice, then asked again, "What do you want to eat?" "Anything, I'm not picky, I like to eat anything." Yan Muyun waved his hand. Yan Long stood up, glancing at him sideways. "You have just woken up after 30 years. This is your first meal after waking up. Then it should be something meaningful." Yan Muyun rubbed his chin, thought for a moment, and said, "Braised pork and yellow braised chicken, can you make those?" Those were the two dishes I ordered most often when I studied abroad, and they were also the dishes that could best alleviate my homesickness. "There's no pork at home." Yanlong thought for a moment, then turned and walked into the kitchen. After about 10 seconds he poked his head out and said, "And there's no chicken either." "Yan Muyun, you wait in the living room. The pork and chicken should arrive in about 10 minutes. Yanlong walked out of the kitchen, wiped his hands on his pants, then turned and walked into the bedroom. When he came out again, he was holding a semi-transparent black rectangle. "It's a phone, you should know how to use it right." Yan Muyun looked at him with sincere eyes. "I've been asleep for 30 years, not This is a product from Huawei Company 2 years ago. It was what I used before, and it has now been restored to factory settings. You can use it first." Yanlong tossed the phone over. "Huawei is still around. That's good. I used their phones 30 years ago." Yan Muyun caught it only to find it unexpectedly light, thinking that the other might have tossed over a plastic model to tease him. However, he quickly dismissed that thought. Such a trivial prank might be something his brother would do, but this cold-faced, few-worded nephew before him would not. "The power button is on the top." After saying this, Yanlong turned and walked back into the kitchen. Yan Muyun looked over the phone, finding its design seamless without a hint of a joint resembling a work of art. "Waking up, I've turned into a bumpkin." He chuckled self-deprecatingly and pressed the power button. The screen flashed with light, but the expected 8-petal flower animation did not appear. Has the Huawei logo changed so much after all these years? On the phone screen appeared a man wearing a white hood revealing half of his dark face devoid of features. Below this avatar, 2 characters were written in ink-style calligraphy. Jieko. Below that were 2 blanks to fill in for the username and ability. Yan Muyun had not yet processed this, and the ability field slowly revealed the 4 black characters Silver Guardian. What is this thing? Some kind of social app? Yan Muyun frowned slightly. He considered speaking up, but upon hearing the clatter of pots and pans from the kitchen, he decided not to disturb the other over such a trivial matter. Yan Muyun paused in thought, and concluded this must be some software developed by the state. Otherwise, how could it possibly know his newly registered ability name? After all, only 2 people knew the 4 characters, Bayin Shoyu, the Ability Registration Bureau, and his brother. This is unsettling. How did they even determine that I was using this phone? Does this device have biometric identification embedded in it? Yan Muyun grimaced, suddenly realizing that high-tech life brought more than mere convenience. If they already knew his ability's name, they certainly knew his real name too. So the username field must be for a nickname. Yan Muyun opened the phone's virtual keyboard and entered Shepard into the username field. A blue and gold system prompt box appeared. Shepard logged in successfully. The web page's background was pure black, devoid of images or patterns, featuring only 2 horizontally aligned banners at the top, the boundary rank and the combat rank. Yan Muyun tapped the left banner, the boundary rank, and the new page displayed 20 IDs. His own Shepard appeared precisely at the center, followed by his ability name Bayin Shoyu and a string of digits 977,863. He glanced at the ID above him, a sequence of Cyrillic letters. Its ability name had been translated into Chinese steel arm, and its trailing number read 977,862. Ranking. An ability ranking. At that moment, Yan Muyun noticed a small red question mark in the top right corner of the screen. He narrowed his eyes slightly and tapped it. Once again, the blue and gold system prompt box appeared, displaying. The boundary rank comprehensively collects and ranks 40123498 awakened individuals worldwide. At that instant, 2 realizations struck Yan Muyun. First, this so-called Jieko app was unlikely government developed. It must belong to some far larger, far more enigmatic organization. For this ranking included awakened individuals not only from China, but from across the entire globe. Second, he recalled a passing remark his brother Yanlong had once made. Ever since that inexplicable pandemic 30 years ago, over 10% of humanity worldwide has awakened diverse supernatural abilities. 400 million awakened individuals, 10%, meant the world's total population now stood at roughly 4 billion. Before he fell unconscious, it had still been 7.5 billion. With societal advancement and technological progress, why had the global human population plummeted by nearly half? And what about those so-called gods Yanlong had mentioned before? What role exactly had it played over these decades? Or rather, do gods truly exist at all? As a steadfast materialist, I remained deeply skeptical. Before Yan Muyun could dwell further, a male synthetic voice echoed through the room. Hive delivery, swift and efficient. Package delivered. Please receive. Grab the takeout. Yanlong called from the kitchen. Oh right. Instinctively, Yan Muyun rose and headed for the door, only to find no one there when he opened it. Hive delivery, swift and efficient. Package delivered. Please receive. The electronic voice chimed again. Yanlong seemed to grasp what was happening. Still wearing his gray apron and holding a chef's knife, he stepped out of the kitchen and pointed toward the floor-to-ceiling window at the far end of the living room. Not at the door, at the window. Yan Muyun turned and saw outside the glass a small drone hovering steadily in midair, suspended beneath it a blue plastic crate. Yan, open the window, Yanlong said calmly. The floor-to-ceiling window slid silently apart, revealing a gap roughly half a meter wide. The drone glided smoothly inside and deposited the blue crate onto the coffee table before the sofa. Having completed its task, the nimble machine didn't pause, not even for an instant, but pivoted sharply and flew back along its original path, vanishing into the amber haze of the city's twilight skyline. Yan Muyun watched with quiet fascination. Every subtle detail of life in this era filled him with awe. Could you bring that crate inside? Thank you, Yan Long said, tilting his chin toward the coffee table. By the way, opening the floor-to-ceiling window directly feels risky. What if a child accidentally falls out? Yan Muyun asked as he lifted the crate. The smart central control system won't open the window if any living being moves within 3 meters of it, Yan Long replied, turning back toward the kitchen. Smart central control system. Was that the synthetic voice just now? Yan Muyun lingered at the doorway, taking in the kitchen. Aside from a few unfamiliar machines tucked into certain corners, the space looked largely unchanged from before. Don't you find that voice oddly familiar? Yan Long set down the knife and gestured toward the cutting board on the counter. Just place it here. Yan Muyun set the blue plastic crate down and tilted his head, slightly studying his brother. Now that you mention it, yes, it does sound familiar, like something I've heard before. Yan Long opened the crate and began removing neatly packaged chicken and pork. That is your voice. Yan Muyun, who had been idly inspecting the refrigerator, froze mid-motion. Our smart central control system is named Yun, as in cloud. Yan Long gazed at him quietly, his tone low. Father set it up personally. Grandma and Grandpa love it. Yan Muyun half-turned, drew in a deep breath, and exhaled slowly, deliberately. When he turned back, his eyes were faintly red, though his expression remained unchanged. Yan Long didn't look at him again, just silently peeled open the packaging and began rinsing the meat under the faucet. Do you know about Jieka? Yan Muyun asked abruptly. The shift felt jarring. Jieka? Yan Long turned eyebrows, nodded tightly. How do you know about Jieka? Turn off the water first, don't waste it. Yan Long shut off the faucet and wiped his hands casually on his apron. Now, what's really going on? It was like this the moment I powered it on. Yan Muyun handed over his phone. Yan Long scrolled through the interface, murmuring softly, impossible. It usually takes 2 to 3 days after awakening for ordinary people to receive Jieka's notification. I awakened 30 years ago. Yan Muyun raised a hand, gently reminding him. Yan Long. You can understand the name Jieka as a hacker organization with its information tentacles spread all over the world. Yan Long returned the phone, explaining this organization, which suddenly emerged 30 years ago, displayed an intelligence capability beyond the comprehension of ordinary people from its very first appearance, as if a ghost were floating over human society. Whether it's ordinary people or secret agents from certain countries, as long as they become awakeners, they will be recorded and publicly displayed on the app they developed. No matter what confidentiality measures are taken in front of Jieka, everything is as transparent as glass, with information laid bare. After the initial panic and unease, people gradually discovered that Jieka did not abuse this information technology that could be deemed ahead of its time. This organization seems only interested in one thing, which is ranking all awakeners in the world. Just rankings. Yan Muyun blinked, suddenly finding this Jieka somewhat endearing. It felt a bit like a child becoming an emperor and then ordering all the scholars to write bedtime stories for him. Yan Long continued. Jieka has compiled 2 lists, the Jia list and the battle list. The former ranks supernatural abilities purely, while the latter ranks the number of alien species killed by awakeners. What is your ranking on the Jia list? Yan Muyun asked with interest. Yan Long thought for a moment, probably around 1. He at 97000 higher than you. 97000. Yan Long picked up the kitchen knife again and turned to chop the pork on the cutting board, starting at the top million. It seems Jieka has a high evaluation of you. What did you start at? Over 20 million, but then it gradually went up. You rose that much. Yan Muyun was somewhat startled. Even Jieka isn't omniscient. Their rankings are primarily based on the current performance of your supernatural abilities. If a person has only used their supernatural ability once, then Jieka only has 1 sample to analyze. As the number of times this person uses their ability increases, the information Jieka obtains becomes more comprehensive, allowing for a more accurate ranking. So during the first month an awakener is on the Jia list, if they frequently use their abilities, the changes in ranking can be quite dramatic. They might jump from 10 million to 100 or drop from 100 to 1 billion. What if they hardly use their abilities? Yan Muyun asked. If they don't use them, the ranking won't change much, at most fluctuating within a few thousand. Yan Long said lightly, but as long as you use your ability regardless of where or when, Jieka will certainly know the effectiveness of your ability this time and adjust your ranking on the Jia list accordingly. That's a bit scary, Yan Muyun said, grinning. This feeling was as if there were a pair of invisible eyes constantly watching your life. But to be honest, the effects of supernatural abilities are incredibly varied and no one knows what standards Jieka uses to derive the rankings. Yan Long chopped down with a knife, producing a dull thud as the whole chicken was cut in half. For example, some abilities that rank high have almost no practical significance. It's not surprising for a rank 100 awakener to be killed by a rank 1 billion awakener. So looking at the Jia list is just for fun. If you really want to compare who is stronger, you have to look at the battle list. Yan Muyun stroked his chin. Yan Long paused in his action and gave him a sidelong glance. There's a saying online that sounds pretty much like what you just said. 30 years have passed, and the internet slang is still the same. Yan Muyun chuckled. Yan Long continued, if the evaluation standard of the Jia list is unknown, then the evaluation standard of the battle list is very simple and clear. There are only 2 rules: the number of alien species killed and the quality of the alien species killed. Yan Muyun opened the battle list page on his phone, and the first thing that caught his eye was a system prompt box with a blue background and golden edges. You currently have no ranking on this list. After closing the prompt box, he saw the list of the top 20 on the battle list. Rank 1, Qianlong ability, do not. S rank kills 5, A rank kills 319, B rank kills 1532, C rank. The name of this ability is rather cryptic and nothing can be discerned from it. Yan Muyun read the data aloud in a low voice, clicking his tongue in wonder. Are these SAB-C ratings referring to those monsters we encountered during the day? They're all alien species, Yan Long replied without looking back. This person is truly impressive. In life it seems they only do two things: eat and sleep and kill alien species. Yan Muyun closed the battle list and reopened the GL list, wanting to see if the Awakeners ranked high there were the same as those ranked high on the battle list. However, when he flipped to the first page, he saw that the top ranking displayed was 1001, with nothing above that. Aren't the top 10,000 visible? Yan Muyun casually asked. Yan Long marinated the cut chicken and put it in the fridge, replying, it's not that they can't be seen, it's just that the top 10,000 have no rankings. No ranking. That's right. This was said by an Awakener who is among the top 10,000. As long as their ability breaks through 10,000 on the GL list, they will be referred to as one of the 10,000 techniques, and the ranking is not in order. Suddenly, Yan Muyun inexplicably recalled the scene he saw just before he fainted 30 years ago. Zhang Ye's body was thrown around like a rag doll, and then the door opened and his pale-faced brother walked in from outside. Is your dad one of the 10,000 techniques? No search for Newton. Newton. The button's N. Yan Muyun typed in these two words and quickly got the information he wanted. Newton ability gravitational field ranked 34872, already at the peak of the pyramid among over 400 million Awakeners worldwide. He said he considers himself a fake Newton, which is why he chose this username, Yan Long said flatly. That sounds very much like. Yan Muyun smiled knowingly. After saying this, he suddenly felt a bit strange inside. Perhaps it was because he suddenly realized that the kid he was referring to was already 48 this year, almost catching up to the ages of his parents before he fell into a coma. Suddenly a sound of a door closing came from the living room outside the kitchen, as if someone had returned. Yan Muyun put his phone in his pocket and turned to walk out. At the entrance stood a middle-aged man in a neatly fitted black suit, changing his slippers. Seemingly sensing something, the man looked up, but his figure froze in the next moment. After a few seconds of silence, he rubbed the corner of his eye. Brother. His voice was soft, as if afraid of disturbing some. The man at the entrance is tall and well-proportioned with distinct facial features devoid of any middle-aged greasiness. His eyes already bear some wrinkles, yet Yan Muyun is utterly certain that the person before him is indeed his brother. He had planned to give the other a big hug upon meeting, but now facing that unfamiliar yet familiar face, he finds himself unable to move his feet. 30 years have passed in a flash, and that spirited 18-year-old lad is now aware of his destiny. I was even afraid that Xiao Long might be teasing me. The middle-aged man chuckled heartily. Yan Muyun waved his hand, expressing disdain. Only you would be so boring. Your son is much more composed than you were. I was led astray by you from a young age. The middle-aged man grinned, momentarily resembling the youth he once was. In that moment, the long-standing 30-year rift seemed to vanish, as if everything remained the same. Yan Yiming changed into slippers and suddenly raised his voice. Xiao Long, do we have any wine at home? You don't drink, came a muffled voice from the kitchen. That's right, I hardly ever drink, so of course we don't have any. Yan Yiming chuckled and shook his head, then added, but it's not a big deal. We can order takeout and it will arrive in 10 minutes. Dinner was sumptuous, featuring 2 large bowls of braised pork and yellow braised chicken at the center of the table, surrounded by oyster sauce, lettuce, cold mixed black fungus, and other fresh vegetables. Your son is indeed much more capable than you. Yan Muyun placed a piece of soft and tender braised pork into his mouth, chewed a couple of times, and mumbled indistinctly. When you were 16, you still asked whether to put the seasoning packet in first or the noodles. Yan Yiming's face showed a hint of embarrassment as he coughed twice. Everyone has a first time for everything. Yan Muyun turned to Yan Long, who was quietly eating, and asked, so when was your first time cooking? I think it was when I was 12. You were so young, and already cooking. Yan Muyun pondered for a moment, then his expression became somewhat serious as he turned to look at his brother, who appeared old enough to be his father, and asked, so why haven't you found a wife? Yan Yiming took a sip of wine, and the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes seemed to deepen. I did date a few times in the past, but ultimately for various reasons it never came to fruition. Later I found it troublesome, so I stopped looking. If it weren't for our parents. Never mind. He left his last words unspoken, but the two present understood his meaning. If it weren't for the pressure from his parents to marry, he might not have even gone to the fertility center to bring a child home, just to placate. Yan Muyun slightly frowned and discreetly glanced at Yan Long, only to see him eating, as usual, seemingly unaffected by the conversation. After all, it had been 30 years since the brothers last reunited. Before the meal, he had already downed 2 bottles of beer, and now feeling a bit tipsy, he blurted out some words without considering the consequences. Seemingly aware of Yan Muyun's concern, Yan Long did not look up, and replied calmly, it's nothing. I figured this, regardless of the initial motivation, Dad has treated me well since then, and that's enough. Yan Yiming tilted his head back and gulped down the wine in his cup, revealing a bitter smile. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? You have never truly forgiven me all these years. Yan Long seemed to not have heard him, silently picking up food to eat. The atmosphere at the table, which had been relatively harmonious, now felt somewhat stiff. At this moment, Yan Muyun couldn't avoid the question he cared about the most any longer. When did Mom and Dad pass away? Yan Yiming pressed his lips together, down the remainder of his beer, but did not answer him. Yan Long raised his head, his dark eyes revealing little emotion. Grandpa passed away over a year ago, and Grandma was 3 months ago. 3 months. Yan Muyun suddenly chuckled, then gently shook his head repeating, 3 months. He'll take you to see them tomorrow. Yan Yiming seemed a bit uncomfortable unbuttoning 2 buttons on his shirt. Yan Long nodded and turned to look at Yan Muyun, who was already showing signs of inebriation, and said, follow me. Yan Long nodded and turned to look at Yan Muyun, who was already showing signs of inebriation, and said, follow me. The table held 7 empty beer bottles. Yan Yiming had consumed 2, while Yan Long had not drunk at all. Where's the bathroom? Yan Muyun stood up, supporting himself against the back of the chair. There's one in Grandpa and Grandma's room. Yan Long replied casually. The two crossed the living room and entered the bedroom at the end of the west corridor. The bathroom is over there. Yan Long pointed to the white wooden door in the corner. Yan Muyun staggered over, closed the door, and did not come out for about 3 to 4 minutes. His face was wet and his eyes were slightly red. This main control panel can control all the functions in the room, such as the air conditioning and lighting. Yan Long handed over a thin, deep blue tablet and continued, but we prefer to control it directly by voice. You just need to say Yun before issuing a command. For example, Yun, dim the room lights. As his voice fell, the lights in the room dimmed slightly from their previously bright state. The room can also switch to white noise mode, which can aid in sleep. Let me demonstrate one Yun seaside. The surrounding lights dimmed significantly, and several light sources flickered like candle flames while the sound of waves crashing against the shore created an immersive atmosphere. If you want to learn more functions, you can visit the brand's official website. There are manuals available. Ha ha ha. Yan Muyun suddenly burst into laughter. Yan Long looked puzzled and tilted his head slightly. You sound like a real estate agent. Yan Muyun wiped away a tear. Yan Long, realizing that the other was tipsy, did not mind. Do you need me to continue introducing more? No, I'm feeling really sleepy and just want to take a quick nap. Yan Muyun waved his hand, then exaggeratedly yawned. Then you should rest well. Yan Long turned to leave, casually closing the door behind him. Once the door closed, Yan Muyun's previous drunkenness faded away. Leaning against the wall, his expression became expression. What his parents and brother do not know is that on the night he broke up with his first love, he drank a bottle of 250 milliliters of vodka, and when he woke up the next day, he felt perfectly fine. 5 bottles of beer might make him a bit tipsy, but they could never make him lose his composure. Yan Muyun slowly scanned the room and noticed a photo frame on the table. As he approached to take a closer look, he saw 2 elderly individuals with white hair seated together, with a tall, middle-aged man standing behind them, along with a 13 or 14-year-old boy whose expression was indifferent. Yan Muyun quietly looked at it for a long time, then turned the photo frame upside down on the table. The family photo is missing one person. Oh, it's incomplete. He walked to the window and sat on the windowsill. The city's night view was dazzling and enchanting. Gazing at the colorful neon lights outside, his eyes held a deep, rainbow-hued darkness. The next morning, on the rapidly moving floating car, Yan Muyun found a comfortable position to lean against the seat and asked, so you awakened before I returned to the country? The middle-aged man sitting opposite him was impeccably dressed in a suit with a resolute expression. No one would expect that the two of them would actually be brothers, with the seemingly youthful man in his 20s being the elder brother. Yes, Yan Yiming nodded. He still clearly remembered that his first encounter with superpower events was 30 years ago in March 2022. On that night, a classmate posted an overseas link in the class group and mysteriously said, "This world is about to change." Yan Yiming downloaded a VPN online, clicked on the link, and found it was a video website. Unlike other video platforms, this site had no categorization of videos, and there were only about 200 videos in total. Looking back now, this video website seemed to be the precursor of today's Jieko. After opening the door to this new world, Yan Yiming quickly became immersed in it, spending most of his free time watching various superpower videos and browsing related forums. After all, he was a boy in his early teens, full of energy and curiosity. Until one day, he caught a fever. At that time, Yan Yiming was out playing with classmates, and when he sensed something was off with his body before parting ways, he found a nearby hotel to stay in. He did not return home and only sent a message to his parents saying he would be staying at a friend's house tonight. Just 3 days prior, a Spanish man had erupted in flames after his awakening, killing his family and neighbors, and such posts were never lacking in various overseas superpower forums. Yan Yiming actually did not know if he was simply having a common fever or was truly on the verge of becoming a so-called super. The reason he subconsciously leaned towards the latter was not only the youthful desire to avoid ordinariness, but also because he had never experienced an environment with significant temperature changes in his memory. He simply caught a fever for no apparent reason. And as it turns out, his somewhat juvenile speculation ultimately became a reality. So you can control gravity. Yan Muyun leaned slightly forward, saying with interest, I was too busy listening to you talk about the past last night, and haven't yet witnessed your abilities. Yan Yiming smiled slightly. Hold on to something tight. Yan Muyun hurriedly grabbed the handle of the car door, and the next second, he found his buttocks leaving the seat, his body faintly floating. That's amazing, he exclaimed in admiration. Besides nullifying gravity, I can also increase it. Yan Yiming pressed down with his right hand. Yan Muyun fell back down the leather seat, sinking slightly, as if he were firmly pressed down by an invisible force. He tried to raise his hand, but felt as though a bag of cement was weighing down his arm, leaving even his fingers unable to move a fraction. Okay, let go of me. Yan Yiming slightly leaned forward, seeming not to hear clearly, yet the sly smile at the corner of his mouth betrayed something. Yan Long watched the two from the side, his lips curling down. In his mind, his father always maintained a serious demeanor whether in public or at home. Influenced by the other, his own personality had been somewhat cold since childhood. However, in front of this uncle he appeared quite easygoing, even a bit childish. The speed of the floating car began to gradually slow down as they reached their destination. The weather was beautiful today with bright sunshine and a refreshing breeze. Behind the large iron gate that stood open not far away was an endless expanse of lush green lawn dotted with numerous gray-white stone monuments. Scattered figures inside either held flowers or knelt before certain monuments, most with solemn expressions. After Yan Muyun got out of the car, he took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled, as if resolved to something. Let's go. The three of them walked deep into the cemetery. After turning two corners, crossing a small hill, and entering a fork in the path, walking at the front, Yan Ming slowed his pace, finally stopping before two identical black stone monuments. He squatted down, a faint smile appearing on his face. Dad, Mom, I brought my brother to see you. Yan Long walked over from the side, bending down to pick up the somewhat wilted bouquet from the stone steps in front of the monument, then placed the fresh flowers he held on top. Yan Muyun stood behind them expressionless as he gazed at the two monuments before him. The names of his parents were engraved upon them, names he knew all too well. Understanding his brother's personality, Yan Ming patted his son's shoulder. Let's head over there first. When they reached the corner, Yan Long couldn't help but glance back, only to see that figure kneeling before the two tombstones, his forehead pressed tightly against the ground, unmoving for a long time, like a stone statue. The father and son walked to a tree by the roadside and stopped. Yan Ming crossed his arms over his chest, watching his son, and asked, not used to it, right? Suddenly having such an uncle at home. Yan Long shook his head. After the third year of middle school, I had to visit the nursing home almost every week, so he's not a stranger. As Grandpa and Grandma gradually aged, Yan Ming's work became increasingly busy, and the task of checking on the comatose, Yan Muyun, had long fallen to Yan Long. These years. Thank you for your hard work. It's nothing. After this short exchange, the two fell into silence. Yan Ming suddenly realized that he seemed not to understand the other person. It's somewhat amusing, as a father he had almost no clue what his son was thinking. In his impression, Yan Long had never gone through a rebellious phase. He had always been very sensible and obedient since childhood, never causing any trouble, and he excelled academically with clear life goals. Just like this internship at the Special Administration Bureau and the university he would attend in the future, these were all planned by him, and he had scarcely participated in the process. Just like this internship at the Special Administration Bureau and the university he would attend in the future, these were all planned by him, and he had scarcely participated in the After all, both he and his brother had caused quite a stir during their high school years. Yan Ming gazed into the distance, chuckling self-deprecatingly. An incompetent father, yet a son without flaws. But the only issue was that Yan Long's personality seemed a bit too. Yan Ming clearly remembered that when his parents passed away one after the other, his son's expression, although more serious than usual during those days with his lips often pressed together, never shed a single tear. About half an hour later, when the two returned, the two monuments that had been slightly dusty were now cleaned, with the dark stone surface reflecting clear images of people. Shall we go? Yan Muyun smiled at them, appearing quite open-minded though his eyes were red. Yan Ming glanced at his watch and nodded. Let's go, I'll drop you both home first, then I'll head to work. As he said this, he seemed to remember something and turned to look at his son. I forgot to ask last night, don't you have to go for your I took a day off yesterday, Yan Long replied blandly. I wish I could take a day off like that too, Yan Ming sighed. After all, his position was too important, and even on regular weekends being able to truly take a day off was rare. However, Yan Ming suddenly raised his voice, slightly arching an eyebrow. I'll try to get off work early today, and the three of us can go out for a nice meal. The floating car stopped at the entrance of the community, and Yan Long and Yan Muyun got out. After returning home, Yan Muyun changed into slippers and staggered onto the sofa, his eyes vacant, lost in thought. Yan Long walked to the opposite side of him expressionless, and said, come with me. Yan Muyun looked up a bit confused. What f? To take you to see Grandpa and Grandma. Upon seeing his parents' gravestones, Yan Muyun did not feel sadness. It was as if a large piece of his heart had been gouged out, pain-free yet hollow. After bowing his head, he was unsure of what to do, and thus sat quietly. His thoughts drifted aimlessly like a kite with broken strings until Yan Ming and Yan Long approached him, snapping him back to reality, only to find the corners of his eyes unexpectedly damp. On the way home, he remained in this state, uttering not a word devoid of joy or sorrow. It was only when Yan Long spoke something inexplicable that his thoughts were pulled back to reality. What are you talking about? Yan Muyun was startled, the lingering melancholy in his heart disappearing in an instant as he watched the other party with heightened vigilance. I'm taking you to see Grandma and Grandpa, Yan Long repeated blandly. Do you want to listen to what you're saying? Yan Muyun activated the recording function on his phone. Yan Long ignored him and turned to walk towards his room. After spending these 2 days together, Yan Muyun had come to understand the young man's character and knew he wouldn't casually make such jokes. He hurriedly scrambled up from the sofa. Hey, are you serious? Yan Long paused at the doorway, turning to look at him. Seeing his serious expression, Yan Muyun's heart raced, and after swallowing hard, he followed without hesitation. Yan Long's bedroom was the smallest in the house, yet it was about 20 square meters, appearing quite spacious. The furnishings were simple: a wardrobe, a bed, a set of black desk and chairs, along with a lamp and a computer on top. Yan Long opened the wardrobe, which had a lot of space, but only about 1/3 was occupied by clothes, with the rest empty. He opened the drawer of the inner compartment and took out a silver-white square box about the size of a palm. The surface of the box shimmered with blue light resembling some kind of machine and was still in an active state. Frowning, Yan Muyun attempted to guess. Is this a data disk containing my parents' holographic projections? Yanlong did not respond, merely placing the silver box on the desk before opening another drawer and taking out a black mechanical. Recalling the science fiction novels he had read before, Yan Muyun took a deep breath. Could it be that current technology can upload human consciousness to the internet? But then he felt something was off. Wait a minute, why didn't Yan Ming tell me about this? Doesn't he know? My dad truly doesn't know. Yanlong finally spoke, his voice somewhat low. And you must not tell him. However, Yan Muyun was more concerned with, is my parents' consciousness really uploaded to the internet? You will know if you... Yanlong handed over the helmet. Yan Muyun did not take it, but looked deeply at him. Yanlong, you know how important this is. You won't be disappointed. Yanlong gazed directly into his eyes. Yan Muyun's fists tightened, and then relaxed, his palms already slightly damp. After taking a deep breath, he finally took the helmet, then lay back on the bed. We are about to start the connection. You may feel a slight dizziness. Do not resist this sensation. As his vision turned pitch black, blinking twice, he would find himself in a completely unfamiliar environment. After a brief reminder with a soft click, it seemed that he pressed a button on the helmet. Facial scan complete, preparing to log in. A mechanical synthesized electronic voice sounded in his ears, and in the next moment, Yan Muyun felt a buzzing noise deep in his head, his vision gradually darkening until he fell into a deep abyss of darkness. This feeling was strange. It seemed as if he had fallen asleep, yet his consciousness remained awake. Then it was as if he needed to blink twice. Yan Muyun blinked once, but in front of him was still pitch black, so dark that he began to doubt whether he had actually blinked. So he blinked a second time. Login successful. A soft female electronic voice resonated from deep within Yan Muyun's mind, and in the next moment, he found himself no longer in Yanlong's bedroom, nor even lying down. At that moment, he stood in the center of a vast room. Looking down, he discovered that the clothes he had been wearing had vanished, replaced by a loose white robe. Not far in front of him was a gigantic floor-to-ceiling window outside which lay a lake as clear as a mirror, flanked by a large and a small green pine tree, while across the lake loomed a snow-covered mountain range. The sound of bubbling water came from beside him. Turning his head, he saw a classical fireplace made of red bricks with orange flames flickering inside. Not far from the fireplace, a figure lay on a rocking chair holding a thick book. Before Yan Muyun could clearly see who was sitting there, a melodious female voice suddenly came from behind him. Little Long, are you here to see Grandma and Grandpa again? You've been busy with studies and work every day, so don't worry about us. We are doing well here. Although the voice was somewhat unfamiliar, it carried an indescribable familiarity. Yan Muyun turned around stiffly to see a youthful woman in her 20s standing on the stairs looking at him with gentle eyes. However, the warmth in her eyes quickly vanished, almost instantly replaced by disbelief, confusion, joy, panic, and other complex emotions. Yan Muyun suddenly remembered that there was a photo album in his ancestral home filled with pictures of himself and his younger brother as children, as well as photos of his parents when they were young. The woman before him looked exactly like his mother Li Hui in her youth. Yan Muyun's eyes welled up, feeling a tear slide. He reached out to wipe it away, but touched nothing, not even the sensation of skin. Bao. Is it really? The woman gripped the railing tightly, her figure swaying, as if she might fall at any moment. Upon hearing the name, Yan Muyun finally confirmed that the person before him was indeed his mother. Mom, he murmured the word. To think he had believed they were worlds apart, yet suddenly reuniting made him question if he was Muyun. A deep male voice came from behind. Yan Muyun turned to see the figure by the fireplace, standing up. Without a doubt, it was his father Yan Guocheng. Although he looked much younger than Yan Muyun remembered, he was still in his 30s, not too different from before. Dad. Yan Muyun waved at him, then turned back to look at his mother on the stairs, smiling broadly. Mom, him up. Outside, it had begun to snow at some point, fluttering down, draping the two pine trees by the lake with a white veil. The three of them sat on the sofa. Considering their son's feelings, Yan Guocheng and Li Hui had already restored their appearance to that of their 50-year-old selves, while Yan Muyun was sandwiched between them like a hamburger. Don't worry, Mom and Dad, these 30 years have felt like a mere nap to me. It hasn't been hard at all. That's good, that's good. Yan Muyun chuckled, having emphasized this point for the third time during their 2-hour conversation. Even without any tactile feedback, Li Hui still held her son's hand tightly, as if afraid he might disappear at any moment. At this point, Yan Guocheng had already recovered from his initial shock and joy. As a father, the pillar of the family, and once the head of the household, he was evidently more practical and rational than his wife. Muyun, do you have any plans for the future? Yan Guocheng, our son has just awakened. Can we not discuss such serious topics? Li Hui glared at him somewhat Yan Muyun laughed, genuinely happy. At that moment, he was absolutely certain that the parents before him were not mere products of AI computation, but truly authentically them. But Bao, Li Hui gently patted her son's hand, her expression suddenly turning serious. Yan Muyun grinned, already vaguely guessing what she was about to say. You must not be like Yan Ming, you have to bring a daughter-in-law back for us. Sure enough, Yan Muyun rolled his eyes. Beside him, Yan Guocheng nodded in agreement. Your mom is right about this. So I just woke up yesterday and know nothing about the current world situation. Dad, can you tell me about it? Yan Muyun quickly. Since he entered university, his father had taken to chatting with him about everything from international affairs to national policies, leaving no topic untouched between them. This could be seen as a common trait among middle-aged men perhaps, because Yan Guoqing's profession as a teacher followed by becoming a principal necessitated frequent lectures to parents, thus forming such a habit. As expected, Yan Muyun secretly glanced at his father only to see a smile already forming on his face, clearly ready for a lengthy discourse. Li Hui noticed her son's attempt to change the subject, but chose not to confront it, merely smiling and shaking her head. Yan Guoqiang cleared his throat and said, "There have been tremendous changes over the past 30 years. Firstly, there was the so-called SUP-001 virus widely spread among the populace, which was later named Omega after research from scientists across various countries. The lethality of this virus was unprecedented, reaching an astonishing 91.7, and there were virtually no medical treatments or alleviation methods, relying solely on the human immune system to endure it. Moreover, at that time no one understood the transmission routes of this virus. Regardless of the preventive measures taken, they were essentially ineffective. Was it that terrifying?" Yan Muyun couldn't help but exclaim. In that moment, he irrationally associated it with the Black Death, which refers to the plague. In the 14th century, this dreadful virus claimed the lives of 25 million Europeans, approximately one-third of the total population at the time. Yan Guoqing nodded and continued. Although the Omega virus was extremely dangerous, fortunately its transmission rate, what was truly frightening were the subsequent effects it brought. Yan Muyun frowned slightly. Superpowers? Yan Guoqing nodded. This supernatural terrifying power is most feared in the hands of those who have been bullied for years and the ambitious. The first to taste its bitter fruit was the former world's strongest country, the United States of America. First, the most recognized superpower in Europe and America, emerged the Indian Guardian. This nation, nearly exterminated and pushed to the edge of the abyss by white people, finally gained the power to retaliate. On the night of May 6, 2024, 2 military bases in the United States were destroyed and the White House was leveled. Under the pressure of one individual, the American government at the time was forced to give up many things. Then chaos ensued within the country, a chaos that was utterly chaotic. The racial issues in this country had already reached a boiling point, and at this moment nearly everyone began to take advantage of the chaos, becoming lawless. Blacks, Asians, Mexicans, and so on all participated. Yan Muyun nodded in agreement, not finding this situation fantastical at all, but rather perfectly normal. Just a few years before his coma, the United States had sparked nationwide riots due to a white police officer kneeling on a black man, leading to movements like Black Lives Matter and $0 purchases. India was also in turmoil with too many and too mixed religions and various deities like the monkey god and cow god. In the initial years, the self-proclaimed divine protected Indians began to stir trouble, but like grasshoppers in autumn, they did not last long. Southeast Asian countries were also restless, with the Thai royal family being purged and constant wars in Vietnam. In fact, apart from us, only European countries could barely maintain stability, while most other places had fallen. For instance, war-torn Africa and the Middle East, where long-standing grievances between Israel and Arab countries erupted into hundreds of large and small wars during that period. Originally, all advanced military power was held by the government, which would consider consequences, situations, international impacts, and so forth, thus not easily engaging in war. But ordinary people could not consider so much. They only had the purest loves and hates. When they wielded terrifying powers, the consequences were hard to imagine. Yan Guoqiang appreciatively patted his son's shoulder, quite pleased with his analysis. "You are correct. Is the Jingwa divine toilet still around?" Yan Muyun suddenly asked. Yan Guoqiang was taken aback for a moment, then laughed heartily. That shrine was turned upside down by someone now facing head down and butt up. Indeed. Yan Muyun also revealed an understanding smile. With over 1 billion descendants of Yan and Huang, how could there not be a few similar figures to the Indian Guardian? Yan Guoqiang continued. Compared to the chaos internationally, our domestic situation is relatively stable. Occasionally, if a superpowered individual attempts to commit a crime before the military or government arrives, they are often subdued by enthusiastic citizens. Take your brother Yan Yiming, for example. He hasn't even entered university yet, and he has already received several awards for bravery from the city. Li Hui spoke with a proud glint in her eyes. However, Yan Muyun knew that during that time they strongly opposed his brother's reckless actions, and they might have even had several heated arguments. After all, in their parents' eyes, their son's safety was more important than anything. Yan Guoqiang continued. That chaotic era later came to be known as the Abyss Era. And starting from 2035, finally the era of divine grace arrived. Yan Muyun noticed a sincere reverence appearing on his father's face at that moment. This surprised him, as the family, aside from his mother who had once worshipped Buddha and believed in Christianity, were all staunch atheists. Yan Guoqiang seemed to understand his son's thoughts and turned to look at him. "I know you don't believe in the divine, thinking it's merely a tool for manipulating public consciousness, or that temples and churches gather wealth in the name of faith. But if I told you that until now not a single divine temple or church has been built in the world, what would you think?" Yan Muyun hesitated, but that doesn't seem to prove anything. "You mustn't say such things outside," Li Hui reminded her son worriedly from the side. "If you knew what the divine had done, you would no longer have doubts in your heart." "What did it do?" "It restored order to this chaotic world." At this moment, the man's square face looked exceptionally solemn, his tone filled with respect. During those turbulent years, the Earth's population drastically decreased, and the relationships between countries were incredibly fragile, with an ever-present risk of a full-scale war. There were even reports that the frenzied American government planned to deploy all its nuclear weapons from the warehouses, intending to take down all awakeners in the world with them. Just telling you might not make you understand. Yan Guoqing snapped his fingers and a semi-transparent blue screen appeared. Let me show you some videos documenting the miracles. As he spoke, he opened a video. The beginning of the video seemed to record a war with bombers gliding through the air, dropping bombs. In the distance, a dozen armored vehicles were parked launching missiles that trailed long tails of fire, exploding into massive flames on the enemy's front. Occasionally figures flew into the sky, unleashing thunder and flames. Or there were superhumans who waved their hands, lifting several tanks with swirling sand and stones. Just as Yan Muyun was awed by the grandeur of the battlefield, he suddenly noticed an even more spectacular scene. Amidst the frantic cries of the video recorder, a massive rift opened in the sky, revealing a dazzling golden light. A colossal golden hand resembling a heavenly canopy, and seemingly capable of grasping the entire world, reached out from the rift, attempting to grab something below. In an instant, fighter jets, tanks, and armored vehicles vanished, leaving only bewildered soldiers behind. The sound of gunfire ceased, and the cries of battle faded, plunging the entire video into an eerie silence. After a few seconds, a sound like a morning bell echoed from the horizon, speaking in a language that was obscure and hard to comprehend. A Chinese subtitle appeared below the video, roughly stating, "Those who instigate war shall bear unforgivable sins." The golden hand reached out again, and this time all the soldiers on the right battlefield vanished. Thus the countries of Syria, Iraq, and Egypt disappeared from this world. Yan Guoqing's voice trembled. These nations seemed to have been completely erased, as if they had never existed at all. Whether viewed through satellite imagery or on-site investigations, the cities, buildings, humans, and animals all vanished simultaneously, and no one knew where they had gone. This is divine punishment. Yan Muyun swallowed hard, forcing a bitter smile at the corner of his mouth. "Dad, you can't be pulling my leg, can you? Pull your leg." Yan Guoqing widened his eyes. You can check online, countless people have gone to the former sites of those countries, and all that remains is endless wasteland. This was even reported by the state at the time. Am I deceiving you? Is the state deceiving you? Is the entire world? Alright, I apologize. Yan Muyun raised his hands in surrender. If you don't believe me, I'll find you a few more videos. Hey, enough, I believe. Yan Muyun hurriedly interrupted his father. He was actually not very interested in the so-called divine beings. Regardless of whether they were gods, demons, or extraterrestrial beings, as long as they did not interfere with his daily life, that was sufficient. So to summarize, the earth was already dragged to the brink of World War III, and at this moment the divine being descended to stop everything right. He made a simple summary. Yan Guoqing nodded. Correct. Got it, I understand. Yan Muyun made an okay gesture. By the way, there's one more thing. Yan Guoqing suddenly frowned slightly, and said solemnly, some say this is a test from the divine being to all humanity, and those who pass the test, that is humanity, who have survived the Omega virus, will gain powers bestowed by the divine being. However, the divine being did not expect that humanity would end up killing each other. All of this is granted by the divine being. Yan Muyun was astounded. Yes, but this is not something the divine being said directly, it is merely a widely circulated notion online. Yan Guoqing nodded and frowned. The origin is that the divine being once mentioned humanity's civilization would experience a catastrophe in 30 years, and with our current level of technology, we definitely cannot withstand it. Thus some speculated that the so-called superpowers were actually granted by the divine being to help humanity overcome the crisis. What year was that prophecy from? 2026. I just woke up and the end of the world is in 4 years. Yan Muyun felt like crying. Yan Guoqing patted his son's shoulder, speaking in a tone that was quite exasperated. What are you afraid of? Even if it is the end of the world, with the help of the divine being, we will definitely be able to overcome this crisis. Did the divine being provide any other instructions, like a clear method for overcoming the catastrophe? The divine being did not give clear instructions. He said that in this matter, the only ones who can help humanity are the humans themselves. Looking at his son's tearful expression, Yan Guoqing smiled, but he gave something else, a genetic serum. Genetics, is this thing also created by that divine being? Yan Muyun was stunned. The combination of religion and technology, two things that strongly clash, seemed bizarre. Yan Guoqing shook his head. No, the divine being did not directly provide the genetic serum, but rather the blood of the divine. Scientists from various countries analyzed divine blood to develop the genetic serum. Due to differences in research technologies, the quality of each genetic serum varies. There are two top-tier serums globally, both capped at grade. One is our Waxia's blood of Fuxi, and the other is blood of Christ, developed by one of the top financial conglomerates in the now-split America Ruhui company. Yan Muyun was shocked, using religious and mythological figures for naming. Aren't you afraid that divine being will cause trouble? Yan Guoqing chuckled, waving his hand to indicate not to worry. Since the day the divine being acted, all prominent religions have been trying to attach him to themselves. We Huaxia cannot let them take this advantage. We simply chose a creator god from mythology. Did that divine being not express any opinions, eh? Yan Muyun was astonished. Moreover, from the last sentence, it seemed that Huaxia naming the divine being Fuxi was not entirely out of respect, but more to annoy the three major religions. So far it seems there hasn't been any, at least no further divine prophecies, or anything. Yan Guoqing shook his head. This divine being's temperament seems quite good. Yan Muyun sighed. However, he suddenly remembered that in the video he just watched, that divine being, when angered, erased an entire country with a mere gesture. Yan Muyun clasped his hands together, clicking his tongue. It seemed that the thoughts of the divine being were beyond the comprehension of mere mortals like himself. That being said, does this so-called divine being truly exist? Throughout human history, aside from those mystical religious records and the myths recorded by early humans witnessing incomprehensible scenes, there is almost no evidence to prove that a truly omnipotent, transcendent, true God exists on Earth. Modern science has long evolved the process of Earth's life evolution, and the theory of divine creation was almost proven false over 20 years ago. If there is a God, why are there good people oppressed, and why is justice so often denied? Could it be that this so-called God doesn't care about the trivial matters of the world, only appearing to guide humanity in the face of extinction-level threats? Or could it be that this divine being is actually a powerful, transcendent being in disguise? But if someone truly possesses the power seen in that video, how would they differ from a real God? Daba, what are you thinking? Seeing her son's vacant gaze staring ahead, Li Hui waved her hand in front of him. Huh. Yan Muyun came to his senses, grinning foolishly. It's nothing. Yan Muyun opened his eyes, sitting up from the bed and placing the helmet aside. He wiped the corners of his eyes with the back of his hand, brushing away the tears. On the nearby desk, a silver-white square box lay quietly, its surface shimmering with a soft blue light. Yan Muyun gazed deeply at the unremarkable little box, his expression incredibly complex. For him now, it was no longer some inexplicable high-tech machine, but the only bridge connecting him to his parents. Yanlong, where are you? Yan Muyun put on his shoes and walked out of the room. Awake. A head peeked out from the kitchen. It seems like I've been in there for a long time. It's already afternoon, right? Yan Muyun scratched his head and smiled naively. When the two returned, it was barely before 8 in the morning, and now it was already 2 in the afternoon. Moreover, if it weren't for Li Hui worrying about her son's health and urging him to come out for a meal, he would probably have stayed in that virtual world even longer. Yanlong walked out of the kitchen wearing a gray apron and holding a spatula. After all, it's been decades since we last met. What a coincidence, are you just cooking? Yan Muyun rubbed his empty stomach and asked curiously. Yanlong nodded expressionlessly. I figured it would be about time. After all, Grandpa and Grandma wouldn't let you starve. You really understand them. When I was young, my dad was busy working, and it was Grandpa and Grandma who took care of me. Yan Muyun grinned, suddenly realizing that this little nephew of his might have spent even more time with his parents than he had. After all, he had attended boarding schools during his middle and high school years, and after he turned 18, he studied abroad, only returning home once a year. Yanlong seemed to want to say something, but only managed to let out one word before stopping. Yan Muyun chuckled and said, "Do you find it awkward to call me uncle? Directly calling me you feels a bit impolite. Don't worry about those formalities, you just call me brother." Yanlong, you call Yan Yiming dad and your dad calls me brother, so we can just refer to each other in our own ways. Upon realizing that his parents still existed in this world, Yan Muyun felt surprisingly good. No matter how he looked at this young man before him, he found him more and more agreeable. Maybe not. Yanlong shook his head, but then his expression became serious. Remember, this matter must not be told. Yan Muyun blinked, recalling this detail, and then curiously asked, why exactly? It can't be that Yan Yiming's... That's not it. Yanlong gently interrupted him, then shook his head, but it's somewhat similar. What's really going on? Yan Muyun felt increasingly confused. Yanlong twirled the spatula in his hand, as if making some kind of decision, and after a moment, he finally spoke. Regarding uploading Grandpa and Grandma's consciousness into the virtual world, my dad actually opposes it. The implementation of this technology is quite brutal. I heard it requires removing the brain of a person who has not been dead for more than 5 hours. Never mind, I won't go into details. Yan Muyun imagined that scene and couldn't help but shiver. He had watched many sci-fi and horror works, including novels, animations, and movies. But being a pure observer is one thing. One can enjoy the thrill without a care in the world. However, when one's loved ones are involved, it feels entirely different. Grandpa and Grandma passed away peacefully. The only regret in their lives might be that they didn't wait for you to wake up. But after all 30 years have passed, they have long given up hope, or perhaps come to terms with it. Yan Muyun nodded, indicating that he understood. When Grandpa passed away, this technology had just emerged, and there were not many precedents to prove its safety and stability. He feared that he would not find peace after death, so he refused the operation. As for Grandma said she didn't want to go into that completely unfamiliar world alone. She preferred to go down and accompany Grandpa. Yanlong slightly lowered his head, unsure whether he was looking at the ground or the spatula in his hand. So uploading their consciousness to the network was entirely my own decision. Not only did my dad not know, but I also did not obtain Grandpa and Grandma's prior consent. Yan Muyun fell silent. He didn't know what choice he would ultimately make if he were in the same situation. Finally, he sighed, walked over, and patted his nephew's shoulder, comforting him. It's okay, your grandparents are feeling quite happy, and if you hadn't done this, they wouldn't have had the chance to see me again. Yanlong nodded, appearing somewhat serious. I'll go back to continue cooking, it'll be ready soon. He turned back toward the kitchen, but his shoulder was suddenly grabbed. Wait, can hospitals perform such surgeries without consulting the guardian and the person involved? Yan Muyun suddenly realized something was amiss, frowning and sensing that the situation was not simple. Yanlong's body visibly stiffened for a moment, then he turned around, his expression more serious than before. What's going on? Explain everything clearly. Yan Muyun's voice deepened unexpectedly, revealing a hint of elder's authority. Yan Long pressed his lips together, seemingly resigned. This matter is actually another main reason why I need to keep it from my dad. Yan Muyun crossed his arms and leaned against the door, quietly waiting for further explanation. I have a good friend whose dad is the director of that hospital. At my earnest request, he secretly used his dad's authority to approve these 2 surgeries. Yan Long said expressionlessly. Yan Muyun was astonished. Is that even possible? In this rapidly developing information age, many rules have loopholes. Yan Long looked deeply at him. My classmate is quite a skilled hacker, and with his dad's computer and various verification information almost at his fingertips, this matter is not difficult for him. What about the money? How was the surgery fee resolved? Yan Muyun pressed on. Yan Long did not respond immediately, but suddenly touched his left eye, then opened his hand to reveal a faint blue translucent chip on his fingertips. What is this? I mentioned before Smart IU combined with the chip on my wrist. The official price is 1388 yuan. Yan Long lowered his head and covered the chip over his eye again, saying faintly, this is just a birthday gift I received. Yan Muyun fell silent. He suddenly recalled a statement made by the other party when they had just come out of the supernatural registration office. Why do some parents always think that money can compensate for the time spent together? It was evident that Yan Yiming had never made Yan Long feel deprived in daily expenses. Considering the character of this eldest nephew, he likely did not have a habit of wasting money, so it was not impossible for him to save some funds over the years. Yan Long continued, my savings weren't enough, so I borrowed some from that classmate of mine. He covered the rest for me. Your classmate is really a good person, Yan Muyun remarked. Yan Long nodded side. He did something illegal for me, and my dad is an official in the law enforcement department. If I tell my dad about this, it would only create trouble for both of them. Yan Muyun frowned slightly. But you can't keep it from him for— He'll tell him when I leave for college. Yan Long turned back around and walked towards the kitchen. By then my classmate and I will be going to another city. He won't be able to chase us across provinces. Bright sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the living room, warmly illuminating the space. Yan Muyun stood in a shadow that was just out of the sunlight, remaining silent. Yan Yiming would not chase his own son across provinces, but he could easily contact the local police department. Yan Muyun knew very well that the situation he was envisioning had a 90% chance of not happening. After all, most people's bottom lines are not solid. Sometimes all it takes is an excuse, a step down in opportunity, or simply a forget it. That kid and his classmate have gone to another city. The police, they're probably quite busy. I should avoid bothering them with family matters, so it's best to let it go. All Yan Yiming needed was a chance to think this way, an excuse to convince himself. This kid, though young, is quite cunning. Yan Muyun couldn't help but smile slightly. Just then a burnt smell wafted from the kitchen, and Yan Long walked out, extending the frying pan in his hand. What's wrong? Yan Muyun felt somewhat confused. Because you kept talking to me, the chicken wings got burnt. Sorry. At 4 in the afternoon, Yan Yiming arrived home, holding a black bag in his hand. How long have you thought about where to eat? If you haven't decided, I was planning to take you and your uncle to. His words trailed off as he noticed his brother slumped on the sofa, brushing his teeth, looking content and full. Yan Muyun turned to glance at him, smiling sheepishly. I had a late lunch. Xiao Long just finished cleaning the table. It's fine, I'm not hungry anyway. Oh, I can wait for supper later. Yan Yiming didn't mind, changed into his slippers, and handed the black bag to his brother. What is this? Yan Muyun took the bag, curiously peeling it open to look inside. Smart glasses. It's not great for you to keep using Yan Long's old phone. Yan Yiming smiled and said, consider it a gift for your awakening. Tisk really unnecessary. Yan Muyun opened the packaging box and took out a silver-white pair of glasses wrapped in plastic film, the overall style being simple yet exquisite. So light. He weighed it in his hands. Yan Yiming said, aren't you nearsighted? I heard these glasses can adjust. Back when Yan Muyun was a freshman, he whimsically wrote a novel sitting in front of the computer every day, which forced him to develop a pair of glasses. Although his vision was somewhat poor, it didn't greatly affect his normal life. He could still see things up close clearly, but they became blurry at a distance. For example, when he ordered at KFC, he had to squint his eyes to read the menu above the cashier's head. Now, having lain in the life support device for 30 years, his old glasses had long since vanished. At that moment, Yan Long walked out of the kitchen and said casually, the frames can change color. Haha, when the time comes, let Xiao Long teach you how to use them properly. Yan Yiming patted Yan Muyun's shoulder. Yan Long silently nodded, and then sat down on the nearby sofa close. How much do these cost? Yan Muyun asked curiously. About 5,000 to 6,000. Isn't that too expensive? Yan Muyun clicked his tongue, then took out the phone Yan Long had given him yesterday. Why not return it? This is enough for me. I can just get another pair of glasses later. Yan Yiming leaned back on the sofa, unbuttoning 2 buttons on his shirt and letting out a long breath. I still remember when you went abroad to study, you found a part-time job and used your first month's salary to buy me a new phone. That was right around your birthday, and you kept complaining about your phone being slow. Yan Muyun chuckled. The man looked up at the ceiling, his eyes slightly squinted. Back then, Mom and Dad were afraid we wouldn't study well, so they refused to change our phones no matter what. Right, I almost drove myself crazy arguing with Dad back, then banging my fists against the wall. Recalling those days, Yan Muyun couldn't help but chuckle. At 16 or 17, despite coming from a well-off family, he was stuck with a worn-out second-hand smartphone. When going out with classmates to play, launching a game would often make others wait for a long time. In that passionate and impulsive age, the pride of youth often outweighed most other things. Yan Yiming reminisced about those days, a smile appearing on his face. You only got to change your phone after graduating high school. I was still in my 3rd year of middle school wondering when I would ever get a new phone. Hey, that's the benefit of having an older brother, Yan Muyun said with a grin. Yan Yiming raised an eyebrow. You have money now to buy me a phone. Ooh, I also have money now to buy you glasses, so just accept them. All right, then I will reluctantly accept it. Yan Muyun grinned, placing the glasses back into the packaging. It was clear he actually quite liked the gift from his younger brother. The man didn't continue speaking, pulling out his phone to browse the latest news. Yan Yiming. Moi. I also want to work for the Special Operations Bureau. What? Yan Yiming turned to look only to see his younger brother, who looked like a son, still gazing out the window, his expression unreadable. Yan Muyun turned his face, his expression serious. I also want to work for the Special Operations Bureau. No way, it's too dangerous. Yan Yiming instinctively shook his head. His first reaction was not to judge whether his brother could join the Special Operations Bureau, but because the latter had now achieved a C rating. If he underwent more professional assessments, obtaining a B or above rating was nearly certain. In the Special Operations Bureau, as long as you are a clever ability user, you can qualify for an interview, while level ability users are even nurtured as the future backbone. Your son is currently interning at the Special Operations Bureau, Yan Muyun reminded. He's different. He decided his path early on and began training related to it from the 1st year of high school, whereas you just woke up as an old relic. Is that how you talk about your brother? You look just like my son right now. Yan Muyun tried to slap him, but as soon as he moved, an invisible force firmly pinned him back to the sofa. It's not like when we were young anymore, Yan Yiming smiled. In the past, compared to his 4 years older brother, his physique had always been relatively weak, so even when he grew into a 17 or 18-year-old young man, he often got beaten by his brother. But now it was clearly different. Let me go. We can talk this out, Yan Muyun said with difficulty. Yan Long, sitting nearby, glanced at the two, but said nothing. His originally dark pupils were now shimmering with a blue light, indicating that he was using smart eyes. Feeling his son's gaze, Yan Yiming coughed lightly into his left fist and released the gravitational field. Want to try again? After catching his breath, Yan Muyun unfolded a silver barrier above his head, seeming quite defiant. Yan Yiming ignored him, slightly frowning. Stop messing around, it's childish. Tisk, still acting like a father. Yan Muyun clicked his tongue. Tell me, why do you want to work for the Special Operations Bureau? Actually, it doesn't have to be that. Yan Muyun sighed, his voice becoming softer. I've troubled you for 30 years. I want to get a job as soon as possible and not continue to be a burden to you. I never felt like you were a burden to me, the man said, slightly frowning. Yeah, I know, but I still feel guilty. Yan Yiming didn't press any further. He just patted his brother's shoulder. If it's just for a job, there are plenty of better options out. Yan Muyun raised his hand to interrupt, pouting. I just want to ask you, as a relic who has slept for 30 years, what kind of job can I even do in this society? I have a bachelor's degree in education, but even 10-year-old kids today might have more common sense than me. Should I go move or work as a cleaner? Those jobs have long been replaced by automated machines. Yan Long, who had been silent, chimed in. See, now I'm just a useless person. Yan Muyun spread his hands, looking quite justified. Yan Yiming's mouth twitched, and he began to feel troubled as he couldn't think of what his brother could do. Yan Muyun extended a hand, and 3 tightly fitting silver-white hexagons appeared in front of his palm. The only advantage I have that hasn't fallen behind the times is probably this C-level ability. Since heaven has granted me this power, I have the obligation to make good use of it, don't I? Yan Long, who had been silent beside him, opened his deep blue eyes and looked over. He wanted to correct the other person, saying it was not heaven but divinity, but ultimately chose to remain silent. But Yan Yiming furrowed his brows, still somewhat hesitant. Yan Muyun suddenly straightened up, his expression serious. I'm your brother, not your son. I'm also in my 20s and capable of taking responsibility for my own choices. Yan Yiming sighed, for even after 30 years, he remembered his brother's temperament clearly. Usually he was agreeable and kind-hearted, but when it came to certain important matters, once the other party made a decision, even their father might not be able to control him. Just as he was about to relent, the long silent, Yan Long suddenly spoke. Let's go to the ability registration office. Hearing this, Yan Yiming's brows instantly relaxed, and he slapped his forehead. Right, we can go to the ability registration office. They are in need of defense-type testers there. Do they still need defense-type testers? Yan Muyun widened his eyes slightly. Was this implying he would be a live target? When testing and registering attack-type abilities, there is always a significant material loss, so from a cost-saving perspective, defense-type ability testers are in high demand. Yan Yiming explained with a smile. It was clear that he was very pleased with his son's suggestion. Working there would allow Yan Muyun to utilize his abilities without danger, and the salary and benefits were also quite good. It could be said to be nearly perfect. What do you think? The man turned to his young brother and inquired. Yan Muyun pondered for a moment, then leaned slightly forward, looking at his nephew with utmost seriousness. That ability registration office. Can you use that black mech from last time? No. Yan Long shook his head decisively. The power suit is exclusive equipment used by the Special Affairs Bureau to deal with aberrations. Yan Yiming said helplessly from the side. Then I still want to go to the Special Affairs Bureau. No, you can only go to the ability registration office. This time, Yan Yiming's tone was exceptionally firm, clearly not willing to let this young brother continue to throw a tantrum. I've worked hard to take care of you for 30 years, not to let you go seek death right after waking up. Yan Muyun originally wanted to argue a bit more, but after hearing this, he was completely silenced, unable to utter another. The atmosphere became somewhat quiet for a moment as the setting sun outside cast an orange filter over the living room. The registration channel for Chunjing Academy hasn't closed yet. He can go to university with me, and after graduation, he can choose the job he wants. In order to avoid the atmosphere becoming even more tense, Yan Long broke the silence. That's a good idea. The man nodded, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes easing slightly. University? I'm about to take the college entrance examination and I might not even reach the passing score, Yan Muyun said with a wry smile. It is said that a person's peak of knowledge is in their senior year, but as a graduate he had long returned all the useful and useless knowledge to the teachers. Furthermore, he attended an international high school to study foreign English textbooks and had never participated in the domestic college entrance examination. This is a university specifically for awakened individuals, and the academic requirements are not high, Yan Long said on the side. Yan Muyun took out his phone. Let me search online. A few minutes later he frowned, feeling a certain beautiful expectation in his heart shattered. This place, is it really that? In his original imagination, Chunjing Academy should be like Castle Academy or the Xavier Institute, the school for mutants in X-Men dedicated to cultivating and developing students' potential abilities, guiding them to learn how to use their powers, and then combating superpowered crimes, and opposing non-human evil species, and so on. But what is all this nonsense in the list of outstanding graduates? Mental health counselors, entrepreneurs, electrical engineers, senior programmers, even top chefs, fashion designers, and actors. It can be said that various fields are thriving. Although looking at the profiles, these graduates are mostly social elites reaching the pinnacle of their respective fields. The strong sense of incongruity is something that cannot be eliminated. Yan Ming smiled. The original intention of establishing Chunjing Academy was to help awakened individuals understand and correctly use their abilities. After all, everyone's abilities have unique functions which can produce unexpected effects in different occupational fields. Yan Muyun ignored him, turning his expressionless face towards his nephew. You want to go to school here? Yan Long nodded. What major do you want to apply for? Civil engineering. Using your ability to move more building materials at once. Yan Muyun couldn't help but criticize. Since learning is meant to build a better society, why go to the Special Affairs Bureau as an intern, risking life and death to battle aberrations? However, Yan Long shook his head and said calmly, those are general studies. Oh, I want to enter the combat department. Chunjing Academy is divided into two departments, one teaching students how to use their abilities and integrate them into ordinary societal professions. The other department is for training combat personnel, mainly targeting superpowered crimes and eliminating aberrations. Yan Muyun sighed in relief. Phew. This is more like it. Although this Chunjing Academy was somewhat different from his imagination, it had not completely shattered his somewhat naive youthful fantasies. At this moment, Yan Ming suddenly said, you cannot apply for the combat department. Huh. Why not? Yan Muyun's eyes widened in surprise, his tone rising several notches. It's too dangerous. Are you mistaking the subject? You're Yan Long's dad, not mine. Yan Ming's expression turned serious, his voice low. Still, it's the same thing. Xiao Long is already working towards this direction, and he knows what he will face in the future. But you are different. You just think it's exciting and fun without realizing the dangers of what you will face. Yan Muyun felt somewhat unconvinced. How dangerous can it be? Yesterday during the day I was the one who saved your son. Those aberrations don't seem that formidable. Yan Long glanced at him, but said nothing. Although he was worried about the other party's situation when he was ambushed, the fact that he was saved was still a reality. The exotic beings within the city and those outside are entirely different concepts. Yan Yiming pressed his hand on his brother's shoulder, signaling him to patiently listen to his explanation. According to research, the first, second, and third arrivals of the same exotic being will not deviate more than 2 kilometers from each other. In other words, if an exotic being's initial landing point is within the city, it is highly likely to continue appearing in the city afterwards. Yan Muyun did not understand his meaning and scratched his head. So what? Exotic beings that appear in the city can be quickly detected. In fact, 90 of them are reported by citizens even when they are still in their hidden state, and they will be swiftly exterminated by the fully armed special agents of the Bureau as soon as they emerge. However, the exotic beings outside the city are entirely different. They descend in deep mountains and forests, experiencing the second and third arrivals unnoticed by humanity, quietly growing into their complete forms. And those exotic beings that have completed 3 arrivals will possess strength at least equivalent to that of a mature entity. Wait a moment, do you even know what arrival means? At this point he realized that his brother had just woken up yesterday and should know very little about the current world. Basic knowledge, Yan Long has already told me about. Yan Muyun nodded. Yan Yiming's words were not difficult to understand. To summarize, exotic beings in the city are often discovered and exterminated during their juvenile and growth stages. In contrast, exotic beings outside the city having the time to evolve into complete forms are definitely stronger on average than those within the city. Don't even mention mature entities and elite exotic beings. It is even possible that a few royal species are hidden in some remote corners. The special agents of the Bureau only need to handle the exotic beings in the city. Meanwhile, the graduates from Chunjing Academy are responsible for those outside the city. The wrinkles at the corners of the man's eyes deepened and his tone grew heavier. Joining the combat department means facing the most dangerous monsters and bearing the greatest risks. I made it clear why I trust Xiaolong and his abilities, which is why I did not prevent him from choosing this major. You are entirely different. You just woke up yesterday, and today you are clamoring to fight the exotic beings. Do you know how many types of exotic beings there are? Do you know the ability traits and growth limits of each type? Do you know how many powerful awakened beings are killed by exotic beings every year? I see you are just like an old man eating arsenic, tired of life. After being harshly educated by his younger brother, Yan Muyun did not show any anger. He just took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He had already realized that he had taken some things too lightly. Seeing his brother in deep thought, Yan Muyun knew he had taken his words to heart and said, his tone slightly softened. So if you want to attend Changing Academy, you can only apply for the General Studies Department, don't go for that combat department. You don't need to worry about whether you can get in. As the deputy director of the bureau, I still have a recommendation quota. Dad, Yan Long suddenly called out. Moi. Your recommendation quota can only be given to interns at the bureau and can only be recommended for the combat department. Hiss. Yan Yiming grimaced and slapped his forehead hard with the palm of his hand. So if I want to use a bit of privilege, I can only personally send my brother to the most dangerous front lines to fight exotic beings. Yan Muyun chuckled beside him and patted his brother's shoulder. So does this quota belong to me? Yan Yiming impatiently swatted away the hand resting on his shoulder. If you can't apply for the General Studies Department, then just don't go to college. What's the point of going to any university? Just go work at the ability registration office. Just then a ringing sound suddenly came from the man's body. He took it out, glanced at it, made a quiet gesture, and then answered the call. Hello, director, what do you need from me? Yes. Yan Yiming nodded, glancing at his brother beside him with a somewhat surprised expression, then hesitated and said he really has this intention. Could you clarify what you mean? His voice suddenly rose several degrees. Yan Long and Yan Muyun naturally could not hear the voice on the phone. The two instinctively glanced at each other and then silently turned their heads away. After an unknown amount of time, Yan Yiming finally hung up the phone and then collapsed onto the sofa as if drained. At this moment, the expression on the face of this nearly 50-year-old man was incredibly complex, filled with surprise, joy, worry, and other mixed emotions, making the wrinkles on his face, which were not very pronounced, deepen slightly. What happened? Yan Muyun asked tentatively. Yan Yiming turned to look at him, a bitter smile appearing on his face. You, after sleeping for 30 years, actually woke up to something rare. He then roughly recounted the content of the call he had just received. Although Yan Muyun's awakening and discharge from the hospital had not attracted much social attention, it had spread in circles of a few informed individuals. The director of that nursing home, upon learning that a comatose patient had awakened after 30 years, was quite intrigued. He retrieved the physical condition reports of Yan Muyun during his coma and a few days before his awakening, wanting to investigate how he regained consciousness. However, while he did not find the reason for the awakening, this old director discovered another astonishing matter. More than 20 years ago, the life support systems for comatose patients and vegetative individuals had already become extremely advanced, capable of precisely controlling the nutrients the patient's body required daily and inputting them into their body. Yan Muyun relied on these technologies to safely sleep through so many years. When a person eats, they inevitably consume certain substances that are not beneficial to the body. For example, the excessive fats in fried chicken, the surplus sugars in beverages, various artificial food additives, and the various bacteria and microorganisms that are unavoidable during breathing, eating, and drinking. In contrast to normal human diets, the life support systems only input beneficial nutrients precisely. This also led to the fact that after sleeping for 30 years, Yan Muyun's internal state was incredibly pure. According to the old director's calculations, if a genetic serum were injected into this body, now the blood of Fushi could seamlessly influence and transform it, with the final potential likely reaching S grade. S grade. Upon hearing this, Yan Long murmured it back. Yes, according to the director's theory, you are currently guaranteed a grade. As long as you focus on training and development, you are very likely to reach S grade. Yan Yiming nodded, his expression serious. In the words of that director, your body is like a piece of rough jade waiting. Rank, the highest possible tier. Yan Muyun's throat bobbed slightly as if doubting he had heard correctly. From childhood to adulthood, he had always been the kind of person whose academic performance was solid but unremarkable, whose athletic aptitude was decent yet unexceptional. Neither a slacker nor a visionary, simply ordinary. Such ordinary individuals constituted the overwhelming majority of humanity. Yet now, confronted with the possibility of ascending to the very apex of a domain, he felt not elation, but disorientation, a quiet, hollow uncertainty. It was true that every boy once dreamed of becoming a hero. But as a man in his 20s, Yan Muyun's thoughts had long shed such unvarnished idealism. Though excitement surged within him, it was tempered by an undercurrent of unease, toward power too vast to comprehend, toward a future shrouded in ambiguity, and toward an intangible, nameless pressure that descended without warning, robbing him of the ease to rejoice openly. You haven't let euphoria cloud your judgment. You've already sensed the weight of responsibility that may follow. That is commendable. Yan Yiming nodded. Please refrain from speaking to me as though I were your junior, Yan Muyun retorted, even amid profound shock, still mindful ever so faintly of his role as elder brother. So what are your plans now? Yan Yiming asked. What plans? Your future work, university, those sorts of things. Didn't you just lay it all out for me? First a stint at the Paranormal Registration Bureau, then an application to Changing Academy. Yan Yiming leaned back into the sofa, palms covering his face as he rubbed slowly up and down. The situation now is fundamentally different from before. You may not grasp the true significance of enshrank ceiling. Yanlong, who had remained silent until now, spoke at last. Yan Muyun turned toward him, waiting quietly. A rank is already the absolute limit for ordinary humans. Take Captain Wei Jun and Captain Sun Yaowen for instance. Both were veterans whose physical prowess far surpassed that of the average person even before enhancement. To qualify for gene modification serum, each underwent 6 months of grueling peak intensity conditioning, pushing their physiology to its absolute zenith. Even so, their ceilings remained fixed at rank, and a rank by contrast was attainable only by a rare few, either prodigiously gifted civilians or awakened individuals whose bodies had undergone extraordinary fortification. As for rank, Yanlong moistened his lips, then spoke slowly. Globally, there are likely fewer than 50 Shrank. Fewer than 50. The chosen of the gods. Yan Muyun echoed as if murmuring in a daze. Yan Yiming reached for the cup on the coffee table, drained it in one long draught, and sighed. Now you understand why I said the situation has changed. Admittedly, he wished to shield his elder brother from danger. Yet he also knew full well, how could one consign a young man blessed with a fortune and latent power to a life of quiet mediocrity? And perhaps now such concern was no longer necessary. If Yan Muyun truly ascended to rank, he would be invulnerable, not by virtue of any ability, but by sheer, transcendent resilience. So what are your plans now? Yan Yiming asked again. Haha. Yan Muyun said nothing, only grinned wide. A faint wry downturn tugged at Yan Yiming's lips, resigned, almost amused. His brother had spoken nothing, and yet somehow everything. He picked up his phone, typing as he spoke. Then starting tomorrow you'll report to the Special Affairs Bureau. Yan Muyun's heart leapt, just as his smile began to bloom, only to freeze mid-expression at the next sentence. Rest assured you won't be assigned to any field operations. Yan Muyun bristled. On what grounds? Do you think being deputy director entitles you to abuse authority? I'll file a formal complaint against you. Corrupt, incompetent, and utterly unfit for office. Ask Yanlong when he graduated. Yan Yiming didn't even glance up. When did you graduate? April. And when did he undertake his first mission? When was your first mission? Yesterday. What month is it again? Yan Muyun asked himself aloud, then pulled out his phone. The screen read. Yan Yiming set his phone aside, having finished his message. Now ask Yanlong when Chunjing University's term begins. September 15th. This time, Yanlong answered unprompted, even though all three sat in the same room. Why resort to this stilted relay-style questioning? Was this filler? Internship periods typically last 2 to 3 months, depending on performance. But you, a 30-year slumberer utterly estranged from modern society. At the very least, you'll need half a year. He pointed a finger at Yan Muyun's nose. In short, you won't even complete basic training, let alone deploy on active missions. He added almost as an afterthought, and that doesn't even account for time spent teaching you fundamental life skills. How to switch on lights, flush toilets, or dress yourself. Yan Yiming expected an immediate indignant outburst, yet instead found his brother sitting quietly, brow faintly furrowed, lost in thought. Puzzled, he asked, what is it? I've decided, I don't want to join the Special Affairs Bureau. Yan Muyun stroked his chin. What changed? If I'm enrolling at university in 2 months, and my internship lasts longer than that, then joining now would be pointless. I'd contribute nothing, merely occupy a position like some entitled heir collecting benefits while doing no real work. Like that summer during my sophomore year, Dad arranged an internship for me at his university. I declined, not out of laziness but fear. Fear that my incompetence might tarnish his reputation among colleagues. Yan Yiming understood his concern. He placed a reassuring hand on his brother's shoulder. You're overthinking it. Across China, the Special Affairs Bureaus and Chunjing Academy exist in symbiosis. Mutually reinforcing, mutually beneficial. Bureau interns receive exceptional attention from the Academy. Graduates from the Academy are eagerly sought after by bureaus nationwide. Beyond the standard district-based units, each city maintains 4 to 5 mobile task forces, the true elite. They handle incidents too complex for local bureaus, and monthly they venture into remote, sparsely populated regions to neutralize anomalous entities. These elite units, as I mentioned earlier, are almost exclusively staffed by Chunjing Academy graduates. Just as Yan Yiming opened his mouth to continue, his phone rang. He answered without hesitation, hello, Dean Lee. Yes? Oh ho, that's far too much trouble for you. Ha ha ha. Yan Muyun sighed, crossed his legs, and tilted his head, studying the middle-aged man before him, familiar, yet strangely distant, a quiet ache stirring in his chest. That cocky, 18-year-old boy. Now even his telephone manner carried the practiced deference of middle age. Noticing his lingering hesitation, Yanlong gestured him closer. Moi. Yan Muyun leaned in. Work at the Bureau's district office is actually quite light. Most cases involve civil matters. Minxia City comprises 6 districts. On average, fewer than 8 veil incidents occur citywide each month. Often weeks pass before we're called to urgent action, so you needn't worry about burdening them. Yanlong rarely spoke so much at once. Yan Muyun recognized the effort as reassurance and offered him a grateful, heartfelt nod, finally allowing himself to relax. After hanging up, Yan Yiming exhaled deeply. That old man truly values you. Dean Lee, the sanatorium director? Yan Muyun asked curiously. Yes, that's him. Yan Yiming confirmed, nodding. He's intensely intrigued by your status as a prospective Shrank, so much so that he's assigned his own daughter to oversee your specialized training. I suspect he'd have taken personal charge of your progress, if only his schedule permitted. Specialized training. What kind of training? Yan Muyun blinked, stunned. Yan Yiming gave him a sidelong glance. Do you truly believe attaining strength is effortless? You're merely approaching that threshold, not guaranteed to cross it. To maximize your chances, hardship is inevitable. As Yan Muyun pondered his meaning, the doorbell chimed. Instantly, the AI voice of Yun announced a guest has arrived. Yan Long rose to answer the door, while Yan Muyun craned his neck, peering curiously toward the entryway. With a soft click, the door opened. A young woman stood outside, wearing a knitted sweater and a white knee-length skirt, holding a small dark gray case. Whoa, impressive legs. Ah, legs. That was Yan Muyun's first unfiltered thought. I have come to deliver the nutritional solution. The woman at the door appeared to be in her early 20s, her figure graceful and tall, only slightly shorter than Yan Long. I'm sorry to interrupt, Xiao Long. She smiled and nodded at Yan Long, her chestnut curls cascading over her shoulders, swaying gently as she turned her gaze towards the sofa in the living room. Is that Mr. Yan Muyun, who has been asleep for 30 years? Upon hearing someone call his name, Yan Muyun hurriedly stood up, chuckling, hello, hello. Please come in. Yan Long shifted to the side. Thank you, the woman replied as she walked and then greeted the man sitting on the sofa. Uncle Yan, you're off work so early today. Yan Yiming responded, then stood up as well, introducing. This is Li Qingku, the daughter of Director Sun from the Hua Water Therapy Institute, and also a resident physician at the Special Operations Bureau of our city, working alongside Yan Long. Hello, hello. Yan Muyun nodded somewhat awkwardly. Noticing his nervousness, Li Qingku smiled gently and initiated the conversation. I live just downstairs, so after receiving my dad's call, I hurried over. Oh, I see. Yan Muyun nodded. He indeed had this question earlier. It was only a few minutes after Yan Yiming hung up when the doorbell rang, and he had thought the other person had teleportation powers. Li Qingku looked at him with a teasing smile. My dad has given me a strict order to ensure you reach class as much as possible. If we fail in the end, I will definitely get scolded. Yan Muyun scratched the back of his head and said awkwardly, I must say the pressure of being stared at by a beautiful woman is indeed quite overwhelming. During his study abroad years, he rarely went out and seldom engaged in social activities. At first, he inevitably felt a bit lonely, but later he gradually got used to it and even started to enjoy the feeling of being alone in his dorm. The downside of this experience was that from then on, Yan Muyun had no more than a handful of friends he could chat with, and opportunities to interact with women were even rarer. Although he was well aware that the beauty before him had come specifically for work, he still couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. Li Qingku opened the box in her hands and placed it on the coffee table, revealing 8 test tubes of different colors. This is the latest nutritional solution on the market. The white one is to be taken at 8 in the morning, the red one at noon, the yellow one at 5 in the afternoon, and the blue one at 10 in the evening. As for the nutrients you'll need for your fitness training, I will prepare those separately. Yan Muyun blinked. So should I drink it before meals or after meals? Li Qingku smiled. It seems you misunderstood something. What I mean is you are not allowed to eat anything. These nutritional solutions will meet your daily needs. Also, drinks are completely prohibited. You must drink at least 2 liters of pure water every day. Yan Muyun. The reason my dad believes you can reach this class is that your body is very clean. If you eat too much junk food, how are you any different from an ordinary person? Li Qingku explained. Yan Yiming sighed. It seems tonight's late-night snack plan has to be cancelled. How long do I have to live like this? Yan Muyun grimaced. Until I believe you can reach class, it could be 1 or 2 months, maybe half a year, or even a year or longer. It all depends on your performance. Li Qingku's smile was gentle and serene, yet her words made someone frown. Back when he was studying in the food desert of Great Britain, Yan Muyun had spent weeks searching for various cooking tutorials online just to prepare a red braised pork dish that would satisfy him completely. Although he still had a reasonably proportioned figure now as a former gourmet who peaked at 200 pounds, he rarely deprived it. Li Qingku turned to Yan Long and smiled. Xiao Long, since Uncle Yan is busy with work, you must take on the responsibility and supervise him well. Yan Long nodded. Li Qingku waved her hand, bidding farewell to the others. Then he'll take my leave. My dad wants me to formulate the training plan tonight, so we can implement it by tomorrow morning. Yan Muyun raised his hand to stop her. May I ask why your father, Director Sun, is so interested in me? You are mistaken. Li Qingku blinked, her smile serene. My dad is not interested in you, but in this class. And it's not just him. I believe everyone in Minxiao City who is in the know is paying close attention to you now. With her words, Yan Muyun recalled something. When Yan Yiming took the first call, he referred to the other party as director. The chain of events became clearer. First, Director Sun discovered his bogus potential, then notified the bureau chief of the Special Operations Bureau, and that chief contacted Yan Yiming. After that phone call, his attitude had undergone a complete turnaround, going from strong opposition to readily agreeing to let him intern at the Special Operations Bureau. Li Qingku tilted her head slightly, her warm eyes gazing at him. Do you think the top 10,000 ability users are more valued by the state, or are Class Gene warriors more valued? Yan Muyun thought for a moment, hesitantly replied, Class Gene warriors, right. From a purely numerical perspective, there were fewer than 50 Class Gene warriors in the world. In contrast, the number of 10,000 seemed rather large. Correct? Li Qingku nodded. Do you know why? No, I don't know. Yan Muyun honestly shook his head. He understood that the other party was not genuinely testing him, so he was too lazy to guess. Because no matter how powerful an ability user is, they cannot use their abilities at all times and in all places. Li Qingku raised a finger, her delicate expression becoming slightly serious. As long as you do not use your abilities, you are no different from an ordinary person. Just a small knife or a bullet can easily take you down. To date, countless powerful ability users have died at the hands of ordinary people. Of course, when I say ordinary people, I mean humans without abilities. Among them are not few special forces or professional assassins. Yan Muyun suddenly thought of Zhang Yu, the one responsible for his 30-year slumber. Despite possessing incredibly destructive abilities, when he seized the opportunity to strike, he only used a vase to bash his head, causing it to bleed. Li Qingke continued. However, high-level gene warriors are different. They are perfect superhumans, or rather weapons. Their powerful physiques, terrifying reflexes, and danger perception leave enemies with no chance to take advantage. In all respects, class gene warriors can be considered the most comprehensive and powerful existence. Yan Muyun stroked his chin thoughtfully and turned to look at his brother. Yan Yiming grinned. I was fortunate enough to assist in military drills. In a direct confrontation, I can at least suppress 3 A-class gene warriors. But in simulated battlefield scenarios, I failed 5 times out of 10 drills. I was killed twice by A-class gene warriors, once by A-class, and even killed twice by ordinary soldiers. TSK. Hearing this somewhat counterintuitive result, Yan Muyun couldn't help but click his tongue and then asked, did you not take gene solutions? Yan Yiming sighed. By the time the solution was developed, I was already over 30 and my body started to decline. When I was injected, my limit only reached class and has remained at that level ever since. Li Qingke patted Yan Muyun's shoulder, redirecting his attention, then looked at him with a teasing smile. Now do you understand why everyone is so focused on you? Ah yes. Yan Muyun nodded blankly. Then be prepared, as starting tomorrow the arduous class special training. What time did you sleep last night? Yan Long asked with a frown. The guy in front of him had dark circles under his eyes and was brushing his teeth while yawning skyward. Cough. Yan Muyun tried to say something, but was choked by the toothpaste foam, immediately breaking into a fierce coughing fit. Yan Long sighed and walked over, patting him on the back. Once he finally caught his breath, Yan Muyun rinsed his mouth with clean water and replied, I watched a movie with those glasses last night, and by the time it ended it was already 2 o'clock. After all, the effect was truly stunning. It felt like I was really there. He had watched an ancient war film, as if he were on an actual ancient battlefield. With the thunderous sound of war drums, countless soldiers seemed to charge out beside him, and in an instant the clash of weapons and the glint of swords were exhilarating. Yan Muyun couldn't help but yawn again and waved his hand. Oh, don't worry, I've slept for 30 years, so missing a little sleep last night is no big deal. Your dad shouldn't have bought you those smart glasses, and I shouldn't have taught you how to use them, Yan Long said expressionlessly. For this antique, who spanned 30 years, modern technology was simply too tempting. Yan Muyun pretended not to hear him and pulled out the glasses from his pocket, putting them on, then slipped a silver mechanical ring onto his right index finger. In his view, several semi-transparent blue information boxes appeared in the center of his sight, with a black cursor moving through the air in accordance with his fingers' movements. This ring essentially functioned as a computer mouse capable of capturing the user's gestures and executing relevant commands on the projection interface. What color do you think suits me? White. Yan Muyun rubbed the tip of his finger, and the frame of his glasses turned white. He looked in the mirror, not too satisfied, and said blue. The frame changed to a royal blue. Forget it, black suits me better. Any other color looks strange. Yan Muyun shook his head, and the glasses reverted to their original pure black color. You seem quite excited, Yan Long remarked, leaning against the door frame with his arms crossed. Yan Muyun raised an eyebrow at him. Of course. After all, I'm about to head to the Special Affairs Bureau. It feels like I'm about to become part of a superhero team. Reality is not like the movies, Yan Long said expressionlessly. I know that, of course, Yan Muyun replied with a wry smile. He just wanted to express his excitement, but unexpectedly got educated by his 4-year younger nephew. No, rather 3 years younger. By the way, what are you doing here? Yan Muyun suddenly realized that there were 2 bathrooms in the house, so why was this kid standing here with his toiletries? My dad is in the bathroom, Yan Long said indifferently. Brush quickly. Due to taking leave yesterday, Yan Long hadn't ridden his motorcycle back. The directions to the Special Affairs Bureau and Haizong District Branch were different, so after Yan Yiming left for work, the two. What time did you sleep last night? Li Qingke asked, her eyebrows raised and hands on her hips. Today she was wearing a loose beige short-sleeve shirt and a khaki knee-length skirt, her legs smooth and long. Paired with her silky chestnut-long curls, she exuded warmth and charm. Logically, having a beauty in front of him should be refreshing, yet Yan Muyun inexplicably felt a chill run down his spine. Not really, it wasn't that late. Around 2 o'clock. Yan Muyun suddenly turned his head to look at Yan Long, his eyes full of questions. Aren't you going to hesitate at all before selling me out? You're already this old, I don't want to explain the importance of sleep for health to you. If your self-control is this poor, you might as well inject the genetic serum now. Oh, at least you could become in a class in the future, so you don't ruin your body, even worse by dragging it out. Since you've chosen this path, you must walk it well, without wasting my time, and certainly don't waste your own life. Li Qingke's almond-shaped eyes widened as she chastised Yan Muyun, leaving him somewhat embarrassed. This girl, while her medical skills were unknown, was more than capable of being a middle school homeroom teacher. Today I will draft a schedule for you, and if I catch you violating it again, you will move down to live with me, and I will personally sue. Yan Muyun opened his mouth. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? What's inappropriate? It's not like we're living in a feudal society anymore. It's not that, but... Get in the car first, we're going to be late. A magenta floating car descended from the sky and slowly landed in the parking space. After getting out of the car, Yan Muyun leaned over the railing and looked down, seeing the vehicles flowing on the road like a swarm of ants migrating. Behind him stood a 7-story building which was the Special Affairs Processing Bureau of Haitsong District. Located at the intersection of 5 overpasses, it was accessible from all directions, allowing agents to reach any corner of District 02 of Minxia City within 10 minutes by flying car. This way, Yan Long patted Yan Muyun's shoulder, signaling him to follow. The three of them entered the building, and Li Chinka began to introduce. Our Haitsong District branch has 2 teams. The first floor is the office area and reception for Team A, while the second floor is the office area and staff cafeteria for Team B. The third floor has a gym, meeting rooms, activity rooms, and my office. The 4th, 5th, and 6th floors are where the agents live, and the top floor, the 7th, has a garden, an outdoor swimming pool, and a sauna. While this treatment is really good, Yan Muyun couldn't help but exclaim. At that moment, a tall and robust figure appeared around the corner ahead. It was the captain of Team A, Wei Jun, whom the man was dressed casually in a loose white short-sleeve shirt and black shorts, along with a pair of black sneakers. If one ignored his nearly 2-meter height and the muscular build that his loose clothing couldn't hide, he somewhat resembled the good big brother next door. Hey, good morning, everyone, Wei Jun greeted with a smile upon seeing the three. As he approached, Yan Muyun felt the light in the hallway dim slightly. I received the notification yesterday that you would be interning with us for a while. On behalf of Team A, I extend a warm welcome. Wei Jun cheerfully patted his shoulder. The Special Affairs Bureau's Team A and Team B are also known as Team A and Team B. Usually agents here simply go by whatever name comes to mind. I need to use the restroom first. Yan Muyun looked around. Wei Jun pointed him in a direction. It's at the end of the hallway. Our office is over here. You can come over by yourself shortly. Mainly it's to register your personal information and handle various After completing the procedures, head directly to the 3rd floor to prepare for today's training, Li Chinka reminded him before walking towards the elevator door not far away. Since Wei Jun appeared, her expression had been somewhat cold, and now she left without even greeting him. Yan Muyun noticed this, but saw that Wei the robust man appeared unfazed, as if he sensed nothing unusual, so he refrained from asking anything. Waving goodbye to the two, he walked towards the nearby restroom. Yan Muyun cupped a handful of water in his hands and splashed it on his face, then rubbed it vigorously twice. He raised his head, and in the mirror the young man had curly black hair, a high-nose bridge, and was wearing a pair of black thin-framed glasses. His eyes appeared somewhat hollow due to staying up late the previous night. Overall, he couldn't be called particularly handsome, but at first glance he was fairly pleasing to the eye, evoking a sense of familiarity. It feels somewhat reminiscent, he mused. Yan Muyun sighed. During high school his father was the principal. Now as an intern his younger brother was the direct superior at the... If this were in a previous online novel, he would undoubtedly be the stepping stone for the protagonist to show off and slap face. Yan Muyun often joked with friends about how glamorous the principal's son was in idle dramas or novels, surrounded by numerous younger brothers and flanked by beautiful cars and women. Why did it all fall flat for him? Let alone being a school bully, he even served as the disciplinary minister for a while in his 2nd year, specifically checking on uniform issues and study room discipline. Regardless of how it was in reality or in novels, from Yan Muyun's perspective, having someone to back him up was hardly a he would only act more cautiously, fearing that any trouble he stirred up would implicate others. After all, if he made a mistake, no matter how the other party acted, the mere existence of that relationship would lead to whispers. Any talk of bullying or conspiracy theories would basically fall upon him. In high school, he was always timid, afraid of implicating his father. Now he was still timid, afraid of implicating his younger brother. Are you new here? A voice suddenly came from behind, pulling Yan Muyun out of his reverie. He turned to look and saw a slender, handsome young man standing not far away, curiously observing him. The young man wore a white short-sleeve shirt with a few strands of hair dyed red at the front, mingling with a hint of orange, which at first glance resembled flickering flames. I guess so. Yan Muyun nodded, then asked curiously, are you also a special bureau intern? The other looked no older than 16 or 17, exceedingly young. Of course, the young man nodded matter-of-factly. See you in the office later. I need to use the restroom first. With that, he pushed open a stall door and walked straight in. This young man should be an intern like Yan Long, but even so he seemed a bit too young. Yan Muyun shook his head, deciding not to think too much. He took a few paper towels from beside the sink and casually dried his face. Are you new here? The voice came again from behind, sounding very familiar. Yan Muyun looked into the mirror, only to find that the young man had somehow appeared at the bathroom door, arms crossed, surveying him. What the hell? Wasn't he just in the restroom? When did he get to the door? Yan Muyun abruptly turned his head, warily staring at the other. What do you mean by this? Seeing his strong reaction, the young man also frowned, responding, what do you mean? I was just trying to talk to you. Why are you so... Just a few seconds ago you asked me the same question, Yan Muyun explained. Did I? The young man was taken aback. Yan Muyun crumpled the paper towels in his hand, suspiciously asking, what is going on? Is this your ability? Instant teleportation? Or time reversal? The young man chuckled. If I had such a powerful ability, I wouldn't be stuck here in this special bureau. Then what exactly is happening? Yan Muyun was also confused at this point, even doubting whether his late-night antics had caused him to hallucinate. But the young man raised his hand to stroke his chin, his tone lingering, looking somewhat hesitant. Yan Muyun urged, what do you want to say? The young man sighed as if he had made a certain decision, looking straight into his eyes. Are you sure the person you saw earlier was me? Or to put it another way, are you sure that me you saw is human? Yan Muyun opened his mouth, just about to say something, when he heard a noise from the restroom stall behind him. He turned to look only to see a pale half of the young man's face emerging from the slowly opening door, a pitch black. Kids are just kids. Yan Muyun sighed, tossing the paper towels into the trash bin, then turning to leave. The young man at the bathroom door widened his eyes, just about to say something, but Yan Muyun had already brushed past him. Once Yan Muyun was out, the young man pouted and shouted inside. Han Jinyu, it's all your fault for acting too fake. The stall door was pushed open and a boy who looked exactly like him stepped out, protesting with some dissatisfaction. Nonsense, Han Jinyu, it was you who acted too fake. The dialogue was not natural at all. These two were identical twins. After exiting the restroom, Yan Muyun let out a breath, reaching to pat his chest. At that moment he realized that those two boys must be twins. If he hadn't watched so many horror movies and learned that the best way to deal with ghosts was to ignore them, he might have made quite a fool of him. Although this prank wasn't sophisticated, it could even be called crude, he had to admit he was indeed startled at first. After all, how many identical twins could there possibly be in this world? Yan Muyun shook his head, feeling amused, and had no intention of finding trouble with those two boys. He simply quickened his pace towards the nearby office. Hey, new guy. Suddenly someone called out to him. Yan Muyun looked towards the voice and saw a young man leaning against the wall not far away, wearing a loose floral shirt and baggy shorts with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, looking like a street punk. What caught his attention was that the front left of the young man's shirt was long, the back short, the front right short, and the back long. He couldn't help but wonder if this design counted as normal aesthetics of this era. What kind of oddballs were in this special bureau? Aside from Wei Jun's Sun team, and those few second team interns he had seen the day before, were there no normal people here? Yan Muyun felt a bit speechless, but still walked over. Is there something you need? The street punk pulled out a cigarette and offered it to him. My name is Luo Binghan, Luo the camel, Bing the soldier, Han the scholar. What's your surname, friend? Thanks, I don't smoke. Yan Muyun waved his hand to decline, then said, my surname is Yan Yin, as in speech Yan Muyun. Oh, Yin is a good surname, the street punk exclaimed, his expression quite exaggerated, his tone rising a few pitches. Let me think, we also have an intern with the surname Yin. His father is the deputy director of our city's special bureau. Since you also share the surname Yin, are you related to that deputy director? Regardless of how dull a person was, it was clear that the other was deliberately trying to provoke him. Upon entering the office, Yan Muyun was momentarily stunned, his steps involuntarily halted. Not far in front of him, a mountain of flesh nearly filled his field of vision, stretching close to 2 meters wide. From behind, the figure had long wired hair and was dressed in a blue short-sleeve shirt large enough to serve as a tent for an ordinary person, paired with a black long skirt. Her limbs were as stout as an elephant's, layered in circles resembling multiple tires stacked upon each other, with white flesh protruding at her waist, nearly drooping to the ground. Yan Muyun was even somewhat shocked at how the person could remain standing. If an ordinary person had such a weight, their knees would be incredibly fragile, unable to support their body. Seemingly sensing someone behind her, the mountain of flesh turned her head to glance, then willingly stepped aside, clearing. Thank you. Yan Muyun swallowed hard, awkwardly moving past her. Are you afraid of me? Unexpectedly, the voice of this female mountain of flesh was pleasing to hear, even carrying a hint of alluring charm. Yan Muyun slowly turned his head and found a face looking at him, seemingly both smiling and not. He had to admit that although her figure was indeed terrifying, her appearance was not bad at all. One could even say it was quite pleasing to the eye. With her round face, full crimson lips, and eyes that, though squeezed into narrow slits, still appeared lively and clear, one couldn't help but anticipate how she would look once slimmed down. To be honest, a little bit. Yan Muyun nodded honestly, then continued, but I'm not afraid now. Interesting. The woman smiled slightly, the thick flesh on her face pushing together until it completely swallowed her already narrow eyes. She extended a hand and said, my name is Zhong Xiao Xiao, a formal member of Team A. Yan Muyun. Yan Muyun also extended his hand, hesitated for a moment, then finally grasped her 2 fingers and shook them up and down. There was no helping it, his palm had already spread as wide as it could. The touch was soft and smooth, quite comfortable, without any greasy or unpleasant sensations. Seemingly amused by his actions, Zhong Xiao Xiao smiled again, then raised her hand to point to a room inside, and said, that's the captain's office, you can go over there. All right, thank you. Yan Muyun expressed his gratitude, and then proceeded in the indicated direction. Twins, streetwise individuals, plus-size beauties. This branch of the Special Operations Bureau truly harbored hidden talents. With mixed feelings, Yan Muyun pushed the door and entered the captain's office. At this moment, Wei Jun was sitting behind the desk chatting with Yan Long. Upon seeing him enter, he picked up a tablet from the table and handed it over, saying, this is the internship contract and related notes, take a look. Yan Muyun flipped through it, roughly noticing that the materials spanned 5 or 6 pages with a high information density. He wouldn't be able to finish it in half an hour. So he looked at his nephew, asking, is there anything special I need to pay attention to? The other party was also an intern, of course, having read and signed these documents. After graduating from Chunjing Academy, unless something unexpected happens, you'll need to work at this branch for at least a year. Yan Long pondered a moment, and then added, and since you're only interning for 2 months without any tasks, you won't receive a salary. That's quite reasonable. Yan Muyun nodded. He had always been clear about his position. He was merely here for free training plus some gold plating. As long as he didn't have to pay, he had no grounds to demand any benefits. Thinking this, Yan Muyun unhesitatingly extended his finger and signed his name on the electronic contract. The Special Operations Bureau could be considered a legitimate national unit. It wasn't like those privately operated businesses, so he didn't have to worry about any pitfalls waiting for him inside. Seeing this scene, Wei Jun couldn't help but laugh, saying, "You are quite straightforward. What should I do next?" Yan Muyun placed the tablet back on the desk. Wei Jun tilted his head slightly to the right and said, "Go to the office next door, find Lao Sun to fill out some personal information, and you'll be considered a member of our Team A." "All right." Yan Muyun replied succinctly as he walked towards the door, but paused when he was about to push it open. He suddenly remembered something and turned to ask, "By the way, don't I need to take a test for my abilities? I saw the hiring process online. It should be identity verification first, then ability testing, and only then signing." Yan Muyun couldn't have only been watching movies yesterday. Due to nervousness, he had researched quite a bit of relevant information on what identity verification needs to be done. Wei Jun chuckled and shook his head, then said, "As for the ability test, you can make it up at your convenience." Yan Muyun understood and didn't press further, turning and walking out. The deputy director of the Special Operations Bureau. No, even the director himself might have already given a heads up, so of course any cumbersome processes could be simplified to just a few steps. Arriving at the adjacent office, he found a middle-aged man with graying hair appearing to be in his 50s, gently blowing on. "Hello." Yan Muyun greeted him, somewhat shyly nodding. "Please sit." The middle-aged man lifted his chin, took a sip of tea, then waved with his other hand. The semi-transparent display screen on the desk rotated to face the door. Yan Muyun sat down, leaning slightly forward, and found that the information on the screen had already been filled out. In an information society, as long as you are a citizen of Huaxia, a lot of information can be retrieved simply by entering your name and ID number. Lao Sun set down his teacup and said, "Check if the information displayed is correct. If there are no errors, just click confirm." Yan Muyun didn't look at the form but frowned and said, "It shouldn't be that anyone can access this information, right?" "Of course not, only law enforcement and tax authorities can access it." Lao Sun smiled and shook his head. "That's good, otherwise it would be quite terrifying." Yan Muyun nodded, then began reviewing the information on the form. There wasn't much on it, just his name, date of birth, home address, education level, and so on. After confirming everything was correct, Yan Muyun clicked confirm. "That guy Luo Binghan must have already caused you some trouble, right?" Lao Sun suddenly spoke up. Yan Muyun paused for a moment, then smiled without saying anything. Lao Sun didn't press further, waving his hand to rotate the electronic screen back, and continued, "Don't dislike him, he's actually a good person." Yan Muyun remained silent, quietly waiting for him to continue. He was originally a forensic doctor who just graduated from university, but then for some unknown reason, he suddenly decided to join the Special Operations Bureau. This guy only has level abilities which originally didn't qualify him for an interview, but he stubbornly waited outside the Special Operations Bureau every day until Wei Jun finally gave him a chance. Now that you have entered so easily, he's definitely feeling discontent. It seemed that Lao Sun had finished organizing the information, leaning heavily against the chair's back, and with a hint of helplessness he laughed, saying, "If Luo Binghan knew that the gene serum he applied for almost a year is something you can easily obtain, I wonder if he would directly confront you." Yan Muyun was slightly taken aback and asked, "Isn't the gene serum available upon joining the Special Operations Bureau?" "It's not that easy." Lao Sun waved his hand, saying, "The annual production of gene serums by the state is limited, and it must depend on the performance, contributions, and potential of the agents in each region's bureau before being allocated reasonably. Currently in our branch, only 5 people have received the gene serum, 3 from Team A and 2 from Team B." Yan Muyun rubbed his nose, feeling increasingly uneasy about the backdoor feeling. Seemingly seeing his thoughts, Lao Sun smiled and reassured him, saying, "You don't need to feel guilty. That gene serum is something you deserve. With nearly level potential, even if your brother isn't the deputy director, the state will surely regard you as a key training target." "Thank you." Yan Muyun hesitated for a moment, then called out, "Uncle Sun." "Haha, don't call me Uncle Sun." Lao Sun laughed heartily, waving his hand. "In terms of actual age, you're 3 years younger than me. How can I let you call me uncle? My name is Sun Shu Li Shu, as in book. Just call me Brother Sun from now on." "All right, Brother Sun." Yan Muyun also smiled and readily changed his address. At this point, he also learned the other party's age, 55. His brother, Yan Yiming, should be 48 this year, looking quite in his prime, while this Brother Sun appeared somewhat older in comparison. All right, I've talked too much today. You go do your own thing." Sun Shu Li waved his hand and picked up the teacup again. Yan Muyun stood up, nodded to say goodbye, and walked out of the office. The gym on the 3rd floor of the Special Operations Bureau. "You're really too weak, aren't you?" Li Chinka stood beside, holding a tablet and staring wide-eyed. Not far in front of her, Yan Muyun lay on a bench in a specially designed type training suit, struggling to perform an incline bench press with 10 kilograms dumbbells, his face nearly turning red from the effort. 10 kilograms for 10 reps, can't do any more." Li Chinka remarked incredulously as she glanced at the data on her tablet. Yan Muyun let go of the dumbbells, which thudded onto the padded floor, then sat up and wiped the sweat from his brow. For a beginner, behind him a man in his late 20s with a sturdy build stood with his arms crossed, attempting to ease the situation. The man's name was Zhang Lan, a specialist from Team A, specifically called in by Li Chinka to help train Yan Muyun. He had a square face, thick eyebrows, and large gentle eyes with a hint of ruggedness added by a light stubble around his mouth, and his robust physique was second only to Captain Wei Jun. "But I'm not really a beginner anymore." Yan Muyun shook his head, seemingly disheartened. "I used to go to the gym regularly, and I did incline presses with weights over 25 kilograms. Before? How long ago was that?" 30 years ago. Li Qingke almost laughed in anger while Zhang Lan shook his head in amusement. Although the life support device can help maintain your basic bodily functions, the degradation of your muscles and bones is unavoidable. Keep training, you will eventually restore your former state. At that moment, a tall, thin figure walked by, grabbed a 30 kilograms dumbbell from the rack, and lay down on the bench next to Yan Muyun, panting heavily as he performed the same exercise. Li Qingke frowned slightly and said irritably, "Go aside, don't disturb us." After doing about 20 reps, Luo Binghan put down the dumbbells and sat up, visibly annoyed. "How am I disturbing you? I just want to work out. What's wrong with that?" Li Qingke raised her tablet defiantly, about to retort, but Yan Muyun spoke up first. "It's fine. Oh, it's a public area, mister. Luo can practice wherever he wants. Besides, with him motivating me, I feel more driven." Zhang Lan looked at his back thoughtfully, then said, "You've rested enough. Oh, continue now. After this set, there are still many exercises waiting for you." "All right," Yan Muyun replied, bending down to pick up two 10 kilograms dumbbells and lay back on the bench. After nearly 3 hours of grueling exercise, Yan Muyun, drenched in sweat, was practically supported by Zhang Lan as he walked into the changing room. "Is this kind of training? Ugh, really not harmful to my body." Yan Muyun accidentally strained his leg muscle while walking, gasping in pain as he spoke. Back in college, he had trained alongside a fitness expert. They would first lift weights for an hour, followed by half an hour of cardio. The training schedule was basically chest on Monday, back on Tuesday, shoulders on Wednesday, legs on Thursday, arms on Friday, pure cardio on Saturday, and a rest day on Sunday. However, this morning, he had nearly completed a week's worth of training volume. If there's no time to rest and recover, it can indeed be harmful. Zhang Lan nodded. "So I rest for an hour during lunch, and then I still have to do cardio training in the afternoon." Yan Muyun felt every muscle in his body trembling. Zhang Lan smiled at him, looking a bit naive. "Don't worry, you'll get plenty of rest." As they turned into the inner room of the rest area, Yan Muyun was astonished to find 3 cylindrical machines placed in the corner. "You can take a nap inside. After half an hour, you'll be fully refreshed." Zhang Lan guided him to one of the machines, pressed some buttons, and the half-round cover slowly opened, revealing the interior. Inside was a soft leather cushion with a small protrusion at the headrest, likely a pillow, appearing quite comfortable to lie. Yan Muyun reached out to touch it, suddenly turning to the door and asking, "Aren't you going to relax inside?" Standing at the door was Luo Binghan. After going through the same series of training as him, this street-smart guy looked somewhat disheveled. His loose floral shirt was soaked with sweat, clinging tightly to his skin, revealing a surprisingly toned physique. "Hey, this little training is nothing to me," Luo Binghan scoffed with a smile. Yan Muyun said nothing further, and with Zhang Lan's help first took off his shirt, then awkwardly crawled into the cylindrical machine. Watching this scene, a strange smile suddenly appeared on Luo Binghan's face, but the person already lying down couldn't see it. "I've pressed start," Zhang Lan called out. "All right," Yan Muyun replied with a strained smile. Zhang Lan closed the cover and exchanged a strange glance with Luo Binghan at the door. He, the street-smart guy, chuckled. Zhang Lan shook his head, seemingly helpless, and pressed several buttons on the machine's screen. "Muscle relaxation mode, half an hour starting. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Ah!" Inside the cylindrical machine, Yan Muyun's heart-wrenching screams erupted. Due to the machine's excellent soundproofing, those outside could hardly hear the cries. "Let's go eat. There's no need to watch the show here." Luo Binghan initially wanted to gloat a bit longer, but was pulled out by Zhang Lan. Yan Muyun certainly knew that the muscle relaxation process was actually quite painful. But the naive him believed that in this high-tech era, people had invented gentler, non-stimulating relaxation methods. Especially when he saw this never-before-seen cylindrical machine, his conviction only grew stronger. However, reality gave him a harsh lesson. At this moment, Yan Muyun's chest, back, abdomen, and limbs were all subjected to high-frequency torment. It felt as though his entire body was tightly sandwiched between 2 massage chairs with countless mechanical probes pounding at every muscle. After a few minutes, hard, cold metal plates pressed down, forcefully scraping across his body. "Help, help, help, I'm going to die." After several screams of agony, Yan Muyun finally began to adapt to the pain, gritting his teeth to endure it. After what felt like an eternity of torment, this inhuman suffering finally came to an end. The machine's kneading technique began to soften, and Yan Muyun finally felt the pain subside, replaced by a sense of refreshing relief throughout his body. Perhaps due to not sleeping well yesterday, and then enduring intense training today, he gradually drifted off to sleep. About half an hour later, Zhang Lan arrived at the rest area after finishing lunch. Looking at the young man who was sound asleep inside the now open machine, he couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. He reached out and patted the other's shoulder, saying, "Wake up, drink the nutritional agents for lunch and the supplements prepared by Dr. Li, and get ready for the afternoon cardio training." Yan Muyun first woke up groggily, then upon hearing the last sentence rolled his eyes and flopped back down. Zhang Lan didn't indulge him, easily lifting him up as if he were a chick. 10 minutes later, the half-dead Yan Muyun started to sprint on the treadmill. Yan Muyun stood under the shower head, one hand resting against the wall as the warm water cascaded over his weary body. He remained there motionless like a statue amidst the torrential downpour. No, it should be described as somewhat swollen, rotten wooden stumps. After about 5 minutes, the sound of the water gradually. The door of the cubicle opened, and the pale-faced Yan Muyun stepped out, using both hands to support himself against the door frame. With immense effort, he struggled to put on his clothes. Outside the shower room, Zhang leaned against the wall. A black and gold-patterned electronic cigarette, clamped between his face covered in stubble, made him look far more mature than he actually was. At just 27 years old, he was often mistaken for someone in their 30s, yet he never minded. Out of nowhere, Zhang suddenly thought of that guy who had just left. Luo Binghan was 25 this year, but due to his youthful appearance and lively demeanor, he was often considered to be just over 20. However, their tastes in smoke were completely opposite to their appearances. The guy who looked like a young lad preferred traditional. In contrast, the middle-aged man that he perceived himself to be only liked trendy electronic cigarettes. Their attitudes towards work were also different. Luo Binghan was like a fully fueled little motor, always bursting with energy, whether it was for daily training or missions, while he himself was already daydreaming about life after retirement. If he told someone who was unaware that he was only 2 years older than Luo Binghan, no one would believe it, right? A figure emerged from the bathroom, hunched over like a wilted eggplant. Hey, guess how many years apart Luo Binghan and I are? Zhang raised his chin. Yan Muyun lifted his head and managed a difficult smile. Should be at least 6 or 7 years apart. Wrong guess. I'm only 2 years younger than him. Wow. Yan Muyun wanted to express his surprise, but the exhaustion in his body and mind prevented him from reacting. Haha, you are still over 20 years younger than us. Zhang put away the electronic cigarette, one hand resting on Yan Muyun's arm, the other patting him on the back. As a man in his 50s, you performed quite well today. Yan Muyun rolled his eyes. Thanks a lot. To be honest, Zhang had a good impression of this young man over 50. Modest, gentle, hard-working, with a certain resilience. Moreover, perhaps it was his own illusion, but the other seemed to have an implicit desire to please everyone, perhaps feeling a bit guilty about the irregularities in his joining the Special Bureau. He really didn't need this, as he was the brother of the vice director of the Special Bureau in Minxia City. As they walked towards the elevator, Zhang suddenly spoke. I quite like you. Yan Muyun said nothing, discreetly pulling his hand away and stepping aside. Where are you thinking? Zhang shook his head, bemused. I have a girlfriend. They stopped at the elevator entrance, and he stroked his stubble, saying, Luo Binghan has some opinions about you, but I hope you don't take it to heart. That guy is actually a good person. Understood. Yan Muyun pursed his lips and nodded. The elevator doors opened, and they stepped inside. The elevator doors opened again, and Yan Muyun walked out with a wry smile. Dr. Li told me to find her after my shower. I almost forgot. Zhang waved his hand casually as the elevator doors slowly began to close again. Special Bureau's medical room on the 3rd floor. Li Qingke, dressed in a white lab coat, sat behind her desk with various images and many complex hard-to-understand values projected on the virtual screen in front of her. A knocking sound came, and she did not look up, saying, Come in. The weak-looking Yan Muyun pushed the door open and sat down on the sofa, his entire body slumping down. Li Qingke did not look at him, but focused on the virtual screen before her, saying, Although your physical qualities are quite average, barely reaching the level of an adult male, your progress is still quite rapid. Just today's training volume can be equivalent to the training results of an average person over 3 to 4 days. Really? Yan Muyun opened his eyes, having been constantly hit with discouragement during the day. He finally heard some. Li Qingke nodded yes. What is? Yan Muyun gestured in the air, asking the principal, why I can improve so quickly. The female doctor glanced at him. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Yan Muyun was about to protest, but she did not give him the chance to speak further. I have half an hour left until I finish work. Wait for me downstairs, and I will take you to buy some nutritional supplements then. Can I order online? Isn't it possible to get things delivered in 10 minutes now? Yan Muyun lamented. He was already exhausted and didn't want to lift a finger, just wanting to hurry home and lie down on his bed. Li Qingke's gaze passed through the virtual screen to the floundering figure, her beautiful face revealing a gentle smile, as if caring for an ignorant child. Do you think this is like buying vegetables? Even if it can't be delivered in 10 minutes a day, should be enough, right? Isn't there that molecular transmission technology that can deliver goods directly? Last night, Li Qingke brought 6 vials of medicine, which was 2 sets. He would drink 1 set today and another set tomorrow. No matter how you calculated it, the time should be sufficient. Li Qingke patiently continued to explain, molecular transmission technology also has its limitations. For products like nutritional supplements, the internal components are too refined. If they are violently deconstructed and reassembled, the original material structure will be affected and lose effectiveness, so they can only be delivered as the original product via drones. If you ask one more question, your training volume will double tomorrow. This last sentence hinted at her barely contained annoyance. Yan Muyun chuckled dryly, stood up from the sofa, and turned to sneak away. Wait, drink this. Li Qingke called him back, placing a small glass bottle filled with pale blue liquid on the desk. What is this? A supplement to relieve muscle fatigue. Other personnel in the Special Bureau drink one after daily training. Yan Muyun picked up the small glass vial, opened the cap, and downed it in one go. It felt cool and refreshing as it went down, with a faintly sour sweetness to the taste. He tossed the empty bottle into the nearby trash can and wiped his mouth. Feels good. When Yan Muyun descended to the ground floor open office, he found all specialists of Team A gathered together, gazing upward at the cerulean electronic screen mounted on the wall. Curious, he retrieved his glasses from his pocket and slipped them on before stepping closer. Luo Binghan, now wearing a crisp white short-sleeved shirt, stood before the screen as well. With a subtle sidelong glance over his shoulder, he shifted discreetly to the side, making just enough room. That instinctive gesture significantly improved Yan Muyun's impression of him. At that moment, the screen displayed a video. A dim room, curtains tightly drawn. Centered in the frame sat a middle-aged man, naked except for his underwear, his hands bound behind his back, his eyes blindfolded with black cloth. He appeared utterly terrified. His slightly protruding belly trembled violently with each shudder, his legs quaked uncontrollably, and his underwear was visibly damp, while an unidentifiable fluid dripped steadily from the edge of the chair. A gag muffled his mouth, allowing only faint, incoherent whimpers. Behind him, a blurred figure stood before a desk, seemingly adjusting something upon its surface. Yan Muyun parted his lips, instinctively about to speak, but seeing the grim expressions on everyone around him, he swallowed. In the video, the indistinct figure behind the man stirred, stepping slowly toward the camera, holding something in hand. As the distance narrowed, Yan Muyun clearly saw the figure's face. Black form-fitting attire. A dark red spiral-patterned mask covered most of his face, revealing only his eyes. Dissonance. That was Yan Muyun's first impression upon meeting that gaze. How to describe it? Innocent, lucid, gentle, like a fawn in the forest. Like a clean-cut, sunlit high school boy, so wholesome that one simply could not reconcile him with the eerie, horrifying scene unfolding in the video. Androgynously captivating. Perhaps the most fitting phrase for those eyes. Hello everyone. I am the Punisher. His voice was soft, imbued with a faint magnetic resonance, pleasing to the ear. The person we shall sanction today is Zhang Zihao, Director of Human Resources at Yangda Electric Power Company. At those words, the man on the chair thrashed wildly, yet remained utterly immobilized by his restraints. The masked man ignored him, instead drawing a sheet of paper from his pocket, unfurling it, and reading aloud word by word. Name: Zhang Zihao. Age 45. Divorced. Daughter 17. Officially employed at Yangda Electric Power Company, but secretly a core member of the illicit organization known as the Anjiang Society. He abused his authority to coerce 2 female subordinates into becoming his mistresses, and once ordered thugs to assault and permanently disable the husband of one. The masked man paused briefly, then lifted his gaze to meet the lens directly, as if staring straight into the eyes of every viewer. The Anjiang Society is a recently emerged criminal syndicate engaged in human trafficking, synthetic narcotics distribution, and arms smuggling and money laundering. I will not enumerate here all their crimes. Relevant documentation and irrefutable evidence have already been submitted to the Special Affairs Bureau, who will surely act decisively against them. The video abruptly froze. Wei Jun called out toward the inner office, "Old son, have we received official notification yet?" Sun Shuli's voice replied, "Not yet." Likely imminent. Wei Jun acknowledged, then resumed playback. In the video, the masked man lowered his head again to the paper from 2049 to 2052, a span of 3 years. Zhang Zihao, as a key operative of the Anjiang Society, facilitated illegal transactions involving banned pharmaceuticals and military-grade weaponry totaling millions. He assaulted 4 women, 3 of whom were killed or left permanently disabled. 2 died after severe beatings, their limbs deliberately shattered. Yan Muyun could no longer bear to listen. He scanned the room. Every face was grave, brows deeply furrowed. Especially the young twin sisters. Their jaws clenched tight, eyes blazing with barely contained fury. After reciting this litany of atrocity, the masked man picked up the camera, approached the bound man, and tore the blindfold from his eyes. Look closely at this demon's face. This is what he looks like. Zhang Zihao bore an utterly unremarkable face, the kind of bland, middle-aged visage one might pass without notice on any city street, utterly betraying no trace of the monstrous soul concealed beneath. His face now ashen, he jerked his head frantically from side to side, desperate to avoid being filmed. But the masked man seized his chin, thrusting the camera directly before his face, and spoke coldly. "So, you had the audacity to commit such horrors, yet lacked the courage to face the lens." Whoa. Zhang Zihao emitted a string of guttural, unintelligible moans, perhaps pleading, perhaps cursing. After several seconds, the masked man released his chin and reoriented the camera toward himself. In silence, he drew a slow, deep breath, and exhaled deliberately, as if steeling himself for an irreversible decision. His tone softened, sincere and tender, before proceeding, "I must sincerely apologize to Zhang Zihao's daughter. I am deeply sorry. I will end your father's life tonight. Your ordinary happy life ends here. Your future too may be profoundly scarred. I know you are innocent, unaware of his crimes. Yet please understand, though he may have been a devoted father to you in the shadows, unseen by all, he was a complete and utter demon. He raised you from childhood, caring for your studies, taking time off work to celebrate your birthdays. But you must also recognize he personally shattered the lives of countless girls just like you. Was it a trick of the light? Or did Yan Muyun truly glimpse tears shimmering in the masked man's eyes? No, it was no illusion. The man was genuinely weeping, his eyes reddened, tears tracing warm paths down his cheeks, slipping from beneath the dark red mask. In sum, I am sorry for hurting you. Yet I do not regret this act, for I know with absolute certainty that I am doing. In the video, the masked man repositioned the camera, then stepped behind the middle-aged man. As if sensing his fate, the man thrashed with renewed, animalistic frenzy, emitting raw, bestial howls from deep, eyes bloodshot and streaming hot tears. The masked man placed one hand atop the man's head and gripped his jaw with the other. With sudden, brutal force, he wrenched. There came a sharp, clean crack, and Zhang Zihao's choked whimpers ceased instantly. His head lolled limply forward. In that dim room, silence fell, oppressive, suffocating, terrifyingly absolute. The masked man stepped calmly before the lens, raised a hand in farewell, and delivered his final declaration, "Remember my name. I am the Punisher." In the name of divine justice, no sinner shall ever escape my judgment. Beneath the dim light, glistening tears still lingered in his eyes, but his voice rang with unwavering, almost fanatical resolve, cold, lucid, and terrifyingly unhinged. Then the screen dissolved into darkness. The video playback ended, and the screen exited full-screen mode. Yan Muyun was about to speak, when without warning the screen immediately began playing another video. The protagonist remained the same masked man, his face concealed by a dark crimson mask, his body clad in form-fitting black attire. Yet the backdrop had clearly changed to plain featureless white wall. He leaned forward slightly, his voice low and resonant. To all Special Affairs Bureau agents, greetings. I am the Proxy Punisher. Evidence of the Anjiang Society's criminal and unlawful activities has been sent to you via anonymous email. He paused briefly, then his tone grew ominous, laced with quiet menace. You have precisely 3 days. After that, I will release the previous video publicly online, where it will be visible to everyone. As for how public opinion ultimately forms and what consequences unfold, that rests entirely upon your operational efficiency. The video lasted only a few dozen seconds. Once the masked man finished speaking, the screen plunged back and uploaded online. Which platform would dare approve such content for distribution? As the question flared in his mind, Yan Muyun recalled a certain inescapable application, Jekka. Last night, while using his smart glasses to register his identity, the app had instantly appeared on his virtual home screen. Developed by a legendary hacker collective said to operate beyond any authority's reach, Jekka offered far more than just rankings of awakened abilities. Its trending videos, real-time news feeds, and forum threads routinely amassed hundreds of millions of views, many skirting dangerously close to, if not outright crossing, legal boundaries. For some, it was an all-encompassing treasury of knowledge. For certain demons, it served the same purpose. Just as Yan Muyun reached to open Jekka and search for an account, named Proxy Punisher, Sun Shuli emerged from his normally affable face now bore grim gravity as he spoke in a hushed, authoritative tone. Orders have come down from above. We are to coordinate with law enforcement tonight to draft an arrest operation targeting the Anjiang Society. This operation will be led by Team B. Team A must retain 4 agents on standby for contingencies. Only then did Yan Muyun realize that this silver-haired, middle-aged man, who had seemed merely an archivist, was in truth the de facto authority overseeing this branch of the Special Affairs Bureau. Wei Jun nodded. Understood. Then turning sharply, he dismissed the expressions on everyone's faces and issued crisp orders. Yin Long Han Jinyu Han Inju and Zhang Lan. You remain here. Luo Binghan and Zhong Xiao come with me to the conference room. Team 2 is likely already waiting. After the 3 departed, the tension in the office eased, just slightly. Damn it. I want to take down these underworld forces too, muttered one of the twins. Whether elder or younger, no one could. That so-called Proxy Punisher. Surely he's broken the law. Yan Muyun finally voiced his lingering doubt. Of course, replied the twin who'd spoken earlier matter-of-factly. Burglary, extrajudicial punishment, homicide is almost certainly an awakened, meaning he's also violated the regulation on management of extraordinary abilities. Then why does it feel like the Special Affairs Bureau is cooperating with him? Though he broke the law, every piece of evidence he gathered is authentic and verifiable. Law enforcement agencies can, and should, use it to prosecute criminal syndicates. Oh right, we haven't even introduced ourselves yet. I'm Han Jinyu, he's my younger brother Han Inju. Though technically my elder brother, he entered this world only 2 or 3 minutes before I did, Han Inju added, rolling his eyes. Curious, Yan Muyun asked, how old are you two? You look barely 16 or 17. We're exactly 17, and we've served at the Special Affairs Bureau for over a year. By seniority, we've vastly out. From behind his desk nearby, Yan Long glanced over, and the twins grinned back at him in unison. Seeing no urgency in their demeanor, Yan Muyun boldly pulled up a chair and asked, could you give me a brief overview of this Proxy Punisher? Just another deluded soul intoxicated by his own powers, convinced he alone can dispense justice. There've been dozens like him lately. Han Inju exhaled, sending a ripple through his crimson bangs. Since the emergence of extraordinary abilities, black organizations founded by awakened individuals have sprung up across China. Alongside the official Special Affairs Bureau, a parallel phenomenon arose: civilian self-appointed enforcers, dubbed vigilante officers, or Yijing. The tripartite relationship among them is paradoxically both intricate and simple. Sensing Yan Muyun's unfamiliarity with modern societal structures, Han Jinyu chose to begin with the Proxy Punisher's very nature. Vigilante officers and the Special Affairs Bureau share the same objective: to dismantle black organizations. Yet the former operate outside the law, often resorting to extreme measures, and thus become targets of the Bureau's own pursuit. So, black organizations and vigilante officers are mutual adversaries, and both are hunted by the Special Affairs Bureau. No cooperative alliances exist among these 3 factions. Close enough, you grasp things well. Han Inju nodded approvingly, then added, still, compared to vigilante officers, our primary target remains black organizations. Because in terms of societal harm, their impact is infinitely greater. Han Jinyu crossed his arms and leaned against the adjacent desk. As for the Proxy Punisher you're curious about, he's the most prominent vigilante officer in Minxia City this year. He began by targeting petty thieves who misused their abilities, then grew bolder, moving on to murderers, and now even core members of black societies. His Jekka channel hosts 15 videos, each documenting his so-called punishments. When Han Inju uttered the word punishments, he stressed it faintly, infusing it with unmistakable irony. Yan Muyun propped his chin on his hand, intrigued. You dislike him? Han Inju rolled his eyes again. Naturally. These arrogant fools act recklessly blind to consequence. Their clashes with black organizations don't just disrupt ordinary citizens' lives. They consistently complicate our— Han Jinyu, however, smiled faintly. I hold a rather favorable view of the proxy punisher. His videos may appear unhinged, but his actual conduct remains measured and deliberate. Particularly regarding certain criminal evidence the Special Affairs Bureau could never obtain through conventional investigative channels. Yet he acquires it and sends it directly to us. You're a Special Affairs Bureau agent. Can't you uphold your institutional stance? Han Inju widened his eyes. Of course, if the chance arises to apprehend the proxy punisher, I'll show no hesitation, Han Jinyu added with a rise. Yan Muyun slumped back in his chair and released a long, slow breath. Having heard all this, a quiet thrill stirred. The world after awakening seemed far more vivid and far more thrilling than he'd ever imagined. Hey, a voice called out from across the room. Yan Long. Though his father had instructed him to address Yan Muyun as uncle, the sight of a face barely older than his own made the title impossible to utter. Yet calling him by name felt unduly informal. After a fleeting moment of hesitation, he simply said, hey. Fortunately, Yan Muyun recognized the call, lifting his head with mild confusion. Behind you, Yan Long said, tilting his chin. Yan Muyun turned, and there stood Li Chinka at the office doorway, absorbed in her phone. Finished chatting. Dr. Ah, yes, let's go. Yan Muyun sprang upright, then turned back to the twins with sincere gratitude. Thank you both for explaining so much. Han Inju shrugged. It's nothing. Han Jinyu chuckled. Consider it compensation for this morning's restroom prank. At the Tianhua shopping center, Yan Muyun sat on a sofa in the resting area, a large silver box placed at his feet, filled with 2 weeks' worth of nutritional supplements. The price was a bit steep, over 10,000 yuan, which made him feel a twinge of pain. Li Qingke asked him to wait here for a while, saying she would return in half an hour, and then she vanished. However, 40 minutes had passed, and he had not even seen a glimpse of her. In the past, Yan Muyun would simply pass the time by scrolling through his phone. Yet at this moment, although he was wearing smart glasses, he had not put on a ring, but was quite intrigued by everything around him. For Yan Muyun today, 30 years later, people's spirits, shapes, and attire had changed significantly from before. Upon closer inspection, it seemed that everyone exuded an indescribable charm. For example, the girl wrapped in purple, her collar a light purple, like morning glory, gradually deepening to a near black shade. But the most interesting aspect was the design of the clothing. On the left was a skirt that revealed her long, fair legs, while on the right were finely tailored trousers. The combination between the two not only felt harmonious, but also strangely complementary. There was also a young man who passed by Yan Muyun, hands in his pockets. His hair was black one moment, and turned to ink green the next, and as he walked further away it changed to a light pink. One wondered if the stylist who dyed his hair was an awakened being with special abilities. Then there was a little boy being led by his parents, bouncing along merrily. Each time he landed, a few wisps of golden smoke would rise from his feet, sketching golden cloud patterns in the air. To avoid being misunderstood, Yan Muyun adjusted the lenses to a deep tea color so passers-by could not see that he was watching them. He had no intention of judging. He was simply observing and sincerely marveling at the unique traits of each individual. In the bustling crowd of various people, an elderly man with graying hair and simple clothing caught Yan Muyun's attention. In his memory, the man had repeated the same route 4 times within 40 minutes. The old man first emerged from the escalator at the opposite corner, slowly walking along the wall, constantly glancing around, as if searching for something. When passing by the restroom, he would go in and stay for about 3 minutes before coming out and continuing to walk along the wall until he reached the resting area. Back and forth, the old man's route showed almost no change. This was not because Yan Muyun had a good memory, but because each time the old man arrived at the resting area, he would shine a glowing cylindrical electronic device around. Thus, when he came back for the second time, Yan Muyun curiously focused on him. At this moment, the old man had arrived at the resting area for the 5th time. This time he seemed a bit tired, found a sofa to sit down, and casually placed the unknown device on the table. Yan Muyun observed the old man's back, thoughtfully, his fingertips tapping together a few times, hesitating whether to approach and ask what was happening. However, at that moment a voice interrupted his thoughts. Oh, uncle, what a coincidence. Yan Muyun turned to look, only to see a young woman waving at him, her short black hair at ear length, chewing on something. Rosu. He took off his glasses. The beautiful girl, exuding vitality, was a tester from the Powers Registration Office, capable of transforming bullets fired from a handgun into different objects. Because she was not wearing her white uniform today, but simple short sleeves and shorts, Yan Muyun did not recognize her right away. Are you here shopping too? Rosu chose a nearby sofa and sat down casually. Yan Muyun instinctively patted the box beside his leg, something like that. Oh, the latest nutritional supplement, living so exquisitely, uncle, no wonder you look so young. Yan Muyun didn't know how to respond, so he simply changed the topic and asked, did you come alone? Rosu, chewing gum, replied without thinking, no, I came with someone. Remember Yang Mingming, the little beauty who registered your information? She went to the restroom, and I came here to wait for her. Didn't expect to run into you, uncle. Yan Muyun forced a smile, feeling it was quite strange to be called uncle by a woman a few years older than him, even though he was only in his early 20s. The key was that his actual age was right there, and he couldn't refute it. At that moment, a graceful figure walked by, interrupting their casual chat. Sorry for the wait. The store took a bit longer to fetch the items. Li Qingke stood by the sofa, holding a bag that appeared to be clothing or a purse based on the brand. Rosu's eyes lit up. Oh, uncle, is this your daughter? She's so beautiful. It's nothing, I didn't wait long. Cough, 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 cough. Yan Muyun was halfway through his reply when she suddenly interjected, almost choking on his own saliva. Cough, cough, no cough, just a colleague, just a colleague. He coughed while repeatedly waving his hands. Colleague. Rosu looked at the two suspiciously, then a mischievous smile appeared on her face. Yan Muyun said seriously, really, just a colleague, only a colleague. Li Qingke found it somewhat amusing and turned to the short-haired woman. How did you two meet? And why do you call him uncle? Rosu exaggeratedly leaned forward mysteriously, saying, in the tester, who registered his powers, I know his real age. Don't be fooled by his youthful appearance, he's actually over 50 years old. Li Qingke simply found a sofa to sit down and placed the bag beside her. Actually, he's not that old. At this point she paused and looked at Yan Muyun inquiringly. After receiving a helpless smile from him, she continued, he experienced an accident before fell into a deep sleep for 30 years and only awakened a few days ago. So although his household registration shows he's over 50, he's actually only in his early 20s. Wow. Rosu's eyes widened, her expression exaggerated. That's hard to believe. Yan Muyun rolled his eyes. It's pretty hard to believe that you can so easily accept that I'm over 50. Do I really look that old? No, that's not hard to believe. Rosu shook her head vigorously, pointing towards a nearby direction, saying, look over there. Yan Muyun knew what she was pointing at. After all, he had been sitting here for 40 minutes. It was a 2-meter-tall virtual projection. A stylishly dressed handsome young man first danced to the music, then pulled out a delicate, white jar from his pocket, elegantly resting it in the palm of his hand. As the projection boy flashed a charming and wicked smile, the advertisement slogan and brand name appeared above his head. Yan Muyun turned back. Guess how old he is? Rosu raised her eyebrows. He looks about 16 or 17. He's 42 this year. Yan Muyun sighed. All right then. Russell suddenly stretched her neck and happily exclaimed, Mingming has arrived. Yan Muyun followed her gaze and saw the young girl who had registered her abilities a few days ago. At the entrance of the long corridor leading to the restroom, young Mingming wore a white sweater and a black skirt, her high ponytail, giving her a clean and fresh look. Russell stood up from her seat, waved her hand, and shouted, Mingming, I'm over here. However, in the next moment her voice abruptly. Yan Muyun's eyes widened in shock, his hands instinctively gripping the armrests of the sofa, his fingertips creating a faint sharp sound against the leather. The lights in the corridor behind Yang Mingming suddenly went out, followed by a few short and piercing screams. The girl instinctively wanted to turn around, but her feet left the ground, and her white sweater glowed with a blinding crimson. Her once bright eyes had turned dull, losing their luster, her head drooping weakly onto her chest. In the previous second, without any warning, a black limb as thick as an adult's arm reached out from the corridor behind, piercing through the girl's back and lifting her high. Besides this limb, another one penetrated the belly of a nearby young boy. He had been hopping along holding his parents' hands, creating a trail of golden cloud patterns beneath his feet. Now his parents still held his small hand, but after he jumped up he never came back down, and the polished floor erupted with splashes of blood. The entire world seemed to fall silent for a moment, but in the next instant fear and piercing screams swept through the entire shopping center like a tide. The urgent voice of the announcer came through the loudspeaker. An aberration has appeared in Area A on the first floor of the shopping center. Customers in that area should evacuate quickly. Other customers should not approach. It's a spider demon. Quick, we need to run. Yin Long and the others have probably already been notified. Li Qingke was the first to react, dropping the shopping bag by her feet and jumping up to grab Yan Muyun's arm, trying to spider demon. Like a spider. Yan Muyun's expression was blank as he stood up, following her forceful pull while muttering to himself. No, Mingming. Russell screamed, hysterically wanting to rush over, but tripped over the low table in front of her, nearly falling. Stimulated by the scream, so close to her, Yan Muyun's heart raced, a subtle pain pricking the back of his head, and his consciousness finally returned to clarity. He first forcefully broke free from Li Qingke's grip, hastily throwing out a phrase, you run first, and then lunged forward in haste, grabbing the shoulder of the girl who was stumbling ahead. Let go of me, Russell screamed. She is already dead. Yan Muyun shouted in anger, then forcefully pulled her back. As they struggled, they ran a few steps, and Russell suddenly kicked Yan Muyun's leg, nearly causing him to kneel on the ground, then took the chance to break free from his grasp. You motherf. Yan Muyun was genuinely a bit angry, almost cursing out loud. Uncle, you should escape. After hurriedly throwing down this sentence, Russell did not run towards the spider demon, but instead sprinted towards the nearby S. Seeing her not heading towards death, Yan Muyun also lost the desire to continue engaging. Just as he was about to turn and flee, his body froze in place, unable to move his feet. Not far from him, the limb piercing through Yang Mingming's body slowly retracted into the dark corridor, while another limb still hung high with a small bloodied body. The boy was crying out in pain, his small hands gripping the black limb, struggling violently, yet futilely. His mother had already collapsed on the ground, but his father clung tightly to the blood-soaked limb that had pierced through the boy's abdomen, his eyes bloodshot as he screamed, trying to reclaim his child. Go. What are you waiting for? Yan Muyun turned back only to see Li Qingke hadn't run far, crouching behind a sofa and anxiously waving at him. You run first, you hurry and run. Yan Muyun instinctively waved his hand at her, but then continued to stand there confused about his own actions. He didn't understand why he was just standing there like an idiot doing nothing. Why am I not running? Yan Muyun questioned himself in his heart, and soon received an answer. Because I want to save that little boy, I want to help that. Then why are you standing here? The next question quickly followed. Because I am afraid. I am afraid. I fear that I might die. Yan Muyun stood there stiffly, his breathing growing rapid, his vision blurring before him. He should probably not be considered cowardly, because he had previously stood in front of others twice, once for his parents and once for Yanlong. But during those 2 times he had no time to think, nor did he truly witness death. He had just acted impulsively in a moment of fervor. When one has the time to think and can genuinely feel the concept of, I might die, very few would rush headlong, especially when the other party is a stranger whom one has never met. You don't even get the chance to act on impulse. Another black limb reached out from the corridor, viciously stabbing towards the father's chest. Do not. Yan Muyun instinctively murmured, his voice so low that only he could hear. Bang! A pitch-black iron ball fell from the air, crashing down heavily onto the limb, causing it to deflect diagonally and pierce into the wall beside it. Uncle, what are you doing standing there? A familiar voice came from above. Yan Muyun looked up to see Russell leaning over the second-floor railing, holding a blue-green toy gun. Did you go up to the toy store? He suddenly smiled. You mother. This time it was Russell who nearly cursed, as she couldn't understand why this originally normal guy suddenly seemed to have lost his mind. At a time like this, why are you laughing without a care in the world? However, that curse never came out, for when Yan Muyun revealed a goofy smile, he bent down, picked up the metal box filled with nutrient solution beside the sofa, and dashed out like a wild dog. It wasn't that Russell was intentionally belittling him, but his way of charging out was indeed very ugly, resembling a wild dog that had been starving for days, suddenly spotting a half-eaten hamburger on the street. Yan Muyun dashed forward, his first foot heavily landing on the armrest of a brown sofa, while his second foot stepped on the back of a nearby black sofa. The brown sofa slid slightly to the side, producing a harsh noise against the floor. The black sofa tilted back a bit before settling down, making a soft thud. And he leaped high, raising the silver metal box above his head. FCKU. With a roar, the metal box came crashing down heavily onto the raised black limb. The little boy's body fell from the limb, tightly embraced by his father. The silver metal box was severely deformed, and the colorful nutrient solution burst from the cracks, mingling with the bright red that sprayed from the boy's abdomen. Do you feel it? The weight of 13,207 yuan. Yan Muyun grinned in midair, grinning. Some things at the moment of hesitation, a choice is already made in the heart. What's lacking is just the courage to take the first step forward. The metal crate had been badly dented, but the black segmented limb merely deflected slightly, leaving not a single mark upon its surface. Run! Get away from here! Yan Muyun shouted without turning back as he landed, raising both hands before him. A silvery, semi-transparent barrier unfurled instantly across his front. By then the black limb previously embedded in the wall had withdrawn, and now joined by another, its tip still dripping with blood, it lashed forward repeatedly in savage thrusts, all of which were halted cold by the silvery barrier. Thank you. The man cradled his dying son tightly in his arms, pressing hard against the wound in the boy's abdomen. The woman who moments earlier had slumped helplessly to the floor now scrambled upright in frantic haste, and together with her husband, they staggered backward, leaning on each other for support. They had barely fled a few paces when a figure stepped into their path. Put the child down, now. Move aside. After everything he had just endured, the man's nerves were already fraying at the edge of collapse. Before the stranger could finish speaking, he lunged forward, slamming him to the ground, and bolted headlong toward the exit without a backward glance. Li Chinka sat on the floor, her hair disheveled, screaming hoarsely. Will you truly kill your own son with your own hands? My son, my son. At those words the man froze mid-stride, frantically checking his son's condition, only to find the boy's face deathly pale, eye sealed shut, breath so faint it was nearly imperceptible. Li Chinka rushed up, clutching a crimson first aid kit, and commanded sharply, lay him flat on the ground immediately. I'm a physician. I can administer emergency care. As if seizing a lifeline, the man's voice trembled violently. Doctor, I'm sorry, please save my son. With trembling hands, he and his wife carefully lowered the boy onto the floor. But isn't this too close? The woman's face was ashen, as she shuddered involuntarily as she spoke. They had fled less than 10 meters. How could they know whether the creature would pursue them? Li Chinka did not answer. Instead, she withdrew instruments one by one from the first aid kit and worked with swift, practiced precision to stem the boy's bleeding. The man glanced back and saw the young man who had saved his son standing motionless before the corridor where the monster lurked, arms outstretched, a shimmering silvery barrier held firm before him. And there, 4 black limbs were striking the barrier like a relentless storm, yet not a single inch of progress could be made. Just as relief began to settle, a sharp, piercing shriek erupted from deep within the corridor. It struck like a sledgehammer, driving straight through bone into the brain. The man collapsed instantly, sliding limply down the wall beside him. At that same instant his wife and Li Chinka both fell rigid to the floor, eyes rolled back, bodies locked in unconscious stillness. After an indeterminate span of time, all three regained consciousness, and almost simultaneously turned their gaze in the same direction. If he too had been affected, then what of him now? Seeing that solitary figure still standing unwaveringly and placed the silvery barrier before him utterly unchanged, the three exhaled in quiet shared relief. Don't stare, prepare yourselves. As soon as emergency treatment concludes we leave. Immediately. Chinka spoke with urgent speed. Yes, understood. The couple nodded hastily. Damn, what a rush. Yan Muyun held aloft his silver ward, eyes blazing with he could even hear his own heartbeat now. Thump, 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 rapid, visceral, electrifying. For a fleeting moment, the thread of reason snapped. But as calm returned, the sheer peril before him sent icy dread coursing down his spine, every muscle locking rigid, trembling on the edge of cramp. The corridor's lights had long since been shattered, plunging its depths into impenetrable shadow. The silver ward hovered only 10 centimeters from Yan Muyun's nose, meaning each furious strike and thrust of those 4 razor-sharp black limbs grazed terrifyingly close to his face. Through the barrier, Yan Muyun sensed dimly, yet unmistakably, the horrifying power behind those black limbs. To convey its force in human terms, imagine 4 automobiles, their fronts fused to massive spears hurtling forward at 80 miles per hour, striking again and again 10 times per second, tireless, unceasing. Yet faced with such terrifying assault, Yan Muyun's emotions gradually settled, not into resignation, but into a strange, steady clarity. Some things seem daunting before you begin, tedious, difficult, frightening, so you hesitate, evade fear. But once begun, a quiet realization takes hold. It's not so bad after all. Writing a thesis is like this. Drafting a manuscript is like this. Standing between a monster and innocent lives is like this. He glanced sideways toward the 3 figures nearby, his thoughts briefly wandering. Lee hasn't fled yet. No wonder she's with the Special Affairs Bureau. And where on earth did she get that first aid kit? Truly exceptional professional competence. Sensing the human's momentary lapse in focus, the spider demon felt insulted. From the corridor's abyss came another deafening shrill shriek. Oh, here we go again. Yan Muyun flinched, startled, but the silvery barrier before him remained utterly thud, crash, crackle. A heavy object crashed to the floor behind him, knocking over something else in the fall. Yan Muyun turned and saw Luo Su, who must have descended unnoticed. She lay sprawled on the floor, one leg awkwardly draped over the edge of a low table. Are you all right? Yan Muyun asked, concern edging his voice. Luo Su rubbed her head as she rose, her gaze unfocused, then slowly, painstakingly recentered. She shook her head, vigorously retrieved the toy gun that had tumbled beside her, and asked, You're unaffected by the mind scream, are you? Mind scream? You mean those 2 shrieks, just now? Yan Muyun frowned, puzzled. Luo Su's brows knotted tightly. Her temples still throbbed. It's the spider demon's unique ability, inducing unconsciousness for 3 to 5 seconds in anyone who hears it. Sounded awful to me, Yan Muyun said, offhandedly turning back. Though you didn't stay down for 3 seconds, you got up right after hitting the floor. Did I? Luo Su blinked, then ventured a guess. Perhaps your ability shields you from it. Or perhaps standing behind your silver ward dampened its effect on me too. You remember the name of my ability? Yan Muyun grinned. Then, remembering the girl who'd recorded it now lying lifeless and cold, his expression darkened with sorrow. I'll admit, it's a strong name. Memorable. Luo Su had now drawn level beside him and asked, How long can I could stand here and trade blows with it all day? Impressive, watch out. It's emerging. Luo Su cried out suddenly, for more black limbs shot forth from the corridor, not striking the silver barrier, but hooking onto the walls instead. Then from the darkness, a blurred silhouette surged forward, swelling rapidly into terrifying clarity. Holy hell! Yan Muyun cursed under his breath, as Maul lighting caught the creature Fulin, revealing the spider demon's true form at last. A black head the size of a basketball, crowned with 2 serrated half-meter-long venomous pincers, a dozen deep purple eyes irregularly studded along its neck-like segment. Its body was oval-shaped, far smaller than anticipated, barely over a meter in length, with 8 thick arm-sized arthropod limbs densely clustered along both sides. Ugly. That was Yan Muyun's first impression. Especially those dozen mismatched eyes scattered haphazardly across what might, or might not, be its neck. Merely glancing at them would haunt one's dreams for nights to come. People called it the spider Yao, likely only because of its 8 limbs, yet compared to an actual spider the latter could almost be deemed refined and comely. This grotesque spectacle, capable of shattering sanity at a glance, hovered a mere 10 centimeters from Yan Muyun. Sisha. The spider Yao clung to the silver barrier, its dozen pupils fixed unblinkingly upon the human before it, while its twin serrated pincers flared wide, emitting a sound that sent chills racing down the spine. Yan Muyun squeezed his eyes shut and turned his head away, refusing to witness this viscerally repulsive sight. Yet beside him, Luo Su suddenly surged with urgency, slamming his shoulder hard. It's trying to break out. Push it back, now, or things will turn dire. Yan Muyun reopened his eyes just in time to see the creature's 8 limbs, each stretching 5 or 6 meters, clawed desperately at floor and wall, alike straining to squeeze its bulk through the narrow gap between the corridor walls and the silver defense. I'll try, Yan Muyun replied, voice thin with uncertainty. He had only ever deployed the silver defense a few times, never once while attempting to shift it mid-use. He strained repeatedly, yet whether from panic or inexperience, the barrier refused to budge an inch forward. Can't you? Luo Su demanded anxiously beside him. No. Yan Muyun gasped, sweat beading across his brow, the word forced through clenched teeth. Luo Su dashed sideways, eyeing the fissure between wall and barrier, yet dared not strike, lacking certainty of a single strike kill. Should the blast shatter the wall, without finishing the beast, its emergence would render it at least tenfold more dangerous. The spider Yao continued its agonizing lateral crawl, Now its 8 legs scraped violently against the stone, sending shards flying and dust cascading as the breach widened visibly. Luo Su raised her toy gun and gritted her teeth. What happens if I fire through this barrier? Will the bullet be blocked, or pierce straight through? I haven't tested it. Wait. Yan Muyun grasped her intent, then lowered his gaze, locking his eyes fiercely onto a spot at the barrier's lower right corner. Since the silver defense appears composed of interlocking hexagonal tiles in theory, I should be able to nullify one tile. Hurry, hurry! Luo Su cried as the spider Yao neared liberation. Done. Look, lower right. Yan Muyun growled low. Luo Su glanced down and saw a fist-sized aperture bloom in the silver surface. Instantly she understood. Damn wretched abomination. Take this. She roared, channeling raw fury as she aimed the toy gun's muzzle into the opening and pulled the trigger. Cold sweat drenched Yan Muyun's brow. At the precise instant the bullet launched, he slammed the aperture shut again. Boom! Blinding flame erupted. Deafening thunder tore the air as the spider Yao was hurled backward by searing fire and concussive force, vanishing deep into the corridor. Now! Luo Su bellowed. Yan Muyun dispelled his ability, strode forward several paces into the scorched corridor's center, and stretched his arms wide once more. The silver barrier now sealing the entire passage 3 meters wide, 5 meters high. That should hold. Luo Su collapsed onto the floor spent. Yan Muyun stood amid the wreckage, staring into the corridor's ink-black depths, his pulse quickened by dread. The Special Affairs Bureau is taking far too long. It's only been about 3 minutes since the spider Yao appeared. Luo Su murmured, lying flat on the floor, her hollow gaze fixed on the ceiling, blackened and blistered by the blast. It wasn't that the Bureau was slow, it was that every second had stretched into an eternity. Silence settled over them. The vast shopping mall lay utterly still, only the faint, ragged hiss of the wounded spider Yao echoed from the corridor's far end. A minute later 4 figures burst in from one side of the mall, 3 clad in sleek black powered armor. Inside, the leader, tall and broad-shouldered in matlack combat gear, was Zhang Lan. Yes, Yan Muyun nodded. Zhang Lan clapped his shoulder, voice warm and steady. Well done. Leave the rest to us. It may still be combat-capable, Yan Muyun cautioned. I know. Seeing Zhang Lan's unruffled calm, Yan Muyun exhaled, then dissolved the silver defense. Zhang Lan did not advance immediately. Instead, he drew a slender silver rod from his left inner pocket and tossed it toward them. With a soft snap, the rod adhered to the ceiling, and instantly blinding white light flooded the entire blackened corridor. Zhang Lan explained, the spider Yao favors darkness, not just by instinct, but because shadow amplifies its ability. White fiber was engineered specifically to counter it. Yan Muyun nodded, acknowledging the briefing, but his gaze remained locked on the corridor's farthest recess. There the spider Yao crouched in the corner, oozing violet ichor, 3 limbs severed, a 4th lying lifeless and inert. Between the corridor entrance and that hideous creature lay several human corpses. Nearest to the group was Yang Mingming. Her white sweater soaked crimson, her body crumpled face down on the cold tile. This vibrant, rosy-cheeked girl now lay desiccated, her skin wrinkled like ancient bark, tinged with an eerie Yin Long, Zhang Lan called. To his right stood a taller figure in black armor. Lifting his left arm, he brushed a fingertip across its surface, eliciting a quiet puff of internal mechanism. Thud. Crack. A heavy impact reverberated, followed instantly by a sharp, brittle snap, as one of the spider Yao's limbs shattered, spraying violet blood across ceiling and wall. Sasa. In utter despair, the spider Yao unleashed its psychic shriek. Yan Muyun's vision swam, and his knees buckled, but Zhang Lan's hand shot out to steady him. When Yan Muyun regained his bearings, only 2 of the creature's limbs remained capable of movement. You're immune to this. Zhang Lan tapped his ear. We wear custom earpieces, designed to neutralize such sonic assaults. Then he paused. And what do you mean by also? My ability grants similar resistance, Yan Muyun explained. Even as they spoke, another limb snapped cleanly into SSSSSHA. Realizing its doom, the spider Yao shrieked, a piercing, grating cry, as its final limb lashed out like a black spear, streaking across the air with lethal speed. Yan Muyun had braced for its dying assault, but someone moved faster. Zhang Lan's right arm transformed into a deep blue metallic sheened rhomboid shield gleaming with cold intensity. He stepped forward and swung the massive shield downward with crushing force, driving the barbed limb deep into the adjacent wall. A sickening crack echoed. The black appendage splintered beyond repair. He stepped forward and swung the massive shield downward with crushing force, driving the barbed limb deep into the adjacent wall. A sickening Meanwhile, Yan Long leveled his palm at the spider Yao's head and fired another coin. But the limb, previously lying motionless on the floor, shot upward, intercepting the fatal strike. As expected, the spider Yao is cunning. It feigned injury to lure us into complacency. One of the 2 identical armored figures remarked. Good thing we never intended to close in, the other added. Their voices betrayed it plainly. The first was Han Yingku, the younger twin, the second Han Jinyu, the elder. With Yin Long's final coin, the spider Yao's skull exploded. Silence fell absolute and irrevocable. After a dozen seconds, the creature's mangled corpse, and the splattered violet blood staining ceiling and walls, dissolved into shimmering golden motes, vanishing into thin air. I'd hope to see what your abilities truly are, Yan Muyun sighed. Han Jinyu and Han Yingku shrugged in unison. There'll be time. Sirens wailed outside the mall entrance. Police cars, ambulances, and fire engines converging in a cacophony, while crowds chattered restlessly nearby, enveloping the area in an irksome din. Yan Muyun, Li Chinka, and Luo Su, key eyewitnesses and involved parties at the time of the incident, remained on-site for preliminary investigation questioned and documented by Yan Long. Perhaps mindful of Luo Su's emotional state, Yan Long asked her few questions. "Thank you for your cooperation," he said after completing the records, uploading the files, and nodding politely, his demeanor utterly perfunctory. He had already shed his powered armor, a sleek black briefcase rested silently beside him. Yan Muyun gazed at it absently, his thoughts drifting. "I wonder how it would feel." Swung like a club. "Quite professional, little Long," Li Chinka remarked with an approving blink. "You hardly seem like an intern anymore." "I was officially promoted days ago," Yan Long replied coolly, then picked up the briefcase at his feet and departed. After the spider, Yao had been neutralized. Luo Su had wept briefly, now her eyes remained reddened though her composure had. "Do you know each other?" she asked, tilting her head. "I'm the resident physician of the Special Affairs Bureau," Li Chinka replied, with a gentle smile. "HSS. Yan Muyun cut himself off with a sharp intake of breath. A jagged tearing pain pulsed intermittently across his back and right shoulder. He'd undergone intense physical training all day. His muscles were already strained. Especially that wide, forceful swing of the briefcase, inevitably he'd pulled something. "Try working out more, old man." Luo Su shot him a skeptical glance. Yan Muyun didn't bother explaining. Instead, he turned to Li Chinka. "How is the boy doing?" "He's out of danger." Li Chinka's expression softened as she offered a faint, reassuring smile. "Modern medical technology is extraordinarily advanced. If you're still breathing, when the ambulance arrives you'll be fine." Yeah, HSS. Just turning his neck sent a wave of searing numbness through his shoulder, making him grimace and Li Chinka sighed, watching him. "Come to the Special Affairs Bureau tomorrow morning. We'll spend an hour on muscle recovery." Yan Muyun shuddered involuntarily, recalling the sensation. "Wait, so you're also a Special Affairs Bureau agent?" Luo Su's red-rimmed eyes widened. Then she shook her head vigorously. "No way. No Special Affairs Bureau agent could possibly be that inept." One unspoken question lingered. If he'd only registered his ability 3 days ago, how could he possibly have joined the Bureau? Yan Muyun's mouth twitched instinctively. He almost retorted, but settled instead for an exasperated eye roll. He had to admit it, his early performance today had indeed been abysmal, even humiliating. He'd stood face-to-face with a terrifying drank melt demon, and yet confronted by a mere irranked juvenile spider, Yao he'd frozen rigid, paralyzed by fear. He joined the Special Affairs Bureau today, and completed intensive training this very afternoon, Li Chinka interjected helpfully. "Joined today?" Luo Su blinked in surprise, then grinned and slapped Yan Muyun's shoulder. "Well, old man, you're not half bad after all." HSS. Another jolt of pain made him flinch. Waving a hand dismissively, he muttered in turn. "Just an intern. Staying out of everyone's way is already a win." Li Chinka chuckled softly and patted his arm. "Your performance today wasn't exactly in the way, you know. Please, spare." Unable to sit still any longer, Yan Muyun bolted upright, fleeing those two clutches, and strode away. Beyond the cordoned-off perimeter, crowds bustled. Many stood on tiptoe, craning their necks toward the scene. They'd fled faster than anyone when disaster struck, yet now with the crisis over they'd all returned to gawk. A few reporters spotted Yan Muyun rising and called out eagerly, "Hey there, sir. Could we get a quick interview? I'm from XX Television." "Hey, young man." Yan Muyun, utterly indifferent to appearing on screen, hunched his shoulders and walked away without glancing back, several camera lenses trained squarely on him. Yan Muyun found Yan Long and stood beside him, following the latter's gaze down the corridor's shadowed length. The spider Yao's mangled corpse had dissolved into shimmering golden motes, vanishing into the air. Yang Mingming's body, and those of several bystanders, had already been carried away by medical personnel. Had it not been for the splattered blood staining the floor and the savage axion sword-like gouges scoring the walls, the entire ordeal might have felt like a fever dream. If only it were just a dream. "Has the investigation concluded?" Yan Muyun asked. "Yes." Yan Long nodded. "Regulatory failure within Tianhua Shopping Center. The optical detection system in this zone the mall should have suspended operations for 1 full day until repairs were complete, but the manager, unwilling to forfeit revenue, merely hired several staff to conduct manual inspections using outdated portable detectors." Yan Muyun paused, recalling wasn't an elderly man assigned here. He performed roughly 4 rounds of inspection over 40 or 50 minutes. Emergence from the umbral veil requires at least 20 to 30 minutes. So did the old man simply miss it? No, he inspected meticulously each time, covering nearly every designated spot. Yan Long shook his head. Then why? He never entered the women's restroom. Yan Muyun's lips twisted. Across Haizong District, an average of 8 umbral veils manifest monthly. Yet one materialized precisely here, inside a mall whose optical sensors had failed, and exactly where human inspection had skipped. What infinitesimal odds? A quiet unease stirred in Yan Muyun's chest. Then he laughed bitterly. "I'm starting to suspect on the problem." Encountering a melt demon on his way home from the hospital. Then barely 2 or 3 days later stumbling upon a spider, Yao, during a casual mall stroll. He was becoming a walking umbral veil generator, drawing monsters wherever he went. Yan Long glanced sidelong at him. "Don't overthink it." Nearby, one of the twins approached. Whether Han Jinyu or Han Yinju, it was impossible to tell. He stepped forward and declared flatly, "The optical detection device shows signs of deliberate sabotage." Yan Long's brows snapped together instantly. Yan Muyun blurted, "Huh?" startled by the sudden twist. Once human intent entered the equation, the situation invariably escalated, complexity multiplying several-fold. The sole function of such optical detectors was to scan for umbral veils in the vicinity. Deliberate sabotage implied. Could someone control where veils appeared? Had the perpetrator sabotaged the detector specifically to conceal their scheme? Yan Muyun's brow furrowed deeply. If true, the implications were truly chilling. Humans and aberrants had always been irreconcilable enemies. Coexistence was unthinkable. If someone could summon, even command, aberrants, the consequences defied imagination. A corporate rival? Yanlong asked quietly. Han Yinju shook his head. Unclear. Police are reviewing surveillance footage from the past few hours, though whether it yields anything remains uncertain. Yan Muyun rolled his eyes and cleared his throat dryly. Of course, if the mall closed for a day, losses would mount and competitors could seize advantage. Commercial sabotage couldn't be ruled out. I'm overthinking this entirely, leaping straight from evidence of sabotage to someone controls umbral veils. Yan Muyun swallowed hard and resolved to stop speculating. These matters belonged to his seasoned colleagues. What's wrong with you? Yan Long casually asked as he noticed Yan Muyun's unusual expression. It's nothing at all. Yan Muyun waved his hand, not revealing the somewhat absurd speculation in his mind. At this moment, Han Yinju came over and put his arm around him. I just watched the surveillance footage from the incident. Although your initial performance raised some blood pressure, that jump was really cool. Yan Muyun scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. I was just scared silly at the time. After all, it was my first time witnessing someone die in front of me. For a rookie, your performance was already quite commendable. Han Yinju patted his shoulder, taking on the demeanor of an he indeed better than someone. Back in the day, I don't know who it was, but during the first official mission, they were hiding behind Brother Zhang the entire time. A sarcastic voice interjected from the side. Yan Muyun turned to see Han Jin. You had somehow crept over. Seeing his secret exposed by his own brother, Han Yinju winced. Hiss. Was I hiding? No, I was tactically seeking a reliable cover for better output. Being timid is just being timid. There's nothing to be ashamed of. It's human nature. Have you ever seen an elemental awakener wandering around under the eyes of an alien? Our abilities aren't the type for charging into battle. With your little frame, you'd barely fill a 3-part meal for a juvenile alien. Hee, and in the small frame. What about someone who's a whole centimeter shorter than me? I'm not shorter than you. We're exactly the same height, and I told you the last measurement was inaccurate. Yan Muyun silently shifted 2 steps to the side, coming closer to Yan Long. They are a bit immature. Your dad and I were like that too. Cough, cough. The two spoke almost in unison, and Yan Muyun awkwardly coughed twice. Of course we were young back then. I was around 13 or 14, and your dad was about 8 or 9. Yan Long turned to glance at him without speaking. No, you two were pretty much the same yesterday. The argument between Han Jinyu and Han Yinju quickly ceased as a graceful figure approached. The newcomer was a very young woman, looking no older than 20, dressed in short sleeves and long pants, with long black hair tied back in a neat ponytail. Most striking were her long legs, slender and straight, appearing rounded and strong beneath the fitted jeans, and the beauty of her movements was quite captivating. Officer Zhang, Han Jinyu, and Han Yinju clearly recognized each other, greeting her in unison. The young woman nodded and smiled at them, then walked straight up to Yan Muyun and Yan Long. Yan Long, do you remember me? Yan Long frowned slightly, then recalled something, and uncertainly asked Zhang. Zhang Shishue Sr. The young woman smiled slightly. She wore no makeup, but her skin was fair and delicate, her features exquisite, exuding both confidence and gentleness. Even without makeup, her smile was enough to make a man's heart skip a beat. This is my senior from high school, a year older than me, who went to intern in the Alien Investigation Department after graduation, Yan Long introduced. This is a relative, Yan Muyun, who is currently working in the Special Department. Alien Investigation Department. Yan Muyun instinctively repeated this unfamiliar term. Its full name is Ability Investigation Department, primarily responsible for handling superpower-related crimes. Han Yinju appeared at his side. Yan Muyun turned to look at him, blinking, still somewhat confused. I thought this was the responsibility of our special department. Of course, it is also within our special department's scope, but the two departments have different focuses. The special department is mainly responsible for dealing with aliens and black organizations, while also handling superpower. On the other hand, the police's Alien Investigation Department specifically handles superpower crimes, but if they encounter particularly tricky cases, they will enlist the special department for assistance. Han Jinyu emerged from the other side of Yan Muyun. Yan Long looked at the woman in front of him and asked, Senior, how? This incident was caused by an alien, so it shouldn't be within the jurisdiction of the Alien Investigation Department. The police should only need to send regular officers to record and handle the aftermath. Zhang Shishue sighed, her ponytail swaying gently. I was just shopping in Area B of the mall when the alarm went off, but unfortunately the road between Areas A and B was blocked, otherwise I could have come over sooner to help. Yan Long nodded. Fortunately, the casualties are not severe. I heard it was your division's new intern who happened to be there and prevented the escalation of the chaos. Yan Long noticed that the person standing next to him had vanished without him realizing. Turning to look, he saw Han Jinyu and Han Yinju. The two brothers had flanked Yan Muyun and were now sneaking away to another place. Yan Long sighed silently, knowing those guys had misunderstood something. In fact, he wasn't really familiar with the senior. They only knew each other's names back in school and had hardly exchanged a few words. Zhang Shishue smiled unperturbed. I was supposed to go to Chunjing University last year, but at that time the Alien Investigation Department was short-staffed, so the department head asked me to stay a bit longer, and I just ended up staying until this year. So you don't need to call me senior anymore. We will be classmates of the same year from now on. Working at the police department for nearly a year had given this girl who was not yet 20 a special charm. Rational, mature, confident, her demeanor easily garnered trust and affection. My relative will be going too, Yan said. Zhang Shishue found it a bit strange, tilting her head slightly. Even though he is a relative, don't people usually just say cousin or something? Why do you keep calling him relative? Yan instinctively touched his neck. The relationship between us. It's a long story. Oh, Zhang Shishue didn't press further, wisely dropping the topic. Seeing the other person's expression was a bit strange, Yan worried she might misunderstand, and helplessly said, he is my uncle. Zhang Shishue's eyes widened. Uncle? You mean your dad's older brother? Then how does he look so young? It's a long story. Yan pursed his lips, not wanting to say more, and turned to leave. I'm going to find brother Zhang and see if there's anything That was just his nature. He wouldn't share much about himself with people he wasn't familiar with, nor would he initiate topics. Wait a moment, Zhang Shishue called out to him. What is it? There was something a few days ago, and I need to thank you in person. Nearby by the escalator, 3 figures stood behind a holographic advertisement, their expressions serious, seemingly discussing some important matter. Yan Sr. definitely has a crush on him. Indeed, I must say these two look quite compatible. Do you think they might have had a little flirtation in high school? Doesn't seem like it. Yan shouldn't be that shy. Then why did that kid turn and walk away, leaving his senior behind? Wait, is the senior coming over here? It seems so. Let's act serious for now. Oh, we should stay calm and composed. As Officer Zhang approached, the 3 people who were originally engaged in a serious conversation paused and looked at her with question. Seeing the situation, Zhang Shishue hesitated a bit and brushed her hair behind her ear, saying, are you busy? If it's inconvenient, I can come back later. Han Jinyu waved his hands repeatedly, saying, not busy, not busy. We are just in the final stages and are simply waiting for brother Zhang to finish the handover with the police. Zhang Shishue smiled and said, oh, that's good. I would like to chat with this gentleman. Mr. Yan Muyun, may I? Oh, I have no problem, Yan Muyun responded after realizing nodding in agreement. All right then, I won't disturb you. Han Jinyu exchanged glances with Han Yinzhu and walked away. Zhang Shishue extended a hand and smiled softly. Uncle. Hello, let me formally introduce myself. My name is Zhang Shishue, with Shi meaning pity and Shue meaning snow. Uncle. Yan Muyun felt as if his young heart in his early 20s had suffered a heavy blow. He forced a smile and extended his hand, saying Yan Muyun, with Mu meaning shepherd and Yun meaning cloud. Zhang Zixu's hand was very soft, but he could sense the underlying strength, which must be related to her profession. Your name sounds beautiful, Zhang Shishue smiled. Oh, thank you. I came up with it myself, Yan Muyun said, realizing it might not be appropriate, and added, your name is also very beautiful. My dad gave me this name because it was winter when my mom gave birth to me, and it happened to be snowing outside. She said the scenery was very beautiful and wanted to see it more, so my dad simply chose this name for me. Yan Muyun gave a thumbs up, saying that's very poetic, a beautiful name. Your father must read a lot. As for my name, it was because one day I was lying on the grass looking at the white clouds in the sky that looked like sheep, and I thought how wonderful it would be if I could shepherd clouds in the sky like a shepherd. To avoid seeming rude, Yan Muyun also briefly introduced his naming thought. Wow, that sounds very meaningful. Zhang Shishue exclaimed softly, not as if she was merely flattering him. So, Officer Zhang, may I ask why you were looking? After some pleasantries, it was time to discuss serious matters. No, you don't have to call me Officer Zhang, just call me Xiao Zhang. Zhang Shishue waved her hands in slight panic. Yan Muyun smiled broadly, but didn't dare to call her that. At this moment, the capable and spirited female officer appeared to be a bit shy, stammering, I wanted to personally thank you. Thank you. Yes, do you remember the molten demon that suddenly appeared on Siming Road a few days ago? I did encounter the molten demon, but I'm not sure if it was on Siming Road. That day, there was only one place in the entire Minxia city where an anomaly appeared. Oh, that should be it. Zhang Shishue suddenly inhaled sharply and then bent down to bow to him. Hey, what do you mean by that? Yan Muyun was startled and instinctively stepped aside. That day you protected someone, the owner of Laozhong Hunan restaurant. He is my father. Zhang Shishue straightened up, her apricot eyes fixed on him with utmost sincerity. Laozhong Hunan restaurant. The restaurant owner. Yan Muyun was taken aback for a moment, then the image of a greasy middle-aged man with a bald head and a Hunan accent wearing an apron popped into his mind. How could this guy have given such a poetic name as Shishue? No, how could he have such a beautiful daughter? If it weren't for you and Yin Liang being there, I don't know what would have happened to my dad that day. Especially you, who blocked the molten demon's fireball for him, not only saving his life, but also minimizing the losses to the restaurant. So I am really very grateful. As she spoke, Zhang Shishue bowed again. This time Yan Muyun did not step aside, but felt. In fact, Zhang Shishue had concealed some things. As a special officer in the abnormal investigation unit, she had the authority to review surveillance footage from various places in the city. When she reviewed the footage from that day on Siming Road, she saw a scene that made her break into a cold sweat upon real. When the molten demon shot a fireball at Laozhong Hunan restaurant, the surveillance footage clearly showed her father pushing the young man beside him, which was this uncle causing him to fall on his backside and lose the chance to evade. If it weren't for this uncle's coincidental ability, which was defensive, it was uncertain whether her father could avoid the explosive aftermath of the fireball, or just based on this action alone, he could have faced imprisonment. Moreover, afterwards the other party did not pursue her father's responsibility, but left directly. Her father's recklessness and the other party's demonstrated tolerance made Zhang Shishue feel immense anger towards the former, while cultivating deep gratitude towards the latter. Faced with such a formally expressed thanks from the girl, Yan Muyun felt a bit uncomfortable and rubbed his neck, smiling. It's nothing. I was actually saving myself. Oh, after all, there was nowhere to run at that time. Thank you. Zhang Shishua bent even lower, her voice louder. Yan Muyun. Just as the atmosphere was becoming increasingly awkwardly, King's voice came from not far away. Hey, are you leaving or not? If you're not leaving, I'm going back first. Yan Muyun felt relieved, as if he had heard celestial music. You really don't need to thank me. This is what I should do as an ability user. My friend is calling me, so I will take my leave now. Zhang Shishua smiled and waved her hand, saying, all right, uncle, goodbye. If there's a chance, come to Laozhong Hunan restaurant. My dad said he must treat you to a few meals. To be honest, I used to live in Hunan for a few years, and I really miss the cuisine there. Yan Muyun grinned. That's wonderful. Goodbye. Goodbye. Zhang Lan, Yan Liang, Han Jinyu, and Han Yinju were almost done with their follow-up work, but still needed to return to the special department to continue their duties. Russell had already left, saying he wanted to meet the parents of the deceased colleague. Since the floating car was parked in the underground garage Lichinka, and Yan Muyun arrived at the elevator entrance preparing to go down. Just as the elevator door was about to open, a voice came from the side. Excuse me, sir. I'm not accepting interviews. Yan Muyun instinctively raised both hands. They walked the short distance of a few dozen meters from the scene to the elevator, having already declined requests for interviews from 3 reporters. Although it was a bit annoying, fortunately those reporters did not pester them too much. No, you misunderstood. I am the manager of the Tianhua Shopping Center branch of Kang's Pharmaceuticals. Yan Muyun then noticed that the newcomer was not holding a microphone, but was instead carrying 2 large silver metal boxes in both hands. The manager, who looked to be in his 30s, had a straight posture and wore an incredibly sincere smile. We learned from the police about what happened and understand that you lost a box of Kang's grade nutritional agents while protecting the public. To express our gratitude and to ensure that a hero does not suffer losses without reason, we have decided to gift you 2 boxes of nutritional agents. This might not be good. Yan Muyun glanced at the metal boxes in his hands and noticed that the volume of these 2 boxes was double that of the one he had previously purchased. Given that one box cost 10,000, these 2 boxes would likely amount to over 40,000. The manager confidently pushed the boxes forward, saying, you shouldn't say that. Please accept them without hesitation. This is something a responsible and socially conscious company should do. Before he could finish his sentence, Yan Muyun had already reached out to support both boxes, looking sincerely into his eyes. Then I will not stand on ceremony. The manager. Yan Muyun exerted a bit of force, but found that the other party still held onto the handles of the boxes without letting go. He realized something and turned to look aside, only to see several reporters with small cameras snapping photos in this direction, and the manager had somehow already posed, smiling sincerely at the camera. Don't forget to drink the nutritional supplement when you get home, the blue one, at 10 o'clock tonight. Lichinka waved her hand and walked out of the elevator. The elevator door slowly closed, and when it opened again, the display screen at the top froze at the 112th floor. Yan Muyun placed 2 metal boxes on the coffee table and then threw himself onto the soft sofa, his gaze slightly unfocused as he stared at the cream-colored ceiling. So much had happened this afternoon that his nerves remained tense until this very moment when they finally began to relax. Suddenly, Yan Muyun shivered, as if recalling something. He desperately wanted to talk to someone. His younger brother Yan Yiming was busy at work, saying he wouldn't get home until around 8 or 9 tonight. As for his nephew Yan Long, he was on duty tonight and would be staying in the special agent's dormitory. This home, which felt so foreign to him, was now empty except for him. No, Yan Muyun murmured to himself, as after hesitating for a few seconds, he walked into Yan Long's room, picked up the black helmet from the table, and opened the wardrobe to take out the small silver box from the side compartment. After all, his nephew had said that whenever he wanted to see his parents, he could just go to his room to get it, as long as he didn't let his father. Then Yan Muyun returned to his bedroom, locked the door, put on the helmet, lay down on the bed, and closed his eyes. The familiar floor-to-ceiling window appeared, but outside it was no longer a lake surrounded by green pines and snow-capped mountains. Instead, it was the sea, coconut trees, and the beach. Yan Muyun walked out the door, the slightly salty sea breeze rushing to meet him. Although the sunlight was virtual, it still gave. Under a colorful beach umbrella not far away, 2 beach chairs were set up, and 2 figures lay on them, each with a floating virtual screen in front of them. One screen was playing a food variety show, while the other was showing the British drama Downton Abbey. The image in front of Yan Guoqing paused as he turned to look back, then smiled and waved, saying, come over. The umbrella's pole vanished, leaving only the colorful canopy floating in the air, and a beach chair appeared between the 2. His mother turned off the screen in front of her and smiled over. Yan Muyun walked over and lay back in the chair. This is a beach, and what you're wearing doesn't fit the theme at all. His father chuckled. He was wearing black shorts with a short-sleeved shirt unbuttoned, revealing a six-pack that Yan Muyun had never seen on him before in his memories. His mother was dressed in a floral swimsuit typical of middle-aged women, wearing a large sun hat. Yan Guoqing casually swiped his hand in the air, transforming his son's gray robe into a pink short-sleeved shirt and large shorts printed with coconut trees and ocean waves. Noticing that his son's mood seemed a bit off, he deliberately teased him. Yan Muyun looked down at his outfit and raised an eyebrow, saying, not bad at all. Li Hui, of course, also noticed his son's mood was off and asked with concern, did something happen? You can tell your dad and mom anything. Yan Guoqing remained silent, simply looking at his son with a serious expression. Yan Muyun took a deep breath, hesitating about whether to share what had happened today, as he didn't want to worry his parents. Did you encounter a mutant? Moi. Yan Muyun turned to look at his father, his eyes filled with surprise. Yan Guoqing smiled slightly, saying, "The world has changed for decades. We've seen and experienced more than you can, so you don't need to worry, just speak freely. You weren't hurt, right?" Li Hui grabbed her son's hand and asked with concern. Yan Muyun's appearance here was a virtual image. Apart from his face being scanned and constructed, this image did not reflect the actual state of his body in the real world. "I wasn't hurt." Yan Muyun shook his head, then paused before slowly saying, "But I saw someone die right in front of me. It was a girl. She was the one who helped me with the procedures when I registered for my powers." The couple fell silent for a moment, unsure how to comfort their son. "So are you feeling afraid or guilty?" Yan Guoqing asked cautiously. Yan Muyun nodded, saying, "I do feel fear, but guilt. I shouldn't feel guilty because I had no chance to save her." Yan Guoqing felt somewhat relieved and patted his son's shoulder, saying, "It's good that you can think this way. Never blame yourself for what happens to others just because you have special abilities. If you encounter danger, remember to run quickly. Don't try to be a hero," Li Hui advised seriously. They remembered the miraculous silver barrier that Yan Muyun had conjured before he fell unconscious, but as parents they certainly did not want their son to take risks. "This time I didn't run away." Yan Muyun raised his head, a smile breaking across his face. "I even saved a little boy." "You?" His mother widened her eyes, about to say something, but was interrupted. "That's amazing. No wonder you're my son." Yan Guoqing laughed heartily. Li Hui shot her husband a glare, then softened her voice. You must never do that again. If you can save someone easily, then do it, but if there's danger, remember to prioritize your own safety." Yan Guoqing nodded in agreement, saying, "Exactly. Leave it to the special agents. This is a department set up by the state specifically to handle these matters. In times of danger, we ordinary citizens should prioritize protecting ourselves. Our good intentions might lead to bad outcomes, and if we find ourselves in danger, we could end up causing trouble for the government." Yan Muyun opened his mouth, wanting to tell his parents that he had just joined the Special Agents Bureau today, but hesitated and didn't say it out loud. "You're not thinking of joining the Special Agents Bureau, are you?" Li Hui's face showed a look of vigilance as she sat up straight. Yan Guoqing frowned slightly, saying, "You must not entertain such thoughts." He always respected and supported his son's choices. For instance, when Yan Muyun was choosing his major in university, although he wanted his son to study mathematics or finance, he merely hinted at it and never truly demanded anything. When he learned that Yan Muyun wanted to study the seemingly useless and obscure field of education, which was hard to find a job, and he still immediately expressed his support. In Yan Muyun's memory, this was the first time his father had strongly opposed one of his intentions after he became an adult. Yan Guoqing's expression turned serious. "Do you know how your mother and I endured when Yan Yiming joined the Special Agents Bureau and fought against those monsters every day, eh? At first we couldn't sleep at all, afraid that we would hear some bad news one day." After he finally became an official and no longer had to deal with such dangerous matters, Yan Long joined the Special Agents Bureau as an intern. "Now that you've just woken up your mother, and I just want you to live happily and steadily. We really don't want to worry anymore." Having said everything he wanted to, Yan Guoqing finished speaking. Li Hui hesitated for a moment, then raised her eyebrows and said, "Did you hear what your dad said?" I know. Yan Muyun raised his hand in surrender, saying, "In fact, Yan Yiming is also very opposed to me working at the Special Agents Bureau. He wants me to intern at the Powers Registration Office and then go to Qingjing University in a few months." "That's good." Yan Guoqing nodded in satisfaction. Yiming finally did something that reassured us. Li Hui also sighed in relief. Yan Muyun shrank his neck, his gaze drifting towards the distant sea. "I'm not lying to you, my younger brother really doesn't want me to join the Special Agents Bureau and wants me to go to the Powers Registration Office. He'll also send me to Qingjing University. But I still joined the Special Agents Bureau." After removing his helmet, Yan Muyun exhaled deeply, his expression finally softening. Regarding Yang Mingming's death and his own initial cowardice, he felt no moral burden whatsoever. He feared danger, he ached at his helplessness before certain trials. Yet he never shamed himself for such frailties, nor did he suffer unfounded guilt. For he had always known precisely who he was, an ordinary man, perhaps slightly less ordinary than most, yet ordinary. He sought out his parents not for comfort, but simply because his heart felt heavy and he longed to retreat into a quiet, familiar corner for a while. Now his mood had eased considerably. Yan Muyun returned the helmet and the small silver cube to Yan Long's room, then he opened the refrigerator door and stared at the few leftover beers from 2 nights ago. Hesitating, he reached out, then merely tapped his knuckle against a bottle's cool surface. Discipline. He shut the fridge and poured himself a glass of water. His muscles still throbbed with dull ache. Entering the living room, he sat stiffly on the sofa and adjusted his glasses. He launched the Jekka app. As before, the main interface greeted him with a pop-up notification, his metapsychic ranking, username Shepherd. Ability Silver Ward. Rank 977753, up 110 places from previous rank 977863. Yan Muyun rubbed his chin thoughtfully and murmured, "According to Yan Long, this ranking shifts based on the efficacy of each ability use. My rank barely rose, merely fluctuating within a narrow band. So today's performance against the Spider Demon was to Jekka utterly unremarkable, expected even." He dismissed the notification with a flick of his finger and said aloud, "Glasses search, penalty substitute." Glasses was the name he'd given the AI embedded in his smart eyewear, simple, direct, unadorned. Within Yan Muyun's field of vision, information about the penalty substitute instantly materialized in crisp layered. Even back when he served at the Special Affairs Bureau, he'd been captivated by this enigmatic vigilante, but a cascade of subsequent events had left him no time to investigate who the figure truly was. Now at last he had that time. Textual data about the penalty substitute filled the left half of his vision in neatly stacked pages of videos and images aligned with elegant precision across the right lens. Though the volume of information was vast and intricate, its refined visual architecture rendered it strikingly lucid, not overwhelming, but effortlessly intelligible. Among it all, one detail leapt immediately to his attention: the penalty substitute had indeed registered a video account on Jekka, with over 2 million followers. He tapped into the account and began watching the uploads. The channel hosted 15 videos spanning more than a year, the earliest posted in June of last year. He opened that first video and enabled sequential playback. Half an hour later, he removed his glasses and gently massaged. Compared to professional vloggers, the penalty substitute's filming and editing could only be described quite simply as this. Each video ran just 4 to 6 minutes, shot almost exclusively from a single static angle devoid of background music, bathed perpetually in dim murky light that obscured details. Yet these so-called crude productions had amassed over 2 million followers in under a year. Yan Muyun found this unsurprising. After all, their intent diverged fundamentally. Vloggers crafted content for entertainment, chasing engagement and traffic. The penalty substitute, however, seemed singularly devoted to exposing criminal acts. Every video followed an identical structure: a dimly lit room, a bound individual seated before the camera, then the penalty substitute reciting their crimes and the punishment they deserved. In the earliest videos, however, he merely announced the charges and then turned the suspect over to the authorities. He had not yet taken a life. The turning point appeared to be the 6th video. Thereafter, he executed the condemned on camera. Through fan commentary and supplementary online sources, Yan Muyun reconstructed the full truth behind that shift. The condemned was a repeat sex offender, a rapist who 5 years prior had assaulted a teenage girl and upon release tracked her down again to commit further violence. By then the survivor was married and mother to a toddler barely over a year old. After being apprehended by the penalty substitute and handed to police, the rapist gave a brazen media interview declaring with chilling arrogance, "Rape carries a maximum sentence of 10 years. Once I'm out of prison, I'll pay that whore another visit. Oh, and by then her daughter should be grown up too. Huh." This statement ignited a firestorm online, drawing torrents of outrage and condemnation. Some even lashed out at the penalty substitute, demanding why he hadn't ended the monster's life then and there. That very night, en route to prison, the prisoner's transport encountered an incident. No one knew the precise details, only the outcome. The escorting officers emerged unharmed, but the rapist lay decapitated, irrevocably dead. From that moment onward, this masked figure, previously unremarkable among Jekka's legion of self-styled vigilantes, neither distinctive in appearance nor style, catapulted into infamy. Thereafter, every criminal he judged met execution on screen, never again surrendered to law enforcement. Yan Muyun lay sprawled on the sofa, releasing a long, slow breath, his skin flushed with unexpected heat. Raised on American superhero films, he harbored an innate reverence and deep personal resonance for masked figures operating beyond the law to punish evil and uphold justice. Impressive as it may seem, I must remember who I am. Yan Muyun tapped his temple with his knuckles. He was now an officer of the Special Affairs Bureau. What was unlawful remained unlawful, regardless of perpetrator motive or justification. To intervene was his duty and his sole imperative. His sense of duty and identity remained unwavering, and he slipped into that role with effortless clarity. Over an hour later, the front door clicked open. Yan Yiming had returned home from work. "I heard about what happened today," the man said, slipping off his shoes. Yan Muyun lifted his gaze from the sofa, raised an eyebrow. "So," Yan Yiming slid into slippers and settled onto the armchair beside the coffee table. "After confronting real danger and death, do you still wish to remain at the Bureau? What do you think?" Yan Muyun tilted his head. They held each other's gaze for a beat. Yan Yiming sighed. "Honestly, I can't fathom your reasoning. Why trade stability for the most perilous post imaginable? And you, deputy director?" Yan Muyun countered. "Me, Yan Yiming paused, then stroked his jaw, voice dropping low. "I suppose. If I possess the power to prevent harm, then I am obliged to act, or spend the rest of my days haunted by regret. We share the same blood." Yan Muyun smiled. "To answer your question directly, after facing true danger and death, I am profoundly grateful I was able to avert another tragedy." Silence settled over the living room, thick, unspoken. Yan Yiming covered his face with both hands. "Next time just say, because we're brothers. We share the same blood. That's a little too dramatic." Heh. Yan Muyun scratched the back of his head, chuckling awkwardly. It wasn't deliberate. He'd simply spoken the first words that came to mind. "Does it still hurt?" Li Chinka asked softly. Yan Muyun carefully assessed the sensation, then nodded. "Yes, it does." Li Chinka furrowed her brows slightly. "Are you even a man?" "That has nothing to do with my gender. In my memory, yesterday was the first, and only, time I exerted myself so intensely. Even the month-long physical training before my high school entrance exams fitness test wasn't this exhausting. Not to mention what happened afterward, the encounter with the aberrant." Yan Muyun shrugged, unapologetic. "Last night, I barely slept at all. I couldn't even roll over. I'm utterly sore from head to toe. Changing into these clothes took tremendous effort." He now wore a sleek black compression training suit, professional-grade attire designed not only to protect vital anatomical regions and stimulate targeted muscle groups during exercise, but also to monitor his body's physiological metrics in real time. At that moment, a chime sounded from the tablet in Lichinka's hand. She glanced down. It was the scan result. On the screen, his shoulders, upper arms, and back pulsed with vivid red light. His thighs and lower back glowed faintly. She sighed, realizing Yan Muyun had told the truth. His current physical condition was indeed unsuited for rigorous training. Fine. Take today off. First, lie in the recovery pod in the changing room for 30 minutes. Set it to muscle relaxation mode. Afterward, Yin Long will escort you to the ESPER Registration Bureau for your ascension assessment to officially determine your ESPER classification. I'll schedule it for you, likely within 2 to 3 hours. Understood, ma'am. Yan Muyun replied with a cheerful. Half an hour later, Yan Muyun emerged slowly from the cylindrical recovery pod, rotating his neck and wrists with visible relief. He headed for the elevator, pressed the call button, and waited beside the doors. As they slid open, a figure stepped out. The word emerged felt inadequate. The man had to tilt his head slightly to avoid striking the metal ceiling frame of the elevator cabin. Captain Wei. Yan Muyun stepped aside politely. It was Wei Jun. Unlike yesterday's casual shorts and t-shirt ensemble, he now wore a form-fitting black combat uniform bristling with unfamiliar gear at his waist. His massive corded musculature made him resemble a living obsidian monolith. Wei Jun looked down and flashed a radiant smile. Oh, perfect timing. I was just looking for you. Looking for me? Yan Muyun asked. Indeed. Your commendation has been approved. We're here to notify you. Yan Muyun blinked in surprise. A commendation. For what? For valorous conduct, of course. Wei Jun stood beside the elevator doors, arms crossed, his expression one of genuine admiration. As an ordinary citizen, you assisted the Special Affairs Bureau in neutralizing an aberrant and safeguarding public property. Naturally, headquarters issued formal recognition. Well, I'm technically already part of the Special Affairs Bureau now, so this honor will remain permanently on your official record, advantageous for future employment and daily life. Of course, you no longer need to seek employment. Additionally, the government will award you a 20th annual bonus. Thank you, government and people. I shall strive ever harder. Yan Muyun clasped his palms together reverently. Alas, you've earned only one Valor Award. Wei Jun chuckled. This is an official distinction granted to concerned civilians. But since you became an intern at the Bureau yesterday afternoon, you missed eligibility for the second. No matter, Yan Muyun said, placing a hand over his heart, his expression sincere. Wei Jun didn't call him out. Merely arched an eyebrow. Exceptional performance as an intern will significantly strengthen your dossier, and upon full appointment your benefits will reflect that. Once again, my deepest gratitude to government and people. Yan Muyun bowed his hands together. Wei Jun laughed heartily, then waved dismissively. Go on, attend to your tasks. I'll find Dr. Li. Weren't you specifically sent for me? Specifically for you, and incidentally for Dr. Li. Understanding the unspoken hierarchy of workplace etiquette, Yan Muyun said nothing more, eyes lowered, breath steady, as he stepped quietly into the elevator. It's work-related, Wei Jun replied, his tone tinged with resignation. Naturally, during office hours, what else could it possibly? Yan Muyun beamed a dazzling smile. The elevator doors began to close. Wei Jun shook his head, half exasperated. This fellow bears absolutely no resemblance to Yan Long's temperament. He turned to leave, when suddenly the elevator doors reopened and Yan Muyun leaned out. Oh, Captain Wei, one thing I forgot to ask, why are you dressed so formally today? Wei Jun turned, flashing white teeth in a grin. It's office hours. What else could it be? Yan Muyun descended to the office floor and paused at the doorway, peering inside. The atmosphere felt markedly heavier and more solemn than the day before. What are you gawking at? Luo Binghan, chewing bubblegum nearby, shot him a sidelong glance. Like Wei Jun, he wore the black combat uniform, lean, powerful, and precise. Before him sat a matte black briefcase, unmistakably housing a portable power-assisted exoskeleton. Yan Muyun didn't take offense, only asked, mildly surprised, are you deploying? Simultaneously, he glanced toward a broad, towering figure nearby, indeed clad in the same black combat uniform. Taut black fabric strained over layers of dense adipose tissue, coiling in thick, undulating rings, so taut it seemed poised to burst at any moment, a sight both startling and unsettling. As if sensing his gaze, Zhong Xiaoxiao turned and smiled. Yes. Several boxes of fried chicken sat on her desk. She held 2 greasy drumsticks in one hand, bright orange chili sauce smudging the corners of her mouth. You eat that much? Yan Muyun scratched his head. Luo Binghan's brow furrowed, clearly irritated by the remark. What business is it of yours how much she eats? Could it affect the mission? They spoke simultaneously, then froze, locking eyes. Luo Binghan scoffed, turned. Unfazed, Yan Muyun continued. If I ate heavily before exercising, I cramp up after barely 2 steps. Zhong Xiaoxiao laughed. A ripple of Jowl's eyes narrowing to crescents. My ability renders this irrelevant. Thank you for your concern. Just then Wei Jun's deep voice echoed down the corridor. Racer Mountain, deploying now. Those were their field designations. Luo Binghan blew a bubble and popped it. Then he rose, lifting the black briefcase. Zhong Xiaoxiao placed the half-eaten drumsticks back into the box, then raised both hands, scanning the room as if searching for something. Yan Muyun stepped forward, picked up the tissue box from her desk, and handed it to her. Here. Thank you. She smiled at him, withdrew several sheets, and wiped her lips in both hands. A tower-like silhouette filled the office doorway holding 2 vials of fluorescent blue liquid, standard protocol. These are for emergencies only. Do not use them unless absolutely necessary. I know the rules. Luo Binghan reached out, accepted 1 vial, hoisted the briefcase, and sauntered out with practiced. Zhong Xiao stood, took the 2nd vial from Wei Jun's hand, then angled herself sideways, struggling slightly, to squeeze through the doorway. It's a double doorway. Yan Muyun watched quietly awestruck. They departed. At the same moment, rapid footsteps clattered down the stairwell. Team 2 was arriving. Watching the swift figures dart past the doorway, Yan Muyun instinctively clenched his fists. His pulse quickened with inexplicable exhilaration. Yesterday afternoon receipt of the Punisher's video. Last night formulation of the operation to apprehend the Black Organization. This morning launch of the mission. The Special Affairs Bureau's operational efficiency truly knows no equal. Yan Muyun approached Yan Long's desk and found him gazing intently at his computer screen, brows slightly furrowed and lips faintly pressed, his expression deeply focused. What is this? He asked casually. Yan Long did not look up. Materials sent this morning by the Paranormal Investigation Division, pertaining to suspects in several recent murders across the city. They suspect the perpetrator is a metahuman, so they've requested our assistance in both the investigation and subsequent apprehension. Is there something you need? Yan Long finally shifted his gaze from the screen toward him. Nothing urgent, Yan Muyun replied with a light smile. Could you forward me a copy? Not appropriate. Why not? I am officially a Special Affairs Bureau specialist, granted only for 2 days. You're still an intern, Yan Long stated flatly, his expression unchanging. As if recalling that this was after all his elder uncle, and thus warranting a modicum of courtesy, he added almost as an afterthought. When I first began my internship, the team captain rarely permitted me to participate in field operations. Yan Muyun scratched the back of his head. I never said I wanted to join the operation. I know precisely my own limits. I simply wish to review the information. Perhaps I could help analyze it. 2 minds are sharper than 1 after all. Truthfully, there's little to analyze. Yan Muyun sighed, recognizing the repeated refusal and deciding not to press further. Then his nephew continued, still I can summarize the key points of these cases for you. Excellent. Yan Muyun perked up instantly and pulled over a chair to sit down. So far this series includes 3 victims, a migrant construction worker from the newly developed Northern District, a recently unemployed office employee, and a young unemployed drifter. Random homicide. That was the initial assumption of the Paranormal Investigation Division, but as the investigation progressed, investigators uncovered a shared link among all 3. What is it? Yan Muyun dutifully played the foil. Roughly 1 week ago, large, unexplained deposits, around 500,000 yuan each, appeared in the bank accounts of both the office worker and the young drifter. Meanwhile, authorities discovered approximately 400,000 yuan in cash concealed beneath a floorboard in the migrant workers' dormitory, and another 100,000 had already been transferred to his wife's account. Yan Muyun tilted his head, musing aloud. It's highly probable all 3 witnessed the same incident. The perpetrator likely paid them off, 50,000 each, to ensure their silence, but later grew uneasy and dispatched a killer to eliminate them. Yan Long glanced at him, a flicker of surprise crossing his features, then nodded. Your hypothesis closely mirrors the police analysis. And one detail has already been confirmed: the suspect is a professional assassin. He paused briefly as if recalling the dossier, then continued, the weapons used to kill all 3 victims were ordinary objects already present in their homes or surroundings. Specifically a kitchen cleaver from the office worker's apartment, a butterfly knife carried by the young drifter, and a brick taken from a construction site outside the migrant worker's dormitory, none bearing a single fingerprint. Did any surveillance footage capture the assailant? Yan Muyun sounded genuinely surprised. With cameras now ubiquitous across urban thoroughfares, could the killer truly be invisible? By today's standards, invisibility wasn't entirely implausible. After reviewing surrounding surveillance feeds, police have already identified a prime suspect. Yet 3 critical obstacles remain. First, the footage only captures his back obscured by a hooded jacket. His build is unremarkable, making positive identification nearly impossible. Second, Yan Muyun swallowed dryly, instinctively tensing. Second, every surveillance feed shows only his departure, never his entry. Only his exit. Precisely. For instance, the entrance camera of the office worker's residential complex recorded him walking out, but no footage exists of him entering the compound at all. Yan Long paused, then added, though this anomaly severely complicates the investigation, it was precisely this peculiarity that led police to focus on him as the prime suspect. Yan Muyun frowned, unconsciously murmuring, if no footage shows him entering, then he must either possess the ability to evade all surveillance, or wield an ability like invisibility. Yet if so, why reveal himself upon leaving? To taunt the authorities. That possibility cannot be ruled out, Yan Long acknowledged with a nod. What's the third issue? Yan Muyun pressed. Each time the suspect simply vanishes. Vanishes. Yes. Authorities attempted to trace his movements via surveillance, but repeatedly, just as they narrowed and he dissolved into thin air, utterly disappearing without a trace. Yan Long blinked slowly. Yan Muyun stroked his chin, frustrated. Does this man leave no trace whatsoever? Actually, he does. Yan Long tapped twice on his keyboard, pulling up an image. A street scene captured from a security camera's vantage point. Yan Muyun leaned in, closely scrutinizing it for a long moment, but saw nothing unusual. Here, Yan Long pointed with his cursor to a shadowed corner. Yan Muyun squinted wedged between a towering tree and a hovering vehicle barely visible was half a face, hooded masked in black. The sole exposed feature was an eye, one slightly narrowed, its iris shimmering with a faint, unsettling crimson hue. Crimson eyes. That's an unmistakable identifier, isn't it? Yan Muyun gestured toward the screen. Look at me. Huh. Yan Muyun turned his head. Yan Long lifted his gaze, his previously jet-black irises now blazing blood red. Yan Muyun. Standard chromatic contact lenses, or even neural-enhanced smartocular implants, can replicate this effect perfectly. It's hardly reliable evidence. Yan Long's eyes reverted to their natural shade. Only then did Yan Muyun realize, startled, that countless youths on city streets wore similarly vivid kaleidoscopic irises. By the way, what did you need from me? Yan Long shifted topics abruptly. He'd just remembered his original intent had been to deliver only a brief summary of the case details. Yet in the course of their back and forth he'd inadvertently disclosed far more than intended. Yan Muyun snapped back to attention and waved dismissively. Oh, nothing urgent. I'd hoped you'd accompany me to the Metahuman Registration Office. Dr. Please schedule me for an advanced aptitude assessment. All right. Yan Long nodded and began rising from his seat, only for both hands to land firmly on his shoulders, pressing him gently, but decisively back down. No need. I'll go alone. You stay and finish your work, Yan Muyun grinned. With modern navigation, getting lost is practically impossible. I should still. Yan Long started to protest, but broke off mid-sentence, his expression shifting subtly, growing. Sensing the shift, Yan Muyun frowned. What's wrong? Nothing. Just a message. Yan Long replied, waving it off like, I got it. I'll take my leave then. Yan Muyun chuckled softly and turned toward the office door. All right. Yan Muyun turned around just as he reached the door and asked, what was the blue potion that the captain distributed to each person before we set off? Yan Long shifted his gaze away from the screen, looking over with an expressionless face. Last question. Yan Muyun stood straight and raised one finger. That kind of potion is not a good thing. Yan Long shook his head, leaning back against the chair. Do you know about Second Awakening? Second Awakening. Yan Muyun blinked. The more ignorant you are, the more surprises life has to offer. It seems you haven't come across it in the past few days. Yan Long explained, Second Awakening refers to a change in an ability user's powers either in a certain direction or to a certain extent based on their original abilities. For example, Captain Wei Jun has the ability to turn part of his body into stone, but typically, he can only cover 1/3. I heard from Han Yinzhu that after the captain took the potion, he could easily achieve full body petrification, making him almost immune to any firearms. At this point he paused and said, so the effect of the T55 potion is that it can stimulate ability users to temporarily enter a state of Second Awakening. Stimulant. Yan Muyun probed. Pretty much, Yan Long thought for a moment and added, it's a stimulant specifically for ability users. If an ordinary person were to inject it, there would be life-threatening risks. The side effects must be significant, Yan Muyun remarked, smacking his lips. Yan Long nodded. Yes, the price is 3 to 5 days of fever and lethargy. Moreover, if injected continuously within 2 weeks, it could lead to severe addiction. Yan Muyun wrinkled his nose, already wary of the seemingly powerful potion. In his worldview, any drug that could cause addiction was not a good thing. Although Yan Muyun was not interested in the so-called T55 potion, he felt a bit of longing for its potential effects. By the way, can an ability user achieve Second Awakening through normal means? Of course, but it's rare. Yan Long's eyes suddenly sparkled with a hint of light, as if he was searching for something online. After a moment, he said, according to official statistics from various countries, ability users who have undergone Second Awakening account for less than 5% of the total number of ability users. Then how do they usually achieve Second Awakening? Yan Muyun's eyes lit up. Yan Long was silent for a moment, then looked up at him and said, usually they develop their abilities to the extreme and then have a moment of insight that allows them to break through. Or they might encounter a significant change or stimulus. Yan Muyun opened his mouth, but said nothing. He initially wanted to make a cold joke, thinking that if Yan Long told his parents he was still alive a day later, he might just achieve Second Awakening. But after careful consideration, he realized such matters could not be expressed in jest. Yan Long seemed to sense something looking at him, with an expressionless face, his gaze carrying a hint of scrutiny. Thank you very much. Oh, I won't take up any more of your work time. Yan Muyun forced a smile and turned to slip out the door. Rain fell from the sky in a drizzle, moistening the dry road, washing away the thin layer of dust on vehicles, and also soaking the hair and shoulders of pedestrians. Yan Muyun looked up at the gray sky, extending a hand to catch a few drops of rain, with a somewhat helpless expression. I just got my hair cut. After taking the bus to the vicinity of the Ability Registration Office, Yan Muyun found he still had over an hour until the appointment made by Li Qingke, so he simply looked for a nearby barbershop and trimmed his hair that had already covered his ears. After getting his hair cut, teacher Tony even sprayed him with styling spray, creating a hairstyle that looked somewhat stylish. Online it said today would only be light rain turning to showers, so there was no need for an umbrella. If it were any other time, Yan Muyun wouldn't care about such sporadic raindrops. However, he was quite satisfied with his new hairstyle and stood under a small awning of a vendor, hesitating whether to continue walking. This smart glasses are great in many ways, but there's one thing they can't compare to: a phone. Yan Muyun looked around and murmured, no selfie mode can act as a mirror. Just then he noticed that the vendor behind him seemed to have its door closed with no lights on inside, and the glass of the window could. Yan Muyun examined himself, revealing a somewhat vain smile. What a handsome young man that Russell and Officer Zhang. One calls me uncle while the other calls me sir, both so naturally. Being called uncle by a beautiful girl when you're a young man is actually quite a blow. Yan Muyun didn't dwell on it for long. The next second, he ruffled his freshly styled hair, messing up the look that teacher Tony had spent several minutes perfecting. This feels much better, being too polished doesn't look like me. He no longer hesitated and turned to walk into the drizzling rain heading towards the ability registration office across the road. Once his hairstyle was tousled, he no longer had to worry about it. The sky was gray, and the already weak light filtering through the glass appeared even dimmer. In the corners where the light couldn't reach, a figure sat there with hands in pockets, legs stretched out straight, resting on the table. He sat facing the store entrance, and a few meters away from him outside the display window a young man, wearing a white short-sleeve shirt and glasses, stood with his back to him, seemingly trying to avoid the rain. He hadn't paid much attention to the other person until the young man suddenly turned around, gazing at him with piercing eyes from behind the lenses before revealing a somewhat stiff smile. He pulled his legs back to the ground, and his expression under the hood had turned somewhat serious. The young man's look at him was somewhat playful, yet difficult to decipher. Although he knew clearly that the other party shouldn't be able to see him, he instinctively stood up. However, at that moment the young man ran his fingers through his hair, turned, and walked into the thin veil of rain. Was it a coincidence? He looked expressionlessly at the street outside, observing the young man's walking path, feeling that it was not a coincidence. This did not seem like a coincidence. He looked down at the watch on his wrist. There were still about 2 hours until the agreed time. Then, was this a show of force? It appeared that his previous request for a price increase had already angered some people in that organization. Not knowing the true identity of the young man, he didn't dare to jump to conclusions, but he had begun to feel a sense of vigilance. One must always think in the worst possible way. That is the secret to not encountering accidents in this line of work until... Interesting, very interesting. Even the police can't find my trace, yet the people in this organization can lock onto my position in advance. You are quite remarkable. He licked his lips, and a faint smile appeared on his face hidden under the hood, but if one looked closely, it contained a... Yan Muyun walked into the hall of the ability registration office and headed straight for the appointment processing machine. Having been here once before, he was quite familiar with the way. However, just as he stood in front of the machine and was about to operate it, a soft female voice prompted, "You have an appointment for an advancement test. Please arrive at test room 12 before 1:10 a.m. Yan Muyun instinctively scratched his head, probably because the camera had scanned his face, and then the AI system detected the appointment under his name, directly providing the service. How convenient, he couldn't help but exclaim, noting the location marked on the electronic map, and then walked towards the nearby escalator. Arriving at the second floor, Yan Muyun paused for a moment when passing by test room 5. A light was on at the top of the silver double doors, indicating that it was in use. But Yan Muyun knew that the young girl with a rosy complexion, who looked particularly serious at work, was no longer sitting behind. He shook his head, dispelling the thin layer of gloom from his heart, and continued walking forward. From the outside, test room 12 appeared no different from test room 5, but once Yan Muyun entered, he was taken aback by the scene inside. Sitting behind the desk, there were 2 staff members responsible for recording. On the left side of the room were 3 researchers in white lab coats gathered around a tall and precise machine, one of them holding a semi-transparent electronic screen, seemingly conducting an inspection. The most eye-catching was the man in a deep blue suit wearing gold-rimmed glasses. He was half sitting on the desk, engaged in conversation with 2 young girls. As the door slowly opened, all 6 people inside looked over. "You?" "Hello." Yan Muyun raised his hand in greeting, feeling somewhat nervous. "Hello." The man in the blue suit straightened up, walked forward with a warm smile, and extended a hand. "You must be the specialist, Yan Muyun, right?" "That's me," Yan Muyun said while shaking hands, sizing up the man. He was quite handsome, with a refined smile, appearing to be not too old, around 28 or 29. However, the gold-rimmed glasses on his nose added an air of maturity. In Yan Muyun's view, this person's temperament suited a high-end financial circle more than an ability registration office. At that moment, the 2 young female staff members behind the desk stood up and slightly bowed to him, saying, "Thank you, sir, thank you for avenging Ming Ming." Yan Muyun was taken aback for a moment, then quickly waved his hands, his face showing some embarrassment. "No. Please don't." To him, only saving that girl would warrant such gratitude. The current situation made him feel a bit guilty and uncomfortable. One of the female staff members already had tears in her eyes. "Ming Ming was such a good girl, hard-working, and treated us well. I never expected such an accident to happen." "Don't say that." Another slightly more rational employee pulled at her sleeve, whispering a reminder. "It's more important to focus on work now, or we shouldn't take up too much time from the specialist." The man in the blue suit glanced sympathetically at the 2, then turned his head to adjust his glasses. "Let me introduce myself. My last name is Luo Bei Yuan, and I'm responsible for guiding you through this advancement test." One of the 3 researchers stepped forward and said expressionlessly, "We will be responsible for calculating various test data and the final evaluation." He looked ordinary, appeared to be in his 30s, wore common black-rimmed glasses, and his hair seemed a bit sparse. Yan Muyun instinctively bowed slightly. It might relate to his own struggles with mathematics. Facing such seemingly impressive researchers, especially those with thinning hair, he felt an involuntary respect. "Now let's begin with the strength test. Please move to this side," the researcher said, holding a tablet in one hand and pointing to the empty space in front of the large instrument where there was a red light circle on the floor. Yan Muyun stepped forward and stood within the red circle. "Please use your ability, facing forward now." Yan Muyun nodded, extended one hand, and then a semi-transparent barrier formed from silver-white hexagons appeared out of thin air, enveloping his entire body. The previously speaking researcher looked at the tablet and said expressionlessly, "According to the records, your ability can easily withstand an explosion at the B level. However, just to be safe, we will start testing with the B level and gradually increase the intensity." "No problem," Yan Muyun nodded. He saw the other two researchers operating something on the tablet, and a black metal cylinder as thick as an adult man's waist slowly extended from the front of the instrument. Looking at the dark interior of the cylinder, Yan Muyun couldn't help but swallow. "Distance measurement complete. We will now conduct a B-level physical impact test." The researcher looked up and added, "Your ability has about half a meter of space from your body, so as long as you control the impact distance, even if your barrier breaks, you will not be harmed." "Understood, thank you," Yan Muyun said with a smile. However, the researcher had already lowered his head and did not see his slightly strained smile. First test 3-2-1. A dull mechanical sound emanated from within the instrument, and the next moment a dark gray object suddenly shot out from the black cylinder, violently striking against the silver-white barrier. Though there was no sound, everyone else could see the force of this impact. Yan Muyun was startled by the sudden turn of events, and when he reacted, the first test was already over. The dark gray object was slowly being retracted. It was a solid alloy cylinder with a conical tip, but the tip was somewhat flattened at this moment, clearly from the impact just now. The researcher looked down at the tablet in his hand and said without looking up, "Replacing the projectile, we will now proceed to the second test with a strength level of level 2. "Excuse me, what do level 1 and level 2 mean?" Yan Muyun couldn't help but ask his lingering question. The researcher looked up, his expression cold, but there was no impatience. "To avoid causing harm to the ability user during testing, we have divided the strength levels from B to A into 10 intervals, gradually increasing the intensity. This way, if the test subject feels overwhelmed, we can react promptly." "I see." Seeing the other person nodding thoughtfully, the researcher shifted his gaze back to the tablet and said, "Now let's prepare for the level 2 test." The young specialist spoke up again, which made the researcher feel a bit impatient, and he frowned as he looked up. "Is there any other question?" Yan Muyun showed a somewhat shy smile. Could you please directly adjust it to a level strength?" The researcher's brow furrowed tighter. He had seen too many self-righteous ability users, and their outcomes were generally not good. Just as he was about to speak, he heard the other person say the next sentence. "This projectile looks quite expensive. It would be too wasteful to throw it away after one use. I want to save some money for the country." Heads turned, and there stood Luo Beiyuan in a blue suit, stifling a laugh behind his hand. The researcher's expression softened slightly as he explained, "These pillar cores are reusable. Although there are recasting costs, they will not consume excessive funds." "Oh, I see." Yan Muyun scratched his head and grinned foolishly before adding, "But I'm fairly confident in my ability. Feel free to raise the test intensity a bit." "How did you feel just now?" "Nothing at all." "Very well, then set the strength to level tier 5. The researcher nodded, lowered his head, and began operating the tablet. Yan Muyun did not slacken. He focused his mind and prepared to receive the impending impact. The instrument's display announced, "Physical Impact Test, a grade, Tier 8. For the first time, a flicker of emotion crossed the researcher's otherwise impassive face. He looked up at the young man opposite him and asked, "Are you certain you can endure this?" Yan frowned, fine beads of sweat forming on his brow, still looking pale from the previous trial. Upon hearing the question, he still nodded at once. "Do not force yourself," the tester warned. The tester gave him a long look, then lowered his head and manipulated the tablet, intoning, "13th test begins." 3. The instruments began to roar, as if a maddened beast had been locked inside the machinery battering its cage, With a thunderous boom, a dark gray pillar core shot forth at an almost imperceptible speed and struck the Bayin barrier with brutal force. The wind whipped up by the collision swept through the entire testing hall, lifting the hair of the two female clerks seated behind the desks. Yan Muyun staggered as if struck by a heavy hammer, his face drained of color. "Are you all right?" came an anxious voice. He glanced at Luo Beiyuan standing not far away and forced a smile. "A little queasy, like I might vomit, but I can hold." The physical strength test can conclude. The final evaluation, here should be a. The researcher continued to crunch the number. Yan exhaled as if a great weight had been lifted. Standing before such a roaring oppressive force, anyone's heart would rest for about 10 minutes, then proceed to the second phase of the physical impact test. Yan shot his head up, eyes wide as saucers. The researcher remained expressionless, though a hint of amusement touched his gaze as he explained, "That was an instantaneous impact test. Next we will assess your sustained pressure resistance and your capacity for repeated impacts." At that moment, Yan finally understood why Lichinka had behaved so strict yesterday, yet so lenient today in giving him a day's respite. She had clearly planned this. Since his body could no longer bear further physical torment, she would begin to assail his spirit and will instead. He reckoned that after this advancement test, he would go home and collapse into sleep the moment his head hit the pillow. Resolute, Yan proposed, "No need for a break. Let's continue. The sooner it's done, the sooner I'm free." The researcher was surprised. "You can still hold on." "Of course," Yan replied with a small smile, then hesitated. "I'm a bit tired, but it shouldn't be a significant problem." They then commenced the sustained pressure test, followed by the continuous impact test. The former extended the core against the Bayin barrier, outputting thousands of tons of force continuously. The latter transformed the entire apparatus into a massive pile driver delivering dozens of strikes against the Bayin barrier within seconds. Finally, the two trials concluded and Yan Muyun's Bayin guard lived up to expectations, earning an A in both. Comprehensive physical assessment, A approaching strength. The researcher looked at the figure before the machine as if he were Yan paid it little mind, merely scratching his head and offering a guileless smile that betrayed his exhaustion. The Bureau has indeed recruited a formidable individual, the researcher murmured, then bent back over the tablet. Next, elemental measurements. Yan's mouth twitched. May I ask how many intensity tests there are in total? Seemingly catching his thought, the researcher's lips lifted in a small arc. Not many. Besides the elemental test, only the chemical test remains. Of the three, the physical trial was the most cumbersome. That's a relief, Yan breathed out. To his surprise, the instrument again extended that black cylinder, this time pressing its mouthpiece tightly against the Bayin. Isn't this the elemental test? Staring at the pitch-dark aperture barely half a meter from his head, Yan felt a chill run down his spine. It is, the researcher replied without looking up, then instructed the two assistants, begin with the flame test. He turned to Yan like one beholding a rare specimen, full of anticipation for what surprises the youth might produce next. The flame temperature will start at 800 degrees Celsius and will rise steadily. If you feel you cannot endure, signal immediately. Oh, and one more thing, he added as if recalling something, do not stare directly into the opening. Switch your glasses to Auto Eye Protect if they have that feature. Your brand should support it. Yan swallowed, and despite his unease obediently adjusted his glasses to the suggested setting. Seconds later, an orange-eared glow bloomed deep within the black cavity and rapidly swelled its fierce light, flooding his entire field of vision like a rising tide. How is it? Came the researcher's query. Yan gauged the sensation carefully before weakly extending his left thumb. Increase the temperature, the researcher ordered. The orange shifted to golden, then to white-hot, then to pale blue, and finally, to deep cobalt. Over the next 5 minutes, Yan was subjected to a gauntlet of elements. Lightning strikes, freezing blasts, concentrated lasers, and more, until the elemental test culminated in an A rating. Next is the chemical test, the researcher announced, his voice betraying barely contained excitement. For the next 20 minutes, a parade of chemical agents was sprayed onto the Bayin barrier. Vermilion, amber, cobalt, dark green, blackish purple. Each hue announcing a different corrosive trial. The final evaluation result of the comprehensive strength test is a, this can be considered the most powerful defensive ability I have ever encountered in my career. The originally aloof researcher could no longer control his expression, waving his arms as he said, you won't even need to take the next test based solely on the basic strength of your ability, and this terrifying endurance, you can be directly rated as a level. Yan Muyun was sitting in a chair, his head drooping. He struggled to lift his head at the mention of endurance. Endurance means the sustained use of the ability. The researcher explained, in our original plan you might need about 2 hours to undergo the complete strength test, as excessive use of abilities can be harmful and sufficient rest time is necessary during the process. However, you completed it in just 40 minutes, hardly needing any rest along the way. Regardless of the aspect, as a man of endurance, Yan Muyun felt a sense of pride, revealing a slight smile on his face. The researcher continued, originally your advancement test was scheduled to take place over 2 days. Today we are responsible for the strength test, and tomorrow Mr. Luo will conduct the guiding test for your controllability. But since you are so capable, we might as well start the second phase today as well. Huh? Yan Muyun's smile froze. That aside, since Mr. Luo is not working today, why is he still here? Seemingly sensing his doubts, Luo Bei Yuan, dressed in a deep blue suit, elegantly handsome, with a hint of flamboyance, took the initiative to explain, this is a regulation of the Ability Registration Office. All testers must participate throughout the testing process to ensure the most rigorous comprehensive evaluation. So Mr. Luo, can your test begin today? The researcher looked at him. Of course, the guiding test doesn't require too much complex preparation. Luo Bei Yuan smiled slightly, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses. I only need to understand the external manifestation of the ability, and I will have a general guiding plan in mind. No wonder he is our registration office's most experienced tester, a young female staff member sitting behind a desk. It was evident that she had a good impression of the handsome Mr. Luo. One of a kind, Luo Bei Yuan smiled modest. Yan Muyun suddenly thought of something, tilted his head, and asked, Mr. Luo, have you experienced a second awakening? Luo Bei Yuan paused for a moment, his expression becoming slightly unnatural, then sighed, and smiled bitterly. The number of second awakeners is extremely rare. There may not be many in the entire Minxia city, the young female staff member explained. Oh, I see. Yan Muyun nodded, then smiled apologetically at Luo Bei Yuan. The latter seemed unconcerned, waving his hand. It's nothing, and now, let's begin the second phase of the test. The two then moved to the center of the testing hall, standing opposite each other. Now please demonstrate your ability once more, Luo Bei Yuan said. Yan Muyun nodded, extending one hand, as a silver hexagonal barrier appeared out of thin air, interposing itself between them. Luo Bei Yuan stroked his chin and asked, can it move? I've tried before, it can't move at all. Yan Muyun said, shaking his head with some frustration. If his silver barrier could move, dealing with that spider demon wouldn't have been so perilous. Luo Bei Yuan said nothing, merely sizing up the barrier, his gaze finally settling on the floor. What's wrong? Yan Muyun asked cautiously. Try lifting it up. Luo Bei Yuan gestured with his chin. Following his suggestion, Yan Muyun also noticed he saw that the lower end of the silver barrier was connected to the floor with only a small portion of the silver hexagon visible at the seam, just a corner. "He'll give it a try," he said, tentatively raising his right hand while directing his thoughts to control the barrier. A miraculous thing happened. The silver barrier actually began to slowly rise, and as the part embedded in the floor moved upward, it gradually became complete, as if it was being pulled out from the floor. Looking at the floor's surface, it remained smooth, without any gaps. In the end, the front silver barrier was pulled out from the floor, hovering in midair. Yan Muyun's right hand was raised above his head, his posture somewhat unusual. Luo Beiyuan looked at his current stance and said, "Do not focus too much on using your hands to control it. Try using your will." Yan Muyun nodded, thoughtfully, slowly lowering his right hand, yet the silver barrier in midair showed no signs of movement. He then began to attempt moving the barrier, and this time it was indeed much smoother. He extended his right hand forward gently, and the silver barrier moved forward accordingly, ultimately stopping about 4 to 5 meters in front of him. "That's about as far as it goes," Yan Muyun sighed, feeling somewhat disappointed. He failed to notice that the tester across from him was looking at him with a very peculiar expression. "As long as you practice more, you will definitely make breakthroughs." Luo Beiyuan adjusted his expression, then said, "Your comprehension is quite high. You managed to accomplish this quite easily." Hearing the praise, Yan Muyun felt a bit embarrassed. "Silver Guardian is my ability, and I've used it so many times, yet I find my understanding of it less than that of someone seeing it for the first time, which inevitably makes me feel a bit awkward about my stupidity." Luo Beiyuan, indeed experienced, seemed to have inferred something from the unnatural change in Yan Muyun's expression and smiled. "We have different professions. I specialize in this field, just like a doctor understands your physical condition better than you do." Yan Muyun nodded, then controlled the silver barrier to descend onto the floor, seemingly wanting to try something. After a few seconds, he sighed. "It seems my barrier can only embed itself inside objects when it appears, and once it is pulled out, it cannot be stuffed back in. It appears that your ability does not possess offensive capabilities, but correspondingly its defensive abilities are exceptionally outstanding." Luo Beiyuan nodded thoughtfully. As he spoke, a clear stream of water suddenly emerged from his fingertips. "If I am not mistaken, during the previous physical strength test, the floor actually helped you absorb part of the impact. So now I will conduct a simple test again, and you can feel it." "Okay." Yan Muyun nodded somewhat nervously. The clear stream transformed into the shape of a massive fist and slammed down onto the silver barrier, instantly splashing water everywhere. However, these droplets did not fall to the floor. Instead, they floated around in the air before returning to the fist form. "That strike was probably at the level. How does it feel?" Luo Beiyuan asked. "The pressure does seem greater than before," Yan Muyun admitted honestly, then seemed to think of something with a wry smile on his face. "I won't have to redo the physical strength test, will I?" He felt that sharing the impact with the ground seemed somewhat like cheating. Luo Beiyuan shook his head and said, "No need. This is a characteristic of your ability. Just learn to use it flexibly." "That's good." Yan Muyun sighed in relief. He was not concerned about his score. He simply did not want to undergo another round. Luo Beiyuan adjusted his glasses and said, "Next, try to see if you can expand or shrink this barrier." "Expand or contract?" Yan Muyun nodded in apparent understanding, then began to experiment. He first focused his attention on the edge of the silvery barrier, attempting to stretch it, but felt immense resistance. Then he tried to compress the edge with his will, aiming to shrink it, but the silvery barrier remained unchanged. It seemed I couldn't alter the size of the silvery guardian. Yan Muyun felt a bit dejected, but then suddenly had a revelation. Last time he had given up after just one attempt. This mindset is unacceptable. One must explore all possibilities. If I can't stretch or compress the silvery barrier, why not try a different approach? Yan Muyun remembered that yesterday, while facing the spider demon, he had cleverly reduced one of the silvery hexagons. So what if I change the size of the silvery guardian by increasing or decreasing the number of silvery hexagons? "You can try increasing or decreasing the number of silvery hexagons," Luo Beiyuan suggested almost simultaneously. "Do you believe I thought of this method before you mentioned it?" Yan Muyun raised his head to look at him, a hint of defiance in his eyes. He knew his behavior was somewhat childish, but he wanted to assert himself. Luo Beiyuan didn't mind smiling gently. "Then you might just be suited for the role of guide." Yan Muyun fell silent, redirecting his focus in front of him. Before him, one silvery hexagon after another floated into existence at the edge of the translucent silvery barrier, quickly assembling to double the area of the barrier. "The number of hexagons can still increase, but my control might not be as stable," Yan Muyun said with a frown. Nearby, beside a large instrument, a balding researcher silently recorded this scene on his tablet. "The maximum protective area can reach nearly 15 square meters, about 3 meters high and 5 meters wide. Due to the irregular shape, the specific length and width are for reference only." In the center of the testing room, Yan Muyun continued his attempts. The process of shrinking the barrier wasn't difficult. In fact, it was quite easy. Soon only a palm-sized silvery hexagon remained before him. With fewer hexagons, it seemed easier to control. Yan Muyun eagerly reached out, gently touching the lone silvery hexagon. His fingertips felt a chill, as if there was an illusion of coolness, but no tangible sensation. Then the silvery hexagon began to fly freely in the air, first circling above Yan Muyun's head several times, then tracing a long, continuous shaped trajectory, finally zipping precisely through the gap between his fingers. The maximum distance has increased significantly. It's now probably over 20 meters. Yan Muyun said, while manipulating the silvery hexagon, even swooping over the head of the researcher standing by. This feeling is amazing, he said with excitement. Wait a moment. Luo Bei Yuan covered his forehead. Yan Muyun immediately tensed up, hovering the silvery hexagon by his side, and asked, "What's wrong?" Luo Bei Yuan smiled wryly. "You did very well. The only issue is that you did it too well, making people suspect it's your first time doing this." "It really is my first time. That's the problem. Your first time seems too skilled." Luo Bei Yuan said seriously, "According to the data, you awakened your abilities 4 days ago. You should find it very difficult to perform unfamiliar operations, yet your performance is completely contrary to that. Like when I asked you to try moving the barrier, I originally thought it would take you a few minutes to gradually grasp the feeling, but you accomplished it effortlessly. I thought it was because of your ability's nature that this operation was comparatively simple, hence it didn't take much effort. But looking at your earlier performance..." Yan Muyun sheepishly shifted his gaze elsewhere, chuckling awkwardly. Maybe I have extraordinary talent." He intended to joke his way out of it, but Luo Bei Yuan nodded seriously. "You indeed possess extraordinary talent. It's as if you've awakened your abilities not long ago, yet you're using them as if you've been awakened for decades." A cold sweat broke out on Yan Muyun's forehead. After these days of living, he realized the country's control over abilities was very strict. Without a valid reason, using potentially dangerous abilities in public could lead to being taken in for a tea-chat by the police. If I had known, I wouldn't have tried to cut corners and would have just told the truth. What if they found out I actually awakened 30 years ago? Would I be arrested for false information or something? If I confess voluntarily, would my punishment be lighter? Just as someone was preparing to turn themselves in, Luo Bei Yuan waved his hand, laughing. "Of course, I was just joking. Not to mention you look so young. If you had really awakened long ago, then these operations wouldn't require my guidance at all. You would have..." "Haha, that's certainly true." Yan Muyun wiped his forehead. It seemed the other party didn't know his real age, likely because he hadn't carefully read the personal information. "So you really are a genius." Luo Bei Yuan gave him a thumbs up. Yan Muyun felt a bit embarrassed. "Please don't say that, I'm just an ordinary person." "Haha." Luo Bei Yuan chuckled, not intending to continue dwelling on the topic, and said, "Now try to see if you can create 2 silvery hexagons." "I can." Yan Muyun blinked, and a new hexagon gradually appeared above the silvery hexagon floating beside it. Luo Bei Yuan shook his head. No, don't connect them. Try to split them into 2 separate ones." Yan Muyun slowly widened his eyes, seemingly realizing something. Seeing his expression, Luo Bei Yuan couldn't help but laugh. "Exactly. If you succeed, you might possess a second, third, or even more silvery barriers. You truly are amazing," Yan Muyun said with genuine admiration. "I must admit, Luo Bei Yuan's professionalism is impressive. He inspired me with just a few words. But there's actually another reason. It has only been 4 days since I awakened. In these short 4 days, I have experienced an overwhelming amount. The dark curtain, the alien species, the world traveler, new technology, righteous vigilantes, awakening agents, deities, the death of my parents, the living of my parents, and so on. All these experiences are too intense, too thrilling, and the amount of information I've processed is too vast and complicated, leaving me no time to explore my abilities in detail. Hurry up and give it a try." Luo Bei Yuan couldn't help but remind, seeing the silly grin on the other person's face. Oh, Yan Muyun replied, quickly refocusing his attention. He narrowed his eyes, fixating on the seam, and with a subtle shift of will, the 2 originally connected silver hexagons were effortlessly separated. "Try to control both hexagons at the same time," Luo Bei Yuan continued to instruct. Yan Muyun began to attempt controlling them, one drawing a circle in the air, and the other a square, and to his surprise it went remarkably smoothly. It's worth noting that he couldn't achieve such a level, even with his hands. Luo Bei Yuan furrowed his brow, watching the scene, his expression growing more serious. "Try controlling a few more pieces, and see what the limit is." "Okay." Yan Muyun nodded, and soon another silver hexagon appeared beside him, which he began to draw an equilateral triangle in the air. However, when he attempted to control the 4th silver hexagon, it became somewhat strenuous, affecting the movement trajectories of the first 3 as well. "It seems your current limit is to control 3 pieces simultaneously." Luo Bei Yuan pursed his lips. Yan Muyun felt a bit anxious. How is it? Luo Bei Yuan couldn't help but laugh again, shaking his head. "You're asking me how it is?" After a few seconds of pause, he took a deep breath. "Well, of course it's very good. To be honest, I thought you would be in a frenzy when you started controlling the second piece." Yan Muyun grinned, wanting to laugh, yet feeling somewhat restrained. He didn't want to appear overly emotional lest he seemed like a... Luo Bei Yuan put away his previously relaxed demeanor and continued to guide. "Now retract the 3rd piece, and try to expand 2 barriers centered on the 2 hexagons." "Okay," Yan Muyun replied, moving the 2 silver hexagons to his sides. In the next moment, 2 silver barriers 1 meter wide and 2 meters high almost simultaneously appeared on either side of his body. Luo Bei Yuan took a deep breath, and then slowly exhaled. "You truly are a genius." "No, really." Yan Muyun was about to be modest, but was interrupted. "Now try to control these 2 barriers simultaneously." Yan Muyun controlled the 2 silver barriers, but found it much more difficult than before, as making various movements in the air was slower than before. "Just as I thought," Luo Bei Yuan nodded and said, "the difficulty of control is proportional to the size of the barriers and the number of individual hexagons." Yan Muyun didn't respond, realizing that Luo Bei Yuan's brow was slightly furrowed, indicating he was deep in thought. After a while, Luo Bei Yuan spoke again. "Try to see how far apart you can control these 2 barriers at the same time." Yan Muyun obediently complied, and ultimately measured that the limit distance was about 3 to 4 meters, which was closer than when he controlled a single barrier, but still within expectations. Can you generate a barrier directly beyond 5 meters? Luo Beiyuan asked next. Yan Muyun felt it out, and then shook his head. No, the silver hexagons can only appear within a 1 meter radius around me. Is it difficult for you to simply increase or decrease the number of silver hexagons? At first it was a bit difficult, but now I'm much more proficient. You can easily control a single hexagon within a 20-meter range, right? Yes, that's correct. The two exchanged questions and answers several times. Though Luo Beiyuan's question seemed unrelated on the surface, Yan Muyun began to sense something subtly. If you first control a silver hexagon to fly 5 meters away, and then quickly increase the number of hexagons from that start. Listening to the other's words, Yan Muyun's eyes gradually lit up. Luo Beiyuan slowly raised his head, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes behind his lenses. If you operate according to this process, can you directly generate a barrier beyond 5 meters? I'll give it a try. Yan Muyun responded, and waved his hand, sending a silver hexagon flying approximately 10 meters away. In the next moment, with his mind focused, a semi-transparent silver barrier stood diagonally in the air. It really works. Luo Beiyuan seemed even more excited than him, vigorously swinging his fist. Although Yan Muyun was also happy, he noticed a problem. It seems I can't control that barrier to move anymore. I can only increase or decrease the number of silver hexagons. Be content, because that was already beyond your theoretical control range. Luo Beiyuan couldn't help but roll his eyes, and then explained, in the future, if you encounter an emergency situation, you can first control a silver hexagon and send it to a suitable position and then expand the barrier from that point. This terrifying degree of flexibility combined with the powerful defensive capability of your barrier can only be described as abnormal. Is that so? Ha ha ha. Yan Muyun scratched his head, grinning foolishly. Alright, your guided test is now over. Luo Beiyuan seemed to be affected, his expression losing its previous relaxed charm, and instead taking on a somewhat. The two walked back in a line, coming to that gigantic instrument. Congratulations, your ability has been finally rated as a. The sparsely haired researcher stepped forward smiling, then slightly turned his head, looking at Luo Beiyuan with a questioning gaze. I have no objections, the latter shrugged. Yan Muyun was somewhat surprised, but I remember you previously said Silver Guardian alone, based on defensive strength and sustainability, is enough to be rated a level. Why is it that after I demonstrated a control ability that shocked Luo Beiyuan, the rating still only remains at a level? Of course, he didn't voice the latter thought. This is not your issue, it's simply because the formal ability rating does not include B, or a classifications generally referred to as either B-level or a level. Aside from that, the criteria for S-level ratings are too stringent. The researcher adjusted his glasses. What are the conditions for being rated S-level? Uncounterable. The researcher's expression became somewhat serious. There is only one condition, which is At the current level of human technological civilization, any ability that cannot be countered is classified as S-level. For example, Yan Muyun asked cautiously. The researcher replied, for example, that Indian Guardian, the American government, initially used various means, even resorting to nuclear weapons, and still couldn't deal with the powerful ability user. My ability might also withstand a nuclear bomb. Yan Muyun felt a bit guilty when saying this. You may indeed be able. Unexpectedly, when the researcher heard this, he not only didn't laugh, but also nodded seriously. However, you cannot compel the American government to use nuclear weapons. Yan Muyun understood that in the end his ability was merely powerful in defense, posing no threat to others, hence, it wouldn't. He lowered his head, feeling somewhat unwilling. He thought he could manage to play with a couple of S-level abilities. If only others knew what he was thinking, not only would they not feel a shred of sympathy, but they might also be unable to resist. Also, your ability is not without flaws, Luo Beiyuan suddenly chimed in. Moi. Yan Muyun was a bit puzzled. Luo Beiyuan explained, because no matter how many barriers you have, there will always be gaps. If you encounter an enemy with agile attacks, they can easily bypass and strike at the weak points in your defense. For example, I could launch an attack from different directions and angles by manipulating multiple streams of water. Yan Muyun stroked his chin, remaining silent. After a few seconds, he suddenly crouched down and pressed his hand against the cold floor. In the next moment, in front of everyone's astonished gaze, a circular silver barrier appeared out of nowhere, like a turtle shell, enveloping Yan Muyun within. Luo Beiyuan. Yan Muyun stood up, clapped his hands, and looked at him sincerely. Mr. Luo, you are truly a very professional tester and guide. Luo Beiyuan. Thank you for the compliment. After the test concluded, Yan Muyun did not leave immediately, but approached a female staff member responsible for record keeping. She looked up and asked politely with a courteous smile, "Is there anything else I can assist you with?" Yan Muyun hesitated slightly, scratching his head. I'd like to ask, has Russell come in today? The woman offered an apologetic smile. She's on leave today. Right, no problem. Just a casual question, Yan Muyun replied with a light laugh. His original plan had been simple. If Russell were present, he would stop by to greet her, exchange a few words, and offer quiet reassurance. Though he doubted his ability to counsel her, as a fellow survivor of the incident, he believed he could at least provide some emotional. After all, how could anyone possibly muster the will to return to work the very next day after their closest friend had just suffered such a tragedy? No, she didn't take leave, interjected Luo Beiyuan, stepping forward in a navy blue suit, his expression tinged with regret. She resigned, submitted her resignation this morning. As a colleague in the same department, he clearly knew more. Resigned. Yan Muyun was startled. Why did she resign? Luo Beiyuan shrugged. We're not particularly close. I don't know the details. Well, thank you anyway, Yan Muyun murmured, pressing his lips together. After all, he wouldn't be returning to the paranormal registration office anytime soon. So whether Russell was on leave or had resigned, they were unlikely to meet again. But we are colleagues. I have her contact information. I can share it with you, Luo Beiyuan added with a knowing lift of his brow, his gaze carrying a subtle, unmistakable implication. To his surprise, Yan Muyun declined with a gentle shake of his head and a polite smile. No need. Thank you. Russell was undeniably attractive, yet he harbored no such intentions toward her. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. Yan Muyun nodded respectfully to those around him and said sincerely, thank you all. The two women smiled in unison. Goodbye, Mr. Yan. It's our duty, remarked the researcher, adjusting his glasses. Luo Beiyuan appeared mildly exasperated, his tone lightly chiding. It's all your fault. You pushed my workload forward by a day. Otherwise, I'd already be off duty. Now I'll have to finish drafting the evaluation report before I can leave. My apologies. Yan Muyun chuckled, sheepishly scratching his head. Stepping out of the paranormal registration office onto the bustling street, Yan Muyun consulted the bus route for his return, and then, hands tucked into his pockets, headed diagonally across the intersection. A short walk straight ahead, some 30 meters, would bring him to the bus stop serving the Special Affairs Bureau. After crossing the road, he passed a convenience store, and out of the corner of his eye caught sight of a figure instinctively halting. She wore a light brown hoodie, slight and petite in frame, her aura subdued and somber, standing beside a shelf. Yan Muyun studied the half-visible face beneath the hood, strangely familiar, yet impossible. He'd only awakened 4 days ago after 30 years of slumber. How many acquaintances could he possibly have? Only when she turned fully did he recognize her, her face instantly unlocking memory. At that very moment, another figure emerged from behind the aisle's corner. This one was far more distinctive. Yan Muyun recalled her instantly. Almost simultaneously, she spotted him standing outside and waved cheerfully. Yan Muyun paused briefly, then stepped inside the store. What a coincidence, Uncle Yan, Zhang Shishue greeted warmly, approaching with a bright smile. Indeed, a rare coincidence, Yan Muyun grinned. She wore a simple white t-shirt, a sporty backpack slung across one shoulder, and slim-fit denim jeans. Youthful, vibrant, effortlessly radiant. To mask a flicker of nervousness, he casually grabbed a bottle of water from the adjacent shelf and tilted his chin toward the girl near the far rack. If I'm not mistaken, she's... Yes, that's correct, Zhang Shishue sighed. She's the daughter of Zhang Zihao. Zhang Zihao, the black organization cadre publicly executed by the Punisher in yesterday's video received by the Special Affairs Bureau. The Punisher had even named her in the video and shed tears while apologizing. The police dossier contained far more than just those 2 clips. It included extensive evidence of Zhang Zihao's crimes, personal files, and naturally photographs of his daughter. That morning, upon arriving at the Special Affairs Bureau, Yan Muyun hadn't gone straight upstairs to see Li Chinka. Instead, he'd first visited Team 1's office. On Zhong Xiaoxiao's computer screen, precisely that girl's photograph had been displayed. His burly senior colleague had been crunching potato chips while shaking his head with a sigh. She's only 16, yet she's already endured so much. Out of curiosity, Yan Muyun had asked for brief context, and learned that the girl Zhang Zitong had lost her mother early and grown up solely under her father's care. Now her sole remaining parent was gone, killed in disgrace. Moved by compassion, Yan Muyun had lingered over the photo a little longer, never imagining he'd encounter her in person mere hours later. Leaning closer, Yan Muyun lowered his voice. You're here, because of her. Zhang Shishue instinctively softened her tone and nodded gently yes. With no surviving relatives in this city, the Bureau feared she might succumb to despair, so they assigned someone to monitor her well-being and offer psychological guidance. They assigned you. Yan Muyun sounded genuinely surprised. In his view, such a task would normally fall to a regular officer, not an elite investigator from the Paranormal Investigation Division. Zhang Shishue misread his tone and flushed faintly. Actually, I went to that mall yesterday to buy her a small gift, to lift her spirits. Yan Muyun nearly laughed aloud, but quickly clarified, no, I meant that assigning you specifically seems... Though he left the sentence unfinished, she understood perfectly, and offered a soft, knowing smile. I volunteered for this. You volunteered? For some reason I couldn't let go of her. I pleaded with the division chief for days, until he finally approved me for the role. You're only 3 years older than her, and yet you call her the child so easily. Yan Muyun pressed his lips together, turning his gaze toward the slender figure by the shelf, so fragile, so vulnerable, as if a single gust might carry her away, and felt an unexpected weight settle deep within his chest. Uncle Yan. Zhang Shishue suddenly stepped closer, slightly leaning her face towards him. Yan Muyun felt a tightening in his heart, and instinctively stood up straight, blinking rapidly. Uncle Yan, that child still doesn't know the true cause of her father's death, so if you interact with her later, please be careful not to let anything slip. Zhang Shishue said softly. Didn't your police tell her? No, until now she still believes her father was simply murdered. Now the only thing sustaining her is likely her hope that the police will eventually catch the murderer. Yan Muyun replied, raising an eyebrow. Is that so? Yan Muyun nodded slightly. But soon his brow furrowed. But didn't that Punisher say they would upload the video online, and by then it seems unlikely to keep this from the child? What if that Punisher ultimately doesn't upload the video? Why do you think that? Yan Muyun asked, slightly puzzled, turning to look at her. The cleanup operation against the Dark River Society has already started today, or as long as we handle it well and in a timely manner. Zhang Shishu gently bit her lip, seemingly aware that the possibility of her guess was slim, and sighed, if the video really gets exposed we can explain later. Yan Muyun looked at her deeply. Is it the police's decision not to tell her the true cause of her father's death, or is it your decision? Zhang Shishu froze for a moment, a hint of panic appearing on her face, but she quickly regained her composure. Please don't speak of this. What does the police station mean by this? Yan Muyun frowned. Seeing the other's demeanor, Zhang Shishu knew she could no longer hide it, and gently pressed her lips together. Our section chief believes that the victim's family has the right to know the truth, and the police should not interfere too much with these matters. But I think that if this child learns the truth, knowing that her admired father is actually a remorseless villain, she might lose her motivation to live. Zhang Shishu suddenly raised her head, looking at him with a pleading expression. Uncle, Yan, please don't tell the police about this. If anything happens, I am willing to take responsibility alone. Yan Muyun smiled slightly and said this is a The implication of this sentence was that as a mere intern from the Special Operations Unit, he wouldn't casually interfere in their affairs. Thank you. Zhang Shishu finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment the girl in the hooded sweatshirt seemed to have chosen her items and walked towards the packaging area with her basket. Currently there were no sales clerks in the convenience store, nor were there self-checkout machines. People only needed to place their selected items into shopping bags and take them out of the store with the payment automatically deducted from their personal online banking accounts. Uncle Yan, how about we exchange contact information? Zhang Shishu suddenly said. Oh, okay. Yan Muyun was taken aback for a moment, but quickly responded. He didn't think much of it, as both of their work scopes were in the area and they might need to cooperate in the future. Yan Muyun's right index finger moved slightly, bringing up his electronic business card. Through exploration during his free time over the past few days, he learned that as long as both parties opened the electronic business card on their mobile devices simultaneously, they could automatically add each other's contact information. Of course, to avoid mistakenly adding the wrong person, only the two closest devices could complete the interaction. Zhang Shishu slightly bowed and walked towards the payment area. Yan Muyun stood behind, watching her silhouette, and let out a barely noticeable sigh. Deep down he knew that as a law enforcement officer, he shouldn't interfere too much in the private lives of those related to the case, especially not conceal the true cause of their family member's death from them. However, considering it emotionally, if he were Zhang Shishu, he might make a similar choice. A lonely little girl all alone in this vast and cold city was certainly not suited to endure more stimuli. Moreover, even if he were to tell her the truth now, probably wasn't a good time. Yan Muyun looked towards the packaging area. The girl's face under her hood was small and pale, devoid of any color. A few strands of messy dark brown hair hung over her forehead, half concealing her lifeless eyes. In front of her were boxes of takeout or instant noodles and a few bottles of water. Zhang Shishu walked up to the girl, helping her place the items into a plastic bag. During the process, it seemed they exchanged a few words, and the girl looked up towards this side. Hee. Yan Muyun waved a hand, feeling a bit awkward. However, Zhang Zitong seemed uninterested in him. She merely glanced over before lowering her head to continue sorting her items. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Yan Muyun decided to wander around the supermarket, as he hadn't eaten lunch yet and wanted to see if there was any. However, just as his hand brushed against a bag of bread, it suddenly froze. He suddenly remembered that he had only been allowed to drink nutritional supplements during this time. Yan Muyun retracted his hand, gazing longingly at the bag of delicious-looking chocolate lava bread, licking his lips. Goodbye, Uncle Yan, we're leaving now. Zhang Shishu's voice came from the door as he looked up to see her waving at him. Yan Muyun forced a smile and waved back, watching the two girls leave the convenience store. It was unbearable, another day of being called uncle by beautiful young ladies. But looking at it from another angle, Zhang Shishu appeared cold and impressive in front of others, yet acted like an ordinary little girl in front of him. This unique contrast was rather pleasant. No, what am I even thinking? Yan Muyun lightly slapped his face, stood in front of the shelf for a while, then finally tossed the bottle of purified water he was holding and turned to walk out. You should have contacted me first. A somewhat deep voice suddenly sounded from the other side of the shelf, halting Yan Muyun. Following that, the voice chuckled softly as if talking to itself. I had heard there were people from inside, but I didn't expect it to be. Yan Muyun tilted his head slightly, suddenly chuckling silently. He realized that the person on the other side of the shelf was likely just on the phone, not speaking to him. Such comedic scenes from dramas and movies unexpectedly happened to him. Oh, fortunately, he hadn't responded earlier. With this thought, he continued walking towards the convenience store entrance. As he guessed, the owner of the deep voice did not follow, so the other party must have really been on the phone. After leaving the convenience store, Yan Muyun walked towards the nearby bus stop. However, just a few steps away from the platform, someone suddenly patted him on the shoulder from behind. Yan Muyun turned to look, only to see that it was an ordinary-sized man, wearing a black hooded sweatshirt and black sweatpants, making it difficult to see his features. This way. The mysterious man tilted his head, signaling for him to follow. Yan Muyun was confused, frowning as he cautiously assessed the other person. The man took 2 steps to the side, noticing he hadn't followed, and stopped, letting out a sigh. You must have mistaken me for someone else. Just as Yan Muyun was about to say that, the mysterious man turned around, extending a hand and lifting his hood, revealing a pair of dark red eyes. The words he had intended to say got stuck in his throat, and the sight before him made Yan Muyun's heart race as he slowly opened. At this moment, the mysterious man also noticed his expression. His dark red eyes suddenly widened, instantly filled with a chilling, murderous intent. This was a gaze only those who had truly killed could display, far from the posturing of street thugs. It was an incredibly terrifying feeling, as if one was forced to be trapped in a cage with a bloodthirsty beast. Almost instinctively, Yan Muyun raised his right hand slightly, intending to use the silver guard to separate himself from the other party. However, at that moment, he suddenly heard a familiar voice from behind him. "Oh, Mr. Yan, you're still here." Yan Muyun was thrown off by this sudden greeting, instinctively turning his head to look back, catching a glimpse of a figure dressed in a deep blue suit. However, in the next second, he suddenly reacted and hurriedly turned his head back. The force was so great that a faint cracking sound could be heard from his neck. "Hiss!" Yan Muyun gasped, covering his neck with his hand, only to find that the hooded man who had just been in front of him had vanished. He quickly stood on tiptoe and looked around, but he saw that the black figure had already run across the street. "Hey you!" Yan Muyun called out, anxiously wanting to follow, but the traffic light on the sidewalk had already changed color, and the congested flow of cars soon filled the road again. "What happened?" Luo Beiyuan approached, looking somewhat puzzled. Yan Muyun rubbed his neck while frowning and said, "That person, just now." However, as soon as the words left his mouth, he stopped short, realizing that such matters should not involve civilians. After holding back for a while, it finally turned into 3 words, "It's nothing." Luo Beiyuan adjusted his glasses, his expression still somewhat puzzled, but he seemed to sense something and did not inquire further. "They'll make a call first." Yan Muyun gestured and then dialed the internal phone of the Special Operations Bureau. "Hello." The voice of Sun Shuli came from the bone conduction speaker of his smart glasses. If an ordinary person were to report to the Special Operations Bureau, they would generally first dial the main office located in the city center, and then the operator would contact the nearest branch based on the case and situation. However, as an intern at the Special Operations Bureau, Yan Muyun naturally had a way to directly reach the bureau. Brother Sun He raced the situation. Yan Muyun walked to a less crowded corner and quickly recounted the sequence of events. Luo Beiyuan remained standing nearby, arms crossed, not leaving or approaching, just watching with great interest. "Alright, I understand. I will notify the Anomaly Investigation Division over there." "Isn't the Special Operations Bureau going to take action?" "There are only 4 specialists left in the bureau now. They need to be on standby for any possible Dark Veil appearances. The capture mission will be handed over to the Anomaly Investigation Division." "Got it. Remember, you absolutely must not pursue the suspect on your own. After all, you are just an intern now, and you should first go to the nearest police station and assist them in sketching the suspect's portrait. I'll leave the rest to the Anomaly Investigation Division." "Okay." After the call ended, Yan Muyun let out a long sigh, as if releasing an invisible burden. Luo Beiyuan then approached with a worried expression and asked, "So, Officer Yin, what exactly happened just now? Was that fleeing man in black a wanted criminal?" "More or less." Yan Muyun glanced at him, feeling inexplicable. "If it weren't for that guy just now, who knows what might have happened? Well, it seems like I can't do much either. After all, my ability is defensive in nature. Moreover, in such a densely populated area, clashing with a suspect who might have abilities could easily lead to casualties, which would cause a lot of trouble." Thinking of this, Yan Muyun felt a bit of fear. Thankfully, the other party had come in time. Otherwise, if he had continued to confront that reedy murderer, no one would know what might happen in the end. Yes, at this moment, he was utterly convinced that the person he encountered was indeed the suspect responsible for 3 murder cases. Although Yin Liang had said that red eyes were hard evidence for tracking suspects. However, when red eyes were combined with that kind of terrifying gaze that seemed to choose its prey, the nature of the situation was naturally different. "What are you thinking about?" Luo Beiyuan waved his hand in front of Yan Muyun's eyes, cautiously asking. Yan Muyun came back to his senses, blinking. "Sorry, I made you lose the suspect." Luo Beiyuan looked quite annoyed. No. Rather, you actually saved me. After all, I'm just an intern now, and I really have no confidence in facing such a criminal." Yan Muyun was quite honest. "I don't know if you could take him on, but he definitely can't harm you." Luo Beiyuan smiled. "Haha." Yan Muyun didn't know how to respond and gave a dry laugh. "Then I won't interfere with your work." Luo Beiyuan waved his hand, preparing to leave. "Hey, do you take the bus too?" Yan Muyun suddenly called out to him. "I live nearby." "Oh, okay, goodbye." "Goodbye." Yan Muyun asked this extra question because he suddenly felt that Luo Beiyuan's appearance was too coincidental, coming just as he encountered that reedy murderer. Moreover, the latter timed his escape very well, slipping away just as he turned around, as if the two had arranged this in advance. The Anomaly Registration Office has a dedicated underground parking lot where all employees' private vehicles are parked. Luo Beiyuan, dressed in a suit, certainly did not appear to be someone who would need to squeeze onto a bus for commuting. The only reasonable explanations for his presence here were either living nearby or shopping around after work. Compared to the second reason, the first seemed much more plausible, as there was a way to verify it. After all, if the police suspected him, they could simply check his real address, so the risk of telling such a lie would be greater. If I have a talent for being a detective. Yan Muyun was quite satisfied with his series of deductions. It was no wonder he was overthinking, as the coincidences he had experienced recently were simply too many, making him unable to help but become suspicious of everything he encountered. Enough of this nonsense, I should head to the police station first. Yan Muyun glanced at the bus stop sign not far away, then shook his head. After all, the situation was urgent, he should just take a taxi there. However, just then a call notification popped up on the lens of his left eye with Zhang Zixu's avatar flashing on it. He answered the call. "Hello, Uncle Yan, I already know what happened. Please send me your address, and it'll take you to the police station. I can go by myself, no need. No, you are the only witness who knows what the suspect looks like, and we in the Anomaly Investigation Division have a duty to ensure your safety. All right. Yan Muyun sighed, turning his head to look slightly upwards, and said, I'm at the bus stop on Xinyang Street, right? A light blue motorcycle stopped in front of the bus station, and the slender, long-legged female rider opened her goggles, revealing a pair of bright, spirited eyes. Get in the car. Yan Muyun looked around, and finally confirmed that the other party was staring at him. Hurry up, uncle. Zhang Shixue chuckled at his reaction. Okay. Amid the envious gazes of countless passers-by, Yan Muyun sat on the back seat of the motorcycle. The girl's long hair cascaded down from the helmet's opening, draping over her back and exuding a pleasant fragrance. After receiving and putting on the helmet handed over by the other party, Yan Muyun made an effort to sit up straight, gripping the edge of the seat with both hands. You can rest your hands on my shoulders, otherwise it could be dangerous. Oh, all right. Yan Muyun placed his hands on the shoulders of, hold on tight, we're off. About 6 or 7 minutes later, the light blue motorcycle came to a stop at the entrance. It's better to ride slowly in the future for safety. Yan Muyun returned the helmet. He was holding his expression serious, speaking in a steady tone, as if he were truly a concerned elder looking after a young person. Of course, if one ignored his slightly trembling calves. Okay. Zhang Shixue responded softly, obediently, like a little girl waiting for a red envelope from an elder during the new year. Naturally, if one overlooked the sharp turn she made half a minute ago that almost caused the knees of the person on the back seat to scrape against the ground. As soon as the two entered the door, they were led into an office by a police officer who had been waiting. Uncle Yan, do you still remember what the suspect looks like? While asking, Zhang Shixue picked up a silver circular device and a semi-transparent tablet from a nearby table. Yan Muyun frowned in thought and nodded. He was very pale, extremely pale, to the point of being abnormal. I think it must be due to some illness. At that time, when the mysterious man raised his hood, what first caught his attention was not the pair of red eyes, but rather the extremely pale skin between his face and neck. All right, please continue to describe his facial features, especially the details. As Zhang Shixue spoke, she reached out and placed the silver circular device on Yan Muyun's head. The latter cooperated well, even stretching his neck. Meanwhile, he kept murmuring, he looks to be in his 20s with slightly dark pink pupils that are somewhat translucent, and the corners of his eyes are slightly upturned. His nose is a bit flat, and his lower lip seems to be thicker than the upper lip, but I didn't see what color his hair was. Gradually, a portrait of the person appeared on the tablet in Zhang Shixue's hand, with remarkably clear features, as if taken by a camera. The figure in the tablet wore black clothes and pants, with a pale hand lifting the hood, looking down slightly, his gaze coming from below with a chilling and brutal killing intent. This extremely cold expression was the most memorable moment for Yan Muyun. Albinism, Zhang Shixue blurted out as she looked at the portrait on the tablet. Yan Muyun was taken aback, nodding. It does look like albinism. Albinism is a genetic condition caused by a mutation in genes that leads to abnormal melanin production. Patients have no pigment in their retinas, and their irises and pupils appear light pink with a sensitivity to light. Their skin, eyebrows, hair, and other body hair are generally white or yellowish white. Although current scientific technology cannot cure this disease, there are already methods to minimize its negative impacts, allowing patients to appear no different from ordinary people. Why would this person maintain such obvious pathological characteristics? Zhang Shixue murmured, while tapping a few times on the tablet, uploading this portrait to the police network. The police station will investigate the nearby crowd through surveillance, while the officers from the Special Investigation Department, who have already arrived at the scene, will also search based on this portrait. Faced with Zhang Shixue's muttering, Yan Muyun simply sat up straight without speaking. It's best to leave professional matters to professionals and not make a fool of oneself. Zhang Shixue looked up and saw a hint of admiration in the gaze of the uncle across from her, and she couldn't help but smile shyly. I was just saying it casually, please don't take it seriously. The profiling of the criminal's personality is handled by a specialized department. Huh. Yan Muyun didn't know how to respond, so he simply chuckled awkwardly. The identity of this suspect has already been found in the citizen system. His name is Xiaoho Hao, 23 years old, height 1.73 meters, indeed has albinism, no registered abilities, and no criminal record. As for whether he is innocent or not, we currently do not have conclusive evidence, and will need to wait until we find him for interrogation. Uncle Yan. Zhang Shixue placed the tablet on the coffee table, and her fair little face suddenly turned serious. May I ask why this suspect suddenly approached you? Yan Muyun's lips curled slightly, somewhat intimidated by her serious demeanor. While taking off the circular device from his head, he smiled wryly. I don't know, he just suddenly popped up behind me saying this way, and then gestured for me to follow him. And then, Zhang Shixue furrowed her brows, fully entering work mode. Then, I didn't know him, of course I wouldn't follow him. Yan Muyun shrugged, his expression still somewhat fearful. It seemed like he misunderstood something. He should have pulled down his hood to prove his identity. The moment our eyes met, I realized he was the suspect in those 3 murder cases. He probably also realized that I had understood something, which is why he suddenly displayed intense hostility. Later, Yan Muyun recounted the sequence of events in a tongue-twisting manner, including the part where Luo Bei Yuan suddenly showed up to greet him, causing him to lose focus and allowing that reedied man to escape to the opposite side of the road. Who is Luo Bei Yuan? I just met him not long ago. He is the tester and guide for my advancement test. Zhang Shixue nodded thoughtfully, and then said, Uncle Yan, are you sure you have never interacted with that suspect before? Never interacted before. Yan Muyun replied decisively. His distinctive features are very noticeable. If I had truly encountered him, I would definitely remember. Please try to recall more. It could have been something from the past few weeks, or even the past few months. Maybe you just haven't remembered it yet. It's impossible. Oh, I absolutely could not have met him. Yan Muyun sighed. Why are you so certain? Zhang Shixue tilted her head in confusion. Because I just woke up 4 days ago. Yan Muyun forced a somewhat stiff smile. And 30 years ago that kid hadn't eaten. Before Zhang Zixu's astonished gaze, Yan Muyun briefly recounted his situation. He had slipped into a deep sleep 30 years ago due to an accident, and had only awakened 4 days earlier. So strictly speaking, my psychological age is barely in my early 20s. No, even my bodily functions are those of a 20. So every time you call me uncle it feels strange, Yan Muyun said, rubbing his nose. Zhang Shixue pursed her lips, and then smiled. In any case, your seniority is what it is. Please don't use formal honorifics with me anymore, and don't call me uncle. Do you think I told you these things for nothing? Yan Muyun forced a rueful smile and waved his hand. Zhang Shixue fell silent for a moment before uttering a single word. All right. Setting that aside, let's focus on the case for now. Okay. Zhang Shixue composed herself and asked thoughtfully, so during these 4 days you are certain you have never met Xiahou Hao and have had absolutely no interaction with him? Never, Yan Muyun answered decisively. In that case, let's begin by tracing Xiahou Hao's movements today. Zhang Shixue took out her phone, drafted, and sent a message. About 2 minutes later, she stood, activated the LCD screen mounted on the office wall, and projected a video file that had just arrived on her phone. Pointing to a spot on the screen, Zhang Shixue said, "This is surveillance footage of the bus stop. The man in the black hood standing behind you is Xiahou Hao, right?" Yan Muyun scrutinized the image and nodded. In the paused frame, he stood diagonally in front of a trash bin, behind him a hooded man in black, his face indistinct, reached out, as if to pat his shoulder. Good. Now that we have identified him, provided he wore the same clothes all day, we can backtrack through the surveillance system to analyze his movements today. Zhang Shixue tapped the phone a few times and continued, "Keep an eye on the route. See whether it overlaps with places you visited." The surveillance footage gave way to an electronic map on the screen, Xiahou Hao's route traced in red. Yan Muyun nodded, secretly impressed. With surveillance systems so advanced, now petty thieves and minor criminals would scarcely slip through the net. At that moment, Zhang Shixue frowned softly and murmured, "That's odd." "What is it?" "Xiahou Hao's trajectory is peculiar. The earliest recorded time appears at noon today, around 1:00, at the entrance of a pet shop on Xinyang West Street. Yet that neighborhood is dotted with cameras. He seems to have appeared out of nowhere. There is no trace of earlier movements." Yan Muyun felt a subtle stir. It seems that was the case before as well. "Yes." Zhang Shixue nodded. "He has appeared near 3 murder scenes, yet we cannot find his movements before or after those. This man is like a ghost, always appearing and vanishing without a sound." Yan Muyun glanced at the top left of his glasses and realized it was only 1244. He returned his gaze to the map, looking at the pet shop starting point and the icon a little above it marking the Yining registration office. A thought stirred within him, and he blurted, "Please overlay my movements for today as well." Zhang Shixue glanced over with a smile. "I was about to do that." She tapped the phone several times, and a blue line appeared on the electronic map. There were 2 points where the red and blue lines intersected. The first was right at the pet shop's entrance. However, the blue line passed the pet shop at 1050 in the morning, while the red line appeared there at 1244. A temporal gap of roughly 2 hours between the two paths. At this, Yan Muyun suddenly sat up straight and asked, "Do you have real footage of that pet shop?" "Yes." Zhang Shixue pulled up the surveillance footage. Sure enough, Yan Muyun's eyes widened. The Weilon pet shop was precisely the closed store where he had briefly taken shelter from the rain that morning. Before he could ponder the connection, Zhang Shixue let out a low exclamation. He actually went to that convenience store as well. Yan Muyun asked reflexively. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the screen returned to the electronic map. The second intersection of the red and blue lines occurred at approximately 1250 p.m. The blue line extended from the Yining registration office across an intersection, and almost simultaneously the red line crossed the same intersection following, just behind the blue. There was no direct contact between them. Roughly a 10-second gap separated their passages. Zhang Shixue stood and pointed at the map. "Look here." He entered Hueda convenience store, and about 10 seconds later, he walked out following you. "What's wrong with you?" Yan Muyun's expression was peculiar now, his brows knitted tightly, his body stiff, as if a dreadful thought had suddenly occurred to him. His gaze wandered to a corner of the tea table as he mumbled, "I don't know. I keep feeling I have overlooked something important, but I cannot recall what it is." Seeing this, Zhang Shixue did not disturb him. She lowered her head to check the internal communication group of the Asian division. "What exactly have I overlooked?" Yan Muyun clasped his head with both hands, fingertips pressing his temples in evident distress. Zhang Shixue, however, smiled and said, "Relax, there is good news. My colleagues have now identified 2 targets wearing black hoods, each about 1.7 meters tall. Xiahou Hao. No, that's not right." Yan Muyun sprang to his feet, eyes wide as saucers. Zhang Shixue, startled, placed a hand over her chest and asked with concern, "What is it?" "I remember now. My first meeting with him. No, my first contact was not near the bus stop. It was inside the convenience." Zhang Shixue grew more puzzled. "But didn't we just deduce that from the map?" "Right. No, that's not right." Yan Muyun stumbled over his words, struggling to sort out his thoughts. "What I mean is, in my memory, our first exchange occurred at the bus stop, but in reality, it should have been inside the convenience store. Only I did not realize then that the person was speaking to me. I thought he was merely a passerby on the phone. What did he say? Zhang Zixu's expression turned serious. He said that I ought to have contacted him first. Yan Muyun gesticulated in disarray, trying to convey his meaning. In other words, he believed that before I made contact with someone else, I should have contacted him first. Then prior to that, the person who had contact with you. It was you. Yan Muyun extended a hand pointing at Zhang Shishua, then hastily shook his head. No, it's you all. Tianhe Community is a mid to high-end residential area located in a bustling street segment of Haizong District, where the residents typically consist of white-collar workers employed nearby. Luo Buyuan, dressed in a blue suit, passed through the security checkpoint, smiling and nodding at the security guard on duty, then walked through a tranquil garden to the entrance of the building. Welcome home, Mr. Luo. A soft female electronic voice echoed as the glass doors slowly opened to Luo Buyuan. Did not step inside immediately. Instead, he stood sideways to make way for a stylishly dressed aunt emerging from within. The middle-aged woman with voluminous waves in her hair halted, pinching her fingers in a delicate manner as she removed her oversized glasses that covered half her face, her lips curving into a playful smile. A little Luo back from work. Yes, Aunt Lu, Luo Buyuan replied with a smile. About what I mentioned last time. Your daughter is quite an excellent catch, but I already have a girlfriend who is currently working in Chengdu. A sincere look of apology crossed Luo Buyuan's handsome face. Oh, I see. Aunt Lu nodded, though she seemed unwilling to give up, her tone carrying a hint of meaning. Little Luo, it's not that I enjoy meddling, but long-distance relationships often face challenges for young couples. In my opinion, it's best for young lovers to meet every day. Luo Buyuan gently shook his head. If I were to break up with my girlfriend for that reason, would you be willing to trust me with your daughter? Aunt Lu closed her mouth, sizing him up, and suddenly revealed a radiant smile, the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes blooming like flowers. No wonder all the young ladies in our building are enamored with such a good man. And my daughter Buyer just missed the chance to know you sooner. Your daughter is very outstanding, she will surely find a man better than me. Luo Buyuan waved his hand with a smile, then walked into the lobby. Aunt Lu turned to look at his retreating figure, her gaze filled with a hint of regret, whispering, if only I were 20 years young. Unbeknownst to whether he heard something, Luo Buyuan suddenly quickened his pace and slipped into the elevator. On the 74th floor East Unit, Luo Buyuan tossed his suit jacket onto the sofa, picked up a glass from the table, filled it with half a glass of water from the dispenser, and downed it in one gulp. Setting the glass aside, he walked to the balcony, pressing his hands against the railing to gaze into the distance. After enjoying the breeze for a while, when Luo Buyuan turned back, a thin layer of shadow enveloped his face, obscure. This was a function of the modified smart glasses, a mask that could project various anime or film characters' images on the face, or just like him cast a simple veil of hazy light. On the living room sofa, a figure dressed in black with their face shrouded in a hood had appeared unknowingly. You didn't see my face, did you? Luo Buyuan asked lightly. Guess. Xiao Hao removed his hood, revealing a pale, bloodless face adorned with a somewhat sickly smile. You'd better not provoke me. The Holy Garment is merely a third-rate organization and cannot protect you at all. Luo Buyuan, hidden behind the light veil, focused his gaze and said softly, if it weren't for the fact that no one called my full name along the way, you would be dead by now. Then why are you helping a third-rate organization? Xiao Hao scoffed, raising his chin sarcastically. Luo Buyuan remained silent for a moment before replying. They offered me 1 million. Xiao Hao's expression instantly turned dramatic, his originally bloodless face now slightly reddened, and after a while he gritted his teeth and said, I killed 4 people for them, and they paid me 2. For million, while you just had to bring me here to receive 1 million. He suddenly put his thumb in his mouth, gnashing his teeth as he bit his nails. Damn it, that fucking intern saw my face. I must be wanted by now. Finding that guy faceless to make a new face and identity will cost another 5,000. Damn it, that old monster is a damn vampire. After waiting silently for the other to finish venting, Luo Buyuan chuckled softly. It seems that too. For million is still too expensive. Your professionalism is truly concerning. You even managed to mistake the contact person. Damn it, it's not my fault you insisted on hiding your identity, and I didn't know what you looked like. Xiao Hao's facial expression twisted, every word seeming to squeeze out from between his teeth. Luo Buyuan did not explain his reasons for doing so. He tilted his head and countered. I'm a bit curious about what that special agency intern did to make you think he was the contact person. Remembering that young man with black-framed glasses and an innocent expression, Xiao Hao's emotions flared up, his teeth grinding together. When I was waiting for you this morning, that kid inexplicably appeared in my hiding spot and gave me a strange smile. Then at noon, he just happened to walk out of the ability registration office at the time we agreed upon and immediately contacted my target for this mission. So you mistook him for me and took the initiative to make contact. Luo Buyuan seemed to find it amusing. You only told me to meet at 1230 near the ability registration office. Xiao Hao stared intently at his eyes hidden beneath the light veil. Luo Buyuan's tone carried a hint of mockery. I also told you not to attempt to contact me. Just wait quietly in that pet shop that was closing, and I would come to find you. Moreover, you forgot one thing. I have no idea who your target is, so how could I contact them in advance? Luo Buyuan replied lightly. You don't know? Xiao Hao frowned. I don't know. The leader of the Holy Garment only asked me to find a way to bring you into Building C of Tianhe Community without providing me with any other details. Xiao Hao did not continue to dwell on this issue, but asked provocatively, aren't you trying to keep your identity hidden? If I take you back to my home directly, aren't you afraid I might check your information? This is a place I rented with a false identity. Oh, my official residence is in another apartment in this building. Moreover, I chose Tianhe Community precisely because they handle customer information very well. Organizations like the Holy Garment have no means to uncover anything. Furthermore, not to mention whether you can find out anything as soon as you attempt to do so, I can guarantee that you will be submerged in the bay at the first opportunity. Xiao Hao wanted to say something more, but was interrupted by Luo Beiyuan. As I said, don't try to provoke me. This is the second time already. Do you believe that even if I killed you here, the Holy Garment would still pay me that 1 million? Xiao Hao's demeanor clearly lost the previous ease, yet he still stubbornly retorted, where do you get such confidence? As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt something constricting his neck, and then his entire body was lifted into the air by an overwhelming force. Luo Beiyuan remained calm and composed a dark stream of energy emerging from the tip of his right finger, wrapping around the neck of the small man opposite him like a giant python, forcing the blood-red eyes to bulge out of their sockets. Now do you understand why I am confident? Zhang Zitong curled up on the sofa, her small frame folded inward like a cat. The curtains were drawn shut, casting the living room into dim gloom, its atmosphere heavy and suffocating. She had not eaten properly or slept soundly for several days. Her skin had dulled dark circles shadowed her eyes, and her hair hung tangled and lifeless, utterly devoid of the vibrant energy expected of a 16-year-old. She had once been strikingly beautiful, fair-skinned with rosy lips and gleaming white teeth, her long black hair cascading smoothly over her shoulders. During her first year of high school, she had already received 3 or 4 love letters. Yet she felt no distress at her current appearance. Indeed, she found it oddly acceptable. After all, no one cared about, no, perhaps someone still did care. That beautiful policewoman. Ever since her father's death, she had remained steadfastly by Zhang Zitong's side. She was truly kind. Though they shared no blood tie, she patiently, gently guided, comforted, and supported her, always with unwavering warmth. And yet, she was so irritating. All Zhang Zitong wanted was to be left alone in quiet solitude. But the woman kept appearing unannounced, weaving flimsy pretexts to visit, then lecturing her with condescending platitudes. Any child could recite the dead cannot return, you must live well on your own, or your father's spirit would not wish to see you like this. On and on. It was truly exhausting. Did she not have work to do? Was the city's public security really that flawless? Ah no, she had just left for duty. But she'd surely return soon. Or at the latest Zhang Zitong would see her again tomorrow. Zhang Zitong stretched her limbs ungracefully, a faint feverish flush blooming across her pale cheeks, as she rose slowly from the sofa. That morning upon waking, she had resolved to pull herself together. Not for herself, but to spare that exasperating older sister unnecessary visits, allowing her to return fully to her duties. She pulled her phone from her pocket and opened her social media app. Every profile icon on the screen bore a red notification badge. Days earlier, overwhelmed by reality, she had silenced all message alerts. So many people were trying to reach her, so tiresome. To read each message reply individually, how long would that take? She set the phone down on the coffee table, and suddenly her nose twitched. Tears spilled forth like severed pearls, rolling silently down her cheeks. At that very moment, a tissue appeared extended from beside her. She lifted her gaze, blurred with tears, and through the haze saw a stranger, a man with pallid skin and crimson pupils, standing before her silent and unbidden. His expression was utterly blank, his gaze like a still lake, concealing churning undercurrents, calm on the surface, monstrous beneath. Zhang Shishua burst out of the police station doors, leaping down a flight of over a dozen stairs without pause, then sprinting straight toward the motorcycle parked nearby. Wait, hold on. Yan Muyun hurried after her, too timid to leap, instead dashing down the steps in rapid clipped stride. The moment he steadied himself, the motorcycle skidded sideways to a halt before him. Get on now? Zhang Shishua urged, urgency sharpening her voice. Yan Muyun scrambled onto the seat. Before he'd even settled, the engine roared to life and surged forward. Startled, he instinctively wrapped his arms tightly around her slender waist. Inside the station, several officers stared dumbfounded. A few young male officers turned ashen-faced. With no helmets, wind howled into Yan Muyun's mouth as he shouted over the roar, well, that's only my guess. Wah, actually, Ho Hao's target may not necessarily be Zhang Zitong. Zhang Shishua activated the windshield vent on the handlebars. The airflow expelled from the front vent deflected the onrushing gale. Your hypothesis holds considerable weight. Otherwise, why would he say those words to you? As she spoke, Zhang Shishua sharply leaned into a turn, threading the motorcycle cleanly between 2 parallel cars. Yan Muyun jolted, gripping her tighter, and pressed on, why didn't you call your colleagues to go there instead? They're already searching that area, but right now they're engaged in a coordinated takedown of 2 suspects matching Ho Hao's description. They likely can't spare anyone at the moment. Zhang Shishua ran a red light, triggering a cacophony of horns behind her. Fortunately, most vehicles were autonomous, highly responsive to hazards. Otherwise, the maneuver might well have caused a collision. Besides, I'll arrive no later than they will, racing from the station. Zhang Shishua leaned hard into another curve. Yan Muyun's trousers scraped sharply against the pavement, and the handlebars skimmed perilously close to the tire of a black sedan. Damn, thank goodness my shorts aren't shorter. My knees are at least covered. Yan Muyun blurted, unfiltered. I'm sorry, Zhang Shishua. shouted her apology while wrenching the throttle harder, accelerating the motorcycle further. In the dim living room, Ho Hao waited a moment. When the girl made no move to accept the tissue, he tossed it casually on. He seemed to have a stiff neck, lightly massaging his throat as he leisurely surveyed the shadowed room, then yawned. Your home's tastefully decorated. After I kill you, I'll rent it out, once things settle down. Zhang Zitong shrank deeper into herself, her narrow shoulders trembling. Was it you who killed my father? Ho Hao frowned. When did he die? 3 days ago. Then it wasn't me. He shook his head, a faint smile playing on his ashen face. 3 days ago, I killed a migrant laborer. He couldn't possibly afford a luxury residence like this. Zhang Zitong shuddered violently, terror deepening within her. This man, did he kill every day? Ho Hao crouched, his scarlet eyes glinting with cruel amusement as he studied the girl. Lately, I've only slain foul men. It's been far too long since I've tasted the death of a young woman. As a courtesy, I'll let you choose your own method of dying. Zhang Zitong squeezed her eyes shut, turning her head sharply away, her voice trembling. You. Why do you want to kill me? Because you saw what you shouldn't have, and someone paid for your life. Now choose quickly. What did I see? Roughly a week ago late at night, you wandered aimlessly into the northern and need I say more? Zhang Zitong murmured softly, lowering her gaze to her own toes. A flicker of impatience crossed Ho Hao's face as he rose. I've answered your questions with uncommon patience, yet you've ignored mine time and again. Very well, I'll choose for you. Utterly unconcerned about her fleeing, he strolled unhurriedly into the kitchen and emerged holding a gleaming Western-style chef's knife. You're so annoying. Ho Hao paused mid-step, tilting his head slightly. He had witnessed countless final moments, kneeling pleas, wailing sobs, furious curses, but never this, a girl responding with such weary disdain. You're really so annoying. Zhang Zitong remained curled on the sofa, her vacant eyes fixed on some distant point ahead. I'd finally gathered myself. Decided to live, truly live, again. Police are investigating. Zhang Shishua tossed her credentials in front of the security guard, then pressed down on the turnstile with one hand and gracefully vaulted over it. Could you please open the door? Yan Muyun politely nodded and smiled. Sure. The security guard instinctively opened the turnstile. Thank you. After hurriedly expressing his gratitude, Yan Muyun sprinted into the residential area. At this moment, the distance between him and Zhang Shishua had widened to over 10 meters, but in his frantic run, he managed not to fall behind. The two of them crossed a lush and colorful small garden, passed by a white stone-carved fountain, and arrived in front. The door is here. Watching the girl run past, Yan Muyun shouted ahead to remind her. At this moment, Zhang Shishua had already circled to the side of the building, but there was no door to enter, only a wall. She shouted, come here, this way is faster. Faster that way. Are you Spider-Man? Yan Muyun's mouth twitched, but he didn't hesitate much and gritted his teeth to follow. Hold my hand. One hand pressed against the wall of the building. Zhang Shishua extended her other hand. At this moment, Yan Muyun didn't have time to think too much. Although he didn't know what she was planning, he grasped her delicate fair hand. Don't let go. Zhang Shishua instructed, and then suddenly charged forward. They were heading towards a wall, and Yan Muyun was startled, his body being pulled forward involuntarily. Just before his vision plunged into darkness, he saw half of Zhang Zixu's body seemingly merge into the wall, and dark ripples swirled around like a fish plunging into a lightless abyss. Unable to breathe, unable to speak, the surroundings plunged into a deathly silence, as if he had never possessed eyes, nose, mouth, or ears. The only thing he could feel was the warmth he held in his palm. It contained a reassuring power, like a lighthouse to a solitary boat adrift in the vast sea of death for decades. Though the light was dim, it was still proof that he was alive. Yan Muyun did not show panic, for he believed she would not harm him. In the enveloping darkness, he silently began to count. 1, 2, 3, 4. 13, 14, 15. Just as he reached 15 seconds, his vision suddenly flashed. When he regained his senses, he found himself standing in a strange room. It appeared to be a girl's bedroom, with a white desk, gaming chair, figurines on the desk, a small speaker, and a laptop. The bed was unmade, and in the corner against the wall lay an anime cat face pillow. There was no one here, but through the crack in the door, he could faintly hear the sound of running water from the bathroom outside. Zitong. Zhang Shishua pushed open the door, calling out anxiously. The sound of running water stopped, and the person in the bathroom seemed flustered. Yan Muyun heard the sound of bottles and jars being knocked over. Curiously, he took a few steps forward and stood behind Zhang Shishua, looking out into the room. Just then, a door at the end of the corridor was suddenly slammed open, and a slender figure, dazzlingly white, dashed out. Sister Shishua. The girl almost cried as she threw herself into Zhang Zixua's arms, as if greatly frightened. As Zhang Shishua hugged the girl, she frantically waved her hand behind her, trying to shield someone's view. Yan Muyun let out a scream, having received a solid slap from the girl, stumbling back several steps. Only then did the girl realize that there was not just her sister Shishua in the room, and she instantly blushed, instinctively screamed, don't shout, I didn't see anything. Yan Muyun felt a sharp pain in his eardrum, and despite the pain in his face, he hurriedly turned around. You go out first, and let Zitong get dressed. Zhang Shishua grabbed his shoulder, trying to push him out of the room. However, at that moment, Zhang Zitong suddenly reached out and grabbed Yan Muyun's wrist. Don't go out, that person. That murderer is right in the living room. What? Yan Muyun and Zhang Shishua both felt a tightening in their hearts, their vigilance fixed on the corridor. After entering Zhang Zitong's bedroom, they had not heard any sounds from the living room, indicating that the suspected murderer was likely still in the house. You stay here to protect Zitong, I will search the living room. Zhang Shishue reached into her sports bag and pulled out a compact taser gun, then prepared to leave the room. This stun gun could make a person's muscles spasm, causing them to lose resistance in an instant, and most police officers carry. Just as Yan Muyun was about to turn around, his peripheral vision caught sight of the girl's exposed skin again, and he quickly raised his hand to shield the side of his face, saying, I should search instead. My ability is defensive, and the other party cannot harm me. No, I will go. Perhaps knowing that this, Uncle Yan, was merely a rookie who had just joined the Special Operations Unit, Zhang Shishue was exceptionally firm and did not continue to discuss heading out with the gun in hand. Yan Muyun had no choice but to retreat back into the room. Although he wanted to protect Zhang Zitong, he didn't even dare to look at her, feeling somewhat helpless. He heard the sound of the wardrobe door opening behind him, followed by the rustling of clothes. After about 10 seconds, the girl's voice softly emerged, I'm dressed now. Okay. Yan Muyun sighed in relief and then turned around. Perhaps due to the rush, Zhang Zitong was only wearing a loose white t-shirt, and it was unclear whether she was wearing pants, exposing half of her smooth fair thigh and her small bare feet. The girl at 16 had already developed curves and was in the prime of her youthful beauty. Seeing this scene, Yan Muyun touched his nose and quickly turned his head back. Make sure to wear more. Okay, the girl replied softly. The atmosphere in the bedroom was somewhat awkward. Neither of them spoke, quietly waiting for any sounds from outside. After about 7 or 8 minutes, the bedroom door was finally pulled open again. Zhang Shishue put the taser back into her bag, frowning slightly as she said, I have searched all the rooms and found no signs of anyone being here. Zhang Zitong stared with her clear eyes, speaking urgently. I am not lying, that murderer was really outside just now. I know. Zhang Shishue patted her head, soothing her. I'm not saying you're lying. I found a sharp kitchen knife on the coffee table in the living room just now. She continued, but right now we can't find any trace of him. He must have left using his abilities or some other method. The girl bit her lip. It was clear that she was still somewhat frightened. Ahem. Yan Muyun cleared his throat and suggested, could you tell us what exactly happened? Approximately 15 minutes earlier, I had finally gathered the strength to move forward, to truly live again. Xiao Hao twirled a slender dagger between his fingers, observing with quiet fascination the girl curled tightly on the sofa, small, fragile, and utterly defenseless. In 2052, a time of material abundance and an average human height exceeding 1.8 meters, Xiao Hao's stature barely over 1.7 meters marked him as conspicuously short. Compounded by congenital albinism, he had long endured mockery, or worse, pity, from others. To a young man fiercely protective of his dignity, the latter stung far more acutely than the former. Yet everything changed once he embraced the profession of assassin. When circumstances lay fully within his control, he relished the silent intimacy of sharing a room with his target. He savored their tears, their desperate pleas for mercy, watched them fracture under pressure, scream incoherently, or collapse into hysterical rage. Whether doctor, lawyer, corporate executive, or social media influencer, it made no difference. For those fleeting moments, regardless of occupation or social standing, he alone held dominion over life and death, their god in miniature. No, to these pitiful insects he was perhaps even greater than any deity. This intoxicating sensation of absolute power ensnared him like a potent narcotic. From the moment he first tasted it, he could never let go. The present scene was exquisite. A sheltered heiress, youthful, radiant, untarnished, whom under ordinary circumstances he would likely earn only a dismissive glance or a subtle instinctive retreat were they to pass each other on the street. But now, he was her world's sole sovereign. Though he'd inadvertently exposed his position earlier, misfortune often bore hidden blessings. The female detective, who constantly shadowed her, had been lured away. No one knew she was his target. No one would come to save her, at least not for the next 2 to 3 hours. He could savor every second of her final moments. Just as Xiao Hao contemplated how to begin, the girl on the sofa spoke suddenly. May I ask you one last wish? He tilted his head slightly, a pallid, feverish smile flickering across his face. Do you truly believe you possess the right to make such requests? Zhang Zitong bit her lower lip, then murmured something too faint to catch. Speak louder. Xiao Hao stepped closer. I. Zhang Zitong squeezed her eyes shut, summoning courage, and whispered, I'm still a virgin. So, before I die, I want to experience that feeling, just once. May I? She swept aside the strands of hair from her forehead, revealing a delicate, luminous face. Though listless these past days, her natural beauty remained undimmed. Even with one complexion, those clear, limpid eyes were enough to stir desire in most men. Xiao Hao bared his teeth in a grimace, spinning the dagger deftly in his palm. You're trying to buy time. Zhang Zitong's already bloodless face paled further. But do you imagine mere delay will serve you? He widened his grin slowly, voice low and measured. No one will grasp your predicament. Not yet. That detective and her colleagues are likely hunting a phantom version of me outside. Orchestrated decoys, nothing more. And even if they uncover the ruse, what then? The police cannot decipher my patterns of murder. At best, they'll intensify patrols across this district, never suspecting that I slipped unnoticed into a high-security luxury residential complex. Watching despair deepen across the girl's features, Xiao Hao laughed, soft, delighted like a demon beholding a long-sought treasure. Yet a man of my generous disposition would never refuse such a request. With that, he held the dagger steady in one hand while unfastening his belt with the other. Time was abundant, an indulgence perfectly justified. Zhang Zitong squeezed her eyes shut, turning her head sharply aside. I'd like to take a shower first. Didn't I just say? Buying time changes nothing. This hoodie. I've worn it for 3 days. She tugged at her collar and fanned it twice. An understated confession. I haven't bathed in 3 days. Xiao Hao frowned faintly, leaned in, and bent close to inhale above her crown. There was no trace of youthful fragrance. Only a faint musty odor. Zhang Zitong kept her eyes tightly closed, her long lashes trembling violently with fear. In that instant she felt profound gratitude for having postponed her shower upon returning home. You have 10 minutes, he straightened up, impassively pocketing the smartphone from the coffee table. I'll remain in the living room. Should I hear anything unusual, I'll enter immediately and kill you without hesitation. Believe me, even if officers stand at your door, I can end your life before they draw breath and vanish without a single trace. Zhang Zitong nodded vigorously, gripping the armrest as she rose shakily to her feet and walked toward the bathroom. The moment she crossed the threshold, she spun around, locked the door, and braced her full weight against it. A voice slithered through the wood. Cold, calm, infernal. I entered your home without triggering a single alarm. Are you certain this door can hold me back? Zhang Zitong collapsed inward, releasing the doorknob, as if drained of all vitality. You have 10 minutes, the voice repeated, devoid of warmth, devoid of inflection. When I die, I wish to depart cleanly. After all, forensic pathologists will dissect me. I won't have them think I was a girl who neglected her hygiene. Zhang Zitong gazed into the mirror and offered a wan, sorrowful smile. Her light brown hooded sweatshirt crumpled onto the bathroom floor. While inside the bathroom, I hadn't surrendered entirely. Yet the window faced the bay, no buildings opposite, and this was the 86th floor. No one below could possibly see me signal for help. Zhang Zitong nestled deeper into the sofa, cradling a warm glass of milk as she softly recounted her ordeal. Just as hope began to fade, and I was about to. Then I heard Sister Shishua's voice outside, and rushed out immediately. Yan Muyun listened in silence. He understood precisely what her pauses concealed. The bathtub overflowed with water. Beside it sat a hairdryer, its cord already plugged in. Had they arrived even a moment later, Zhang Zitong's fate would have been unimaginably grim. At least you're safe now, Zhang Shishua murmured, tenderly drawing the girl gently into her arms and stroking her hair. Actually, you owe sincere thanks to this Uncle Yan. Or rather, Brother Yan. Moi. Zhang Zitong looked up puzzled. Earlier the assassin mistakenly approached him, believing him to be someone else. Had Brother Yan not instantly detected the flaw in the killer's words, no one would have realized you were the true target, and we could never have intervened in time. Zhang Zitong turned her face slightly, her clear, guileless eyes meeting his. Softly she whispered, thank you. Yan Muyun rubbed his nose bashfully and smiled. It was nothing, so long as you're unharmed. Zhang Shishua gently eased the girl from her embrace, helped her sit upright, then spoke with sober gravity. My colleagues have sealed off the entire compound. The murderer likely hasn't gone far. I must go inspect the premises myself. His abrupt departure almost certainly left traces. Until I return, please stay with Brother Yan. All right. Do you absolutely have to leave? Zhang Zitong clutched her sleeve, reluctant to let go. This killer is cunning. If we miss even one clue, he may vanish again. Zhang Shishua shook her head gently. Rest assured, Brother Yan isn't a rank defensive ability holder. With him beside you, you're safer than ever, even safer than with me. And I won't stray far, just the hallway on this floor. Under such urgency, he almost certainly avoided the elevator. Okay. Understanding the stakes, Zhang Zitong nodded quietly, obediently. The dagger on the table is evidence. Please don't touch it. Officers will arrive shortly to collect it for fingerprint and DNA analysis. After issuing her instructions, Zhang Shishua opened the door and stepped out. Once she vanished, only 2 strangers remained in the living room. Awkward silence settling between them like dust. Zhang Zitong glanced around the room, surveying its furnishings as though visiting someone else's home. Yan Muyun sat rigidly on the sofa, mentally scrambling for a topic, anything, to soften the tension. Then unexpectedly Zhang Zitong spoke, her voice soft as silk. Brother, may I ask you to sit closer? She and Zhang Shishua had occupied the long sofa. Yan Muyun sat apart on a single-seat armchair. Sensing her deep-seated vulnerability, he hesitated, but then moved to join her. What he hadn't anticipated was that the moment he settled beside her, Zhang Zitong surged forward like a fledgling bird seeking shelter, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck. Her lips brushed his ear, warm, soft, exhaling breath sweet and tingling against his skin. Yan Muyun was startled. His hands froze midair, suspended, helplessly unsure whether to embrace or push away. Yet he quickly regained his composure, sensing the slender frame of the girl in his arms trembling faintly, as if gripped by some unseen dread. Zhang Zitong leaned close to his ear and whispered, her voice barely audible, trembling ever so slightly. The throw pills are only 3 in number. Almost simultaneously, a black figure lunged from behind, snatching the kitchen knife off the coffee table and driving it with brutal force toward the girl's throat. The attack came with such suddenness, and Yan Muyun's attention remained wholly fixed on the girl in his arms, that in the split second he hesitated. He had no time to activate his ability. Instinctively, his left hand, still raised in midair, shot forward without hesitation, gripping the blade's tip barehanded. Thwip! The steel pierced his palm with chilling ease. A brief, grating shriek echoed, the sound of metal grinding against bone. His assailant possessed unnatural strength. Even after piercing Yan Muyun's palm, the blade continued its downward plunge at terrifying speed. Within an instant its blood-slick tip had already breached the nape of the girl's neck. Just as victory seemed assured, a flash of silvery light streaked across his vision. Xiao Hao felt an irresistible colossal force slam into his face. His body hurtled backward, flung through the air like a rag doll. When he staggered back to his feet, he found himself separated from the pair by a translucent shimmering silver barrier. Xiao Hao roared in fury, his pallid face contorting with rage. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the entryway. The sound of Zhang Shishua rushing back from the hallway outside, alerted by the commotion. Xiao Hao cast one final searing glance at Yan Muyun, only to find the latter returning his gaze unflinchingly, eyes blazing not with fear, but with raw, incandescent fury. "You're incredibly lucky, truly astonishingly lucky." Gritting the words between clenched teeth, he spun on his heel, wrenched open the balcony door, and leapt over the railing without hesitation, vanishing instantly into the abyss below. After all, they stood on the 86th floor. Yan Muyun dared not lower his guard, not even for a breath, maintaining the silver defense wary of another ambush. Whether from blood spattered into his eyes or some deeper distortion, the silvery barrier before him now seemed subtly stained with a deep, ominous crimson. Something nameless surged within him, roiling, straining, desperate to shatter its confines and erupt forth from that blood-tinged veil. Yet the sensation was faint, so faint that Yan Muyun could not tell whether it was real or mere illusion. The entryway door swung open. Zhang Shishua burst in, taser drawn, just in time to witness Xiao Hao's silhouette vanish over the balcony edge. Without hesitation, she raised her wristband and spoke sharply. "Suspect was still on site moments ago. He has now jumped. All units converge immediately on the south side of Building A." Only after reporting did she notice the two figures entwined on the sofa. Yan Muyun still held his arms aloft. The silver defense had dissolved. A knife pierced straight through his left palm, the bloodied blade protruding grotesquely from the back of his hand, crimson dripping steadily onto the floor. Zhang Zitong lay slumped against him, head bowed low, her neck and shoulders streaked with vivid red. Whether wound or spilled blood, it was impossible to tell. "Are you alright?" Seeing the scene, Zhang Shishua holstered her weapon and rushed forward, searching frantically for something to staunch the bleeding. Yan Muyun, uncharacteristically calm, replied in a low, steady voice, "Don't worry about me. I'm fine. She's been stabbed in the neck. Check her first." His words startled Zhang Shishua into silence. Only then did she register Zhang Zitong's condition and hurriedly began examining her wounds. After a long moment, she finally exhaled in quiet relief. The wound was shallow, further blunted by partial obstruction, and had missed all vital structures. Zhang Zitong had merely fainted from shock. Her vital signs remained stable. "Is she going to be all right?" Yan Muyun asked. "She'll be fine, but you?" Zhang Shishua frowned tightly as she inspected the knife embedded in his palm. "Me?" He rotated his hand slowly, expression serene, offering only a faint, effortless smile. "Just a minor incident. Nothing consequential." Zhang Shishua paused, silent for a beat, then said quietly, "Regardless, I'll call an ambulance for you right away." Inside the ambulance, a man lay motionless, eyes tightly shut, head turned sharply aside, his face contorted in evident agony. "HSS, HSS. HSSSS. Please, go easy, HSS. There, we've got it out." The masked medic placed the bloodstained knife into a tray, then began applying pressure and bandaging, while murmuring almost to himself, "Haven't seen a lad this reckless in years. Actually caught a blade barehanded. Reckless? You're underestimating me, young man. I'm 52. Yan Muyun grinned through the pain, defiant even in. The medic blinked. "Huh?" And beside him, Zhang Shishua let out a soft, stifled laugh, covering her mouth with one hand, her gaze flickering between amusement and gentle exasperation. Yan Muyun blinked, slowly shifting his gaze elsewhere. On the stretcher beside him, Zhang Zitong lay still, eyes wide with quiet bewilderment. "Brother Yan, are you really 52? Her wound had already been dressed, gauze wrapped neatly around her nape. But this was only emergency care, as sutures would be needed at the hospital. Yan Muyun rubbed his nose, wincing. "Biologically speaking, yes. 52. HSS. But mentally, still 22. No, wait. Strictly speaking, even biologically, I'm 22. Zhang Zitong didn't understand a word. Her clear, luminous eyes simply held his, transfixed, lost in thought. A moment later, she blinked, suddenly flustered, her gaze darting away, only to meet Zhang Shishua's. Her pale cheeks flushed rose pink on the spot. He can't possibly be Sister Shishua's boyfriend. The thought crossed her mind, and with it a pang of self-reproach. How easily she'd felt drawn to a man she'd met only minutes ago. Yet on reflection, she'd been seen, touched, held close. He'd thrown himself between her and certain death. Perhaps then this flicker of affection wasn't unreasonable at all. And perhaps it wasn't romantic love. Not yet. Perhaps it was merely the suspension bridge effect. Perhaps it was the rare, long-denied sense of safety he'd given her. Perhaps it was simply the ache of too much solitude. Besides, he's 52. Older than father. Father. At the thought of her father, her eyes welled up again, brimming. While Zhang Zitong drifted into reverie, Yan Muyun remained oblivious, his entire awareness locked onto his wound. Upstairs, adrenaline had numbed the pain, but the bravado had come at a steep price. Now the agony erupted anew, sharp, relentless, making him grimace uncontrollably. Fortunately, the medic soon administered local anesthesia. The unbearable torment receded, and at last Yan Muyun regained control, his expression settling once more into quiet composure. After the wound was stitched up in the hospital, Yan Muyun walked outside the ward and casually found a place to sit down. Looking at his left hand wrapped in bandages, he felt somewhat helpless. It seems that not only today, but also tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, and for a long time ahead, he would be unable to undergo physical training. The doctor said that this kind of injury requires him to apply a special ointment every day, and it would take at least half a month to fully recover. Although the speed is already much faster compared to old medical technologies, it still feels a bit insufficient. He wondered if Li Qingke would be upset with him and simply give up on helping him become a steer. Thinking of his rank, Yan Muyun felt a stir in his heart. Since he was idle now, he might as well check his current position on the Jiaku ranking list. After such detailed and professional testing, he expected his ranking to improve significantly. Fortunately, it was his left hand that was injured, so it wouldn't greatly affect his daily life. Yan Muyun moved his right index finger and opened the Jiaku app. A familiar system prompt box with a blue background and golden border popped up. Shepard login successful. Closing the prompt box, another alert about ranking changes immediately appeared. Shepard ability, Silver Guardian ranked 43234, a rise of 934519 places from the last ranking of 977753. Over 40,000. Yan Muyun's heart shuddered. He thought his ranking might improve a lot, but he never expected it to rise. To be clear, his brother, the deputy director of the special bureau in Minxia City, was only ranked in the 30s. Having an ability ranking over 40,000, does that mean only about 40,000 of the over 4 billion people on Earth can pose a threat to him? No, perhaps even fewer, because among those ranked higher there might be abilities like his which have relatively weak offensive capabilities. Or none at all. Yan Muyun recalled something, raised his left hand, looked at the bandage wrapped around it, and shook his head gently. No, that's not right. Actually, anyone poses a threat to me. If I don't use my abilities, I am no different from an ordinary person. With this in mind, Yan Muyun decided to find a way to continue training, striving for his physical fitness to reach the standard for gene serum injections as soon as possible. Only then could he be considered fundamentally different from ordinary humans. At that moment, the door of the adjacent ward was pushed open, and Zhang Shixue walked out, naturally sitting beside him. Is she okay? Yan Muyun tilted his head and asked. Zhang Shixue curled her lips. She's fine, but this little girl doesn't know what she's thinking. Is she actually said she didn't want the doctor to remove her scars, saying she wants to remember the events of this day forever. Yan Muyun yawned. This is typical of teenagers at that age. After experiencing something, they often feel reborn and believe they have become different from their peers. I didn't expect you to be quite sarcastic, she replied. Sorry, I accidentally revealed my true nature. They exchanged a smile. Although they hadn't known each other for long, having gone through so much together, the initial sense of alienation between strangers had somewhat faded. So Xiaohao's ability allows him to transform into different objects, right? Zhang Shixue asked. Yan Muyun shrugged. Most likely, but there seems to be a limitation. He can only transform into things he has touched. I saw him jump off a building without forgetting to touch a towel hanging on the balcony. Knowing the ability makes capturing him much. This ability is not included, because no one knows what he will turn into. Perhaps the trash can in front of you has become Xiaohao. Really? Then I should throw something in there. Zhang Shixue threw her mineral water bottle, accurately hitting the entrance of the trash can, which was only about 20 centimeters high from 6 or 7 meters away. Well done her, it's a pity you don't play basketball. The women's basketball team of Huaxia needs you more than the Special Investigation Department does. Yan Muyun clapped his hands. This is the effect of my ability. Zhang Shixue seemed a bit tired, covering her mouth with her hand and stifling a small yawn. Currently, official sports events do not allow ability users and those injected with gene serum to participate. They say that once the permission is lifted, all records in the world will become chaotic, so it's better to leave these limited honors to ordinary people. What is your ability? Yan Muyun remembered his strange experience this afternoon in the shadow of that building and couldn't help but feel curious. Feeling that his question was somewhat abrupt, he added, It's okay if you don't want to say. Questions about abilities can be quite private. Forgive me, after all, I am a child of this era. Zhang Shixue looked at him with a smile in her eyes and gently shook her head. No, it's not private. In fact, if you want to know, you can ask your team leader for permission when you go back, and you'll find out. Our Special Investigation Department and the Special Bureau have always been sister departments, and there are many areas where we need to cooperate. Knowing each other's abilities allows for more efficient collaboration. That's good. Yan Muyun sighed with relief. My ability is called Night Walker. I can traverse short distances in shadows, but it can't exceed 30 seconds. If I bring someone with me, the time is halved. Today, I almost couldn't hold on. The two of us were only separated by a thin layer of tissue paper from the fate of falling from over 80 floors. Yan Muyun shivered, then remembered that when they first entered the girls' room, Zhang Shixue had looked extremely tired, but at that time his attention was drawn to the noise outside. Yan Muyun shivered, then remembered that when they first entered the girls' room, Zhang Shixue had looked extremely tired, but at that time his attention was drawn to the under the midday sun. I am at my weakest with physical capabilities only about 1.2 to 1.3 times that of an ordinary adult male, but in the dead of night, I can easily be over 5 times stronger. Zhang Shixue propped her hands on the edge of the chair, her calves swaying gently back and forth, continuing, so, I guess it's at the level of a grade genetic warrior. And you haven't injected the gene serum yet? No. What if you do? Will it offset the effect of your abilities? No, it will become stronger. I've estimated that if I injected, I could reach grade level by nightfall. Grade is already the level of a team leader in the Special Bureau. Yan Muyun clicked his tongue. Since you're so suitable for the gene serum injection, why doesn't your leader apply for a quota for you? Zhang Shixue shot him a sidelong glance and slightly raised her chin. Because your work is riskier. The quota for gene serum is already pitifully low, so it must be reserved for the most dangerous positions. Yan Muyun looked at his hand wrapped in bandages and said, "Your work is not easy either." Zhang Shixue tilted her head, her black hair falling from her ear. "Our opponents are just humans with special abilities, while your opponents are primarily monsters with special abilities. The former may be a bit cunning, but the capture process is relatively troublesome. If there is any negligence when dealing with the latter, a scratch could leave you in the hospital for months. But there are also very dangerous ability users. Yet every type of aberrant is quite dangerous, isn't it?" The two of them felt it was a bit strange as they spoke, clearly belonging to two different departments, but discussing each other's work. "Thank you so much for today. If Zitong encounters any trouble, I might feel guilty for a lifetime," Zhang Shixue said softly. No, if it weren't for me, you wouldn't have left her side and she wouldn't have encountered danger." Yan Muyun shook his head repeatedly. "I can't always be there for her. When I go home tonight, something might still happen to her." "No, something will definitely happen." No, if." Yan Muyun wanted to refuse again, but he couldn't think of a good. Zhang Shixue suddenly sighed. "What's wrong? Talking to you is exhausting. Why can't you just accept compliments straight?" "Fine." Yan Muyun imitated her and sighed. "It seems that gold will shine brightly even after being buried for 30 years. You should have some self-respect." The door of the adjacent hospital room was pushed open again, and Zhang Zitong, with a somewhat pale face, walked out, one hand touching her neck, her expression a little conflicted. "What's wrong?" Zhang Shixue asked with concern. "I regret it a bit. I think it would be better to remove the scar," the girl said. "Huh?" Yan Muyun let out a vague exhale. Zhang Shixue shot him a glare, stood up, and comforted the girl. "It's okay. With current medical technology, you can remove the scar whenever you want. It's very convenient." Zhang Zitong weakly responded, but her eyes unconsciously glanced at someone sitting nearby. However, Yan Muyun was completely oblivious to the girl's awkward feelings at this moment. He had already stood up, arms wide open, welcoming a figure coming down the corridor. "Oh, my dear nephew, I'm so happy to see you again." Yan Long stopped in his tracks, a hint of wariness in his eyes. "I remember you weren't like this." Yan Muyun chuckled, awkwardly scratching the back of his head. "Is that so?" If he had to say, this was actually his original. After sleeping for 30 years, he woke up to find a world around him with no familiar places. As a mentally normal, ordinary person, Yan Muyun exhibited a conservativeness within a reasonable range. Regardless of how he treated anyone or anything, he always maintained a very humble demeanor, fearing that his ignorance. However, after experiencing a real knife wound today, he suddenly figured it out. Always being mindful of others' opinions was exhausting. It would be better to just accept things as they come, no longer pretending, but rather revealing his true self. "Regardless, thank you for caring so much about me." Yan Muyun smiled broadly. The fact that the other party rushed to the hospital as soon as he heard about his injury already spoke volumes. "If I don't come to see you, my dad will cut my allowance." Seemingly infected by his mood, Yan Long made a rare joke. Yan Muyun looked directly into his eyes and said slowly, "You're just joking, right?" Yan Long didn't respond, only his dear nephew is quite impressive. He can make jokes while maintaining such a serious demeanor. "My little Long is here to pick me up." Yan Muyun turned around and waved to the two girls. Zhang Shixue smiled and nodded, also waving. "Don't worry, Zidong will be under tight protection until Xiahou Hao is captured." "That's good." Yan Muyun nodded, then smiled slightly at the little girl. "Thank you, brother Yan." Zhang Zitong said, her face flushed as she bowed. "No need for thanks. As a special department officer, it's my duty to protect the lives and property of the people." Yan Muyun turned to leave, leaving behind a back he considered very suave and heroic. "Brother Yan." After walking a short distance side by side, Yan Long softly repeated these 3 words, his tone slightly rising. "Strictly speaking, whether physiologically or psychologically, I am only 22 years old. It's not unreasonable for a 16-year-old girl to call me brother," Yan Muyun said seriously. The two of them made their way to the parking lot located behind the hospital building, where Yan Long's black motorcycle was parked. On the side of the motorcycle, there was a special groove to secure the helmet. Originally, there was only one helmet hanging there, but since Yan Muyun woke up 4 days ago, there have been 2 helmets hanging here. Yan Long took one helmet down and handed it to Yan Muyun behind him. However, when he reached to take off his own helmet, his movement subtly stiffened. This unnatural moment lasted only an instant. He quickly removed the helmet, but did not put it on immediately. Instead, he held it in his arms. "What's wrong? Let's get in the car and go home." Yan Muyun had already put on his helmet. "I just received a message from the captain regarding that Reed's suspect. I need to go back and tell Officer Zhang." Yan Long frowned slightly and turned back towards the hospital entrance. "Hey, wait for me." Yan Muyun hurriedly put down the helmet and jogged to catch up. At the hospital front desk, Zhang Shixue was accompanying Zhang Zitong to handle the follow-up examination procedures when she suddenly saw 2 familiar figures walking back from outside, so she paused her work. "Why are you back again?" "I have news about Xiahou Hao. It's the latest clue just uncovered by our special department." Yan Long was always decisive in his work, pointing to a nearby office, his expression unchanged as he looked at the front desk nurse. "The special department is handling a case. It's urgent. Please free up a room." The doctor who was originally seeing patients was moved to the next room, squeezed in with colleagues, and both their patients were outside in the adjacent position. One could occasionally hear people in line complaining that law enforcement agencies were too overbearing and that they were going to file a complaint. "So what did you find out that's so urgent?" Zhang Shixue asked, somewhat puzzled. Yan Long didn't answer immediately. Instead, he looked around, then walked behind the desk and picked up the office chair the doctor had been sitting in. Then he placed the helmet he was holding on the floor, pretending to press the chair down on it. Damn it. With an angry shout, the black motorcycle helmet on the ground transformed into a figure dressed in black, rolling to the side with hands and feet to evade. However, in the midst of it, he collided with a semi-transparent silver barrier and was promptly pinned down by the office chair. Yan Long glanced at Yan Muyun, who smiled at him. Our captain is busy with a mission. There's no time to deal with this small. Upon hearing the hint from the other party, he immediately reacted. Damn it, how did you find me? Xia Hohao struggled on the ground, his pale face turning red with anger. I'm sure I looked exactly like your motorcycle helmet. There was indeed no difference, not even a scratch beside it replicated exactly. Yan Long looked at him calmly, as if stepping on the tail of a slightly plump mouse. Unfortunately, my ability is quite special. I can distinguish whether an object is a living being. Yan Muyun, who was equally puzzled by this issue, suddenly realized. His dear nephew's ability, matter control, only allows him to increase or decrease the mass of non-living objects. Therefore, he naturally has some sensing ability regarding whether an object possesses life. One must admit that Yan Long's acting skills are indeed superb, with natural and fluid movements, constantly emphasizing that the special department has already investigated relevant information, making Xia Hohao, who had turned into a motorcycle helmet, suspicious of his sudden action, while also refraining from fleeing to eavesdrop. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. Xia Hohao began to curse in exasperation. He was already somewhat desperate, not knowing why the chair on him felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds, no matter how hard he tried. Moreover, there was also a female police officer beside him holding a taser. If he showed any sign of breaking free, he would probably be met with a fierce electric shock. Upon hearing that the officers in Tianhe community had failed to capture Xia Hohao, Yan Muyun's heart was filled with worry and a hint of fear. Although the opponent's abilities were not directly lethal, they were in a certain sense more terrifying than any other super. Being targeted by Xia Hohao made you worry that even going to the bathroom would lead to the cups or toothbrushes nearby, suddenly using a towel to strangle you. Even going to the kitchen for a drink made you fear that the bowls and chopsticks nearby might suddenly grab a knife and attack you. However, this albino's obsessive symptoms were evidently severe. After revealing his whereabouts, he did not choose to hide for a while, but instead prepared to take action that very night in a fit of rage. Yan Muyun squatted down, feeling a bit contemplative. This supernatural ability in your hands is truly both terrifying and fortuitous. Zhang Zitong, hiding behind Zhang Shixue, blinked and softly asked, what do you mean? It's indeed frightening for someone with antisocial personality disorder to possess such a bizarre ability, but thankfully he is foolish enough. Zhang Shixue translated. Damn it, you guys. Before Xia Hohao could finish cursing, he suddenly felt the weight on his chest increase, and he couldn't catch his breath, forcing him to swallow back the foul language. Yan Long turned to Zhang Shixue and asked, did you bring the ability suppressor? Of course. Seeing that the suspect was completely subdued, Zhang Shixue returned the taser to her bag and took out a half-shaped, deep blue metal strip and a pair of handcuffs. Yan Muyun felt curious and asked, what is this? Before Zhang Shixue could answer, Zhang Zitong jumped in, saying, this is an ability suppressor. It is placed on the head of the criminal with supernatural powers, and as long as the opponent has any intention of using their abilities, it will emit bioelectrical signals that interfere with their cerebral cortex, causing them to feel disoriented and lose their ability to act. Wow, you really know a lot. Yan Muyun praised sincerely. This is just common knowledge, the little girl said a bit pridefully, turning her head and secretly glanced this way. I was wondering why you didn't know this. Haha, let's be a bit more tolerant towards the elderly. Yan Muyun chuckled awkwardly. At this moment, Zhang Shixue had already put handcuffs and the ability suppressor on Xia Hohao. This half-arc device looked like a headband and shimmered with a soft blue light, quite attractive. Yan Muyun stroked his chin. Isn't this easy to take off? Unauthorized touching will also cause it to activate. What are you doing? Before Zhang Shixue could finish her sentence, Yan Muyun reached out to touch the blue headband, and suddenly Xia Hohao rolled his eyes back and collapsed straight back, luckily being caught by Yan Long, who was standing behind. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Yan Muyun retracted his bandaged left hand, his eyes sincere. Looking at this man in his 50s, Zhang Shixue shook her head helplessly, a smile creeping onto her lips. Finding this guy, you hurt one of my hands, so I must retaliate with this one. This childlike mentality was quite amusing when placed on this usually stable and gentle man. Damn it. After regaining consciousness, Xia Hohao immediately wanted to curse. But upon seeing a pair of icy eyes, his mind instinctively recalled the suffocating fear of being crushed by a heavy object, and he held his face red without making a sound. I have already notified my colleagues. They will arrive at the hospital soon. As Zhang Shixue spoke, she took the hand of the girl beside her. Zitong, although this guy's already been captured, he was just doing the job for money. We still don't know who truly wants to harm you. So you still need to accept police protection. Zhang Zitong nodded obediently. About 7 or 8 minutes later, everyone escorted Xia Hohao out of the office. The previously murmuring dissatisfaction in the corridor abruptly stopped, turning into praise. Comrades in police, you are truly impressive. With you around, our people can live in peace. Yan Muyun followed behind, shaking his head with a playful expression. It seemed that no matter how much time progressed, the changes in the common folk would not be too great. They would despise and resist seemingly unreasonable authority, but they would also generously praise those who wholeheartedly. Outside the hospital, a police car had already parked, and 2 burly police officers stepped down, stuffing the frail Xia Hohao into the car. If you continue to perform this, we'll be careful that Captain Zhao won't let you go to university this year. One of the older police officers. Actually, I haven't helped much. It was mainly those two. Zhang Shishue pointed to the pair of uncle and nephew standing nearby, smiling as she replied, if Uncle Zhao still wants to keep me, I must take advantage of this opportunity to demand a salary 3 or 4 times higher. We police don't use that kind of language. The middle-aged officer waved his hand. Yan Muyun found it amusing the young man in front of him, who appeared to be in his 30s, inherited a somewhat feudal yet endearing way of speaking from his parents' generation. The middle-aged officer approached and said to Yan Muyun and Zhang Zitong, originally we wanted you to go to the police station to make a statement right away, but considering it's late today and you have been through so much, you need proper rest, so you can come to the police station tomorrow. After all, you are the victims, not the suspects, so there's no need to worry about colluding on testimonies. The relevant regulations will naturally be much more lenient. Upon hearing that they could meet again tomorrow, Zhang Zitong secretly glanced at Yan Muyun only to see him showing a toothache expression. About what time? It won't take too long, right? He was incredibly eager to inject the genetic serum and become a Superman, fearing that any further delays would cut into his. The middle-aged officer shot him a glance, seemingly dissatisfied, but considering he was one of the key contributors to the incident, he still spoke kindly. Come before 9 tomorrow morning, and I guarantee you can leave before lunch. I also want to try the current police cafeteria food. Yan Muyun smacked his lips. I can invite you to the cafeteria at noon. No, I'm just joking. If I eat recklessly at this critical moment, Dr. Li will probably stand at my bedside with a scalpel in the middle of the night. Yan Muyun clasped his hands together. Only Yan Long could understand this joke. The others were somewhat puzzled. The police car escorting Xia Hohao drove away, and Yan Muyun and Yan Long prepared to ride their motorcycle home. As they were parting, Zhang Zitong quietly approached, twisting her hands nervously, and softly said, thank you so much today, or if it weren't for you. Don't mention it, serving the people. Yan Muyun smiled broadly. The little girl was taken aback, her emotions somewhat incoherent, and after a while she quietly asked, I want to ask how old you are. Yan Muyun thought for a moment. I was born in December 2000. Zhang Zitong lowered her head, a look of disappointment on her face, but just then she heard him continue. But I am indeed 22 this year. What does that even mean? Zhang Zitong felt tricked and said angrily, ask your sister Shishue for the details. Oh, I've got. Yan Muyun said with a smile. Is she really unwilling to say a few more words to me? The little girl felt a bit wronged. See you tomorrow. Zhang Zitong raised her head, her expression somewhat awkward, but the corners of her mouth were lifted. See you tomorrow. In this bustling city of towering skyscrapers, the primary advantage of living on a higher floor is the ability to bask in the warm sunlight every morning. Yan Muyun got up early, dressed, washed his face, and brushed his teeth in one go, then indulged in a sumptuous breakfast of a creamy nutritional supplement. As a vibrant university graduate from the early 21st century, at least in terms of his own perception of time, he had only graduated 2 weeks prior. He had long maintained a lifestyle of staying up late, playing video games, reading novels, and watching videos, with a habit of sleeping late and waking up late. However, now faced with even more diverse forms of entertainment than before, Yan Muyun surprisingly maintained his self-restraint and felt no difficulty in doing so. He originally thought he would be immersed in holographic movies or online virtual reality games for a long time, but found that he had little interest in these things now. Perhaps it was because the real world was already fascinating enough that he no longer felt the need to seek sensory stimulation and pleasure in the virtual world. In the living room, the father and son were leisurely having breakfast while Yan Muyun had already put on his shoes and was ready to go out. Today he felt especially energetic, dressed in a white short-sleeve shirt and black shorts, and perhaps influenced by Zhang Shishue's outfit from yesterday, he also casually slung a sports backpack over his shoulder. Fresh and clean, he was undoubtedly a newly graduated youth, full of hope for the future and scathed by the harsh realities of society and housing prices. Looks energetic, totally doesn't seem like a guy in his 50s, Yan Ming said lazily, sending a fried egg into his. Yan Muyun rolled his eyes, gave him the finger, and slammed the door as he left. Did you see that, eh? Yan Ming, still in his pajamas, looked at his son. Yan Long was eating a bun, observing his father, the deputy director of the Special Affairs Bureau, without offering any commentary on the humiliation inflicted by a young intern. Yan Muyun took the bus to the police station, spotting a familiar petite figure. Zhang Zitong was clearly in a much better state today than she had been yesterday in the convenience store, wearing a blue and white short-sleeve shirt and a deep blue pleated skirt that draped over her knees, with a cream-colored backpack slung on her back. The morning sunlight bathed her in a golden glow, making her appear as though she were the embodiment of a masterpiece painted by a master artist, capturing the most beautiful years of his daughter. This was clearly a school uniform, as Yan Muyun noticed the emblem of a tree and flying birds printed on the left chest of her short-sleeve shirt. One must admit that even uniform manufacturers evolve their aesthetics with the passage of time. This simple and fitted outfit was clearly more flattering than baggy sportswear, accentuating the blossoming beauty. Zhang Zitong was clearly waiting for someone, her little head turning back and forth. Yan Muyun continued walking forward, emerging from the turnstile, and the girl's eyes immediately locked onto him. Brother Yan. Good morning. Morning. Yan Muyun walked up to her, smiling as he asked, you should know about. The little girl paused for a moment before realizing what he was referring to, nodding vigorously. I know. So you can call me either uncle or brother, just choose whichever feels comfortable. Ooh, I don't mind either way. Yan Muyun had come to terms with his age. He could not force a girl who was over 30 years younger than him to call him brother. Just call me Brother Yan. Zhang Zitong walked alongside him towards the police station. That feels pretty good. Before you only a nearly 50-year-old uncle called me brother. Yan Muyun was in a good mood, unable to resist raising an eyebrow. That little policewoman from the Special Investigations Department, upon learning about him, although she no longer called him uncle every day, their relationship had shifted to being peers, and they generally addressed each other by name. This feeling of being treated like an elder had strangely become quite nostalgic. After all, his younger brother now had a psychological age over 20 years older than him, while his nephew had never regarded him as an uncle. Fortunately, a young girl had filled that void. The notes were taken by Zhang Shixue and the middle-aged police officer from yesterday. Yan Muyun finally saw Zhang Shixue in uniform. The light blue shirt dispersed the neighborly sister vibe she originally had, transforming her into a capable and spirited figure, evoking both admiration and a bit of awe. The middle-aged officer's surname was Qian. Although he was an experienced old policeman, he was just an ordinary person. He had been responsible for escorting Xiahou Hao because the latter had already been fitted with a power suppression device, making him no different from an ordinary criminal. Of course, to be on the safe side, the young police officer accompanying him was an agent from the Special Investigations Department. Such configurations are quite common across China. After all, agents with special abilities are a minority, and there are often not enough personnel. In such cases, it's common for experienced ordinary officers from the same bureau to guide them through their work. Yan Muyun's statement was quickly completed, as he had played a crucial role in yesterday's incident, but had not been deeply involved. Now the only question lingering on him was why Xiahou Hao had misidentified him. The mouth of this reedy killer was evidently not so easily pried open. After last night's interrogation, the police had not obtained much useful information, so this question currently remained unresolved. You can leave now, Officer Qian said after recording the information on the computer, turning to look at Yan Muyun. Yan Muyun's expression showed hesitation, his fingers subconsciously fiddling with the cup in front of him from which steam was still rising. Seemingly sensing his reluctance to leave, Zhang Shixue smiled and smoothed things over. The specialists from the Special Affairs Bureau are somewhat our colleagues. Without him, we wouldn't have been able to apprehend the suspect in this incident, so let him stay and continue to observe. Of course, that's fine, Officer Qian nodded. He didn't dislike the young man in front of him. He simply remembered that the other had mentioned, "It won't take too long, right?" He had kept that in mind, thinking the other had something to do today and was in a hurry. Seeing everyone's gaze focused on her, Zhang Zitong clenched her little fist, seemingly cheering herself on, and then took out a white tablet computer from her backpack. She powered on the screen, which displayed a document filled with densely packed text, probably 1,000 or 2,000 words long. I originally didn't know, but that killer. At 6:30 p.m. on May 23, 2052, the setting sun cast its amber afterglow upon a river flowing eastward, its rippling surface shimmering like a sheet of molten tangerine gold foil, dazzling and almost painful to behold. A breeze faintly redolent of river water swept across the bank, lifting the hem of the young girl's skirt as she stood motionless in the grass. Girls her age should be carefree, radiant with unassailable youth. Yet her face bore a melancholy sigh, as though mourning spring's passing and lamenting life's hollow ache. Each stage of life carries its own sorrows. Worry is an inescapable companion for any ordinary soul. Zhang Zitong was deeply troubled. Her monthly exam results had declined comprehensively, without exception or reprieve. Her mathematics score remained suffocatingly low as ever, even in subjects she excelled at, Chinese language, politics, and history. Her teachers could only frown in quiet dismay. I really must stop staying up late binge-watching dramas, she murmured softly, squinting at the glittering river surface. She could already picture her father's face upon learning her grades, a long, wordless hesitation, then a weary wave of his hand sending her back to her room, while he sat alone on the living room sofa smoking in silence. After tonight's finale, I'll finally buckle down and study properly, Zhang Zitong vowed, inwardly clenching her fists. This place was the newly developed northern district of the city, far from her home in the downtown core. She'd cycled all this way for 3 reasons: few people, few high-rises, and few surveillance cameras. The greatest drawback of urban life lies in its overwhelming density. People everywhere, no sanctuary of. Then there were the skyscrapers, so tall that gazing upward from street level revealed only a sliver of sky no wider than a fingertip, making her feel like a tiny ant who'd stumbled onto a mahjong table surrounded by towering tiles. Wantong Tiao. And finally, the omnipresent surveillance cameras. Wherever one stood, indoors or out, a sweep of the surroundings inevitably revealed 5 or 6 lenses trained directly upon them. Though Zhang Zitong appreciated the social stability and low crime rates these devices ensured, the constant awareness of being watched still stirred a quiet unease. Especially when her mood darkened, those cold, emotionless black lenses became irksome, almost accusatory. It was during a school-organized spring outing that Zhang Zitong first discovered this new development zone, sparsely populated, low-rise, and lightly monitored. Most striking was the clear, broad river. On its far bank lay the bustling city center, where residents strolled after dinner, children shrieked and darted about, and elders gathered to play chess at roadside stalls, the air thick with lively clamor. This side of the river belonged solely to her. Ever since, whenever burdened by sorrow or stress, she would ride her bicycle here, to sit a while, as if the river itself formed a barrier against the clamor and chaos of the other shore. Zhang Zitong patted the bicycle seat and exhaled deeply, determined at last to confront the bleak reality of her life. But just as she lifted her leg, a piercing screech of tires skidding across asphalt shattered the stillness behind her. Startled, she flinched and whirled around, just in time to see a black sedan spin wildly before slamming into a lamppost with a thunderous crunch. Its trunk burst open, unleashing a torrent of crimson banknotes that fluttered skyward like startled butterflies. The sudden calamity left her mind blank. Only when she regained her senses did she realize 3 figures now stood beside the wrecked vehicle. A construction worker in orange vest wrenched open the driver's door, trying to pull someone out. A fashionably dressed youth knelt on the ground scooping up cash, and nearby, a suited office worker paced back and forth, torn between retrieving money and rendering aid. It took Zhang Zitong several stunned seconds to remember calling for an ambulance, her hands trembling violently as she fumbled for her phone. But at that very moment, one of the men beside the car bellowed an obscenity, and Zhang Zitong, bewildered, looked up just as the stylish young man charged toward her, eyes blazing with fury. Before she could react, he snatched the phone from her grasp. "Don't move, or you'll die," he snarled, jabbing a finger inches from Zhang Zitong, utterly unprepared for such violence, froze in terror. "Hey, what are you doing?" the office worker roared, dropping his briefcase and striding forward. The youth's face twisted into a sneer. He drew a small knife from his jacket and thrust it toward the man. "Stay out of this, or else." The office worker clearly weighed justice against survival, and without hesitation retreated to his original spot. Just then the construction worker peered out from the car's far side and shouted, "This guy's already dead." "Good." The youth cried, eyes alight with manic glee, and seized Zhang Zitong's wrist, dragging her toward the wreckage. She tried to resist, but the glint of cold steel in his hand made prudence win out. She followed, trembling. "What's wrong with you, boy? How can your heart be so rotten?" The construction worker bellowed, furious at the youth's callousness. "All vehicles have autonomous driving systems nowadays. How could an accident happen so easily?" the youth scoffed. "This man must have been drunk, chasing the thrill of reckless speed, then botched it and killed himself. Why waste pity on someone who sought death?" "I smell no alcohol," the construction worker retorted, pulling out his phone to dial emergency services. "Don't move. Call and I'll kill her." The youth suddenly roared, yanking Zhang Zitong in front of him and pressing the knife's tip beneath her chin. She squeezed her eyes shut, tilting her head sharply upward, desperate to distance herself from that razor-sharp edge. "You seize my phone when I try to call, but threaten to kill me if someone else does. So I'm just the easiest target, is that it?" Peeking through narrowed lashes, Zhang Zitong surveyed the scene, and grimly realized among the 4 present, she truly was the most vulnerable. The construction worker wore an orange vest and carried the dense, corded muscle of years laboring under the sun. The office worker, though momentarily timid, stood well over 6 feet tall, a solid, imposing figure. "I won't call. I've put the phone down, child. Please stay calm," the construction worker cried, placing his device atop the dented roof of the sedan. Look at this money," the youth shouted, slashing his knife toward the open trunk where hundreds, perhaps over 1,000, crimson bills stamped with the numeral 500 spilled across the asphalt. The office worker remained composed, though his brow furrowed. "Even if we take this cash, the deceased family will surely How utterly foolish you both are. In this era, who uses cash for legitimate transactions?" the youth spat, gesturing again at the trunk. "Go on, check for yourself." Hesitating, the office worker shrugged off his suit jacket, wrapped it tightly around his hand, and began sifting through the mountain of currency inside the trunk. After only a few moments, he let out a soft, sharp exclamation, then withdrew a black plastic bag from the pile. Inside lay countless dark red crystalline granules. The youth's eyes widened, then narrowed into cold, knowing slits. So he wasn't drunk. He was high. The young man kicked up several red banknotes, his eyes glinting with malice. "This guy is definitely not engaged in legitimate business. This money is not clean either. We take it, and no one dares to report it. Hong being a recently emerged addictive drug. Its special properties make those who have awakened their abilities more prone to madness compared to ordinary people. The state had fiercely cracked down on this drug for several years, so everyone present knew full well the nature of the contents in the black plastic bag." The office worker remained silent for a moment before softly saying, "There are surveillance cameras everywhere now. The nearest camera is blocked by trees, so as long as we avoid that direction, we won't be filmed, and no one will know what." The young man was obviously familiar with the area, tilting his chin to indicate to others to look towards the road. Sure enough, perhaps because this place was too remote, the relevant departments had not promptly trimmed the excessively lush branches by the roadside, greatly affecting the camera's monitoring field. The simple-looking migrant worker had a conflicted expression, the wrinkles on his dark face deepening. "Kid, I think this isn't good. Oh, we should leave it too." "Over 1 million. The young man growled through clenched teeth, and Zhang Zitong could clearly feel his body tremble. "There is at least over 1 million here. If we split it 4 ways, each person gets at least 300 to 400,000. What could be better than using this money?" Due to his agitation, the young man's face turned red, and his voice, which he struggled to keep steady, was filled with a chilling. The office worker clearly showed signs of being tempted, swallowing hard as his gaze meticulously traced every inch and corner of the cash in the trunk. The young man continued to incite. "As long as no one speaks up about today's incident, who would know that there was so much cash at the accident scene? Who would know? Huh? Even if this person's family and friends knew, would they dare to report it? Dare they?" He pointed at the black plastic bag the office worker was holding and emphasized again, "Would they dare to report it?" This trendy young man with his buzz cut was clearly already entranced, his eyes bloodshot, as he said, "If we take the money, we might only spend a few weeks in jail. If they dare to report it, and it gets found out, they'll be shot dead." As long as they don't speak and we take the money and keep our mouths shut, who could trace it back to us? The air among the four seemed to solidify, the setting sun stretching their shadows long, merging them with the shadows of the roadside trees and streetlights. I think it's feasible. Surprisingly to everyone present, it was the seemingly honest migrant worker who first expressed agreement. Let's gather the money first and go to my dorm. I live alone in a room, the migrant worker said in a deep voice. Zhang Zitong's eyes widened in shock, completely unable to connect the person standing in front of her with the previously. The office worker did not express an opinion, but simply placed the black plastic bag down, put on his jacket, and then began to. The young man watched with shining eyes, releasing Zhang Zitong and squatting down to gather the scattered banknotes in front of. Hurry up and help, little girl. The migrant worker shot her a glance. Zhang Zitong was startled and quickly began to help. The four of them worked together, and in less than 3 minutes they had collected all the cash scattered at the scene. Zhang Zitong timidly stood by and hesitated to speak. I don't want the money, can you return my phone? No, was the unexpected simultaneous refusal from the other three. I really don't want it, with one less person you can split more, right? Zhang Zitong was on the verge of tears. The young man didn't want to waste time either. He grabbed a handful of cash from his pocket and forcibly stuffed it into her arms. You must take it, otherwise we won't feel secure. But Zhang Zitong wanted to say something else, looking pleadingly at the office worker and the migrant worker, but the words got stuck in her throat. The solemn and serious expressions on their faces made her realize that they were not the ones she could seek help from. Just take it, the migrant worker advised meaningfully. Zhang Zitong then realized that what they upheld was not the so-called everyone gets a share, but rather that only by dragging her down into the mire of crime and becoming as dirty as them could they feel at ease. Haitsong no. One high school, right? The young man glanced at the badge on her chest, tilting his head, causing his neck to crack. It seemed he said nothing yet conveyed everything. Zhang Zitong felt a chill running from her feet, straight to her brain. He handed over the phone. When Zhang Zitong reached out to take it, he pulled his hand back again, looking into her eyes, speaking slowly. Even if we end up in jail, there will eventually be a day we are released, understand? Understood, the pale-faced girl nodded vigorously. Don't waste time. The office worker urged from the side. The honest-looking migrant worker said, I'm familiar with this area, ooh, just follow me. No, you just point the way. Oh, I remember the specific positions of the surveillance cameras in this area. The young man shook his head. Lead the way, the office worker said succinctly. The three exchanged glances, ready to leave. After just a few steps, the young man suddenly turned back, grabbing the black plastic bag from the trunk. Are you crazy? The office worker shouted. Just take care of your own money. I don't meddle in others' affairs. The young man threatened with bared teeth. The figures of the three disappeared behind the trees by the roadside. In the office, Zhang Zitong recalled and said, the money they stuffed into my hands, I handed it to a police officer on my way home. How do you explain where this money came from? Officer Qian frowned slightly. I bought a wallet, put the cash inside, then handed the wallet to the police, saying I found it by the roadside. Zhang Zitong's voice grew smaller, her head lowering further, her chin almost touching her chest. The money for the wallet was paid by me. I didn't actually spend that money. Zhang Shishua looked at her like this, feeling a bit reluctant, comforting her. Don't worry, you won't be held responsible. At that moment, Zhang Zitong seemed to think of something, her form suddenly stiffening slightly, her previously red face, now pale, her voice trembling as she asked, could it be that my father was killed because? No. Zhang Shishua knew what she was thinking and interrupted her. Really not. They didn't get caught by the police thinking it was because I reported them that. The young girl's eyes turned slightly red on the verge of tears. It absolutely isn't revenge from those three people. Zhang Shishua stood up, placing a hand on her shoulder, her tone calm. Why? Why? Because before your father had an accident, those three were already dead. Zhang Zitong was startled and instinctively covered her mouth with her hand, exclaiming, how could this be? What is going on? The three of them were killed by Xia Hohao, and you are his fourth target. Officer Qian's voice was deep, casting an inexplicable chill over the sunlit office. Zhang Shishua sat back down and began to read the case file. The first victim, Yan Muyun, single, unemployed, 19 years old, had 3 prior criminal records for theft, illegal gambling, and armed robbery, often active in the newly developed area in the northern part of the city. His appearance, there was likely not a coincidence, but that he was targeting you. Targeting me. Zhang Zitong clutched her back. Yes, at that time he may have intended to rob you, but his plans were disrupted by the sudden traffic accident. Officer Qian nodded in agreement with this theory. As an old police officer, he understood very well what these social outcasts were thinking. The second victim, Zhang Peng. Zhang Shishua continued, 31 years old, single with no prior criminal record, currently unemployed. He originally worked for a cultural media company, but was dismissed a month ago due to a mistake at work. He was present in the new development area that day for an interview at a newly established small company for an administrative position. The third victim, Liu Yuhang, 40 years old, married with no prior criminal record. He was a worker at a construction site in the development zone, originally from Shandong, with his wife and daughter back home. Officer Qian lightly tapped the table and summarized, considering the backgrounds of these 3 individuals, they share a common point, they are all in desperate need of money. Yan Muyun had a gambling addiction and could not hold on to money. Zhang Peng had just lost his job, while Liu Yuhang was under financial pressure from borrowing money from relatives to pay for his daughter's medical treatment. The girl listened quietly, her gaze flickering across the desk, lost in thought. After Zhang Zitong completed her statement, the police had resolved many of the mysteries surrounding this serial murder case, finally making significant progress. Zhang Shixue pulled up the accident vehicle records from the new development area and identified the car owner who died at the scene that day, the son of a director from Xinyuan Energy Group. In the case records, the family did not request to investigate the details of the accident nor pursued the cause of the incident. The entire investigation process was unusually smooth, and the case was hastily concluded as a regular traffic accident. However, many other doubts remained, such as the fact that when the police arrived at the scene, the dashcam footage from the accident vehicle had already vanished. The car owner's body was cremated and buried the next day at the strong request of the family. There were very few news reports about the accident, mostly titled "Rich Second Generation Dies in Speeding Accident." All these signs indicated that someone was trying to conceal something. Now the police had finally learned the truth that someone wanted to cover up. The son of a high-ranking director at Xinyuan Group was involved in red ice trafficking. Once this news broke, the company's brand reputation and market value would likely suffer a tremendous blow, prompting them to do everything possible to minimize the impact of the accident. Subsequently, it is likely that Xinyuan Group, based on intelligence gathered from unknown sources, figured out the information of the 4 eyewitnesses present on the day of the accident, then hired assassins to take them out one by one. No, perhaps they didn't even need to find all 4, just locating one would suffice. Under the threat of death, an ordinary person could never keep a secret, especially when they were merely strangers who had met once. After finishing her statement, Zhang Zidong left for school, while Yan Muyun remained at the police station, seemingly wanting to learn more about the follow-up of the case. According to our speculation, the incident was initiated by the bag of red ice that Nye Siyuan took. Zhang Shixue was recording something on her tablet while analyzing. He took that bag of red ice not for personal use, but to sell for money, as he had no history of drug use. However, drug enforcement in Minxia City has always been very strict, and the amount of red ice circulating in the underground is not substantial. The sudden emergence of a completely unfamiliar source would definitely raise suspicions among those shady figures in the underground world. So those people from Xinyuan Group would easily trace back to Nye Siyuan. Yan Muyun stroked his chin and continued. Then, under duress, Nye Siyuan revealed that there were 3 other people present that day. Zhang Shixue put down her tablet, stretched her back. The curve of her figure under the light blue uniform was breathtaking. Yan Muyun shifted his gaze elsewhere. So what are you going to do next? Of course, we need to investigate Xinyuan Group. As long as we grasp their criminal evidence, this matter will be completely resolved. Zhang Zixu's tone was light, as if it was not a big deal. Next came the police's work, and Yan Muyun knew his own limitations and did not intend to meddle. However, there was still one question bothering him. I just want to know who it was that was supposed to meet Xia Hohao yesterday. That is indeed a problem, Zhang Shixue nodded. But we have already guessed who the mastermind is. As long as we capture that person, those small pawns doing the dirty work will naturally be revealed. No, that's not right. Yan Muyun shook his head seriously. If that person is a pawn, why not show their face? What do you mean? Zhang Shixue was taken aback. It is now certain that Xia Hohao does not know that person, otherwise he wouldn't have mistaken me for him. Yan Muyun pushed up his glasses, his demeanor resembling a detective more than that of a certain Japanese death god student. With today's advanced technology, there are surely many ways to evade government communication surveillance. Even I, an old relic who has slept for 30 years, know that the private chat function of Ggeek is absolutely confidential and will not leak any information. So for the 2 individuals executing the murder task, exchanging photos to identify each other should pose no difficulty at all. If that contact person were just a pawn, why hide their identity? Would those people from Xinyuan Group really allow a small pawn to act secretively, thus adding uncertainty and risk? Zhang Shixue instinctively tilted her chair, swaying back and forth for a moment. Hearing you say this, it does make sense. So now there are 2 possibilities. Yan Muyun raised 2 fingers, making a V sign. One is that this person is merely a hired hand not under the control of the black organization behind Xinyuan Group. The second is that this person has a more important role and cannot expose their identity for such a small task. Although we do not yet know what that person's intentions are, they certainly cannot be good. Zhang Shixue nodded repeatedly, her eyes filled with admiration. Moreover, there is another reason why I am eager to find him. Yan Muyun raised his 3rd finger. Xia Hohao entered the Tianhe community with the help of that person, which means the other party is likely an owner or a staff member there. I am not at ease with Zhang Zitong and that guy being in the same place. What you mentioned, we have also considered it. Seeing his serious expression, Zhang Shixue instead revealed a hint of a smile. Our police arranged for Zitong to stay in a different place last night, and we also collected the entry and exit records of the owners of her original building from 1050 p.m., which is when you saw Xia Hohao for half an hour afterwards. She opened her tablet, tapped a couple of times, and brought up a list explaining, if we don't know what Xia Hohao's ability is, it will be difficult to determine the correct direction for our investigation. But now that we know his ability is to transform into touched objects, since he was able to enter an apartment building with an independent security system, it is certain that someone let him in. Yan Muyun could no longer listen to what was being said, covering his face with his hand. At that moment, just thinking about his serious reasoning made him feel as if he was back on that night 30 years ago, when he had a fever of over 40 degrees, his whole body was burning hot. He thought he had discovered the key point that the police overlooked, but in reality they had already considered everything. Even the suspect list was prepared long ago. Seemingly sensing his thoughts, Zhang Shixue smiled and comforted him. Your reasoning just now was actually quite impressive, especially the part about the relationship between that person and the black organization behind the Yan Muyun group. We police indeed haven't thought that deeply. Really? Yan Muyun felt a bit better. But then he thought again. The police had already formulated a plan to catch that person, whether big fish or small fish, they would end up in the net anyway, so naturally there was no need to consider all the unnecessary things. To divert his attention, Yan Muyun looked down at the tablet on the table and asked, "May I take a look?" Of course. The list. Zhang Shishue smiled slightly and pushed the tablet across the table. The list contained a total of 27 people, and after a quick glance, Yan Muyun's brows immediately knitted together. Any findings? Zhang Shishue leaned forward with interest, bringing her head closer. A pleasant floral fragrance wafted over, and Yan Muyun instinctively inhaled, but the next moment realizing it, he felt quite embarrassed and waved his hands. Zhang Shishue looked up at him and smiled. It's Feying Flying Fei and Cherry Blossoming. What? The brand of the shampoo. Oh, okay, thank you. Yan Muyun cleared his throat and pointed to a name on the list. This person, I think he is highly suspicious. Him? Are you sure? Zhang Shishue's delicate brows also furrowed. To be honest, the most troublesome person on this list might be him. Actually, I am not very sure. Contrary to her expectations, Yan Muyun calmly shook his head. Just a wild guess. Wild guess? Well, I can't say it's a wild guess, it has a bit of basis. Zhang Shishue leaned back against her chair, tilting her head slightly. How about we leave this person to you? After all, the Special Operations Bureau also has the right to summon and arrest suspects. Moreover, our Special Investigation Unit indeed has a lot on our plate recently. Special Operations Bureau in Haizong District. As Yan Muyun pushed the door into the office, the Han twins, who were originally sitting at their desks, stood up simultaneously. Therefore, what are you doing? Yan Muyun instinctively took half a step back, raising his hands in front of him in a fighting pose. You should withdraw from the Special Operations Bureau. You should withdraw from the Special Operations Bureau. The Han twins said in unison with extremely serious expressions. Yan Muyun's heart skipped a beat, thinking he had inadvertently done something illegal and immoral, and he quickly raised his hands. I confess, I surrender. One of the twins let out a chuckle, which seemed to be the younger brother Han Yinju. He wiped the corner of his mouth and said, just Han Jin, you also revealed a smile. Mainly your capabilities are too extraordinary. Before you joined the Special Operations Bureau, our work was like fishing 3 days and sunbathing 2 days. After you joined, we basically spent all day long submerged in tasks. It's not that exaggerated, right? Yan Muyun twitched the corner of his mouth. Not that exaggerated. Han Yinju extended a hand, starting to count his crimes. The day before yesterday, you joined the Special Operations Bureau. That afternoon, the Punisher released a video, and after you and Dr. Li got off work, you encountered an anomaly. Yesterday, the 3 team leaders set out to eliminate the Dark River Society. While you were testing your abilities, you ran into the redeed murderer 3 times, once at noon, once in the afternoon, and once in the evening. The first time they actively sought you out, the second time you were injured in action, and the third time you directly apprehended the suspect. Han Jin, you added beside him. And then today, originally thinking the Dark River Society matter was resolved, the redeed murderer was caught, and there were no dark alert alarms in Haizong District, allowing us to enjoy a relaxing day. Unexpectedly, you went to the police station this morning and ended up bringing back a new case. Han Yinju's expression was filled with frustration, as if he would pounce and devour a certain bad luck charm in the next. Yan Muyun remained silent for a moment and said, to be fair, you two didn't do much yesterday either. Wasn't Yin Long's effort significant when he went to pick you up for the arrest of the suspect? He is a formal officer of the Special Operations Bureau, and so are we. His effort is our effort. We are family, and how can you and in turn understand the deep bond we have built over the past few months? Han Yinju spoke with righteous indignation. I and Xiao Long are the real family. Yan Muyun reminded. In the distance, Yin Long silently lowered his head to work, completely ignoring the dramatic performance at the door. Han Yinju waved his hand and said, don't change the subject. I just remembered, before you joined the Special Operations Bureau, it seems you also encountered something, right? It was an encounter with a molten demon, wasn't it? All right, it's time to discuss serious matters. Han Jin, you interrupted his brother with a smile. The elder brother is indeed more mature and stable than the younger one, even if the former is only 3 minutes old. There's nothing wrong with my expression, Han Yinju argued. A question mark slowly floated above Yan Muyun's head, and he decided not to continue debating with his absent-minded brother. He turned to cast an inquiring glance at his twin brother. Han Jinyu pondered for a moment and said, his expression is indeed fine. Yan Muyun's complexion shifted from green to white. One would think that Xiao Hao was a master of internal skills, lingering with some hidden strength in his body since yesterday, when he pierced his hand with a knife, only now exploding. No more jokes. Han Jinyu shook his head with a smile, quickly restraining his expression. When the operation began yesterday, everything went smoothly. The Dark River Society didn't know that Zhang Zihao was the substitute Punisher and simply thought it was the work of some opposing black organization. When the Special Operations Bureau and police conducted a raid on their main industries and captured the leaders, they were caught completely off guard, hastily organizing a resistance that was hardly effective, and were quickly taken down. Isn't that rather smooth, eh? Yan Muyun asked, a bit confused. So far everything has been quite smooth. Han Jinyu nodded and continued. However, when the suppression work ended and the police thoroughly investigated their assets, it was discovered that a large sum of cash was taken away in advance by several leaders the afternoon before. These traders were extremely unscrupulous, taking whatever they could, without hiding any traces, as if they knew that the Dark River Society was doomed, and were not afraid of any subsequent revenge. An insider. Yan Muyun blurted out the words without much thought. However, he clearly was not referring to the traders who transferred the Dark River Society's assets. Yes, it's just like there is an insider. Han Jinyu nodded with a serious face. According to the records, the time they began secretly transferring assets coincided precisely with 1 to 2 hours after the video of the substitute Punisher was sent to the Special Operations Bureau and police. Yan Muyun was somewhat unwilling to accept this fact, frowning, and saying, the Dark River Society is clearly gone. What could that insider be after? We still can't be sure if there is an insider. Let's not jump to conclusions. Han Jinyu shook his head. Han Inju bluntly stated, if there is, what else could they want? Money. So that portion of the dirty money that was transferred out in advance is for, yes. Han Jinyu nodded and said, I heard that senior officials in the police department have already started to investigate whether any of the police involved in this operation have suspicious hidden accounts. What about us? Will we be investigated too? Yan Muyun pointed at his own nose. It definitely won't be our team. Han Inju spoke quietly. Cough cough, don't speak carelessly. Han Jinyu patted his brother's shoulder, then turned to Yan Muyun and replied, I don't know, maybe. At that moment the office door was pushed open and the tall, bearded Zhang walked in. Upon seeing someone lounging casually on a chair at the table, he wore a pained expression. You might have awakened 2 types of abilities. One is that barrier thing, and the other is super luck. Clearly super luck should be understood as an antonym. Why does everyone say this when they see me? Yan Muyun protested. Zhang laughed and waved his hand. Let's go now that everyone is here, we can start the meeting. Yan Muyun craned his neck. The target you suspect is a dangerous individual with level abilities. We need to consider how to act in case he is apprehended. Zhang explained. In the meeting room, Yan Muyun lay on the table surveying the surroundings and complained, honestly, we could have discussed this directly in the office just now. At the long table that could accommodate more than 20 people, only Zhang, he and Long, and the Han twins were seated. A bit. Zhang chuckled. Han Jinyu had his elbows on the table, fingers interlocked against his chin. The 3 of them, along with the second team members, just returned at 5 or 6 this morning. They need to rest well. We discussed with Uncle Sun and finally decided that just the 4 of us should be enough. It should ensure that this mission goes smooth. After all, the suspicion on the other side can basically be guessed with a snap of the head, so it's highly likely they are innocent. Yan Muyun ignored the latter part of his sentence and counted, raising a finger for each person mentioned, finally spreading. If there is a possibility of conflict, the intern should step back a bit, Han Inju said with a hint of schadenfreude. No, my ability dictates that I must stand in front of you. Yan Muyun declared resolutely. Even if you have S-level abilities, interns are not allowed to casually participate in dangerous missions, especially since the other party is a special professional who has frequent opportunities to use their abilities. You must understand that a person's understanding of their own abilities is generally directly proportional to the level of danger. Zhang tapped the table like a judge announcing a verdict. Clearly, when Captain Wei is not present, his words carry the most weight. You are injured. The quiet Yan Long beside him offered 4 words to comfort his uncle. Thank you, but really makes me feel a bit better inside, Yan Muyun silently complained. Zhang leaned back slightly, the outline of his chest muscles under the black short sleeve resembling armor. However, there are always unexpected circumstances. Who knows, there might be a time when we really need you. Thus, one of the focuses of this meeting is to introduce our own abilities. Once you understand them, you won't be left in the dark. Yan Muyun instantly became interested, sitting up straight and adjusting his glasses. This posture could compete for the spot of the top student in any elementary school. First, my ability is Iron Wall Clevel. My arms can transform into a black iron shield 1.5 meters tall, half a meter wide, and about 20 centimeters thick. Each shield can weigh between 300 and 600 kilograms, as I can only control the thickness of the shield, but not. Zhang shrugged and summarized, it's a very practical ability, but it excels in terms of practical combat significance. To be honest, after learning about your ability, I stayed up all night reviewing my employment contract, planning to use legal means to protect myself, while to prevent Uncle Sun from finding an excuse to dismiss me. Yan Muyun knew he was joking, but still felt a bit awkward and scratched his head. If we purely talk about defensive effectiveness, my level Silver Guardian is indeed the perfect upgrade to Iron Wall. But every ability is unique. For example, Iron Wall can smash the limbs of spider demons, while Silver Guardian can only stand there and take hits. It's our turn now, Han Jinyu said with a smile. My ability is Fanning the Flames. My ability is Ignition. Han Inju smoothly followed. My brother can create fireballs. I can control the intensity of the fire. He can create up to 5 fireballs at the same time. He can turn a spark into a sea of flames. I am Clevel. I am also Clevel. But as long as the 2 of us are together, then it's Blevel. In the tranquil coffee shop, Yan Muyun sat by the window observing the pedestrians outside through the glass. The young waitress placed a steaming cup of coffee adorned with a white swan pattern made of milk foam in front of him. Thank you. Yan Muyun nodded with a smile. The decor of the shop was somewhat dim, with deep brown wooden tables and chairs and soft yellow lights spilling from the lampshades, creating a serene atmosphere. There weren't many other customers, just a burly man in casual sportswear, sitting near the entrance listening to music, and in a corner a serious-looking young man sat next to his laptop with a coffee, seemingly working, while a pair of twin boys squeezed onto a sofa playing games. Ding ding, the bell at the door jingled, indicating a new customer had arrived. A handsome man stood at the entrance wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a well-fitted light gray suit. "Over here," Yan Muyun waved. Luo Beiyuan saw him and smiled as he walked over to sit down. "It's on me." Yan Muyun lifted his coffee cup and took a small sip, his brows slightly furrowing. To him, who was accustomed to a certain instant coffee, this cup of cappuccino costing over 30 yuan didn't seem particularly. "Then I won't be polite." Luo Beiyuan smiled, casually swiping the screen on the table. After placing his order, he looked up and said, "Next time you have questions about abilities, I suggest you come directly to the registration office. There is a place for practical experience." Today at noon, the leader of the ability registration office called Luo Beiyuan, saying that a specialist from the special department wanted to discuss certain issues regarding his abilities. The other party had just received a great assessment yesterday, making him a top-notch candidate, highly valued by the higher-ups. Since he was responsible for testing and guiding, it was only natural for him to attend the meeting. "That was just an excuse to get you out. Oh, I actually have other matters to discuss with you." To Luo Beiyuan's surprise, the young man across from him was quite frank. Yan Muyun set down his coffee cup and blinked. "You should remember our encounter near the bus stop yesterday, right?" Of course, a hint of apology appeared on Luo Beiyuan's face. "So I did disturb your work after all?" "Not at all. I was just as surprised to encounter that suspect, and at that time I was alone and had no confidence in capture." Yan Muyun shook his head. "I wanted to tell you about what happened afterward." "Why specifically tell me?" "I'm just an office worker at the ability registration office." Luo Beiyuan crossed his arms, displaying a look of interest. "Because I suspect you have a connection to that suspect." Yan Muyun's expression turned serious. As he said this, his eyes were fixed intently on Luo Beiyuan, ready to activate his silver barrier if the other party made any sudden moves. After a brief meeting in the morning, due to Yan Muyun's insistence, Zhang Lan reluctantly agreed to let him make contact with Luo Beiyuan. After all, the other party was a great ability user, and if summoned to the ability registration office without caution, any conflict could easily affect ordinary employees and researchers working there. Since Luo Beiyuan was responsible for Yan Muyun's advancement test, their connection made it reasonable for the latter to invite the former to a specific location for a follow-up discussion without raising excessive suspicion. Let them talk first to probe each other. If it turns out to be nothing, it will be a happy resolution. If there is an issue, the arrest process can be conducted without involving ordinary people. According to the information from the ability registration office, Luo Beiyuan possessed the ability of flowing water, a pure elemental ability capable of controlling water flows weighing around 2 tons. This ability was indeed strong. Otherwise, he wouldn't be one of the highest-paid evaluators at the registration office. However, it was clear that flowing water couldn't overcome Yan Muyun's Silver Guardian, which was also the main reason Zhang Lan ultimately made the concession. After Yan Muyun's brief introduction, Luo Beiyuan understood the general course of events. So the police currently have a grasp on that suspect's abilities and believe someone helped him enter the building where the victim was located. After checking the entry and exit records during that time, they narrowed it down to certain residents, including myself, right? The last 2 words were directed at the waitress. Even after knowing he had been listed as a suspect by the police, Luo Beiyuan maintained his original composure, elegant and gentle. Luo Beiyuan lifted his coffee cup, took a sip, and said, "There must be quite a few names on the list. Why do you believe? Is it because I am the only one you recognize here?" After saying this, he seemed to find the reasoning somewhat amusing, the corners of his mouth curling up as he shook his head. Anyone would be annoyed to be inexplicably labeled as a suspect, so Yan Muyun didn't mind the implied sarcasm in the other party's words, saying, "Precisely because I only know you and you are my first guide on the path of abilities, I wanted to personally eliminate your suspicion." That explanation sounds good. Luo Beiyuan nodded, his previously tense expression relaxing. "However, while that's what I say, my coming to find you naturally isn't simply because I recognized you from the list. I would like to hear more about it. Actually, my first encounter with that suspect wasn't at the bus stop, but in a convenience store." Yan Muyun twirled his coffee cup, carefully choosing his words. "At that time, he said 2 things to me. The first was, you should have contacted me first, which made me realize who his intended target was. I don't quite remember his second sentence, but the gist was I had heard that there were people in there, but I didn't expect it to be true. I originally didn't know what this meant until I saw the list of suspects from the police today." Luo Beiyuan leaned back in his chair, crossing his arms. "I don't understand." Yan Muyun leaned back, as well, adopting the same posture as him. "In this neighborhood, the only reason I can think of that would surprise the suspect regarding the identity of the contact person is that the latter is a staff member of the ability registration office. As a government unit, there are indeed people working for black organizations inside, which is quite ironic. Presumably because the time I walked out of the ability registration office coincided with the meeting time that these 2 had agreed upon. The suspect mistook me for the contact. And you, Mr. Luo, were the only one present that afternoon to observe my ability intensity testing. Who knew I completed the test using only half the planned time while you needed to write an evaluation report after conducting the guiding test, delaying your off-duty time. So you missed the meeting time with that suspect, leading to your being mistaken for the contact." Luo Beiyuan smiled. "Yes," Yan Muyun nodded. "It's an interesting guess. At first glance, it certainly seems plausible, but the traces of presumption of guilt are too heavy. It's essentially a predetermined outcome later cobbled together with reasons, isn't it?" Luo Beiyuan's fingers lightly tapped the table. "That does seem to be the case." Yan Muyun nodded in agreement. Lo Bei Yuan was nearly rendered speechless by him, adjusting his expression with a sigh of frustration as he continued. The foot traffic at the entrance of the ability registration office is considerable. During that time, dozens of people came and went. You were just one of them, so why did he specifically identify you? Yan Muyun recalled the trajectory map of his and Xia Hohao's movements from the police station office yesterday. The first overlapping point was actually at a closed pet shop. He spoke hesitantly. Perhaps I unknowingly came into contact with him, followed by a series of coincidences that led the suspect to mistakenly identify me as the contact person. Is the Special Affairs Bureau really this careless these days? Lo Bei Yuan seemed somewhat impatient, standing up to prepare to leave. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. No, please stay. Yan Muyun smiled and said, after all, I'm just an intern who joined a few days ago, and I'm not yet familiar with the procedures, so please bear with me. My time is tight, so please be quick if there's anything else. Lo Bei Yuan sighed and sat back down. Yan Muyun cleared his throat and said, Mr. Lo, I actually want to believe. Sorry, please wait a moment, I have a call. Seeing the other party getting up to leave, Lo Bei Yuan's expression remained calm, lifting his coffee cup to his lips only to find it already empty. Oh, I see. All right. Yan Muyun stood by the door of the cafe, his voice becoming intermittent, making it impossible to hear what he was saying. Lo Bei Yuan turned to look out the window, suddenly feeling that there were unusually few pedestrians on the street today. Mr. Lo, Yan Muyun called out, but remained standing in place. Lo Bei Yuan looked at him expressionlessly, his hands crossed in front of him, tapping his index finger against the back of his hand, deep in thought. I forgot to tell you that suspect was actually caught last night. With your protection, the citizens can feel very safe. Just a moment ago, the police finally managed to extract some information, so they called me. Lo Bei Yuan uncrossed his hands, letting them hang at his sides. That's great to hear. Indeed, Yan Muyun nodded from a distance. So can I leave now? I'm afraid not. Why not? Mr. Lo. Yan Muyun looked at him with sincere eyes. Confessing will lead to leniency, resisting will be dealt with harshly, a surrendering can reduce your sentence. The atmosphere in the cafe suddenly froze. The already quiet environment now fell into a deathly silence. The man listening to music removed his headphones. The young man working in the corner closed his laptop, and the twins playing games on the sofa also put down their phones. Lo Bei Yuan sighed. Actually, as soon as I entered this cafe, I sensed something was off. What was off? Yan Muyun. Lo Bei Yuan pointed to Zhang Lan sitting by the door. A small suggestion: that scruffy man could next time just sit in front with a tablet to watch a match. It feels really out of place for him to be reading or listening to music. Don't judge a book by its cover. I actually love reading, Zhang Lan said with a wry smile. Sorry. Lo Bei Yuan shrugged, then pointed to Yan Long. Also, I recognize your portable power armor from the Special Affairs Bureau. Don't treat it like a briefcase and casually leave it by your feet. Yan Long picked up the black box by his feet and placed it on the table. In the corner, Han Jinyu and Han Yinju exchanged glances. Looks like we have no flaws. You both look no different from junior high students. Lo Bei Yuan tried to undermine them. Damn, I'm at least a seasoned official now, Han Yinju muttered. Yan Muyun remained silent for a moment before asking, so Mr. Lo, are you admitting it? You know what I mean. I don't understand. Then please come with us to the police station for further questioning. No, I won't go. Why not? I don't want to. Yan Muyun laughed, seemingly finding this reason absurd. When a law enforcement agency summons you, how can an ordinary citizen casually refuse? Are you not afraid we might detain you forcibly? You can't do that. Lo Bei Yuan unbuttoned his suit jacket with one hand. So I really hope it's not your case. Yan Muyun looked somewhat regretful. That was supposed to be the last test. As long as you didn't show any suspicious behavior, you could have left directly. Lo Bei Yuan's expression froze, fishing for confessions. Sort of. Yan Muyun replied calmly. Ahem, don't say that. Zhang Lan, sitting nearby, coughed a couple of times, lowering his voice to remind fishing for confessions is explicitly prohibited by law in our country. Yan Muyun was taken aback. Sorry, I will definitely accept punishment when I return. You will be fined to read the Special Affairs Bureau Agent Action Guide within 2 days. Zhang Lan put down his book and stood up. Yan Long's finger was already on the activation button of the portable power armor, and Han Jinyu and Han Yinju each pulled out a black box from under the table. Lo Bei Yuan looked up at the ceiling, took a deep breath, and slowly exhaled. Damn it. I'm sorry, but I didn't expect it to be this easy. Yan Muyun shrugged. Xiao Hao should have really been caught. That's true, otherwise we wouldn't know what his ability is. I was thinking the same thing. Lo Bei Yuan rubbed his brow. You underestimated his professional ethics. It's only because he really knows my surname. By the way, the one who commissioned him to kill was the Holy Garment. Yan Muyun didn't expect such a surprising gain, and it came so suddenly. This organization wanted to please me, so they offered me a very easy job with a generous reward. Lo Bei Yuan sighed, leaning against the table. I initially thought this was a small matter. Money that came knocking should be taken. I didn't expect to get into trouble because of it, so naturally I want to take revenge on those fools. You call matters of life and death a small matter. Yan Muyun frowned slightly, his eyes finally revealing Anyway, if they don't come looking for me, they'll look for someone else. There's always a way. Ordinary people targeted by such organizations ultimately can't escape death. Lo Bei Yuan appeared unconcerned. Besides, I don't even know who they want to kill. Why give up a readily available million for a completely unrelated stranger? P.S. Friends, please give a 5-star rating or help recommend it on the book shortage square. It's really too cold, and I'm losing motivation to write again. Zhang Lan stepped aside, blocking the grim-faced Yan Muyun behind him, and said, "Luo Bei Yuan, you are under arrest due to suspected illegal activities by the Special Department." In this era, considering the extremely dangerous nature of superpowered individuals, agents from the Special Department and the Super Investigation Division have the right to apprehend dangerous individuals without applying for an arrest warrant. As his words fell, Yan Long and the Han brothers simultaneously pressed the buttons on their suitcases, and dark armor instantly spread and enveloped their bodies. "Sorry, I have no intention of surrendering." Luo Bei Yuan nonchalantly tossed out a sentence. In the next moment, a clear stream of water flowed from his sleeve, enveloping his entire body, and a huge water fist with a jelly-like texture slammed violently against the nearby window, shattering the glass into pieces. The street outside was already deserted. The police had sealed off the area as soon as they received the signal. Just as Luo Bei Yuan was about to turn and run, he suddenly sensed a wave of heat coming from behind. Looking back, he saw two orange fireballs the size of human heads arcing through the air towards him. He frowned slightly, and the clear stream of water beside him transformed into a giant hand reaching for the sky. At the moment of contact, the fireballs suddenly expanded several times in size, the heat and momentum exuding an overwhelming terror, instantly vaporizing the nearly 2-meter diameter, clear water giant hand. The scorching aftermath licked up, scorching the hem of Luo Bei Yuan's clothes, and even the hair on his forehead was singed and curled. "Quickly give up resistance." Han Jinyu and Han Yinzhu both shouted sternly, with the latter bringing forth 2 more fireballs, each the size of a human head, hovering by his side. "Impressive." Luo Bei Yuan stood still. 3 powered exosuit knights and a Jin warrior were on the opposing side. As an ordinary human, it was impossible for him to outrun them. It seemed that escaping easily today was out of the question. Luo Bei Yuan looked at Yan Long, who had extended his left arm towards him, and said, "I know you material control, right? I saw it in the registry, a very impressive superpower." The opponent did not attack immediately, likely considering that this superpower's destructive capability was too strong and fearing it might kill him. "Stop resisting and come with us," Zhang shouted from where he stood. This wasn't because he was cowardly, but rather that his ability was indeed very difficult to handle against elemental superpowers. Thus it was better to leave the front line to the younger generation and focus on protecting the intern beside him. "Yan Muyun," Luo Bei Yuan suddenly shouted loudly. "What?" Yan Muyun poked his head out. "Weren't you asking me if I had undergone a second awakening?" "Yeah, you said no." "That was a lie." Luo Bei Yuan spread his arms, and the clear water surrounding him seemed to have been dropped into dark ink, instantly turning as black as an abyss, thick and heavy in texture, making the man in his fitted gray suit look like an elegant demonic noble from hell. "This is my ability after my second awakening, abyssal water." Faced with this sudden change, everyone present felt a tightening in their hearts. Yan Long's eyes sparkled with cold light as he unhesitatingly fired a black gold coin, intending to probe the black water seemed to come alive, suddenly spreading in the air, transforming into a black water wall. The black gold coin was devoured upon contact, leaving not even a drop of splash. The expressions of everyone present darkened. Yan Long's black gold coin was specially supplied by the equipment department, weighing about 0.2 kilograms. Material control could amplify its mass by 750 times, meaning a total weight of 150 kilograms, or enough to withstand over a dozen ordinary armor-piercing shells. The 150 kilograms coin was fired at the speed of a handgun bullet, its power sufficient to demolish thick concrete walls, yet it was effortlessly handled by the opponent. It should be noted that Yan Long's superpower was initially rated as level not because of its destructive power and other aspects, but rather due to the stringent activation method requiring physical contact. The black water wall writhed a few times, then spat the black gold coin out, landing in Luo Bei Yuan's hand. "A nice He tossed the coin in his hand, seemingly pleased with its heavy texture. Zhang Lan felt a bit of a headache. The opponent had hidden too deeply. The registered superpower was only level, while this bizarre black water after the second awakening was undoubtedly a level. The situation had already exceeded what their small bureau agents could control. Even if Team Wei were here, they would likely be unable to do anything against this level of criminal superpowered individual who should have been captured by those monsters in the Central Bureau. "Contact the Central Bureau." He slightly tilted his head towards the intern behind him, his eyes fixed on the figure standing amidst shards of glass. Luo Bei Yuan tucked the coin into his coat pocket, slightly bowed, and said to the crowd, "I have no intention of opposing the Special Department, so I won't harm you. However, I also hope you won't make things difficult for me, alright?" In response, he was met with 3 fireballs and 2 coins. However, the black water flowed as if it were an unfathomable abyss, easily swallowing all objects that accidentally fell into it. Luo Bei Yuan felt a bit helpless as he raised a hand pointing forward. The black water transformed into a giant python that viciously lunged at Yan Long, who stood there. The latter, unperturbed, fired 2 more coins, slightly slowing the black python's momentum, and then, using the performance provided by the powered armor, leaped aside, gracefully flipping over 3 tables to land on the ground. If they were fighting in an open area, the mobility advantages provided by the powered armor would be maximized. Unfortunately, no one expected that Luo Bei Yuan was a second awakening ability user, and now he was restricting them all in this small coffee shop. In the corner, 3 more fireballs the size of human heads flew out as the Han twins attempted to collaborate for containment. However, this time Luo Bei Yuan took the initiative. The black water transformed again into a giant hand, and the scorching fireballs were crushed into fragments before they even had a chance to expand. The black water giant hand continued its momentum, directly reaching for the Han brothers in the corner, causing both to jump around in panic, even clinging to the chandelier to avoid it. At that moment, the black giant hand's 5 fingers suddenly extended and elongated, transforming into 5 black water tentacles that targeted one of the figures, and Han Yinju was inevitably ensnared by 3 of the tentacles. Yinju! Han Jinyu exclaimed in shock. Brother, tell mom and dad I love them. Han Yinju closed his eyes, resigned to his fate. At that moment, a loud shout suddenly rang out not far away. Yanlong. Zhang Lan's right arm transformed into a massive black iron shield as he strode over, and as he passed by Yanlong, he reached out to touch the shield. Let him go. The blinding floor shattered beneath Zhang Lan's feet as he leaped high. The black iron shield pressed forward like a mountain crashing down. Luo Beiyuan stood between the tables and chairs, surrounded by shards of glass with no escape, so he simply gathered the black water in front of him, preparing to take the hit. Yanlong knelt on one knee, his eyes fixed on the figure in midair, and activated his ability the moment the black iron shield made contact with the black water. Boom. The sound was like a heavy iron block striking gel, and in the next second a figure shot out like a cannonball through the shattered window of the cafe and into the street. Luo Beiyuan's body crashed across the entire street, smashing into the wall of a shop across the way, creating a thunderous sound as dust and debris flew everywhere. After a while, movement finally emerged from the plume of dust, and Luo Beiyuan, covered in dirt, crawled up from the ground. His ability Yuan Shui possesses the power to absorb the kinetic energy of objects, but it was evident that the force of the recent strike far exceeded its absorption limit. Had he not wrapped himself in black water to protect himself at the critical moment, he would likely have ended up with broken bones. Inside the cafe, Han Jinyu rushed to check on his brother's condition. Fortunately, Han Yinju was unharmed, though his power armor had clearly been reduced to a pile of scrap metal. It seems that Luo Beiyuan genuinely did not wish to oppose the Special Operations Bureau, but unfortunately, there was no room for negotiation in such matters. Criminals are still criminals, and showing mercy does not change their identity. It is the duty of those in the Special Operations Bureau to capture them. Instead of claiming they do not want to oppose the Special Operations Bureau or the police when arrested for breaking the law, it would be better to behave properly from the start. In that case, the Special Operations Bureau and the police would be on your side, even making it their duty to protect your safety. Yanlong and Zhang Lan had already rushed out of the cafe, attempting to restrain Luo Beiyuan. While helping his brother remove the scrap metal hanging off him, Han Jinyu said, "You should stay here. Without power armor, a single encounter with the opponent could be fatal. But without me, your ability is useless," Han Yinju retorted urgently. "Who said that?" Han Jinyu pulled out a lighter from somewhere and prepared to charge out to confront the enemy. "Hey brother." Han Yinju tried to grab him, but missed. His legs went weak, nearly causing him to fall, but fortunately, he was supported by someone. Yan Muyun pondered for a moment and said, "Although Brother Zhang has emphasized that I shouldn't get involved, I think it's necessary for me to participate in this mission. Alright, if something happens, I'll take the blame. I was waiting for you to say that. No ulterior motives, mainly because I'm just an intern and fear being fired for making mistakes. Is that something you should be considering? If you make a mistake, the ones who should worry about being fired are Uncle Sun and Team Leader Wei, because they stepped into the office with their left foot first. It's been over 30 years and workplace jokes never fade." The two chatted and supported each other as they walked out of the cafe, while not far away the battle on the street had reached a fever pitch. Zhang Lan charged forward, wielding 2 enormous black iron shields, his target unmistakably aimed at Luo Beiyuan's forehead, shattering any black water that came at him heated. In powered armor, Yanlong hopped and darted, seizing opportunities to fire coins more terrifying than armor-piercing rounds, occasionally rushing up to touch Zhang Lan's shields. Also bouncing around was Han Jinyu, who held a lighter like a clown in a circus, effortlessly transforming a thumb-sized flame into a towering inferno with his gestures. In fact, the armor of his powered suit was equipped with a device added by the equipment department that could ignite open flame. However, the Han twins generally worked closely together on missions, and Han Jinyu hadn't used this function in over a year. Given the tense situation, he forgot about it entirely and just charged in with the lighter. Nevertheless, judging by the final result, the ignition device in the armor was no different from a lighter. The pitch-black water flowed behind the two like a living creature, yet it could not catch up. Whenever it got close, it would be blocked by coins or flames, while Yanlong and Han Jinyu took the opportunity to distance them. The three of them worked in extraordinary harmony, managing to put Luo Beiyuan, who had just effortlessly crushed them in the cafe, in a dilemma. No, those currents are not just simply chasing the two of them. As an observer, Yan Muyun quickly discerned that something was off in the battle. The black water split into 7 streams, with 2 in front restraining Zhang Lan from advancing, 2 following Yanlong, 2 pursuing Han Jinyu, and 1 spreading into a shield shape, defending against incoming coins and flames. However, during the attack, the lateral black water had unwittingly woven into a net, enveloping Zhang Lan deep. With a cold light flashed in Luo Beiyuan's eyes. Although he did not wish to escalate matters with government departments, he had no other choice at this moment. If delayed until the specialists from the Special Operations Bureau arrived, he would likely face dire consequences. The 4 streams of black water that had originally pursued Yanlong and Han Jinyu halted, swiftly converging towards the center, moving so fast that the two had no time to react, let alone Zhang Lan, who was focused on the frontal assault. In his moment of urgency, Yan Muyun couldn't even call out a warning. He raised his hand, and sent 2 silver hexagons. The 2 silver light panels drew long arcs in the air slanting to protect Zhanglan on both sides. Then a translucent silver barrier opened, forming an angle that sealed off all gaps beside and behind him. It is somewhat ironic that this was a technique Luo Beiyuan had taught Yan Muyun, yet it was now being used against him. 5 streams of black water slammed heavily against the silver barrier, producing a sound like thunder. The sudden noise startled even Zhanglan, who caught a glimpse of the menacing black water pressing against the translucent barrier and instantly realized the precarious situation he had just been in. At that moment of distraction, the 2 robust streams of black water suddenly split into 4, slipping through the gaps in the black iron shield and tightly entangling his legs. Crack! Crack! Ah! The sound of bones breaking coincided with Zhanglan's scream. The black iron shield vanished, reverting back to his muscular arms, which drooped limply at his sides, only to be soon bound tightly by the black water like a parasite. Don't move! Luo Beiyuan shouted loudly. Yin Long and Han Jinyu both halted, their eyes blazing with fury as they stared at him. Yan Muyun and Han Yinju also stood frozen, not daring to take another step forward. I don't want it to come to this. Luo Beiyuan shook his head with a stern expression, controlling the black water to lift the pale-faced Zhanglan into the air, commanding, now take off your power armor. I need to ensure you won't follow. Don't listen to him, otherwise you will too. Zhanglan, a tough guy, shouted through tears and snot, enduring the pain. He'll take it off. He'll take it off. Han Jinyu and Yan Long responded in unison, the former's anger burning like a raging fire, while the latter's suppressed rage resembled a volcano on the verge of eruption. The black armor transformed into an unremarkable suitcase, placed on the ground beside the 2. The next moment, 2 streams of jet black water descended from the air, crashing down on the 2, instantly crushing the powered armors into a heap of scrap metal. Yan Muyun stood not far away watching this scene, his fists clenched tightly, without him even realizing. He wanted to do something, but felt an unprecedented sense of powerlessness. Beside him, a faint creaking sound came as Han Yinzu's body trembled slightly, not from fear, but from humiliation and anger. It never needed to escalate to this extent. Luo Beiyuan sighed as the black water swirled around Zhanglan's body and placed him on the ground. The moment the gelatinous black tentacles released Zhanglan, a massive silver barrier unfolded in front of him. Meanwhile, Yin Long suddenly pulled out his hand from his pocket, and a dozen black gold coins showered down like petals, enveloping Luo Beiyuan nearby. Although Han Jinyu had removed his powered armor, he still gripped a lighter, tightly waiting for the right moment to unleash a thick cloud of flames. In the distance, Han Yinju stared intently at the black water. If the opponent attempted to bypass the silver barrier to recapture Zhanglan, he would immediately intervene to assist Yan Muyun. You won't listen to reason, you rigid bunch. Faced with the sudden ambush as if they had planned it, Luo Beiyuan's gaze turned icy as he completely lost his patience. Even though the other party were law enforcers maintaining social stability, their adversarial stance against the weak was a fundamental sin. The weak failed to recognize their situation and continue to provoke despite the repeated leniency of the strong, which is indeed infuriating. The once dormant black water surged like a monstrous beast awakening from slumber, suddenly boiling, as if set ablaze, weaving a colossal net that descended from above. Black gold coins and clouds of fire. Everything that touched this giant net vanished in the next moment, as if they had never existed. It seems I will have to break your legs. Luo Beiyuan extended a hand toward the 2 not far away, mimicking a grasping motion. You will still stubbornly chase after me, won't you? With the powered mechs both destroyed, Yin Long and Han Jinyu have lost their greatest mobility advantage. Logically, escaping the coverage of this net should be impossible. However, for some reason, there was not a hint of fear on their faces. They simply stood in place, gazing over with cold fury. Something was off. Luo Beiyuan instinctively sensed that the situation was about to change. But before he could think further, a sharp pain suddenly spread from his back throughout his body, accompanied by an intense sensation of numbness. His muscles spasmed, completely losing any ability to move, and he nearly fell straight to the ground. A slender yet strong hand grasped Luo Beiyuan's dangling left arm, forcefully pulling it back against his back, while another hand placed a blue semicircular device upon his head. At this moment, Luo Beiyuan's body slightly regained sensation. He instinctively attempted to resist, but his waist was pinned down by a knee, rendering him powerless. His right wrist was seized and pulled behind him, and with a faint clicking sound, a glaring bracelet was fastened on him. I told you, anyone daring to come into close contact with me could not possibly be an ordinary person. In that cafe, not just the customers were not ordinary. Luo Beiyuan turned his head to the ground, catching a glimpse of a young woman dressed in cafe staff attire, standing up and clapping her hands. At that time, she wore a dark brown baseball cap with a coffee pattern, the brim shading half her face. He was too focused on Yan Muyun sitting opposite him to notice this staff member. Zhang Shishue ignored him, only casting a worried glance at the figure sitting behind the silver barrier not far away. After learning that only 4 official agents from the Special Operations Bureau were involved in the action plan, she had actively requested to join, intending to serve as the last layer of insurance to prevent any mishaps. During the recent battle, she had been unable to find an opportunity. Even when someone was seriously injured, she could only hide nearby and watch. It was only when Luo Beiyuan exposed a flaw, while launching a full-force attack, that she finally found a chance. Logically, if Zhang Shixue had chosen to save someone, it was highly probable that Zhang Lan would not have been injured, but capturing Luo Beiyuan would have likely been impossible. In that moment, she hesitated between the safety of her colleague and the mission to apprehend the suspect. By the time she reacted, she had no choice but to choose the latter. Because her colleague was being held hostage, she dared not act recklessly. At that moment, Zhang Lan was shouting behind, "Have you called for an ambulance?" Seeing him so energetic, Yan Long and Han Jinyu both relaxed slightly. The latter took out his phone and said, "I'll call 120 right now." Zhang Lan simply lay down on the road, arms outstretched, trying hard not to focus on the intense pain surging in his leg. Seeing that Luo Beiyuan had finally been subdued, Yan Muyun and Han Yinju felt relieved. They rushed over and squatted down beside him. "Are you alright? Is it serious?" "Both legs are broken, or I'll probably need 2 months of recovery in the hospital," Zhang Lan replied nonchalantly. Han Yinju hesitated. "There's no one else here, it shouldn't be too bad." Hiss. Before his words could fully leave his lips, a certain tough guy could no longer hold on, his expression slipping into a grimace as he gasped for air. At that moment, the roar of an engine echoed from across the road as a sleek black motorcycle sped towards them. This vehicle, equipped by the headquarters, had no wheels. Beneath it were numerous jet devices capable of reaching speeds of up to 500 kilometers per hour. If one had not injected gene serum, even in an open blocked-off stretch of road, it would be very easy to get into an accident. "Here it comes," Han Jinyu proactively stepped forward. The hovering motorcycle almost instantly arrived in front of the group, whipping up a strong wind that nearly blew away Zhang Zixu's hat, who was standing the farthest away. "Sorry, it seems I've arrived late, you've all handled it," the rider, clad in the Special Operations Bureau's combat uniform, said as the motorcycle came to a steady stop. "No, it's not too late. After all, it's an emergency situation. I initially thought you would arrive later." Han Jinyu glanced at his watch, noting that only about 10 minutes had passed since Yan Muyun called for assistance from headquarters. The rider removed his helmet, revealing a handsome young man with sharp brows and bright eyes, sporting a crew cut and a dark complexion, estimated to be around 23 or 24 years old. However, no one present looked down on him, as those who could join the headquarters as firefighters were all extraordinary. Even among the majority of class ability agents in the headquarters, there were certainly some who possessed capabilities comparable to a class in one or more aspects. Ning Yuanci displayed his credentials, then smiled and extended his hand for an introduction. "I am a Special Bureau Agent ID 356489, Ning Yuanci." "Hello, I am Han Jinyu, an agent from the Haizong District Branch." Han Jinyu responded with a handshake, then asked in confusion, "I thought agents from the headquarters were supposed to operate in pairs." "My colleague is driving a hovering vehicle behind you. She should arrive in a minute or two. I didn't bring her along to get here faster to support you," Ning Yuanci explained. "How considerate," Han Jinyu nodded. "They'll go check on that suspect. Perhaps I know him." Ning Yuanci twisted the motorcycle's handle, maneuvering the hovering bike around Han Jinyu, and slowly drove towards Luo Beiyuan, who was struggling to sit up from the ground. Han Yinju quietly leaned closer to her brother and whispered, "This guy seems very polite on the surface, but he hasn't even gotten off the motorcycle. Moreover, brother Zhang is seriously injured nearby, yet he didn't even glance at him. I heard the headquarters is like this. It's a case of strong people being venerated naturally, accompanied by the contempt of the weak." Han Jinyu sighed helplessly. Ning Yuanci stopped the motorcycle next to Luo Beiyuan, leaned down to examine him closely, and then frowned, shaking his head, a new face. "Does the headquarters not have any information about him?" Zhang Shixu, addressed in staff attire, asked. "No, but there will be." Ning Yuanci grinned, then waved his hand, saying, "You go check on your teammates' injuries. They'll keep an eye on things here. I'm from the Special Investigation Division." Zhang Shixue explained. "Oh, my apologies. Then I'll leave this to you for now." Zhang Shixue was indeed a bit worried about Zhang Lan, as both had dealt with special events in the Haizong district and had met several times a long time ago, making them familiar with each other. Moreover, the guilt stemming from her bystander mentality made her very concerned about his condition. However, she hadn't taken a few steps when Yan Muyun suddenly shouted from not far away, "Hey, what are you doing?" Zhang Shixue turned back abruptly to see Ning Yuanci gripping Luo Beiyuan's arm, and the hovering motorcycle was silently lifting off. Han Jinyu and Han Yinju, the two brothers, were crouching by Zhang Lan's side, chatting and joking to divert his attention. Meanwhile, Yan Long also reacted before Yan Muyun spoke up. Noticing the other party's unusual movement, his hand instinctively reached into his pocket to grasp a few black gold coins, but he did not throw them immediately. After all, the other party was an official from the headquarters. What if this was just a misunderstanding? Oh no! Ning Yuanci let out a high-pitched and strange cheer as he twisted the handlebar, and the floating motorcycle shot forward like an arrow. Zhang Shixue reacted quickly, turning her head to grab the other party, but her fingertips merely brushed past Luo Beiyuan's pant leg. Yan Long no longer hesitated and raised his hand to throw the coins from between his fingers. At the same time, Yan Muyun narrowed his eyes slightly, and a silver-white barrier instantly unfolded in front of the floating motorcycle. This time it was clearly his full effort, with the Silver Guardian hovering in midair, 3 meters wide and 3 meters high. At this distance, the other party would hardly be able to evade it. There was barely even time to adjust the floating height. However, in the next moment, a chilling scene unfolded. Ning Yuanci's back suddenly began to visibly writhe violently, as 2 white bony appendages covered in ghastly flesh burst through his combat suit, accompanied by a torrent of fresh blood and shredded fabric, and plunged fiercely into the pavement. With this reaction force, the floating motorcycle was forcibly lifted several feet, skimming along the edge of the silver-white barrier below, and even conveniently dodging the few black gold coins. Check the holy garment. Make sure to check the holy garment, shouted Luo Bun, who was being held up, still fixated on the black organization that had caused his exposure. Two fireballs of different sizes arced through the air, ultimately dissipating at the entrance of a shop. Damn, Han Yinju cursed angrily. Once he realized, he immediately threw a fireball to obstruct them, but it was still too late. The two had already left his range thanks to the excellent acceleration of the floating motorcycle. Zhang Shixue stood frozen, watching everything unfold. If it were night, she could have swiftly pursued them in the darkness, but now just past noon, the shadows cast by various buildings and vehicles on the road were intermittent. An overwhelming sense of emptiness swept over her, as confusion, panic, guilt, and other emotions filled her heart in an instant. It's not your fault, we all failed to notice the signs of the other party. A hand rested on her shoulder, and when Zhang Shixue turned to look, she found Yan Muyun had unknowingly approached her, his eyes filled with concern. To say she was originally fine, but with such comfort, the sense of grievance within her could no longer be suppressed. The girl uttered a soft, tearful and turned her head away. Han Jinyu, didn't you notice the problem with his credentials? Han Yinju called out his brother's full name in frustration. His credentials seem to be fine. Forget it, it's my mistake. Han Jinyu sighed. To be honest, given the other party's outfit and the time of arrival, no one would. Moreover, who would carefully scrutinize every detail on a credential? The sound of a floating vehicle's engine echoed from the end of the road, causing a slight heaviness in everyone's hearts. This should be the official from the headquarters. A black sedan slowly descended from the air, and the door opened, revealing two figures in black combat suits, one of whom was the young official who had just left with Luo Beiyuan. Yu, Ning Yuanci. Han Jinyu stammered, pointing at the other party. How do you know me? Ning Yuanci initially looked puzzled for a moment, then suddenly realized, scratching his head and shyly saying, Aha, I didn't know. I was so outstanding that everyone in the branch knows my name. The others around him were equally astonished, staring at his face incessantly. Yin Long frowned and stepped forward, saying, Since you are Ning Yuanci, who was the one that escaped with the suspect just now? Suspect? Ning Yuanci suddenly reacted. Although there were many signs of a struggle at the scene, the most important suspect had already vanished without a trace. At this moment, another officer approached from the side of the floating vehicle, her voice cold and clear. Please briefly explain what happened. Her crisp yet slightly hoarse voice attracted everyone's attention. She was a slender woman officer with a cold and exquisite appearance that lacked the softness typical of ordinary women, and her long golden hair was tied back in a braid that hung down to her waist. Her gaze was indifferent and capable, causing anyone who made eye contact with her to feel nervous. Han Jinyu stepped forward and explained, This is how it is. After hearing the brief summary, the blonde female officer shook her head. So it was him. Aren't you going to pursue? Yan Muyun asked eagerly. There's no use in pursuing. The female officer replied indifferently. The black floating motorcycle darted like a nimble fish in the water, zipping left and right with astonishing speed, completely unaffected by the complex street routes of the city. Pedestrians on the street looked up in astonishment, unsure who was driving so recklessly, as they could barely catch a glimpse of a blur. Old man, you're too slow coming here. Luo Beiyuan was thrown onto the motorcycle seat, trying hard to maintain his balance and not fall off, while cursing. His handcuffs and ability suppression device had yet to be removed. The only thing ensuring his safety was his well-defined six-pack abs from long-term training. Ning Yuanci raised an eyebrow and laughed. Is this considered slow? I'm still a few minutes faster than an actual headquarters officer. Don't think I don't know you're nearby. The time you took to get here shouldn't be more than 5 minutes, especially since you don't even need— Oh, I was in a hurry after drinking, and when I received your signal, I was just in the bathroom. You know, even though I'm a bit older, my vigor is still quite impressive. This kind of thing can't be resolved every 3 to 5 minutes. God, can you please become a primary school student and retake your elementary degree? Oh, that's unfair to those hardworking good kids. If they are crushed no matter how well they perform and end up without the title of 3 good students, they will surely cry. Do you really think you can compare to elementary school students? What gives you that confidence? As they turned a corner, Ning Yuanci's black combat suit suddenly disappeared, leaving him in only a large pair of shorts. The silver-haired youth rode the motorcycle high above the city, bare-chested, with 2 black metal earrings in his right ear and a thin scar running from his forehead to his chin on the left side of his face. On the street outside the cafe, repair crews laden with dazzling apparatus moved with the orderly industry of worker ants. They had to restore the entire block to its original state within an hour. It was hardly a difficult assignment. Many joked and laughed with effortless ease, as if long accustomed to mending the city's every bruise and fracture. Apart from the special branch, few were displeased by the raid on Luoyuan. Ordinary citizens need only detour, and the shopkeepers along this street would be compensated far beyond their losses. After the brief, frenzied, and absurd years of the Abyss era, the Huaxia Republic now occupied a position on the world stage comparable to the Meilijian Hezhongguo of 1960 that alone accounted for 40% of global GDP, perhaps even subtly surpassing it. 30 years on average, wages had doubled while prices fell. That was in truth a realization of the ideal that the elderly are cared for in their final days, the able employed, the young nurtured, and the widowed, orphaned, and infirm provided for. An age of universal harmony. This trend was especially evident on the internet. Netizens of Rigua and Hongua, as my Lygian itself struggled to steady its own house, found themselves casting deferential gazes toward a nearer superpower. In recent years, those small Baga and Shiba have not ceased performing displays of filial devotion and entertainment. In the eyes of Waxia's younger netizens, their image has multiplied into an endearing, harmless caricature. For example, in recent years, Han Mingguo has labored to prove that it and the Huaxia Chaoxian share common roots, and our Rigua politicians, for years bearing the weight of surging domestic sentiment, have neither renovated nor rebuilt that overturned notorious shrine of a toilet. It simply remains where it is. Alas, Waxia's backbone today is formed by the generations born in the 2000s and 2010s, who recall the old faces of those two nations all too clearly and remain decidedly indifferent. They understood plainly that what the others coveted was nothing but the blood of Fuxi, yet such a thing was scarce even at home. What reason would there be to export it? Only when king-class anomalous species overran the territories of Rigua and Hangua would Huaxia begrudgingly dispatch a few outstanding graduates from Chunjing University to lend assistance. In this age, the more populous and densely settled a nation, the more comfortable its life. The emergence of anomalous creatures may be unrelated to population size, but the probability of powerful awakeners arising is inextricably tied to it. Huaxia had completed its urban-rural population relocation program 2 decades ago, concentrating vast numbers into nearby cities, which is a principal reason why urban buildings now so easily pierce 100 floors. One benefit is sufficient to illustrate the point. Take the Haizong District Special Branch, fewer than 20 in number, yet more than capable of protecting over 4 million people in Haizong District, often finding the work somewhat idle. As for second or third incursions of powerful anomalous species in Desolate, whilst the headquarters elite naturally took charge of those. All of these scattered thoughts were Yan Muyun's idle imaginings as he sat watching the bustling construction outside. He had now returned his attention to the conversation before him. Han Yinzhu accompanied the injured Zhang Lan in an ambulance and left. The rest remained in the cafe, sorting through the sequence of events. The person you're describing is likely Wu Mian. After Han Jinyu provided a more detailed account, the blonde IC agent named Wu Shursen tapped the table lightly, a complex, inscrutable look in her narrowed eyes. Wu Mian. Yan Muyun repeated the name instinctively. Ning Yuanci explained warmly. He has long been an ability user active in Minxia City. During those chaotic early years, he was something of a hero and handled many anomalous species on his own. But when the situation later stabilized and the special branch was established, they tried to recruit him, yet no one could find his trace. Only that he still operated somewhere within the city. What is his ability? Han Jinyu asked with curiosity. Of the two, Ning Yuanci was clearly the less seasoned. Glancing at his senior, and seeing no objection, he continued. According to records from Wu Mian's early active period, we have named his ability Nitai Mimicry. It is an ability that allows one to freely alter flesh and bone to change appearance at will, even to assume another gender. According to certain reports, he now operates in Minxia City's underground, earning his living by selling identities. Is it the kind I imagined? The thought of his ability sent an inexplicable chill through Yan Muyun. He finally understood why Wu Shursan had said that pursuing him might be futile. As long as humans lived in the city, he could change his guise, freely blend into any group, and become all but impossible to apprehend. Ning Yuan's face turned solemn. Yes, be it features, body type, or even fingerprints. He can in the truest sense help someone change their face and become a wholly different person. Yan Muyun pondered for a moment before asking. I mean, can his ability act directly on others, alter another's bone, even reduce them to a pulpy mass of flesh? That I do not know, Ning Yuanci admitted, scratching his head and appealing to his partner for help. Wu Shursan crossed her arms, expression indifferent. His ability cannot act upon others, it merely produces human skin masks and gloves so convincing they deceive the eye. Yan Muyun blurted, is the raw material himself? Yes, Wu Shursan replied, her tone as calm as a deep well. A horrific image sprang into everyone's minds. A sullen-faced man tore a sheet of blood-soaked skin from his body, pink muscle and pale blue veins exposed and faintly pulsing in the air. He handed the skin over and smiled sardonically. Here, your new face. Wear it well, don't let yourself be Though an elite agent of the headquarters, Ning Yuanci looked barely out of university. He forced a laugh and somewhat awkwardly shifted the subject. There are, after all, abilities that can affect another person's body. For instance, Professor Lin at Xinjiang University can subtly control your muscles and organs, then stimulate and remodel them. A single several-hour session can equal more than half a month's worth of training. Every student about to receive gene injections at the academy books a course with her roughly 2 months in advance, striving to bring their bodies to the highest standard. In short, we understand what happened today. Wu Shursan stood, her face unreadable. Ning Yuanci rose instinctively, as well, then sensing he had perhaps spoken too much, smiled sheepishly at those present. Han Jinyu recalled his brother's earlier teasing, and thought the real Ning Yuanci was far more endearing than Wu Mian's but the thought chilled him. Wu Mian and the Ning Yuanci before them were truly indistinguishable. Even if the two stood side by side, none present would likely tell them apart. The headquarters will take over the follow-up. You need not concern yourselves further, Wu Shursan said coldly as she turned. Her manner was hardly warm, if anything tinged with arrogant presumptuousness, and a few in the room could not help feeling some resentment toward the headquarters agent's haughtiness. Ning Yuanci backed away, palms pressed together, wavering and mouthing with a rueful smile, that's just how she is. Yan Muyun paid it no mind. After all, if an elite did not possess a touch of eccentricity, one might even doubt their reliability. Yet Wu Shisan had only taken a few steps before returning and standing beside the dejected girl in the cafe uniform. Our headquarters agents have been toyed with by him several times, myself included. Zhang Shishua looked up in astonishment, but saw only the retreating back of the cool blonde woman as she pushed through the door. She is clearly very meticulous. It seems she simply cannot express herself, Yan Muyun said with a faint smile. Zhang Shishua changed her clothes and rode her motorcycle back to the police station alone, while the others took the floating car back to the Haizong district branch. On the way back, Yan Muyun accessed Jiaku to search for a question that had been weighing on his mind since morning. What exactly? At the time Zhang Shishua mentioned it, she didn't provide much explanation, and he didn't want to pry into it due to her busy work schedule. He simply searched online, but the information he found was sparse. The information mostly highlighted its high addictiveness and significant harm leaning towards anti-drug education. Yet Yan Muyun felt that this matter was not so simple. Just as he was about to ask, Yin Long, a spark of inspiration struck him, and he remembered the lawless site, Jiako. Sure enough, he easily found the so-called hidden effects of Hongbing here. It can enhance the abilities of awakeners to a certain extent. In essence, Hongbing is a failed product of an experiment. At that time, scientists were eager to develop a drug that could enhance abilities, ultimately resulting in a red crystalline substance. Experimental tests showed that this crystal could indeed increase the strength and range of an awakener's abilities. However, it came with serious drawbacks, including high addictiveness, irreversible damage to the human body, and a tendency to cause users to lose self-control. This batch of drugs was undoubtedly substandard and was confiscated on the very day the experimental results were reported. Later, after countless hours of work and improvement by the scientists, they finally developed the T55 agent that each special branch now possesses. This is the same fluorescent blue agent that Wei Jun, Luo Binghan, and Zhong Xiaoxiao each took when they went on a mission yesterday. When used once every 2 weeks, the T55 agent does not cause addiction or irreversible harm to the human body. However, it still has side effects, namely the fever and drowsiness that Yin Long mentioned, which lasts for 3 to 5 days. This is currently the pinnacle of the scientists' research, having consumed countless time and effort for improvement and optimization. Even so, the T55 agent underwent an incredibly long observation and review period before being approved for use. For some unknown reason, in the early days of the T55 agent's large-scale use, samples and formulas for the forbidden substance Hongbing leaked out quietly and eventually circulated in the black market. In the underground worlds of every city, this new type of drug was highly favored by awakeners. Everyone was eager to experience that overwhelming sense of power along with the euphoric feeling that accompanied it, allowing them to feel as if they could stand shoulder to shoulder with the gods. As Han Jinyu pushed open the office door, a shadow as imposing as a mountain immediately enveloped him. You've worked hard. He seemed to be prepared for this, nimbly dodging to the side to avoid the captain's heavy hand. However, someone who entered behind him was not so lucky, and with a slap they shrank down in height. Hiss! Is this how you greet your team members, every time? Yan Muyun grimaced. Ha ha, you'll get used to it. Wei Jun laughed heartily. Then after patting Yin Long on the shoulder, he glanced toward the door and asked where are Zhang Lan and Yin Zhu. Sai brother Zhang was injured, both legs fractured. My brother went with him to the hospital. Wasn't the opponent just a simple level awakened? Wei Jun keenly sensed the key issue. It was impossible for his team members to have difficulty handling even a level awakened. Yes, it was a vicious second awakening type with abilities that are genuinely a level. Han Jinyu shrugged. Mission failed. It was initially successful. Tell me about it. All right. Wei Jun seemed to recall something, turning to Yan Muyun and saying, Dr. Li seems to be looking for you, saying you should rush to the infirmary as soon as you return. Ah, okay. Yan Muyun nodded. As he left the office, he glanced back to see Wei Jun frowning as he pulled a nearby chair under him with a serious expression. Han Jinyu looked helpless, having to retell the events of today's operation for the second time. He took the elevator up to the 3rd floor and knocked on the infirmary door. Come in. A woman's voice came from inside. Yan Muyun pushed the door open and entered, where the female doctor behind the desk looked up at him. They exchanged glances for a long time without saying a word. Li Qing's gaze shifted to his bandaged left hand, and she sighed. You really go to great lengths to avoid physical training. That's not me, I didn't do it, it's a misunderstanding. Yan Muyun said with a pained expression, going to fight for my life with a murderer to avoid training seems like too high a price to pay. Alright, I was just joking. Li Qingka couldn't help but laugh, instantly warming the atmosphere in the infirmary. Yan Muyun finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, both Dr. Li and her father valued him so much, yet he had been causing various troubles, attending only 1 day of physical training in 3 days. Regardless of the reason, it's somewhat unjustifiable. How did your operation go today? Li Qingka asked with her arms crossed. Yan Muyun smiled bitterly and said there was a slight accident. A Zhang Lan got injured and went to the hospital. He'll need to rest for a while. Injured? Is it serious? Li Qing's expression instantly became serious. Conservatively estimating, he should have broken both legs, but he said not to worry, he should recover in less than 2 months. Li Qing's slender brows furrowed, looking somewhat worried. Sigh. After this, I suppose his girlfriend will urge him to quit the special. Doesn't his girlfriend support him working in the special branch? Of course not. Who would want their loved one to deal with weird beings and illegal awakened every day? If he worked as a tester at the ability registration office, while the salary and benefits might not be as generous as here, at least it would be safer. That's true. Yan Muyun recalled a few days ago when his younger brother and nephew had unanimously suggested that he go to the ability registration office. Alright, enough about that guy. He's built like an ox and will surely recover quickly. Li Chinka lightly pushed off the ground with her feet, sliding out of her office chair revealing her long legs wrapped in black. However, Yan Muyun's gaze was perfectly clear, focusing solely on her face. After hearing from the Han twins about the ambiguous relationship between Dr. Li and Captain Wei each time he entered the infirmary, he felt as calm as a high monk. Li Chinka glided to a stop beside the sofa. Actually, I called you over today to introduce you to someone. She just went to the rooftop to see the swimming pool and should be back soon. Why? Yan Muyun was taken aback. Isn't it because you keep getting into trouble that I called to request from my superiors? Just then there was a knock at the office door. Come in, Li Chinka called out, stretching her neck. The door was pushed open from the outside, and a tall figure walked in. The woman appeared to be around 28 or 29 years old, wearing a white sleeveless shirt and black wide-legged pants with a beautiful face and wavy black hair cascading down her back. The black-framed glasses on her nose added a touch of seriousness and scholarly air. Li Chinka called her father after hearing that Yan Muyun's right hand was injured last night, hoping he could do something about it. Given the current frequency of Yan Muyun's unexpected incidents, it would be a miracle if he could not lose any limbs within a month, let alone improve his physical fitness quickly. This guy has been sleeping in a healing pod for 30 years, which could be seen as a blessing in disguise, as most people with such luck might not even live steadily for 30 years. His level of bad luck makes one suspect whether the gods have forgotten him. No, let's be bolder. It might be that the gods find. After listening to his daughter's account, Dean Li remained silent for a long time and finally sighed, as if he had aged 10 years. How about this? I once taught a student who might be able to come to Minxia City. Yan Muyun's safety is after all related to whether China can produce an additional class genetic warrior. After Dean Li made several phone calls to explain the situation, both Qinjing Academy and the Minxia City Special Bureau expressed their strong support. Thus the professor known as Master of Human Transformation Lin Shitong flew directly from Qinjing City the next day. At this moment, Yan Muyun was lying on the bed in the infirmary, while Lin Shitong extended a palm, facing down, slowly moving it from his forehead to his feet. During this nearly 10-minute process, Yan Muyun felt as if his muscles were slowly writhing in response to her hand movements, though he couldn't tell if it was an illusion. Dean Li's guess was correct. Your body indeed has the potential to become class, Lin Shitong said, with a smile, seemingly finishing her examination. Her unique ability made her very popular among students at the academy, especially at the start of each new academic year when freshmen would jump around her eager to find out if they possessed class talent. It wasn't until older students seriously informed them that Professor Lin's abilities were extremely difficult to use and that she was very busy, making it hard even for them to schedule an appointment for testing, that they reluctantly dispersed. Is that so? That's good, Yan Muyun said somewhat sheepishly as he felt just like an ordinary person. Lin Shitong calculated in her mind and said 1 week, 3 hours each day, is that okay? What do you mean? Yan Muyun was taken aback. Li Chinka, frustrated, said Professor Lin will spend 3 hours each day modifying your body for a week. She's asking if that fits your schedule. Oh no, of course not, Yan Muyun realized suddenly. Lin Shitong smiled slightly. If it were for an ordinary person, it would probably. Fortunately, your body is very clean and highly malleable, which can save a lot of time. At this moment, Yan Muyun felt deeply moved. He never expected the government to be so dedicated to cultivating him, and he must not let those who value him down in the future. However, Yan Muyun had underestimated the significance of this matter. If his treatment were known among the students at Qinjing Academy, they would not just devour him, at the very least they would strip him to the bone. At the academy, Professor Lin's main job was teaching, and only those students who had refined their bodies to the peak and were fully prepared could qualify to book appointments for body modifications. Moreover, after getting approval, one often had to wait for about half a year, during which high-intensity training could not be neglected for a single day. This feeling is akin to someone working hard and lifting bricks for an entire year only to reward themselves with a lobster. Yet when he visited a relative's house, he discovered that the other party had been using lobsters as a staple food instead of rice. Yan Muyun was unaware of these matters, but Li Chinka was already informed, and she reminded him Professor Lin's ability is very difficult to use. 3 hours a day is probably the limit, so be sure not to cause her any trouble. I'm not someone who likes to cause trouble either, Yan Muyun said, scratching his head with a silly smile, and unsurprisingly received a roll of the eyes. Professor Lin raised her hand to check the time, and said there's no time to waste. Oh, let's start today. Right here. Li Chinka waved her hand impatiently, pointing upstairs. The cleaning lady has prepared a dormitory room for you, room 504. All right, Yan Muyun nodded. It must be said that the treatment at the special bureau was indeed excellent. The dormitory for the officers was fully furnished, and from its exterior it was clear that it wasn't cheap. The room consisted of a living room, a kitchen with a dining area, a bathroom with a spacious tub that could accommodate 2 people, a bedroom, and even a study room dedicated to work gaming. For a one-person apartment, the conditions could undoubtedly be described as luxurious. Most importantly, it was completely free, with the government covering all utilities. Take off your clothes. Yan Muyun was originally admiring the room's environment, when suddenly the 3 words startled him. Take off your clothes. Professor Lin adjusted her glasses, her expression calm and collected. Didn't I just need to undress for the examination? Because that was just an examination. Professor Lin showed no sign of impatience on her face, as if accustomed to answering such questions. If it's a body modification, I need to feel every inch of your skin and every fiber of your muscles without obstruction. That doesn't seem appropriate. Yan Muyun began to regret it. If the other party were an old professor around his age, or even older, he wouldn't mind the gender issue. Professor Lin looked down at Yan Muyun, who was lying on the sofa, and softly said, "But not all level gene warriors can gain 7 specialization. Just take it off." Lin Shirtong sighed, seeming somewhat helpless. "I've seen thousands of bodies both dead and alive, and at least half of them were young men around your age." Young men in their 50s? Yan Muyun couldn't help but scoff. "If you're uncomfortable ill, just leave. I still have classes in the next couple of days." "Wait." Yan Muyun's expression turned grim, resembling a man prepared to face death, at least. "Let me take— No need. I just completed a mission, and I'm sweaty. It's better to wash up first." "Alright then." About 10 minutes later, Yan Muyun walked out of the bathroom wrapped in a towel, his expression blank, while Professor Lin had already moved a chair from the study to quietly wait in the bedroom. As a 52-year-old, pure-hearted young man, Yan Muyun had almost never experienced such a situation. Even after long psychological preparation in the shower, he still felt hesitant. "Hurry up and undress," Lin Shirtong said, arms crossed, and staring at him expressionlessly. At that moment, Yan Muyun felt as if her gaze sliced through every inch of his skin like a scalpel. I'm undressing." A well-bred young man, tears in his eyes and face blooming like a peach, bashfully walked. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Yan Muyun caused no further disturbances, and not a single anomaly appeared across the entire Haizong district. His daily routine had settled into a steady rhythm: mornings spent at the Special Affairs Bureau undergoing physical augmentation, followed by afternoons dedicated to studying anomaly-related knowledge in the first-floor office. This included learning to identify each anomaly class by its external morphology, determining its developmental stage rank, behavioral patterns, abilities, and vulnerabilities. In addition, he feverishly absorbed contemporary general knowledge and global geopolitical realities, lest he inadvertently embarrass himself later. Over these days, his rapport with Team, one of the Special Affairs Bureau, steadily deepened. The Han twins required no elaboration. Wei Jun and Zhong Xiaoxiao remained consistently courteous, and even Luo Binghan no longer greeted him with a scowl. As for Zhang Lan, who remained hospitalized, Yan Muyun visited him twice. Zhang Lan's mental state was excellent. Each time Yan Muyun arrived, he found him immersed in video games or leisurely reading. His girlfriend visited daily after work, and he had already received a generous disability compensation package, so much so that sympathy seemed almost unwarranted. Today marked Yan Muyun's final physical augmentation session. Upon arriving on the 5th floor via elevator, he entered room 504 with practiced ease, and Lin Shirtong was already waiting inside. Professor Lin wore a clinical white coat, borrowed 5 days earlier from Li Chinka's office, apparently finding it conducive to professional focus. This attire subtly eased Yan Muyun's psychological discomfort. Being examined by a composed, elegant physician felt far more acceptable than being scrutinized by a strikingly sophisticated urban woman. By now he had been tempered into stoic composure, calm even as mountains crumbled before him. The moment he stepped into the examination room, he stripped down to his briefs and lay flat on the bed with unself-conscious ease. Since today's final procedure focused exclusively on the upper torso, he was granted a modest cloth for coverage, though truth be told it was hardly necessary. Having experienced Professor Lin's ability firsthand, Yan Muyun had long since cast his fragile sense of shame into— She moved like a master sculptor guided by divine intuition, her ability an invisible chisel carving flawless precise lines with every pass. His greatest daily pleasure had become standing naked before the mirror each morning, studying his body inch by inch, comparing yesterday's contours with today's refined perfection. Now lying supine upon the bed, the room's soft light cascaded over him like the hesitant yearning touch of a love-drunk maiden tracing his skin with restrained tenderness. Were Michelangelo to rise from the grave and behold this physique, he would shatter his own David and weep as he began anew. Carving a masterpiece he would name Muyun. "We begin," Lin Shirtong said quietly, her gaze as detached and clinical as if observing an exquisitely crafted porcelain vessel. She had awakened her ability at 16, then devoted 8 years to medical studies. To master every anatomical nuance, she personally dissected nearly 1,000 cadavers, men, women, young and old, before at 25 she first dared apply her power to a living subject for physical augmentation. At 29 her heart had grown as cold and exacting as the surgical scalpel she wielded. Understood. Yan Muyun reached for a rubber mouthguard from the bedside table and closed his eyes. A familiar maddening tingle began in his abdomen and slowly climbed toward his chest. It felt as though swarms of ants had burrowed beneath his skin, gnawing relentlessly at every fiber of muscle while injecting agonizing neurotoxins deeper still. His face contorted visibly, his fingers dug deep into the sheet, his toes tensed rigidly, and his clenched jaw, fortified only by the protective mouthguard, would surely have fractured without it. Professor Lin's ability, judged purely by effect, was nothing short of a game-breaking cheat, but remarkably her primary vocation remained university, lecturing, not forging national weapons of war. 2 principal constraints limited its application. First, the ability demanded immense mental exertion, permitting only brief daily use. Second, few subjects could endure its prolonged, excruciating physical toll. Her earlier mention of 3-hour sessions referred instead to a cyclical protocol: 10 minutes of active augmentation, followed by 20 minutes of mutual rest, repeated 6 times for a full 30-minute cycle. Yan Muyun had never considered himself weak-willed. As a university student writing his thesis, he once sat motionless from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m., enduring 14 hours of relentless psychological and physiological strain, a feat of sheer grit. Yet this time, had he not known in advance the ordeal would last precisely 7 days, had he lacked that clear endpoint, he likely would have withdrawn by the 3rd day. 3 hours later. Completed. Lin Shirtong exhaled deeply, withdrawing a handkerchief from her pocket to wipe the fine sheen of sweat from her brow. Her normally upright, graceful posture had slackened slightly as she leaned back against her chair, utterly spent. Yan Muyun remained silent, staring blankly at the ceiling, mouth agape, breathing heavily. The sheet beneath him was drenched. Glistening rivulets, like delicate spider silk streams, traced the contours of his taut abdominal musculature, occasionally coalescing into fat beads that rolled slowly along defined ridges. Lin Shirtong rose, expression serene. Go shower. Then report to the gym in 30 minutes for your gene enhancement injection. So soon. Yan Muyun's gaze held quiet reproach. Your physiology has reached optimal receptivity. Earlier administration yields superior integration. Of course you may delay until tomorrow. If you prefer rest, I'll administer a 30-minute restorative treatment beforehand. The man who moments earlier lay gasping like a stranded fish sprang upright from the bed in one fluid, vigorous. After a 10-minute rinse, he lingered, not rushing out, but pausing before the bathroom mirror to examine his transformed physique with quiet intensity. He traced the seamless arcs of his arms, the fullness of his pectorals, the sharply defined chocolate block abs, and the sinuous mermaid line descending from his waist toward regions best left unnamed. Yet all felt strangely unreal. Though effortless transformation was exhilarating, it unsettled him. Lately his mirror gazing had less to do with vanity, and more with doubt. Did he truly deserve this? Did he deserve Director Li's trust? The government's investment? Professor Lin's unwavering dedication over these? What if I never reach S-class? This question haunted him like a waking nightmare. Its recurrence tightening his chest, quickening his pulse, stealing his breath. A voice cut through the silence. The water's been off for some time. Why haven't you emerged? Do you need help dressing? Yan Muyun? No. I merely estimated the timing and returned to call you. Oh. He grabbed clothes from the rack and dressed swiftly. Perhaps what he ought to ponder wasn't whether he could attain S-class, or whether he might disappoint others, but how he would attain it, and how he would ensure he never did. Yan Muyun took the elevator down to the 3rd floor, startled when the elevator doors opened. Don't you all have jobs to go to? He smacked his lips. Wei Jun was lying flat on the dumbbell bench, rowing with a 40 kilograms barbell, while smiling and saying, "It's the second team's turn today." Luo Binghan was sitting in the corner of the gym doing shoulder dumbbell presses while expressionlessly watching them. The meaning in his gaze was ambiguous and no one knew what he was thinking. This is the birth of an S-class. How could we possibly miss it? Han Yingzhu unreasonably held a bucket of popcorn while standing nearby, surrounded by Han Jinyuli Chinka and Zhong Xiaoxiao, who occasionally reached out to pinch a couple of kernels. You make me feel like a circus clown. Should I do a somersault for you? Yan Muyun rolled his eyes. What is a circus? Han Yingzhu tilted his head. A group that performs various tricks for a living, but unfortunately, they have gradually faded away in modern times. Clowns, magicians, and animal trainers are the soul of a circus, Han Jinyu explained. Han Yingzhu became interested. Show me a couple of tricks. Yan Muyun displayed a polite smile and directly ignored him. Are you ready? Came Lin Shirtong's voice from behind. Why not inject in the room instead of the gym? Yan Muyun turned around to ask. Because after injecting the serum, your body will feel an infinite surge of power, eager to find something to release it. Nearby, Wei Jun's hearty laughter rang out. When I injected the serum, I lifted a 200-kilogram barbell and did 100 bench presses in one go, then sprinted more than 30 kilometers on the treadmill. Professor Lin, standing aside, adjusted his glasses and said in a calm tone, this is actually a manifestation of incomplete absorption of the drug. The leftover serum, after transforming the body, acts as a stimulant, causing extreme excitement. If it were an A-class potential gene warrior, the effects would be much less. According to records, S-class potential gene warriors virtually have no such side effects. Because all gene warriors only start at around E-class after injecting the serum, even if their eventual upper limits dip. Thus terms like a potential and S-potential emerged, specifically referring to gene warriors who are not yet A-class, but possess the potential to become A-class. For example, Wei Jun is currently C-class, but his ultimate limit is B-class, hence his personal information states, B potential C-class gene warrior. After listening to Lin Shirtong's explanation, Wei Jun remained unfazed, nodding with a learned expression. Oh, I see. So let me inject in the gym. Yan Muyun grimaced, covering his heart. Do you really not trust that I can reach S-class? Just in case. Professor Lin said lightly. And do you really think being an S-class potential gene warrior is that easy? But the way you all acted before made it seem like my becoming S-class was a foregone conclusion. At this moment, Yan Muyun felt genuinely distressed. He was already uncertain, and you had to choose this moment to undermine my confidence. Professor Lin did not look at him and opened the metal medicine box in his hand, retorting, if simply keeping the body clean could lead to S-class, why wouldn't the country select a group of newborns, allowing them to only drink nutritional serums while providing strict training? Maybe because it's too cruel, Yan Muyun ventured. Depriving a person of the right to enjoy spicy hot pot barbecue and skewers from childhood just to cultivate a batch of super warriors is truly villainous behavior. That is indeed one reason, Lin Shirtong said as she took out a fine mechanical syringe from the medicine box, the liquid inside, resembling beautiful rubies lit up by the light, with an incredibly intoxicating luster. But the main reason is that the costs are too high and the disparity between the results obtained and the investment is too great. Abroad institutions have long conducted experiments in this area. However, the first batch of 30 test subjects raised from childhood cost hundreds of billions, yet only 5 reached A class, while the rest were B class, with not one reaching S class. Yan Muyun was somewhat surprised. Then why do I? Why does Professor Li think you have the potential to reach S class? Lin Shirtong glanced at him. According to the comprehensive conditions our scientists have summarized for ordinary people, to become S-class gene warriors your physical data meets part of the standards, that's all. Since you've met part of the standards, the final success rate shouldn't be low, right? 11.79%. Yan Muyun doubted he had heard it wrong. According to Director Li's analysis, your probability of becoming S-class is 11.79%. So low. That's already quite high. Lin Shirtong tucked a strand of black hair behind her ear, her tone calm. Currently, there are about 1.0 gene warriors in China, with roughly 6.0 having C-class potential over 5.0, with B-class potential more than 4.0, with A-class potential, and 24 with S-class potential. This means that if we purely look at probabilities due to differences in each person's talent and genes, an ordinary person has only a 0.02% chance of becoming an S-potential gene warrior after training to their limits and injecting gene serums. Yan Muyun felt somewhat comforted after hearing this. In that case, my 11.79% is indeed quite... Yes, Lin Shirtong nodded. So currently countries around the world are focusing on cultivating a potential gene warriors. As for S-class, it can almost be said to be a rare encounter. Yan Muyun suddenly realized that Professor Lin was saying this to alleviate the pressure on him as he was about to inject the gene serum. From the experiments abroad to the relevant data at home, all the indirect expressions conveyed one meaning. Even if you don't become S-class, you need not feel too guilty. Footsteps approached from the activity room, and Yin Long emerged effortlessly carrying a sofa and placing it directly in front of the gym area. With that nonchalant demeanor, those unaware of the truth might think he was also a gene warrior. Lie down, Lin Shirtong tilted. It wasn't clear if it was a strange habit formed over the past few days, but as soon as Yan Muyun heard those 3 words, he almost instinctively wanted to undress, but thankfully he held back in the end. He lay on the sofa, his heart racing. At that moment, everyone gathered around, curiously watching. This reminded him of a minor surgery he had in a hospital where the doctors and nurses formed a circle around him watching while he was under anesthesia. Seeming to notice his discomfort, Professor Lin waved his hand. Stay back, don't crowd so close. The onlooking crowd obediently dispersed. Yan Muyun swallowed hard and asked, Professor, are there any precautions for the injection? Lin Shirtong paused for a moment, then softly said, hold on, the longer you hold on the better. When the gene serum is injected, you will experience great pain, as if your whole body is being scorched by flames, your muscles finely sliced by blades, and your bones drilled with chisel-like holes. Lin Shirtong's expression was calm, much like when she lectured her students, yet her words sent shivers down the spines of those present who had never undergone the gene injection. What you need to do is endure to carefully experience, and even to urge this sensation. Urge. Yan Muyun, he could already feel his heartbeat quickening. Professor Lin nodded and reiterated, explaining, if there is a place that is not painful enough, you must focus your attention on that area, carefully feeling its changes until it hurts just as much as the surrounding areas. If it really hurts as you say, will I still be able to focus? Yan Muyun asked somewhat anxiously. Wei Jun interjected, unable to hold back, you will, because your senses will become extremely clear, allowing you to feel every fiber of muscle contracting and tightening, even the flow of blood in every vein. I didn't realize you have such a high literary quality, Captain Wei, Yan Muyun couldn't help but comment. This description was almost excessively vivid, making one feel as if they were there. Lin Shirtong raised the mechanical syringe and said the entire process will last about 10 minutes. Are you ready? Yan Muyun swallowed hard and took a deep breath. Let's do it. He watched as the mechanical syringe slowly descended, finally pressing against his arm, but the sensation was merely the smooth, cold touch of metal without the pain he had imagined. Huh, why doesn't it hurt? He instinctively asked. The needle hasn't come out yet, the professor replied expressionlessly, then pressed the button on the side of the mechanical syringe. 3 needle tips fine as hair emerged from the end, piercing Yan Muyun's arm. Immediately, with a mechanical sound, the ruby-like liquid in the syringe was emptied in an instant. Blood of Fushi injection complete. The waiting time always feels exceptionally long. Han Jinyu was spinning in circles with his hands behind his back, while Han Yinzhu and Zhong Xiaoxiao were munching popcorn at an obviously accelerated pace. Yan Long quietly stood in front of the sofa. Wei Jun and Luo Binghan were working out not far away, their movements with the dumbbells appearing much gentler, as if afraid to make any noise. Yan Muyun lay on the sofa for 3 minutes, yet everyone present felt as if he had been lying there for 3 days. Professor Lin folded her arms across her chest, silently observing the young man in his 50s whose eyes were tightly shut, skin taut, with visible veins, his expression twisted in pain, yet her own face remained impassive. Suddenly lost in thought, she turned to Yan Long and the others beside her. Do you know the biggest difference between level a level and S-level gene warriors? Different limits. Han Yinzhu stated the obvious, chuckling foolishly to himself. Han Jinyu rolled his eyes at his brother and then said, what you mean is physical specialization, right? Exactly. Professor Lin nodded. The definition of specialization refers to a particular physical ability of the gene warrior being exceptionally outstanding, far surpassing other gene warriors of the same level in data. Han Yinju with popcorn stuffed in his mouth raised a hand. I know this one. Captain Wei's strength is much greater than Captain Sun's, but Captain Sun's speed is much stronger than Captain Wei's strength. So your Captain Wei is strength specialized while the Captain Sun of the second team is speed specialized. Professor Lin nodded slightly, then continued. Among the 4 types of gene warriors, I just mentioned those at the C level will not gain any specialization, only basic improvements in physical fitness. Those at B level generally gain 1 specialization, which can be strength, speed, flexibility, agility, or resistance to impacts, excelling in some aspect compared to gene warriors of the same level. So A level and S-level gene warriors can gain some additional specialized abilities, right? Under Professor Lin's powerful teaching aura, Han Yinju had unconsciously placed himself in the role of a student, even handing over the bucket of popcorn he was holding to Zhong Xiaoxiao beside him. Yin Long and Han Jinyu had also turned their attention here, while Luo Binghan even stopped lifting weights, leaning against the side to quietly listen. He, due to his ability being weaker than others, had been dreaming of becoming a gene warrior, and had waited for nearly a year for a share, yet still found it difficult to obtain. Now that the gold medal lecturer from Chunjing University was explaining on-site, sitting in as an observer was also quite nice. Yes. Professor Lin nodded. A-level individuals can gain 2 to 3 specializations, which include basic physical fitness, as well as enhanced perception such as hearing, smell, taste, touch, reaction, speed, memory, insight, and even a 6th sense. Take off your clothes. Yan Muyun was originally admiring the room's environment, when suddenly the 3 words startled him. This time Professor Lin shook her head, and softly said, no, it's 7, almost half of the known specialization categories, except for Lichinka and those who had already injected the gene serum. Everyone present felt a shock in their hearts. No wonder countries around the world place such great importance on S-level gene warriors. These individuals are the true human weapons. It is likely that at any level and against anyone their power is absolutely overwhelming. When an old Clevel gene warrior faces a newly promoted Clevel S-level gene warrior, the former's pride and battle experience, techniques, and wisdom will seem so thin and pathetic in the face of such a chasm in physical disparity. Professor Lin looked down at Yan Muyun, who was lying on the sofa, and softly said, but not all S-level gene warriors can gain 7 specializations. Currently, there are 49 S-level gene warriors in the world, among which 3 have only obtained 4 specializations. Han Yinju was somewhat astonished. S-level is also divided into levels. Yes, level is also divided into levels. Professor Lin nodded, repeating his words, and said blandly, but those 3 individuals are not the bottom of the S-level, rather they are the most elite. How is that possible? Everyone present showed expressions of confusion. Even Wei Jun and Zhong Xiaoxiao turned their attention to this side, clearly intrigued by this discussion that ventured into their knowledge blind spot. Lin Sherdong did not leave them guessing, slightly raising her head, her gaze sweeping over everyone. That's because among the 4 specializations obtained by these 3 individuals, one is extremely unique. What is it? Han Jinyu asked the question on everyone's mind. That specialization is called Eye of the Divine. Professor Lin lightly pushed the frame of her glasses with her left fingertip, her tone filled with unparalleled reverence and sincerity. Namely, the left eye of the divine pale eye, and the right eye of the divine golden eye. The skin was torn by sharp claws, flesh scorched by flames, and bones hammered by iron hammers. This was the pain that Yan Muyun could personally feel after injecting the blood of Fushi. He wished that these pains could numb his nerves, or even make him faint directly. However, amidst his struggle to endure, he despairingly discovered that these complex and intense pains not only did not diminish, but became increasingly intense. Wei Jun's words echoed in his ears. Your senses will become incredibly clear, allowing you to perceive every contraction and tension of each muscle fiber, even the flow of blood within every blood vessel. This description almost perfectly captured his current feelings. Strangely, Yan Muyun felt as if a taut thread was suspended in front of his forehead. Who would place a thread on their forehead at this moment? Han Yinju or Han Jinyu? No, I clearly have my eyes closed. Oh, why? The silver-white thread was pulled tightly, as if invisible hands on both ends were forcefully tugging at it. A strange thought suddenly emerged in Yan Muyun's mind. As long as the thread snapped, he would be free from this pain. While enduring the physical agony, he watched as the already fine thread before him grew thinner, his desire for it to snap becoming increasingly urgent. At that moment, the originally silver-white thread suddenly stained with a hint of blood color, causing Yan Muyun, whose thoughts were somewhat scattered, to momentarily freeze. When he focused again to look, that hint of blood color had already disappeared. However, at this point, the color of the thread no longer mattered. He had regained consciousness from his previously muddled state, and recalled Professor Lin's words before the injection: persist, the longer you hold on the better. Coming back to reality, Yan Muyun secretly breathed a sigh of relief, no longer thinking about the existence of that thread, and began to carefully feel each part of his body as instructed. In fact, there was one thing to be thankful for. Over the past 7 days, he had undergone body modifications under Professor Lin's guidance, which had given him a certain degree of tolerance for physical pain. If it were the old him, he would have probably let that thread snap long ago. The left eye of the divine, the pale pupil, and the right eye of the divine, the golden pupil. Han Jinyu murmured in a dreamy tone, his expression revealing deep yearning. That's so cool. Han Yinju waved his fist, his cheeks slightly flushed with excitement. Lin Shirtong's image had always been rational and calm, but now her complexion was rosy and her gaze was filled with sincere devotion. The left eye of the divine contains boundless wisdom, and the right eye of the divine signifies supreme authority. It is rumored that the 3 individuals who obtained the eye of the divine did so because they gained the favor of the divine and would be qualified to stand by its side in the future. Standing by the divine's side. Everyone present felt their bodies stiffen, the beating of their hearts increasing. Seemingly sensing the emotional turmoil, Professor Lin lightly coughed and quickly regained her usual calm demeanor, but that is just a rumor, not a confirmed fact. You only need to listen and not take it too seriously. As the surrounding crowd sighed in relief, she slowly continued, what I am about to tell you is based on evidence and truly credible facts. Among the 3 class potential gene warriors who obtain the eye of the divine, 2 have the pale pupil, and 1 has the gold. In the intelligence we currently know, the owner of the pale pupil possesses an incredibly broad field of vision, an extraordinary memory, meticulous insight, and the ability to slow down the surrounding flow of time. The phrase slow down time seemed to carry a magical power, causing the entire gym area to fall silent. Only Yan Muyun on the sofa had a grimace on his face, with the sounds of painful groans echoing faintly from his throat. Based on the knowledge of those present, not to mention on a global scale, at least within the supernatural ability registration system in China, there seems to have never been an ability related to time. Of course there might be some. However, such abilities would surely be kept under wraps and ordinary people would have no access to related information. Lin Shirtong crossed her fingers over her chest and said softly, the reason we know this information is that there happens to be a pale pupil owner in China. Although I cannot disclose his identity, I can give you a brief overview of what he can do. As the crowd adjusted their positions, those standing stood tall, and those sitting sat upright, transforming into eager and inquisitive students. Professor Lin adjusted her glasses and commanded an authoritative presence. What I mentioned earlier were all topics covered in classes at Qingjing Academy, so they are not classified. But what I am about to tell you, although not highly classified, it is best not to spread it around. Understood? Clear? Han Yinzhu took the lead in patting his chest, loudly pledging loyalty. Heads may roll, blood may flow. Today's events are known to heaven, earth, you, and us. Lin Shirtong smiled wryly. It's not that serious. Shut up, Han Jin. You slapped his brother, telling him not to interrupt. Seeing that everyone was eager, Lin Shirtong began to explain the true limits of the pale pupil can only be personally experienced by its owner. It is difficult for outsiders to summarize its true effects. But I can tell you three things he can do, allowing you to appreciate it from the side. The first thing is that he can read a book of over 600 pages in 5 minutes, averaging about 0.5 seconds per page. When the experimenter asked about the content of the book, he could accurately state which page, which paragraph, and which line each sentence was on, and even point out the specific location of punctuation marks in those sentences. The second thing is that the experimenter marked a mosquito with isotopes and then handed it to the pale pupil owner for observation. Then this mosquito was placed in a black opaque box filled with tens of thousands of the same species of mosquitoes. 2 hours later, the surface of the box became transparent, and the pale pupil owner found the marked mosquito accurately in just over a minute. The third thing is that the pale pupil owner spent 2 months pursuing 7 doctoral degrees, and every paper he published caused a small stir in the academic community in that field. Professor Lin tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and said calmly, as for his ability to slow down the flow of time, I'm sorry, but I don't understand it either. However, even if I knew, I wouldn't tell you, as it would be considered a state secret. Han Yinzhu let out a long breath, exclaiming, if I had that ability, I wouldn't have lost so much hair while studying medicine. Li Qingke said with a tone of grievance, as if recalling an unpleasant memory. What about the golden pupil? Han Jin asked, unable to hold back after a brief silence. What is the ability of the golden pupil? Professor Lin shook her head, looking somewhat regretful. We do not have specific information about the golden pupil. The only known owner of the golden pupil in the world is elusive, and the Chinese government has extended many invitations to him, but they have all been met with silence. Suddenly a thud sound interrupted her words. Everyone turned to look, only to see Yan Muyun had fallen off the sofa face down with his forehead touching the rubber floor. Since injecting the gene serum, his body had been writhing in pain, and he finally toppled over. Han Jinyu and Yin Long instinctively wanted to help him back up, but Lin Shirtong stopped them. The gene serum in his body is still at work. Do not disturb him yet. So regarding the golden eyes, our current intelligence remains extremely limited. Professor Lin seamlessly steered the conversation back, as if she had not noticed someone face down on the floor at all. A fighter from China once clashed unexpectedly with a golden eyes bearer, but fortunately the latter bore no intent to kill. According to that fighter, the moment the opponent's eyes turned golden, an overwhelming dread surged from deep within his soul. His will to fight collapsed instantly, and his mind filled solely with thoughts of survival, not victory. Lin Shirtong paused briefly before continuing. That fighter was an exceptionally accomplished Class A gene warrior, and ranked among the top 10,000 on the boundary list, earning him the title one of the 10,000 arts. Reliable intelligence indicates the golden eyes bearer at that time had only just attained Class A status. Is it akin to the spider demon's psychic screech, a direct mental suppression ability? Wei Jun asked from the side. Possibly. Lin Shirtong nodded, then added. Beyond that, the golden eyes bearer is also suspected to possess extraordinary regenerative capacity, as well as explosive enhancements in speed and strength. Silence settled over the gymnasium. After several seconds, Han Jinyu broke the stillness. First, that's it. Yes, that's all. Professor Lin wore an expression of utter matter-of-factness. A chorus of disappointed sighs rose immediately, how everyone had been waiting for more only to realize the briefing had already ended. As I said earlier, we possess exceedingly scarce intelligence on Golden Eye's bearers. Observing their dejected expressions, Lin Shirtong's eyes flickered with faint amusement, and she shook her head helplessly. The left eye of the divine holds boundless wisdom. The right eye proclaims supreme authority. Han Jinyu suddenly repeated Professor Lin's earlier words, murmuring softly, "Judging by what we've heard so far, the pale eyes do seem markedly superior in academic and scholarly domains, whereas the Golden Eye's abilities appear almost exclusively combat-oriented." Han Jinyu scratched his head, "But don't you think the Golden Eye's abilities sound rather underwhelming? Mere intimidation bursts of strength. On paper they hardly compare to the Pale Eye's prowess." "Not quite," Lin Shirtong countered, shaking her head. "You perceive the Pale Eyes as formidable because I've shared many concrete examples with you. In contrast, descriptions of the Golden Eyes remain sparse and fragmented, making it nearly impossible to form a coherent understanding of their true nature." That's fair." Han Jinyu nodded. Yan Muyun suddenly nudged the sofa with his foot, glancing toward the person sprawled face down on the floor, and remarked, "If he were to acquire the Golden Eyes, it would fill precisely this intelligence gap." "Let's hope so," Professor Lin murmured, pressing her lips together lightly. Yet everyone present knew full well whether Yan Muyun could even become an austere latent gene warrior remained deeply uncertain, let alone acquiring the Golden Eyes, a prospect bordering on the miraculous. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Nand, has the sun grown unnaturally large today? And somewhere along the way that bone-deep agony had quietly receded, vanishing without a trace. In his daze, Yan Muyun perceived a blinding golden radiance flooding his vision, an inexplicable brilliance that stung his eyes. Instinctively he raised his hand to shield his eyes, but it was useless. That golden light clung stubbornly as if fused directly to his eyelids. He rubbed his temples vigorously, squeezing out 2 tears, until through blurred vision clarity gradually returned. At last he pieced together those 3 philosophical questions. "I am Yan Muyun. I am in the Special Affairs Bureau Gymnasium. I have just injected a gene enhancement serum. Wait, something's wrong. Wasn't I lying on the sofa?" Yan Muyun braced himself against the floor and lifted his damn, and he recoiled in shock, his arms buckling, nearly slamming his forehead onto the floor again, only narrowly saved by Yan Long's timely hand catching him. Sitting against the sofa's base, Yan Muyun gazed blankly at the assembled group. "What on earth are you all doing?" The moment he raised his head, nearly every person in the gym had bent forward, staring intently into his eyes, with subtle disappointment flickering across their expressions. A 50-something man had never faced such scrutiny in his life. His arms trembled, and he nearly dropped into a full kowtow on the spot. Nothing at all." Han Jinyu chuckled dryly. Yan Muyun leaned and closed his broad face, filling Yan Muyun's field of view. "How do you feel?" "Overflowing with energy. Desperate to unleash it." Yan Muyun climbed to his feet and stretched his arms, his expression oddly perplexed. "I do feel incredibly energized, but no uncontrollable urge to vent or explode." "Steer." Eyes across the room lit up with sudden hope. And then Lin Shirtong interjected calmly, "It's too early to conclude. All candidates must undergo formal testing first. After all, there have been cases of Class A gene warriors absorbing the serum with exceptional efficiency." Yan Muyun straightened, instantly standing at rigid attention. "I'm ready." And Professor Lin held up her tablet and began hearing. Yan Muyun tilted his ear, listening intently, then shook his head. "And smell. And none. And taste. And how do I test that? Should I eat something right now? And no. If you feel nothing distinctive, then taste is not your specialization," Professor Lin replied, shaking her head. "Next vision." Yan Muyun did not answer immediately, prompting every onlooker to lean forward, eyes gleaming with anticipation. He glanced around the room, then broke into a delighted smile. "I just realized. I'm not wearing glasses, yet I can see so— What is this?" Professor Lin rotated her tablet, pointing to a tiny black dot. Yan Muyun squinted closely, then after several seconds, shook his head again. "Not visual specialization. Merely the gene serum correcting your myopia, freeing you from glasses forever." Lin Shirtong tapped across beside the entry on her tablet. "Now memorize this classical Chinese passage within 30 seconds. A dense hundreds-character text appeared on the tablet screen. "And can't do it." Yan Muyun shook his head decisively. And Professor Lin remained composed, pulling up 2 images on her tablet. "Identify the sole difference between these 2 pictures in 5 seconds." Yan Muyun's face fell into a grimace. "I can't find it." And the gym sank into absolute silence. As over half the preliminary tests concluded, the probability of Yan Muyun being steer had dwindled to 0. 7 specialized traits constitute the absolute threshold for steer latent gene warriors, and Yan Muyun had already tumbled far beyond that boundary. During the subsequent physical assessments administered by Wei Jun, Yan Muyun's confirmed specializations were determined in unassisted bench press, 480 kilograms, exceeding the average A-tier gene warrior by 63 kilograms, confirming strength specialization. N. Balancing on tiptoe atop a vertically placed chopstick for 6 seconds, confirming agility, precision motor control specialization. N. 100-meter sprint 8. 67 seconds, 0. 58 seconds faster than the A-tier average, confirming speed specialization. Lin Shirtong entered the final data into her tablet, looked up at Yan Muyun, and offered a gentle smile. "Congratulations. You are now an official Class A latent tier gene warrior. Congratulations, you are now a formal A-potential A-level genetic warrior. Yan Muyun leaned against the wall, biting his lip, forcing a smile, but there was no trace of joy in his eyes. Do not belittle yourself. Professor Lin put away the tablet and walked to his side, speaking gently. Genetic warriors of A-potential are truly rare. Moreover, you have obtained 3 specializations, surpassing nearly 2/3 of other A-potential genetic warriors. Yan Muyun sighed. If this were the result of my own months of training, I would indeed be very happy. However, he did not voice the subsequent thoughts, yet everyone present understood. A formal professor from Chunjing University had personally flown over and spent a week altering his body only for him to end up as a level. Even if Professor Lin may have anticipated this outcome and would not blame him internally, Yan Muyun felt a deep sense of guilt. He felt he had let down the efforts and contributions of others, and also disappointed Director Li and the people behind the scenes in Minxia City who had gathered resources for him. Lin Shirtong placed her hand on the young man's shoulder and said softly, "Do not feel guilty, it is unfair to you. The essence of this situation is a gamble, with everyone betting on your 11.79 success rate without ever asking for your opinion. Now that the gamble has been lost, why should you bear the guilt and self-blame? Although it is my gamble, regardless of the outcome, I am still the ultimate beneficiary." Yan Muyun gently tapped his head against the wall twice. Professor Lin adjusted his glasses and said, "Trust me, everyone anticipated this outcome from the beginning and was prepared to bear the losses. After all, this gamble revealed from the outset that the odds of winning were minimal, and we were all ready to throw our chips in with the mindset of losing everything." Losing everything. Yan Muyun supported his forehead. Lin Shirtong realized her slip of tongue and explained with a wry smile, "That's not what I meant. What I wanted to convey is that we approached this gamble with the mindset of losing everything. However, given the current outcome, you have indeed allowed us to recover our initial investment." Yan Muyun raised his head. "Yes, if you can study earnestly when you enter Chunjing Academy and serve the country well in the future, then the outcome of this gamble can be considered a significant profit for us." Truly, Lin Shirtong is worthy of being a professor. Her words unconsciously carried a teacher's tone. Yan Muyun clasped his hands together and said, "From now on, my life belongs to the country." Lin Shirtong patted his shoulder, her eyes filled with a smile. "All right, enough joking. To go find Wei Jun. He still has some things to—" "All right." Yan Muyun nodded, walking somewhat heavily towards the fitness area where a figure as solid as an iron tower. After he left, the faint smile on Professor Lin's face faded, and she sighed softly. Considering the resources invested in this young man, as long as he does not become an S-potential genetic warrior, then we are at a loss, and a significant one at that, with no return on investment. Yet, as I mentioned earlier, despite the nearly 90% chance of failure, these people still selectively blinded themselves. They presumptuously placed their bets on this young man, naively investing too much hope in him. In the end, who can they blame for? Yan Muyun walked to Wei Jun's side, and suddenly felt something strange. Had he grown taller? He seemed to have only reached the shoulder level before, but now it felt like he was nearly at neck level. However, before he could ponder further, the sturdy Wei Jun, resembling a bull, placed his hand on his shoulder and laughed boisterously. "Not bad, not bad, an A-potential genetic warrior with 3 specializations. Don't comfort me, I'm fine," Yan Muyun said, somewhat helpless. Wei Jun's eyes widened. "I am only a B-potential, what right do I have to comfort you? I genuinely envy you." "Oh," Yan Muyun nodded perfunctorily. "All right, get your spirits up." Wei Jun's large hand patted his back twice with force, his tone enthusiastic. "Now I will teach you the most important and powerful skill of being a genetic warrior." "Genetic warriors have skills?" Yan Muyun was astonished. "Of course." Wei Jun, satisfied with his reaction, nodded and raised a finger. "That is to unlock and lock your genetic locks." Yan Muyun, "You might not feel anything special right now. That's because your sensitivity has been specialized, allowing you to control every part of your body with extreme precision." Wei Jun patiently explained. "For ordinary A-level genetic warriors, after they have injected the serum, due to the significant enhancement of their physical qualities, they require a short adaptation period." Yan Muyun nodded, indicating that he understood this concept. Many scenes like this appeared in previous anime and dramas, where the protagonist, having gained formidable power, often caused trouble in the initial stages due to excessive force, such as accidentally breaking dishes or running headlong into a wall. However, for higher-tier genetic warriors, even after the adaptation period, excessively powerful physical qualities can still cause trouble in daily life. Wei Jun said, "When we first met, I kicked that molten demon from one end of the street to the other. Imagine if I used that kind of force to pat your shoulder after you returned from a mission." Yan Muyun shivered, realizing that this burly man, who usually liked to hug and pat, was actually a complete human weapon, one who could easily cause fatalities if not careful. Thinking of this, he clasped his fists and bowed. "Thank you, Wei Jun, for your mercy in the past." Wei Jun shook his head, somewhat amused, and continued explaining, "The importance of genetic locks lies in 2 aspects. The first is that it does not interfere with your daily life, and the second is related to how you will break through in the future." Referring to breaking through to level clevel. "Correct." Wei Jun rolled up his sleeves and flexed his sturdy arms, his rock-like muscles bulging. "My peak strength is nearly 3 tons. What use does this gym have for me?" Yan Muyun looked around at the equipment, and then at Wei Jun's large arms, shaking his head. "None. Given his terrifying strength, he would probably need to lift a car with one hand just to stimulate his muscles. This is the function of genetic locks." Wei Jun lowered his sleeves, his expression serious. While genetic serums grant us immense strength, they also raise the upper limits of our bodily functions as ordinary people. To break through to a higher level, we must repeatedly challenge and surpass our limits as ordinary people. So how do we determine if we have broken through? That would be when during training your genetic lock opens with a bang without you actively unlocking it, proving that you have broken through to the next level. Because the old genetic lock can no longer restrain you, at that point you need to switch to a larger, sturdier new lock. That. Yan Muyun hesitated for a moment, raised his hand, and asked, when the genetic lock opens, is there really a bang sound? Isn't that a more vivid depiction? Wei Jun scratched his head, chuckling. Yan Muyun. In the novels that Yan Muyun had read before he had come across the concept of gene locks, faced with the danger of death, individuals with strong obsessions are able to unleash their latent human potential, restoring their combat instincts and ability to perceive danger. Once activated, it will exceed the limits of the physical body due to excessive strain, causing the user to fall into extreme pain and genetic collapse. Most who activate the first stage of the gene lock die from the side effects. However, these concepts cannot truly be said to relate to what Wei Jun has just discussed. They are at least completely unrelated. In today's real-world, gene locks do not trigger a potential explosion when faced with life and death crises, transforming one into a fleeting super soldier. On the contrary, they are a means for gene warriors to limit their own power, returning to the realm of ordinary people. Wei Jun paced in front of Yan Muyun, who sat cross-legged on the sofa, hands behind his back, muttering. The opening and closing of the gene lock is essentially a process of self-hypnosis. You need to imagine a lock in a certain place in your body and continuously suggest to yourself that when the lock closes, you are merely an ordinary person. And when the lock opens, you will regain your original strength. Yan Muyun opened his eyes and bared his teeth, saying, why does this feel so unreliable? Wei Jun puffed out his chest, his strong muscles bulging. For ordinary people, these concepts are merely fanciful notions. Of course, they seem unreliable. But the bodies of gene warriors are genuinely enhanced and modified by drugs, and the means to limit their own power lie somewhere within us. You just haven't found it yet. Once you imagine that gene lock, the next step is to design a specific switch action for yourself. Through practice, repeatedly suggesting to yourself and trying to switch the gene lock, you will continually strengthen the connection between this action and the concept of restraining and liberating power. Of course, once you become increasingly proficient with the switch of the gene lock, you won't need such reinforcing suggestions anymore. For instance, I can now freely switch the gene lock state. Remember, this switch action should not be too complicated or too simple. Otherwise, if you fail to activate the gene lock in a critical moment or accidentally activate it in daily life, it will cause significant trouble. At this point, Wei Jun paused slightly, seemingly recalling something, a hint of a smile appearing on his chiseled face. Do you remember when I first became a gene warrior, I set my switch action as tapping my forehead twice with my fingers. At that time, I thought it looked very cool, but then one day an elder suddenly ambushed me, pinned me against the wall, and told me I had to activate the gene lock within 3 seconds, or I would be shot dead. Naturally, I was shot. Wei Jun laughed heartily, as if recounting someone else's embarrassing story. However, after laughing, he quickly became serious again, and continued, therefore, for low-level gene warriors, the action shouldn't be too flashy or too conspicuous, while also being capable of being activated or deactivated at a moment's notice. Suddenly, Yan Muyun, sitting upright on the sofa, opened his eyes, raised his right hand, bent his ring finger, pressed his thumb on top, and brought his index, middle, and little fingers together, forming a somewhat strange hand seal. Wei Jun's eyes lit up. This action is good. It has a small range, low difficulty, quick activation speed, and won't be accidentally triggered in daily life. This is the Taoist Sun Seal. Yan Muyun's expression was solemn and dignified, almost as if he could claim to have just come down from Wudong Mountain. Oh, you have some knowledge of Taoism? Wei Jun asked with interest. In this era, young people who have some understanding of traditional culture are indeed rare. I have a bit of knowledge. Yan Muyun nodded modestly. Care to elaborate? The core philosophy of Taoism is to govern by non-action. What is your understanding? Not doing anything, slacking off. Nonsense. Wei Jun laughed in exasperation. Governing by non-action does not mean doing nothing, but rather not intervening excessively. Non-action does not mean inaction, but rather not acting recklessly. Because it does not violate objective laws and follows objective laws, it can do anything as long as you follow the Tao and adhere to objective laws. Yan Muyun was astonished. He wasn't unaware of these concepts, just making a joke. However, he never expected that Captain Wei actually had some understanding of Taoist philosophy. Wait a minute. He suddenly frowned. Aren't we talking about gene locks? How did we suddenly start discussing philosophy? Lin Shirtong finished packing her luggage and dragged her suitcase to the first-floor office of the Special Bureau. She was going to take a flight back to Qingjing City today. As one of the highest-paid professors at Chongqing Academy, Professor Lin's professional spirit is also top-notch. During her time in Minxia City, she didn't wander around for leisure. Instead, after every session of body modification for Yan Muyun, she would return to her room to write recent research reports and prepare lessons, teaching online classes to students thousands of miles away. Yan Muyun felt particularly guilty about this. Professor Lin was clearly so busy with work, yet she still took the time to come and pave the way for him, and he ultimately let her down. Goodbye, Professor Lin. I will always remember your help over these days. Yan Muyun deeply bowed to her, his tone extreme. Lin Shirtong smiled and said, when you go to Qingjing Academy, we will see each other again soon. Yan Muyun nodded vigorously. I will definitely choose your class and get a high score. Just don't fail any courses. Professor Lin gave him a meaningful glance. Then let me take you to the airport. Beside them, Luo Binghan, dressed in a loose floral shirt, stood up with a respectful attitude completely unlike the street-smart appearance Yan Muyun had seen the first time. All right, thank you for your trouble. Lin Shirtong smiled and nodded. No, I'll go instead. A clear female voice came from the office door. Li Chinka had already changed into casual clothes with light makeup on her face, looking even more beautiful than usual. After I take Professor Lin to the airport, I can conveniently go on a date on the way back. As soon as this sentence was uttered, the previously lively office instantly fell silent. Yan Muyun, who was demonstrating the sun seal to the Han family's twins, stopped mid-action, and the two spectators in front of him turned to look at the door with wide eyes. Yan Long, who had been reading previous case reports, lifted his head, scanning the surroundings before lowering his head again. Zhong Xiaoxiao had a chip in her hand that was about to reach her mouth, but her hand trembled, causing the chip to fall onto her ample chest large enough to rest on the desk. In the end, it was Luo Binghan who reacted, quickly grinning widely. Of course, that would be great. Thank you, sisterly. Then let's go, Professor Lin. Li Chinka seemed oblivious to the strange expressions on everyone's faces, slightly tilted her head, and said to Lin Shirtong. A gentle bubbling rose from the purple clay teapot. A weathered hand grasped its handle and lifted it with quiet precision. Pale green tea streamed from the spout into a porcelain cup, filling the room with a delicate misty vapor. Knock, knock, knock. Come in, said Sun Shuli, setting down the teapot and lifting his gaze, fingers steepled before him. A towering figure pushed open the door and plopped unceremoniously into the chair across the desk. Old Sun, no respect for elders. Call me Uncle Sun. Sun Shuli's brows knitted sharply. Uncle Sun, Wei Jun replied without hesitation. Sun Shuli swiveled the monitor toward him and gestured with a tilt of his chin. The Paranormal Investigation Division sent this. They'd like us to assign someone to assist them on a special operation. Are they that overwhelmed lately? Wei Jun frowned as he scanned the screen. It's not about workload. It's about the nature of... Sun Shuli shook his head and took a measured sip from his cup. Remember the Dark River Syndicate? They've traced one of its fugitive senior executives. The man has surfaced in Peach Blossom Sanctuary. Then go get him. Wei Jun leaned back in his chair, utterly nonchalant. Setting down his cup, Sun Shuli spoke slowly and deliberately, the PID fears alerting him, spooking him into vanishing again, and severing their only lead. So this time they're sending an unfamiliar rookie. Just one reliable rookie on their end, and they'd like us to provide backup support as well. Agreed. It's high time Yan Long got some real field experience. Actually, Sun Shuli wagged a finger. The PID specifically requested Yan Muyun. Yan Muyun. Wei Jun sat bolt upright. How long has he even been with the Special Affairs Bureau? He practiced basic arrest techniques for the first time this morning. He started combat training already. Who's instructing him? Sun Shuli arched a brow. Luo Binghan, Wei Jun replied. Sun Shuli let out a wry, exasperated chuckle and pointed at him. You really don't fear stirring up trouble? The two had never seen eye to eye, but more precisely Luo Binghan had taken an instant visceral dislike to Yan Muyun. If he were teaching hand-to-hand combat, personal bias was bound to seep in. Pressure breeds growth, and Luo Binghan knows where to draw the line. Wei Jun countered, shaking his head. But still, I'd prefer Yan Long for this assignment. Apparently a young investigator named Zhang Shishua insisted, absolutely insisted, that Yan Muyun be her partner, Sun Shuli said with a faint resigned smile. Is she smitten with him? Wei Jun narrowed his eyes. Sun Shuli tapped the screen and read aloud from the file. She offered several justifications. Among them, Yan Muyun's unique ability makes him exceptionally suited for emergency cover and extraction. And they've worked together before, so there's already a degree of rapport. Wei Jun raised a hand to cut him off. Those aren't compelling reasons. I'd sooner believe she's genuinely taken with him. You know the PID doesn't indulge whims. Especially not a young woman's, Sun Shuli murmured, lowering his gaze to gently blow across the surface of his tea, rippling concentric circles across the liquid. A dawning realization flickered in Wei Jun's eyes. He widened them slightly. So there. Sun Shuli lifted a finger to his lips and shook his head with a quiet, knowing smile. But Peach Blossom Sanctuary is no ordinary place. Your tone just now suggested otherwise. We may dismiss its reputation, but Yan Muyun lacks experience. He doesn't yet understand its rules. He's green, but Zhang Shishua isn't. Though junior in rank, she ranks among the PID's most exceptional investigators. Moreover, Yan Muyun is an entire latent genome warrior. His specialized enhancements are all combat-oriented. The boy is nothing short of prodigious. Wait, actually I'm only a few years older than him. Let's call him this younger brother, truly gifted. After a long silence, the towering man waved his hand in surrender. Fine. Stepping out and closing the office door behind him, Wei Jun drew a deep breath, the broad muscles of his chest swelling dramatically, then exhaled slowly, letting them settle back into place. Han Jinyu, seated nearby, glanced up from his screen. Something wrong, Captain Wei? Wei Jun flashed a grin revealing 8 gleaming white teeth and shook his head. Nothing. With those 3 words, he strode off. Taking the elevator down to the 3rd floor, he emerged directly opposite the gym, where several members of Team 2 were lifting weights. Wei Jun nodded politely to each in turn, then turned and pushed open the adjacent door. Inside lay a spacious chamber, dedicated exclusively to close-quarters combat training and sparring among Special Affairs Bureau agents. Most agents needed only master basic people's armed police arrest techniques, along with evasive maneuvers and defensive blocks, to avoid being utterly defenseless in sudden emergencies. Given the Bureau's operational profile, primarily deploying powered exosuits against grotesque, anomalous entities, hand-to-hand proficiency was rarely prioritized. How little it mattered became evident in the fact that the entire district branch lacked even a single formal martial arts instructor. New recruits, so-called combat training, relying entirely on half-qualified seniors for guidance. Now, however, Luo Binghan was no amateur. In fact, he was likely the most skilled hand-to-hand combatant in the entire Haizong district branch, unequaled, undisputed. Even Wei Jun couldn't guarantee victory over him in a pure technical contest, discounting raw physical advantage. So why precisely was Luo Binghan now pinned face down on the floor, with Yan Muyun pressing his head into the mat? "Let go of me," Luo Binghan barked, flustered by the unexpected audience. Yan Muyun instantly released his grip and stepped aside, his expression a masterpiece of feigned infuriating innocence. "What's going on here?" Wei Jun glanced between them, barely suppressing a grin. Yan Muyun hesitated, then murmured, "Maybe my theoretical knowledge is just unusually comprehensive. I used to watch a lot of martial arts videos." "Shut up." Luo Binghan's face flushed crimson as he jabbed a finger toward Yan Muyun, then whirled to Wei Jun, eyes wide and indignant. "This kid's uncanny." At first he was clearly clueless, stiff, slow, all wrong. But after just a few rounds of sparring, he suddenly slammed me flat onto the ground. I chalked it up to luck, until it happened again. And again. I can't fathom how or why. It's downright absurd. Wei Jun arched a brow at Yan Muyun. "Did you unlock your genetic lock?" "No." Yan Muyun shook his head vigorously like a child denying dessert. All right, let's test it ourselves." Wei Jun's eyes lit up. He rolled up imaginary sleeves and assumed a ready. Yan Muyun shrank slightly at the sight of the bull-like figure before him, forcing a nervous, ingratiating smile. Maybe not. I'm kind of slender." Before he could finish, Wei Jun lunged, not fast, not slow, reaching for his shoulder. Yan Muyun snapped his mouth shut. His left hand shot up with startling speed, intercepting the strike just in time. Forearm braced against Wei Jun's arm, fingers locking tightly around the crook of his elbow. But Wei Jun's move was a feint. The moment his right arm was seized, his left fist whipped forward, a heavy wind-whistling blow aimed straight at Yan Muyun's temple. Instead of retreating, Yan Muyun surged forward, a small explosive hop propelling him inward. As his right forearm snapped up beside his face to block the punch, he drove his forehead downward in a vicious headbutt toward Wei Jun's jaw. Wei Jun instinctively recoiled backward, only for Yan Muyun to pivot instantly. His left foot tapped the floor, and his right knee rocketed upward, aimed squarely between Wei Jun's legs. "Damn it!" Luo Binghan blurted, hands flying instinctively to shield himself. Wei Jun, thrown off balance by the headbutt evasion, left his most vulnerable point fully exposed. Desperate, he pushed off hard with both feet, launching himself backward, hoping merely to lessen the impact. But his arm remained locked in Yan Muyun's grip, so his retreat didn't increase distance. Instead, it amplified the momentum behind the rising knee. Wei Jun nearly activated his genetic lock, yet at the last possible instant Yan Muyun halted the knee mid-thrust, bent his leg, and hooked his calf behind Wei Jun's knee joint. With a light, effortless push of his hands, Yan Muyun tipped the off-kilter Wei Jun backward, sending him crashing onto the foam mat in a sprawling, undignified heap. Staring up at the pristine white ceiling, Wei Jun lay motionless for a long moment, before exhaling a single resonant word. "Fine." To be honest, Yan Muyun himself did not know how he managed to do it. In terms of combat, he cannot say he has even dabbled. At least he was a blank slate. Before today, his only experience in fighting was the passionate brawls he had with his younger brother during childhood. Typically, he would take advantage of his age and size to gain the upper hand a few times, only for his brother to then summon their parents to come and beat him up. As for today's situation, not to mention Luo Binghan and Wei Jun, even Yan Muyun himself felt it was incredible. During the sparring session, he felt his mind clearer than ever before. It was as if he could vaguely predict his opponent's next move the moment they raised their hand, identifying the weaknesses in their physical structure and determining where to launch his counterattack. Yan Muyun felt as if he were a martial arts master from a novel, having reached a realm where he was one with the natural laws, no longer needing to be constrained by techniques. "However, since I have offended a superior, I must be prepared to face the consequences." The bright summer sun shone at noon, yet his heart felt like a blizzard. So many official officers were idle. Why did they have to send me, this rookie, to assist the Special Investigation Unit? Yan Muyun clasped his hands behind his back and strolled nonchalantly into the police station. Having not been here for a while, he felt an inexplicable sense of returning home. "You must be Officer Yan Muyun, and Director Zhao is already waiting for you." The officer in charge of reception led him to an office door marked with the Special Investigation Unit sign. After knocking, a middle-aged voice came from inside. "Come in." Yan Muyun opened the door and walked in, seeing two people already seated. One was an old acquaintance, while the other was a middle-aged man with a slightly out-of-shape figure and thinning hair, presumably Director Zhao. "You look different from before," Zhang Shishue said with bright eyes, tilting her head. "Haha." Yan Muyun did not know how to respond and could only chuckle awkwardly. That night, after injecting the gene serum, he sensed something was off while taking a shower. Not only did his height seem to have increased by a few centimeters, but his previously dull eyes appeared deeper, and his facial features were now more pronounced and three-dimensional. If before he looked fairly decent among ordinary people, now he had reached a level of attractiveness that could potentially catch the eye of a certain lady or gentleman while walking down the street. Director Zhao smiled warmly, like a father-in-law looking at his son-in-law. It must be due to the gene serum. When a person's genes approach perfection, their appearance will naturally change accordingly. Did you really inject the gene serum so quickly? Zhang Shixue seemed somewhat surprised. Yan Muyun found it strange. I thought you knew I had become a gene warrior and chose me as your partner for that reason. Actually, it wasn't me who chose you. Zhang Shixue hesitated. Yan Muyun blinked. Not you. But Brother Sun said. It was I who specifically requested you to come. Director Zhao smiled. But the reason cannot be disclosed for now. You'll have to wait until you complete tonight's task. We start the task tonight. Is it that urgent? Yan Muyun sat down beside Zhang Shixue. Director Zhao leaned back in his chair, interlocking his fingers in front of him. I assume Old Sun has already given you a brief introduction to the task. Our target this time is to capture one of the high-ranking members of the Dark River Society, Ma Kai-chung, who is suspected of using a fake identity to purchase a ticket for tomorrow's flight. This means tonight is our last chance to extract information from him. I heard he's currently hiding in Peach Blossom Spring. Yan Muyun asked, trying not to look at the slightly protruding belly under Director Zhao's uniform. You know about Peach Blossom Spring? I only know the name, he replied. Time is tight, so I won't explain its meaning. You can ask Xiao Zhang during the mission. Seemingly noticing that Yan Muyun was stealing glances at his slightly protruding belly, Director Zhao straightened up without changing his expression, resting his elbows on the desk. So before we officially begin the task, do either of you have any questions? No, Zhang Shixue replied decisively. Yan Muyun touched his nose. I don't have any for now. Alright, now you both go review the task materials. Be sure to remember Ma Kai-cheng's appearance. Well, we can't let him escape. Yes. Zhang Shixue stood up and saluted. Yan Muyun mimicked her and also saluted, surprisingly doing it quiet. Just as the two were about to leave, Director Zhao suddenly spoke up. Xiao Yan, please stay behind. I have something to discuss with you. Zhang Shixue left the office while Yan Muyun returned to stand by the sofa waiting for further words. Xiao Yan, do you know much about Xiao Zhang? Director Zhao asked with a smile. Yan Muyun hesitated for a moment and replied. Actually, I only know her a little. We interacted for a considerable time due to the Reedy assassin case recently, but I can't say I know her well. So what time was the latest you stayed together? Director Zhao continued to ask. Yan Muyun frowned slightly, feeling that this question was somewhat inappropriate, and the middle-aged man in front of him seemed to take on a more lewd appearance. Please don't misunderstand. Director Zhao waved his hand with a mix of amusement and exasperation. I'm asking this to find out if you have seen Xiao Zhang's other side. Other side? Yan Muyun instinctively repeated the three words, and then suddenly felt that the question seemed even. You know what Xiao Zhang's ability is, right? Director Zhao continued to ask. Yan Muyun recalled. I remember, it's called Night Walker. It seems that in darker environments her senses and physical abilities become stronger. Xiao Zhang certainly hasn't told you that after the sun has completely set, the changes in her are far more than these, Director Zhao said meaningfully. What specifically? Her personality or style of action can become somewhat frightening. Just like a werewolf who is an ordinary person during the day but turns into a bloodthirsty beast on a full moon night. Yan Muyun's eyes widened. No, it's not that exaggerated. Director Zhao waved his hand with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Perhaps I frightened you with the word frightening, but it is more like she becomes somewhat paranoid and even a bit cold-blooded. These three words are essentially indistinguishable from each other. Yan Muyun's expression turned serious. He truly did not expect that a capable and beautiful young female officer would actually have two faces, one for day and one for night. Director Zhao shook his head and said, you'll feel it for yourself when the time comes. I'm just giving you a heads up in advance. Also, don't worry that her transformation will affect the mission. In fact, she is the most reliable in that state. Yan Muyun opened his mouth, but was at a loss for words. In the end, he simply nodded and walked out of the office. At 9 p.m., a black levitating vehicle descended from the sky and halted before the entrance of a luxurious edifice, towering like a colossal black crystal amid a forest of skyscrapers. A waiting attendant hurried over to open the door. A young man in a black suit and rimless glasses stepped out, adjusted his collar, and offered a faintly bashful smile. From the opposite side emerged a young woman of aloof elegance, her long hair cascading like a silken waterfall, her figure graceful, and her exquisitely tailored black gown revealing a slender, luminous calf. She glided beside him and slipped her arm through his with effortless familiarity. Together they ascended the red carpet. Yan Muyun had worn a suit only twice before, once for a primary school poetry recitation contest, and again at his high school's comingafage ceremony. Now he felt profoundly ill at ease, fiddling with his tie as he murmured, do we really need to dress this formally? Look, the other guests seemed far more casual. Zhang Shixue replied coolly, her expression unreadable. In this assignment, they posed as idle, thrill-seeking heirs of immense wealth, so their mannerisms and attire had to align precisely with that guise. Only 4 kinds of people ever entered the Peach Blossom Sanctuary: awakened individuals, modestly affluent small business owners, the apex of political and economic power, and their offspring. Given Yan Muyun's and Zhang Shixue's appearances, the latter identity suited them best, minimizing suspicion and blending seamlessly into the setting. They stepped into the hotel's grand lobby, a space defined entirely by opulence. Walls of iridescent marble shimmered under the cascade of a colossal crystal chandelier. Baroque oil paintings adorned the vaulted ceilings and interior walls, while ornate tapestries hung in elegant profusion. Without pause, they traversed the resplendent hall and approached an elevator at the inner corridor, where a uniformed attendant courteously opened its doors. Which floor, please? Asked the elevator attendant. Her Her smile radiant, her crimson uniform immaculate, her white-gloved hands poised with practiced grace. The penthouse. Zhang Shixue did not glance at her, her delicate chin lifted slightly, her alabaster neck like flawless jade. Thank you. Yan Muyun nodded with a gentle smile. Not at all, she replied, pressing the number 234 on the control panel. As the elevator rose, the attendant, a girl no older than 20, stole several furtive glances at her passengers through the glass reflection. If the young woman in black was a regal, untouchable swan, radiating icy, impermeable distance, then the man in the black suit was like a soft breeze gliding across still water, calm, warm, instinctively inviting. A gentle chime sounded. The attendant bowed slightly and gestured gracefully, wishing you a most delightful evening. The hotel's topmost floor housed an elegantly appointed restaurant. Every guest wore formal attire. Men stood tall and commanding, women dazzling and poised. Seated by the floor-to-ceiling windows, they sipped fine wine while gazing down upon the city's glittering nocturnal sprawl. Is that Dr. Li? Yan Muyun suddenly recognized a familiar figure. At a distant table to the left sat Li Chinka in a crimson gown, resting her chin lightly, on one hand, her expression serene and smiling. Opposite her, a man gestured animatedly, his voice rising with fervent, incomprehensible rhetoric. Oh no, I'd assumed Dr. Li's mention of a date yesterday was just teasing Captain Wei. But it's real, and she's been on back-to-back dates. This way. Before Yan Muyun could linger, Zhang Shixue gently tugged his arm aside. They crossed the entire dining room and stopped before a heavy crimson curtain suspended from the ceiling. A tall, handsome attendant stepped forward, blocking their path with a courteous smile. This area is currently closed to guests. Zhang Shixue didn't so much as glance at him. Softly she intoned, black umbrella spins, peach blossoms bloom. Please enter, he murmured, bowing deeply as he drew aside the curtain. Beyond the curtain stood another elevator. Yan Muyun and Zhang Shixue stepped inside. Without inquiry, the attendant inside pressed the sole button on the panel. This was already the building's highest floor, so the elevator could not ascend further. Instead, it began descending. The digital display flickered rapidly. 234,200,150.25. From the ground floor lobby, no elevator descends beyond 12. Only this single lift, concealed in the corner of the rooftop restaurant, reaches the 13th subterranean level. And that level, the true peach blossom sanctuary. As the doors parted, a roaring tide of noise surged forth. Gilded chandeliers blazed overhead, suspended beneath ceilings carved with masterful surreal reliefs. Hand-woven wool carpets, ornate enough to hang as wall art, lay beneath countless bespoke leather shoes and stiletto heels as slender as chopsticks. Bun-eared waitresses glided along the aisles clad in impeccably tailored suits above, but sheer fishnet stockings and micro-miniskirts below, each step sending subtle tremors through the voluptuous curves of their cleavage. This gilded subterranean realm resembled a labyrinth teeming with mortal desire, every step risked surrendering one's soul, to sumptuous feasts, to the silken warmth of bare skin, to wines as vivid and intoxicating as polished gemstones. Gambling tables of every kind brimmed with players. Sensual dealers didn't merely deal cards remotely. They sat before patrons in person, stretching their lithe, sculpted bodies, their smiles and glances stirring the very pulse of the crowd. Nearby, the largest square glass enclosure drew the densest crowd. Inside, two awakened combatants clashed violently within a ring, while spectators roared, waving champagne flutes and wads of cash. 4 such enclosures dotted the cavernous space, each corner housing one, each containing awakened fighters wielding wildly divergent abilities. The spectacle struck Yan Muyun, a paragon of virtue and propriety, like a physical blow. Frowning deeply, he asked, how is a place like this even permitted to exist? Because it serves a necessary function, Zhang Shixue replied, her tone detached and unflinching. Necessary? Yan Muyun blinked, clearly perplexed. Otherwise, how do you imagine the city's surface serenity endures? She strode forward, her voice crystalline and cold. Congratulations. You've just glimpsed the world's other face. When the sun had finally set and the city's lights began to glow, Yan Muyun understood what Zhao Kazhang had meant. Zhang Shixue after dark and the Zhang Shixue of daylight were practically two different people. If the latter was a gentle, kind girl next door, the former ruled like a queen crowned in ice and snow. Rational, efficient, taciturn. The shy, resolute smile had vanished from her face, replaced by an aloofness that seemed to keep everyone at 1,000-mile distance. I'm sorry I become like this every night. It's absolutely not your fault. When Zhang Shixue apologized, her manner resembled that of a corporate CEO addressing a newly hired intern. I know I'm in the wrong, but you'd better not utter another word. Fortunately, this shift did not impair Zhang Zixu's professional performance. When responding to colleagues' questions, her tone might be cold, yet she retained enough patience to explain matters in meticulous detail. In the years following the Xinyuan era, the domestic situation, though worlds apart from overseas, remained comparatively chaotic. Every day, more ordinary people awakened to powers. Among them were the vicious, the ill-intentioned, and those who simply craved the thrill of showing off. Zhang Shixue looped her arm through Yan Muyun's and explained as they walked, at that time Techeju and Yizeng had only just been established and were far from mature, superpower-related crimes were rampant, and black organizations proliferated. Against that backdrop, someone proposed a concept: rather than block them, channel them. If you cannot stop them, find a place you can control. Let those brimming with energy or wealth vent in a designated venue, so they do not make a spectacle in the streets. Yan Muyun widened his eyes. So Tao Weiyuan has connections. Yes and no. Zhang Shixue shook her head. Her lightly made-up, delicate face showed no expression. The government reached an agreement with the era's most powerful black organization, Heisen, appointing them as overseers to manage the city's underground gray activities. Over the years, the two sides had carefully maintained a balance with few major mishaps. Heisen wanted money, the government wanted social stability. Each got what they needed. Suddenly Zhang Shixue stopped and pointed at the two awakened fighters inside the glass dome. Everyone here came voluntarily, either for fame or for money. Yan Muyun bared his teeth. Do people die? Zhang Shixue replied coolly. If someone dies, their opponent will be handed over to Heisen the next day and turned over to the police on charges of negligent homicide. Well, it'll be. Yan Muyun had not expected that. Although malicious maiming is forbidden, breaking arms or legs is allowed. Those who bet large sums need their thrills. Zhang Shixue explained. As for the girls here, if anyone touches them without consent, they can trigger an alarm on their person. A security will haul the offender away and give a stern warning. Of course, consensual matters are another story. Yan Muyun pinched the bridge of his nose. What about the gambling? Only those whose assets exceed a certain threshold are permitted to gamble here. Following his gaze to the heated gambling table, Zhang Shixue said, if these people truly wanted to gamble, they could buy a ticket to Macau or go abroad. Since they can't be stopped, it's better to arrange a gambling venue within their own city. Teo Weiyuan levied very high taxes on its revenues. The money funneled from these local magnates was used for urban development and welfare institutions. At least they're not fleecing the poor. That's acceptable. Only then did Yan Muyun begin to accept that Minxia City harbored such a large illegal venue. Then he thought of a question. If Heisen cooperates so deeply with the government, why did we sneak in rather than ask them to assist in an arrest? Zhang Shixue craned her neck, scanning the crowd as she answered. That was the rule set back then. Every gain carried. When Heisen accepted the government's conditions and was partially pacified, it demanded sweeping autonomy. The chief stipulations were that they would not proactively supply information on those seeking refuge, and that law enforcement was forbidden from making arrests inside Teo Weiyuan. Yan Muyun finally understood why the mission's goal was not to capture Ma Kaiqing, but merely to extract intelligence from him. The first point is manageable if Heisen won't proactively provide certain information, well-planned informants here. As for the second point, since arrests are not allowed inside Teo Weiyuan, well, wait for suspects to leave on their own. After all, the lodging fees here are exorbitant. As she spoke, Zhang Shixue tugged Yan Muyun's sleeve and whispered, don't zone out. Help me find Huishu. Huishu was one of Yazenka's informants. It was he who reported that Ma Kaiqing had appeared in Teo Weiyuan. Oh, Yan Muyun snapped to attention and nodded repeatedly, then rose onto his toes and began scanning the crowd. For criminals seeking refuge here, Heisen would provide escape routes and then send those routes to the police half an hour later. Whether those people could leave the city in that interval depended entirely on those 30 minutes. Seemingly worried, her tone had sounded harsh. Zhang Shixue added a few words to show she was not truly angry. After all, she was a gentle, understanding girl. Even if her demeanor grew colder under the influence of her power, one could still sense the softness she reserved for friends. Yan Muyun paid no mind to that small detail. Searching as he spoke, he marveled. Heisen is formidable, playing both sides while offending neither. Indeed, Zhang Shixue nodded. Hey, do you think it's him? Yan Muyun suddenly pointed to the other side of the glass dome. Zhang Shixue stood on tiptoe, but couldn't see him, so she leaned her whole body on his arm. Lift me up a little. Yan Muyun formed a subtle sun hand sign with his right hand and silently disengaged his jean lock. Then he lifted his left arm to cradle Zhang Zixu's slender waist and raised her slightly. Although with his current physique, lifting under 100 jean was hardly strenuous, he seized the chance to be lazy. No, he told himself, he merely wanted extra practice toggling the jean lock. The girl's soft body pressed fully against him. The faint scent of iris and cedar that had trailed from her became clear, lingering beneath his nose. Several onlookers gaped in their direction, astonished by the young man's strength and the girl's lightness. Put me down. It's him. Zhang Shixue tapped the arm around her waist. Yan Muyun set her down, and the two began pushing forward through the crowded throng. Along the way, a purple orb tossed by an awakened struck the glass dome, drawing a startled cry from the crowd, who instinctively stepped back, nearly flattening the pair to the ground. Fortunately, Yan Muyun had unlocked his jean lock. Balancing in an awkward stance, he steadied two nearby women who were also about to fall. When he turned back, Zhang Shixue had already released his arm and was squeezing forward on her own. Among the crowded people on one side of the glass dome stood a tall and thin man in a gray suit, constantly glancing at the silver mechanical watch on his wrist, his expression somewhat anxious. His cheeks were sunken and his eyes were dark. Even though he was dressed in expensive clothing, it couldn't conceal the air of despondency about him. Why haven't they arrived yet? A hand rested on his shoulder. The man's originally dull eyes suddenly lit up, and he hurriedly turned to look behind him, but the once slightly revitalized expression on his face quickly drooped again. Yan Muyun felt a bit strange and leaned over to ask softly, "Are you waiting for someone?" "It's me," the man replied without looking at him, constantly scanning the surroundings as if searching for someone. "Who are you waiting for?" Zhang Shixue asked coldly, her tone devoid of any rising inflection. The man scratched his neck, a look of difficulty appearing on his face. "My gladiator." Those awakened individuals who voluntarily entered the glass dome to fight were generally referred to as gladiators. Some gladiators fought for themselves, while others were contracted by certain companies fighting for the bets between their respective bosses. Yan Muyun and Zhang Shixue had researched the personal information of Grey Mouse before setting out. They knew that although he was an informant for the police, his public identity was that of a small company owner with a gambling habit and 2 contracted awakened individuals under him. Who was coming out tonight? Dogtooth or Scalpel? Yan Muyun stood beside him with his hands in his pockets, familiar, as if they were old friends. Neither. It's a new kid I've recently signed on. The man raised his wrist to check the time again, his words squeezed out between clenched teeth. He should be on stage in 20 minutes, damn it, and he still hasn't arrived. I can't reach him by phone, and I've searched all over Peach Blossom Source, but can't find him. Zhang Shixue crossed her arms, her gaze fixed on the 2 awakened individuals fighting on stage, her tone cold. Forget about your match for now. Her voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable authority. The man, originally like an ant on a hot pan, stiffened his expression. Finally, unwilling to give up, he glanced around, and then adjusted his tie before walking towards the distant staircase. Peach Blossom Source is nominally on the 13th floor underground, but in reality there is a large space separating it from the 12th floor of the hotel, which is further divided into 4 layers. The first layer is the casino's gladiatorial arena, the second layer is the guest lounge, the third layer is the VIP area, generally occupied by big bosses who are indifferent to material possessions or wanted criminals seeking refuge. The almost flawless security measures on this floor ensure that without special access, no one can enter. The 3 entered a lavishly decorated room on the second floor. The floor-to-ceiling windows at the end of the living room had been specially treated, allowing those inside to see the decadent scene of the first floor hall clearly, while those below could only see the silver coating reflecting the hall's imagery. Sit. Grey Mouse gestured for the 2 to take a seat on the sofa. However, Zhang Shixue did not move, asking calmly, "Where's Ma Kai-chung?" "He's here in Peach Blossom Source." Grey Mouse seemed somewhat distracted, still glancing out the window while answering. Zhang Shixue lifted the hem of her skirt, exposing half of her snow-white thigh, causing Yan Muyun behind her to widen his eyes. When he regained his senses, he realized she had already produced a handgun. Grey Mouse was startled by the sound of the bullet being chambered. He turned his head to see the dark muzzle pointing directly at him. "Don't waste our time." The woman's voice was so cold it felt as if ice had been stuffed into his clothes. Grey Mouse laughed in anger. "Your predecessors in the Special Investigations Department haven't worked with me like this. Everyone has their own way of doing things, don't they, eh?" Zhang Shixue said expressionlessly. Grey Mouse took a few deep breaths, suddenly stood up, and pointed at Yan Muyun behind him. "You help me fight a match, and afterward, I'll give you half the money, and I'll also tell you where Ma Kai-chung is." Before Yan Muyun could respond, Zhang Shixue fired first. The gunshot was quiet, but the power was evident, leaving a smoking bullet hole in the man's gray suit. "You're insane." Grey Mouse screamed, stumbling back and nearly falling to the ground, scrambling behind the sofa. Yan Muyun was also startled, looking at the girl's back with wide eyes, never expecting that her character at night was not only cold as ice, but also explosive like fire. Zhang Shixue held the gun steady, her hand not shaking at all, more stable than a surgeon with a scalpel. "You have no right to bargain. Don't forget that the evidence the police have is enough to keep you in prison for at least 5 years. This is why every officer in the Special Investigations Department is somewhat afraid of her at night, efficient, cold, precise, unfeeling, and never dragging their feet, with every action aimed at completing the task as quickly as possible." However, unexpectedly, Grey Mouse, upon hearing the threat, not only did not appear frightened, but instead wore a generous expression as he sat back down on the sofa. Squat in prison, damn it. If I don't serve 5 years, I won't come out. Anyway, if I lose tonight's match, I will have nothing, and whether I can survive is uncertain. Who cares? It was evident that this Grey Mouse had clawed his way up from the bottom. Even if he dressed well, he lacked the calm demeanor of a business elite or financial giant, filled, instead, with the air of the underworld. Zhang Shixue stepped closer, pressing the still warm muzzle of the gun against his temple. "Ma Kai-chung discovered the police informant and sent a killer to shoot him. How does that story sound? That's reasonable in other places, but not here in Peach Blossom Source. No one can kill or cause trouble here, not even the Special Investigations Department. Is that so?" Zhang Shixue's eyes narrowed slightly, her tone growing lighter. The man's face turned pale, but he grit his teeth and stubbornly remained silent. After a few seconds of nearly frozen air, Grey Mouse suddenly raised a hand, trembling as he spoke. "Ma Kai-chung is in one of the VIP rooms on the 3rd floor, but without a gold card you can't get up there. If you can help me win tonight's match, I have a way to borrow a gold card from the losers." Zhang Shixue did not respond, smoothly putting the handgun back into its holster beneath her skirt, then turned and walked towards the door. As she passed by Yan Muyun, she left behind a single sentence: "Keep an eye on him." Grey Mouse, sitting on the sofa, was panting heavily, reaching for a bottle of beer buried in ice on the crystal coffee table, biting off the cap and drinking directly from the bottle. Yan Muyun scratched his head and walked over to sit opposite him. "Want a bottle?" Grey Mouse pointed at the box of alcohol on the table. "It's work hours." Yan Muyun politely declined. "Your partner is a lunatic," Grey Mouse said, taking several big gulps of beer and wiping his mouth, still feeling apprehensive. "I just felt that if I had delayed any longer, she really would have shot me." Yan Muyun tilted his head, revealing a non-committal smile. After a few minutes, Zhang Shixue returned, pushing open the door to find Yan Muyun sitting alone on the sofa. "Where's the Grey Mouse?" she asked. Yan Muyun pointed to the inner room, saying he's making a phone call. "I've checked, there's no door leading outside in there." Zhang Shixue frowned at him and replied, "Such places usually have hidden doors either under the bed or behind the wardrobe." "Ahaha, how could I run away? Tonight I'll rely on you two officers to save my life. The door to the inner room opened, and the gray mouse stepped out with a dry smile holding a mobile phone. Zhang Shishua glanced at him, then walked over to sit beside Yan Muyun, whispering, the 3 layers of security measures are indeed very good. I couldn't infiltrate. You couldn't do it. Yan Muyun was somewhat surprised knowing that the other party's ability allowed them to hide in the shadows. Zhang Shishua blinked and explained if I use my ability, it would trigger the alert for anomalies. Yan Muyun suddenly understood such a high-end location would definitely have optical detection devices. If she used her special ability, she could easily be mistaken for a crawling shadow, which is a sign of the appearance of anomalies called dark veil, potentially triggering the alarm system here. During their conversation, the gray mouse wisely kept his distance, standing aside quietly. Once they had nearly finished discussing, he approached with a broad smile saying, so how about it, would you two be willing to help each other out? Zhang Shishua did not answer him, but instead asked back, why wasn't it mentioned in the intel that Ma Kaiqing is hiding on the VI? If they had known this in advance, the police could have prepared countermeasures. The gray mouse shrugged and said, I thought he would come down to play at night. I didn't expect him to be so cowardly, apparently hiding upstairs the whole time. If you win the next match, you can find a way to let us go up, right? Zhang Shishua stared at him. Exactly, I guarantee it. The gray mouse's thin face creased with deep wrinkles from his smile. Zhang Shishua crossed her legs, her expression blank, as she said, then I will take this match. No way. Unexpectedly, the gray mouse firmly refused, then pointed at Yan Muyun beside him, saying it has to. Why? Zhang Shishua asked. The gray mouse hurriedly explained, I made a contract with my opponent. The candidates from both sides were decided from the very beginning. Unfortunately, or fortunately, I decided to let a newcomer take the stage, and that guy has never been on the gladiatorial stage before and no one knows his appearance or abilities. You want me to impersonate him? Yan Muyun grinned slightly. The gray mouse nodded repeatedly, saying yes, after all they still know basic information like gender. If the last contestant is a woman, it would be hard for me to fool them. At this point he spoke in a fierce tone, as for that kid who didn't show up today, he'll never get a chance to take the stage again. They'll go find him tomorrow to demand the penalty for breach of contract. Is that okay? Yan Muyun turned his head to look at the side. Zhang Zixu's dark eyes quietly focused on him. Though she didn't speak, it felt as if she communicated, what do you think? Yan Muyun shrugged, saying it's fine, at least I can be considered a genetic warrior now. I shouldn't have any problems dealing with an awakened one in a wild arena. Do you have combat experience? Zhang Shishua coldly countered. Before Yan Muyun could speak, the gray mouse had already made a long face, saying, a novice. You all sent such a novice to catch Ma Kaiqing. I thought there was hope. Yan Muyun felt a bit of a toothache. Don't look down on me. Although I'm a novice, I have successfully captured a level awakened. Zhang Shishua shot him a cold glance and didn't speak to expose this little boast. Not to mention that back then they had 5 or 6 people to subdue that a level. They even let the other party escape afterward. The gray mouse's expression suddenly turned somewhat strange, as if he didn't quite believe his words. Zhang Shishua tugged at Yan Muyun's sleeve and whispered, you don't need to show off. At worst we can deploy police to tightly seal off the area tomorrow. As long as Ma Kaiqing is still in Minxia City half an hour later, he won't be able to escape. Yan Muyun smiled slightly, already unbuttoning his tie with one hand. It wasn't that he wanted to show off, nor was it that he wanted to impress Zhang Shishua. Since this morning, when Luo Binghan instructed Yan Muyun to practice basic grappling techniques, he had felt something stirring. It was as if a young eagle about to break free from its shell was desperately pecking and tearing at the inner membrane of the eggshell, yearning for the warm sunlight from the outside world. Every time he pinned Luo Binghan to the ground, an inexplicable impulse surged within him, wanting to land a few punches on the opponent's neck and ways to completely incapacitate him. Fortunately, this impulse wasn't too strong. It was akin to a regular person's desire to taste delicious food or take a second glance at a beautiful woman. At first, Yan Muyun thought this impulse stemmed from his dissatisfaction with Luo Binghan, as he had to admit that the guy could be quite annoying at times. However, later, when Wei Jun came to spar with him, the desire to land a few punches or kicks after taking someone down still hadn't disappeared. This made Yan Muyun feel somewhat uncertain, especially since his older brother had always treated him well. However, before he could think too much, he was sent to the Anomaly Investigation Unit. This inexplicable feeling became increasingly pronounced after entering the Peach Blossom Source. Especially when he witnessed the intense battles between 2 awakened ones in the glass enclosure, his inner eagle longing to break free had unknowingly transformed into a sealed demon, yearning for freedom, struggling with an intensity that was becoming increasingly difficult to control. For Yan Muyun, the gray mouse's proposal was like a pillow offered to someone who was sleepy. He didn't quite understand why he had changed like this. It could be the impulsive psychology of a young person suddenly gaining immense power, wanting to show off to those around him, or perhaps it was the residual effects of the gene serum that only manifested today. After all, he was only an A potential. The absorption of the serum surely wasn't perfect. So who was my opponent? Yan Muyun leaned slightly forward, smiling as he asked. I like your spirit, but so cool. The gray mouse gave a thumbs up, then picked up the remote to turn on the projector in the room, revealing the face of a man with red hair and a scar on his mouth. Phantom with the ability Speed, a gladiator under the Jadu Company currently, with a record of 4 wins and 1 loss. The battle within the arena concluded with a clear victor as the glass dome was slowly lifted by steel cables descending from the ceiling. The victor pounded his chest and raised both hands to revel in the cheers of the crowd, while the unconscious opponent was carried off the stage by waiting medical personnel. No killing allowed, no weapons permitted, apart from that there are no rules. Those who step onto this stage can only rely on their unique abilities and their physical prowess. During the battle, even if your arms and legs are severed, there is no need to worry. As long as you have enough money, you will be sent to a room filled with advanced medical equipment within 3 minutes, where the most experienced doctors will reattach your limbs, ensuring no lasting effects. From another perspective, it's understandable that these doctors cannot lack experience. At this moment, the arena entered a brief intermission with the crowded audience dispersing, their faces either beaming with joy or clouded with anger, mostly discussing the recent battle. In the spacious venue, long tables laden with various delicacies were set up every 10 steps or so, featuring fresh seafood, sashimi, lobsters, king crabs, foie gras, truffles, and fruits, along with fine wines available for anyone to indulge at will. These offerings are completely free. Anyone who enters this paradise can eat as much as they desire. After all, the gamblers need to be well fed and hydrated before they can return to the betting tables and continue to wager their fortunes. At this moment, Yan Muyun had changed into more agile attire and was standing by a table gnawing on a lobster that was as thick as his arm, his demeanor fierce, as if he hadn't eaten in days. Indeed, he hadn't consumed anything substantial in a long while. For nearly 2 weeks, he had been drinking various colored potions. Standing beside him, Zhang Shishui appeared significantly more graceful, gently swirling a goblet filled with deep red wine in her hand. Are you really sure you want to fight? Yan Muyun swallowed a mouthful of tender lobster meat and shrugged. You heard what he said. If we don't help him win this match, we may not see Ma Kaicheng tonight. Zhang Shishui gazed at the man in the gray suit nearby, her eyes cold. A sly character like him undoubtedly has. The gray rat, struggling with a roasted pig's trotter, inexplicably shivered and instinctively glanced over here, but the girl had already turned her gaze away. Yan Muyun lowered his head and took another bite of lobster, mumbling, this guy is a tough nut to crack. If he loses tonight's match, the company that is already on the brink of bankruptcy will go under, and he will lose everything he has. For people like him, threats of imprisonment likely hold little weight. Why do you keep defending him? Zhang Shishui suddenly looked up at him, her dark eyes filled with subtle suspicion. You seem to be quite eager for the upcoming battle. Seeing that his thoughts had been uncovered, Yan Muyun didn't hide it, chuckling well a little. You don't realize how dangerous this is. You're underestimating the situation. Zhang Shishui stared at him. Yan Muyun sighed. I already missed you from earlier today. I'm serious. Zhang Shishui continued to gaze at him, as if trying to see if his mind was empty. I know, thank you. Yan Muyun smiled gently. He wasn't sure why he felt inexplicably confident. The blood within him refused to cool. Perhaps it was because the Silver Guardian had never been breached before. Perhaps it was the recent gene serum injection, or perhaps it was because he had casually knocked Wei Jun down this morning. Perhaps it was because the Silver Guardian had never been breached before. Perhaps it was the recent gene serum injection, or perhaps it. Yan Muyun pulled out 2 tissue papers to wipe his hands, then removed the red and black Peking opera mask hanging at his waist and put it on his face. The crowd gradually gathered again as the beautiful host in a white gown with gold trim briefly introduced the identities and backgrounds of the 2 combatants, stirring the audience's emotions. Red Team combatant Phantom, currently holding a record of 4 wins and 1 loss. His movements are as elusive as a ghost, like the wind, like a shadow. No one can keep up with his rhythm. When he runs, even the mightiest of foes will falter. Clearly this is a very popular combatant. By the time the beautiful host had only introduced halfway, quite a few spectators below had already begun to cheer for him. On the other side of the arena, a man sat cross-legged on the floor, barefoot, and clad only in a black vest, his bronze skin reflecting a metallic sheen under the lights. His hair stood on end like steel needles, and a shallow scar marked the corner of his mouth, his gaze directed at his opponent, filled with amusement. The beautiful host paused slightly, then continued with enthusiasm. Blue Team combatant Supreme Master. This is a newcomer combatant shrouded in mystery with unknown abilities, age, and appearance. Let us anticipate whether he can shine with dazzling brilliance on this stage. The response to the quirky man dressed in a black sports suit and wearing a red opera mask on the other side of the arena was noticeably muted, but there were no boos. For first-time contestants, experienced spectators tend to adopt a wait-and-see attitude. They have seen too many seemingly ordinary contenders who possess astonishing strength, as well as many who have cried out for mercy within a minute of the match and begged to leave the stage. The odds for betting on newcomer combatants are generally higher. Wagering on them is like opening a blind box, very thrilling. Those lucky enough can earn a windfall, while those unlucky will lose everything. For seasoned bettors without insider information, they have their own logic and experience for assessing the quality of a. For instance, the weaker the contender, the more they tend to adopt bizarre nicknames and gimmicks to package themselves, while in reality, they are as hollow as a decorative pillow stuffed with straw. At this moment, the comical man wearing an opera mask standing in the arena is likely one of them. Hey, is the title Supreme Master for real? Yan Muyun leaned back slightly, the corners of his mouth twitching behind the mask. The gray rat's expression was not too pleasant either. I didn't come up with that nickname, that kid gave it to himself. Zhang Shishui interrupted their banter. It's about to start, get ready. Amidst the audience's urging, the beautiful host in a white suit raised her hands and smiled widely, saying now. After she jumped off the stage, a heavy mechanical sound echoed from above, and the thick glass dome slowly descended, finally sealing tightly with the edge of the arena. Yan Muyun felt somewhat anxious, his fists tightly clenched, his fingertips sensing the slight slickness of sweat in his palms due to his nervousness. The man sitting cross-legged in the distance began to move, standing up not with his hands, but solely using the strength of his legs, the process slow and unhurried. In the next moment his figure transformed into an afterimage as he charged forward. The spectators below were momentarily stunned, and many who had been shouting encouragement instinctively fell silent. Theoretically, one should be cautious and probe when facing an awakened individual with unknown abilities, only attacking once sufficient information is gathered. Phantom is an experienced combatant, and his past fighting style has always been cautious. Why would he be so reckless? Does he not fear being taken out in one strike by an unknown ability? Since the glass dome had descended, Yan Muyun had been fixated on the man across from him. Seeing his sudden aggressive move, he almost immediately unfurled a silver barrier in front of him. Bang! With a muffled sound, his body curled up like a shrimp and flew out sideways, crashing heavily against the back. The phantom surged forth, transforming into a blurred black afterimage as it dashed towards the opposite side of the platform, where a silver-white illusory barrier appeared before the man, wearing a theatrical mask. The black afterimage showed no signs of hesitation, as if it had been prepared beforehand, easily circumventing the barrier and crashing violently into the Supreme Elder, sending him flying like a puddle of mud against the glass dome. What is happening? This was the simultaneous question that arose in the minds of all the spectators present. The phantom seemed to have a thorough understanding of the Supreme Elder's powers, taking him down with just a glance. Those who had bet on the phantom's victory reacted with excited cheers, while the gamblers who had placed their bets on the newcomer began to curse. There must be insider information. How could the phantom know the Supreme Elder's abilities? Wasn't it said that the Supreme Elder is a newcomer and no one knows his abilities? Arnim. Refund. The gamblers felt they had been deceived and started to shout in protest. At this point, let alone transforming a bicycle into a motorcycle, soon there might not even be a valve core left. The phantom's ability speed was not a secret, and the Supreme Elder must have been aware of it. However, being defeated in a single exchange under such a disparity of information proved that the clown was utterly powerless. The beautiful host outside the ring began to explain, No, please believe us, Teo Weiyuan will absolutely not deceive. I saw it. Is that not enough? The phantom's voice emanated from the loudspeakers surrounding the ring as he stood with his hands in his pockets, impatiently scanning the raucous audience. I saw that silver barrier and simply went around it. Is there a problem? The voices from below quieted a bit, and many shut their mouths. The phantom had boasted in previous matches that when he activated his powers, even the high-speed floating motorcycles seemed to him to be moving as slowly as turtles. Thus it seemed there was no issue with his fluid evasive maneuvers. As for why he chose to strike first without knowing the other's abilities, the explanations could be numerous. For example, he might want to catch the opponent off guard, seizing victory while they were still unresponsive. Or perhaps he aimed to scare the opponent, provoking them into revealing their flaws in a panic. Or he could have immense confidence in his own speed, believing he could certainly dodge the opponent's attacks, and so forth. At this moment, Zhang Shishua furrowed her brow, twisting one hand around the wrist of the gray mouse, whispering, Immediately stop this match. Don't. It's just begun. Ouched. The gray mouse was nearly in tears as the pain shot through his wrist, causing his expression to twist instantly. Due to the audience's shouts and disturbances, Yan Muyun gained a brief moment to catch his breath and struggled to rise. At this moment, his face under the mask was already flushed, and the intense pain in his lower abdomen made his breathing labor. The phantom's punch, propelled by his own speed, struck like a blacksmith's hammer crashing against an anvil. The force was simple. Oh, you managed to stand up, well done. The phantom nearby looked over with interest, flexing his wrist. I didn't even exert much effort just now. Oh, after all, I need to hit you a few more times to make a profit. With that, his figure transformed into a black afterimage once again as he charged forward. Yan Muyun's eyes beneath the theatrical mask turned fierce as he leaned against the glass dome, opening two silver barriers on either side for protection, then swung a heavy punch at the air before him. Bang! His punch missed, and a heavy blow struck his face, causing the back of his head to smash heavily against the glass behind him, producing a loud, muffled sound. Did you think that sealing off my path of movement would allow you to hit me? Too naive. Even if we were both trapped in a space of only 1 square meter, you wouldn't be able to touch a single hair on me. In the brief span of just a few words, dozens of heavy punches fell upon Yan Muyun like a torrential downpour, striking him mercilessly. At this moment, he resembled a rag doll tossed into a washing machine, his limbs and torso twisting and contorting from the various forces impacting him. The phantom's mocking voice echoed through the loudspeakers while the audience watched this scene with varied expressions, with many soft-hearted women shutting their eyes, unable to bear the sight. Zhang Zixu's face had turned as cold as winter. Although she would become rational and unsympathetic at night, it did not mean she was indifferent to the life and death of her companions. She raised a hand to call for the match to be stopped, but before she could speak, the gray mouse suddenly lunged forward and tightly grasped her hand. Wait a moment, perhaps there's still a chance. Zhang Zixu's eyes turned cold as she immediately thought to draw her gun and eliminate this greedy individual before her. However, at that moment, a change truly occurred on the stage. A silver-white hemispherical barrier suddenly emerged from thin air, forcing the phantom, whose speed was so quick that it could only be perceived as an afterimage, back several meters, giving the man being pummeled against the glass dome a moment to breathe. Do not stop this battle. Yan Muyun extended a hand behind him. The theatrical mask on his face had already been torn away, in part revealing skin full of bruises and swelling with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His body beneath the tracksuit was presumably even more ghastly. Yet even in such a battered state, he seemed to harbor no intention of giving up. Many in the audience were taken aback by his stubborn spirit, the boos and jeers diminishing significantly. Although this guy was weak, his fighting spirit was still worthy of respect. Zhang Shixua silently observed his silhouette for a long time, finally biting her silver teeth and revealing an expression other than indifference for the first time that night as she lowered the hand she had just raised. Yan Muyun spat out a mouthful of blood, wiped his mouth, and fixed his gaze firmly on the phantom, who was slightly panting due to the considerable consumption from the recent flurry of strikes. He had just chosen a more aggressive fighting style, but after a single mistake, the opponent had seized the opportunity to land dozens of punches within just a few seconds. The few pieces of good news at the moment were that the phantom's abilities did not seem to last long, and the consumption after activation was quite significant. Moreover, he was ultimately still an ordinary person. No matter how fast his speed was, in order to avoid injuring himself from the recoil, he would have to control the force of his punches. On the other hand, his body had been enhanced by genetic agents, so his resistance to impacts was relatively strong. The phantom approached and punched the silver barrier several times, laughing. "Hey, are you planning to stay cooped up in your turtle shell forever?" Yan Muyun ignored his provocation, choosing instead to close his eyes and take deep breaths to regulate his heartbeat, trying to regain his optimal state. After enduring that recent beating, his heartbeat had become unusually rapid, thumping like a drum within his chest, making him feel extremely restless. The audience wanted to see an intense battle, but the standoff between the two had already lasted for nearly half a minute, and many began to shout, "If you're not going to fight, just admit defeat. Hiding like this isn't a skill. You in the mask, I just thought you had some guts, and now you're acting like a coward. RNM. Refund." The rising clamor further irritated Yan Muyun, and his heartbeat not only failed to stabilize, but instead grew faster, his head feeling swollen, and a sharp pain began to throb in his eyes, as if broken eyelashes were caught inside. "Side as your barrier, protect against gas." A voice came from above, and Yan Muyun opened his eyes to look up, only to see his opponent seated cross-legged above him, peering down through the gap between his legs. "Side as your barrier, protect against gas." A voice came from above, and Yan Muyun opened his eyes to look up, only to see, "Hey, can this barrier withstand gas?" The words of the phantom echoed through the loudspeaker outside the glass dome, prompting laughter from many onlookers as discussions and mockery erupted once again. However, what nobody noticed was that the phantom sitting cross-legged on the silver barrier wore a peculiar expression, his body. Previously, he had encountered gladiators who wore smart lenses, merely relying on high-tech powers to gain insight into their own movement trajectories. Yet he proved that such methods were futile. For the phantom, opponents equipped with smart lenses were sometimes easier to deal with, because even if the opponent barely predicted his movements through the calculations and analyses of the smart lenses, if their reaction speed and body couldn't keep up, it would only lead to a chaotic processing of information in the brain, making it impossible to organize effective defense and offense. Looking at the opponent's masked eyes, the phantom instinctively covered his chest with his hand, feeling somewhat perplexed about his. A chill ran down his spine, his heart raced, and it felt as if something was blocking his throat. The strange sensations coursing through his body left him incredibly agitated, yet he even felt a flicker of fear. What a joke. Am I afraid of this little brat whom I just beat to a pulp? Yan Muyun keenly sensed the opponent's anomaly, and the silver barrier vanished without warning as he jumped up, reaching out forcefully. At this moment, the phantom was suspended in midair, with no point of leverage, logically unable to make any moves. However, he accelerated again, reaching out a hand to grasp the opponent's extended arm, while simultaneously kicking out his originally crossed legs towards the chest of the man wearing the opera mask beneath him. Slap. The anticipated scene of the opponent being kicked back into the glass dome did not occur. The phantom widened his eyes in disbelief as he found the opponent had raised another arm to block his kick. As he saw that hand flipping over to grab his ankle, the phantom transformed into a black shadow, instantly widening the distance between them. The sudden turn of events ignited the crowd. Everyone believed that the Supreme Master, who had broken free from the barrier, would be utterly defeated without a fight, yet the reality was beyond their imagination. Transitioning from passively taking blows to successfully blocking an attack, this change wasn't particularly exhilarating, but it nonetheless offered a glimmer of hope. In an instant, the gamblers who had bet on this rookie gladiator began shouting his name, "Supreme Master. Go for it, Supreme, Supreme. Never mind, that name is too embarrassing, I won't use it." Standing to one side of the arena, the phantom furrowed his brow as he looked at the bloodied and battered Supreme Master not far away. Tilting his head with effort, he heard cracking sounds from his neck. "I don't know how you did that just now, but your luck runs out here as I intend to end this match." Yan Muyun did not respond, not because he found it childish, but simply because his mouth hurt from the beating, and he didn't want to speak. The phantom took a deep breath, wiped the sweat from his forehead and cheeks, and jumped twice in place. In the next moment, his figure transformed into a black shadow. The clamor of the crowd, the sound of chips being shuffled at distant tables, and the music playing in the corner of the hall all seemed to elongate infinitely in this moment, merging into an indistinct low hum. Out of the corner of his eye, the contorted faces of the gamblers appeared like still-frame animations, their reddened and distorted skin slowly sagging under gravity, shaking out lines of flesh, then rebounding, contorting into absurd expressions. Not far away, the man wearing the red opera mask stood silently at the center of vision, not moving at all, as if he had become a statue due to the slowed passage of time. Of course, time had not truly slowed down but merely appeared so in the Phantom's eyes. Because he was moving too fast. Moments later, he was less than 5 meters from the opponent and began considering where to land the finishing blow. Lower abdomen, chest, neck, or... Then the Phantom saw the eyes behind the mask, those deep black pupils edged with 2 brilliant golden rings, shining, as if forged from molten gold. I can't just charge in Hedon. A strong warning resonated deep within him, and his fist, which had been coiled to strike, abruptly halted. He pushed off the ground with his right foot, his figure floating to the left like a feather, intending to circle behind the man in front. However, a chilling scene unfolded before the Phantom. As he shifted to the left, those golden-like pupils slightly turned calmly and silently, locking eyes with him. Next, the opponent's neck slowly turned, his entire face beginning to shift left with the movement. The red paint on the broken opera mask was indistinguishable from blood. This man appeared as if he had risen from the depths of hell, a soul-reaping demon. The Phantom felt his heartbeat quickening in his chest, nearly matching the normal flow of time. Countless tiny beads of sweat emerged on his bronzed skin, suspended in the air due to air resistance and inertia, leaving a translucent and blurry outline of a human figure behind him. The man wearing the red opera mask raised his right hand, moving it gently and slowly, just in time to intercept This scene resembled a slow-motion shot from the climax of a movie where the protagonist, like a deity descending from the heavens, thwarted the villain's desperate strike before demise. Unfortunately, only one audience member was fortunate enough to witness this moment. The Phantom's steps faltered, his left foot collided with the heel of his right foot, and he lost his balance. He stared wide-eyed at that arm growing larger in his vision, finally pressing against his forehead. I'm going to die. This was the last thought before he lost consciousness. Bang! A dull thud sounded, and a circular blurry black shadow appeared on the stage, spinning rapidly for several turns before crashing heavily onto the ground. Everyone stared in bewilderment at the only figure still standing in the arena, as if they had seen a ghost. No one had seen what had just happened. They only knew that the Phantom had once again activated his ability, and then suddenly transformed into a giant spinning windmill. Aren't you going to announce the result? If this guy isn't taken to the operating room soon, he might die. Then it will be your fault for killing him. On the stage, the master in the red opera mask spoke blandly. The massive glass dome was slowly lifted, and several medical personnel in white rushed onto the stage to carry the lifeless Phantom onto a stretcher, speeding into the operating room.